Chapter 1276, a different Nirvana scripture. This is the Nirvana scripture. Long Chen's heart shook. This Nirvana scripture's hand seals were completely different from the Nirvana scripture he knew. And the chanting sound was also not the same. Is this to say that there is another section of the Nirvana scripture? In the eastern wasteland, he had heard that the Pill Tower's Nirvana scripture was nothing more than a part of it. Now that he heard this Nirvana scripture, a strange feeling rose in his heart. It felt like this scripture was extremely familiar. But he was sure he had never heard it before. As he listened to this chanting, certain scenes appeared in his mind, yet they were clouded and unclear, making it impossible for him to grasp them. The first time he had studied the Nirvana scripture, he had instantly mastered it as if he had known it the entire time. Now that he heard this new Nirvana scripture, it also sounded familiar. But he didn't recall any memories about it. Regretfully, Dan Sheng's hand seals came too quickly, and Long Chen hadn't been prepared for this, so he didn't manage to memorize his hand seals. By the time he reacted, flame energy was already pouring over to Dan Sheng. Spirit of Fire. As Boss Bao's attack fell, Dan Sheng summoned a huge flame giant. The flame giant was comparable to a mountain, and it held a huge flame blade. The two heavenly blades crashed together. Flames exploded, and it was like even the heavens would be incinerated. The flames spread in every direction. Some wild cultivators around Devil Spirit Mountain hadn't fled and were watching eagerly, but as a result, these flames directly turned them to ash without a sound. Even soul transformation experts who had fled into the distance were only barely able to block the flames. Only Life Star experts could remain standing in their original locations. As for Long Chen's group of 3, they were hiding behind the bosses, so they didn't need to worry about safety. They solemnly stared at those two figures in the sky. At this time, Boss Bao was slashing his sword continuously, unleashing huge rays of sword chi that shattered the void. But Dan Sheng continued to form hand seals from the top of the flame giant's head, controlling it to defend. Each exchange could destroy mountains and rivers. He was an extremely powerful alchemist with an impeccable control over flames. The flame giant was as nimble as his own body, and it wasn't the slightest bit sluggish. This display of power shocked the other Life Star experts. They rarely got to see alchemists fight, and although they had heard that other than water element experts, only a few could contend against them, they had never personally witnessed it. Just by summoning their core flame, an alchemist could make it so others couldn't even approach them without being incinerated. Just how were you supposed to fight them? At the same time, they were shocked at Boss Bao's power. It had to be known that Boss Bao's cultivation base was still at the peak of soul transformation. For him to be able to fight evenly against the powerful Dan Sheng was also shocking. They could all tell that Dan Sheng's power was superior to any of the other Life Star experts here. But Boss Bao was equally powerful. Everyone, don't just stand there. The Tower Master had already taken action, so we should go. We'll capture that little brat Long Chen. If anyone dares to stop Pill Valley from enforcing the law, they can be executed as well. Shouted the heaven-suppressing magic sect's Ma Xingkong. First, he gave the heaven-splitting battle sect a bad name of those blocking justice, and then he waved the banner of Pill Valley. That would give them a reason to attack. Even if all the heaven-splitting battle sects people were slain, Pill Valley would definitely stand on their side. Ma Xingkong allowed everyone to stop having any misgivings about attacking. As for Ma Xingkong himself, he took out a magical staff and waved it. 8 golden flying lances appeared around him and shot toward the bosses. Ma Xingkong was truly sinister. He didn't dare to charge up to the front, so he attacked from the crowd instead. Now the other Life Star experts had no choice but to attack, or it would all be too apparent that they weren't helping and had only come to watch the fun. Ma Xingkong's attack pulled open the prologue of another immense battle. All the Life Star experts summoned their domains and charged. The domain of a Life Star expert was extremely powerful. Other than being able to suppress people with lower cultivation bases than them, they would be able to sense any sneak attacks within it. In truth, that was the greatest use of the domain, as being able to sense everything around them was very important. As for how Ma Xingkong had still been slapped by Long Chen despite having his domain up, that was just his own carelessness. He could only blame himself for having no close-range combat skills. The 7th boss snorted and slashed his sword, destroying the 8 golden lances. Ma Xingkong's attack had been nothing more than a probing blow. He had only done it to start the battle. If you want to die, then come. The 7th boss charged out. He was like a tiger descending his mountain, his eyes sharp and ice-cold like falcons. The first person he charged toward was an ancient race expert. That expert's golden spear unleashed waves of light as it stabbed toward the seventh boss. The seventh boss's broadsword slashed into the ancient race expert's spear. Sparks flew and everyone's ears shook from the sound. This was an exchange without any skill. It was a competition purely of power. And the result was that the ancient race expert who was extremely confident in his power was sent flying. He was shocked and hastily stabilized himself. He was just about to attack when his expression suddenly changed. The seventh boss hadn't retreated after his first attack. Instead, his broadsword was slashing toward his opponent's waist. His movements were as quick as lightning, and he was striking at the most difficult angle to block or dodge. Long Chen cheered inside. The seventh boss truly had some skill. Although his first attack had seemed like a full-strength attack, he had actually been holding back. If the two had both used their full strength, they should have both been blown back. But the seventh boss had used a bit of soft energy to cushion the exchange, allowing himself to charge forward without falling back. Just being able to achieve such a thing showed that the seventh boss's power was a level higher than this ancient race life star expert. The seventh boss was already sending a second attack just as the ancient race expert stabilized himself and prepared to attack again. This attack could easily take his life. Seeing this, another ancient race expert came to the aid, blocking the attack with his saber. Sparks flew, and both sides were blown back. The first ancient race expert was pale. There was now a cut on his bleeding waist. If his ally hadn't blocked the attack for him, he'd have been cut in two. But even though someone had hastily come to his aid, the seventh boss had been prepared from the start for an all-out attack, while his reinforcement had come hastily. The two of them were blown back. In just the first instant, the seventh boss almost killed an ancient race expert. Seeing this made Bao Buping and Chong Hao's blood boil. This was how a true expert should be. This was what it meant to be domineering. Attack together to kill these obstinate madmen, shouted Ma Xingtong. He continuously waved his staff, summoning ice arrows that launched toward the other bosses. These ice arrows had runes at their tips that made them incomparably sharp. They'd easily tear through armor. Everyone be careful, that dress-wearing pervert is using some sinister move. These ice arrows possess an explosive power, shouted Long Chen as he saw the truth of the arrows. Just as he shouted his warning, those ice arrows began to explode as they landed. The exploding ice arrows transformed into sharp needles that once more shot toward the bosses. An insignificant trick. The third boss sneered and suddenly stabbed his sword into the ground. A powerful explosive sound shook the heavens. A huge wave of earth raged through the air, and those flying ice needles were immediately knocked away. Now it was the life star experts that were caught off guard as the ice needles exploded in their direction. It had to be known that these ice needles would definitely injure life star experts if struck. Although they wouldn't be fatal, they would be painful. As a result, as they dodged the ice needles, the bosses attacked. Those life star experts were temporarily panicked. There was one that was almost killed by the fourth boss. The scene immediately became chaotic. There were only 1,000 miles of open space around Devil Spirit Mountain, too small for a battle of this scale. Thus, they all flew into the air to fight. Second boss, you don't need to protect us. Go help the other bosses. Dan Sheng didn't bring any useless people this time. They're all powerful opponents, said Long Chen. Right now, only the second boss remained beside them as protection. The head boss was fighting with Dan Sheng, while the third to seventh bosses were fighting 12 life star experts. It was far too taxing on them. These life star experts were not ordinary people. They were all tough opponents, completely different from those idiots that had gone to provoke the heaven-splitting battle sect back then. The second boss could also tell that they had come prepared. The 5 of them were now at an immense disadvantage. Will you be alright? Asked the second boss gravely. If he left, the soul transformation experts would attack them. Don't worry about it, playing these idiots to death is as easy as turning over a hand. Long Chen patted his chest confidently. Alright, then be careful. The second boss nodded. He trusted Long Chen. Taking out the broadsword on his back, the second boss flew into the air, directly entering the intense battle. He had only just left when those soul transformation experts looked at Long Chen like wolves staring at a sheep. Chapter 1277 What is called arrogance? What are you looking at me for? Do you believe me when I say I'll kill you all with a single slap? Snorted Long Chen disdainfully upon seeing those soul transformation experts looking down on him. Brat, you're quite brazen. Even at this time, You dare to be so arrogant, said an ancient race soul transformation expert sinisterly. In their view, Long Chen was putting on a strong front for himself. It was simply laughable. Have you ever asked around about me? When have I ever not been arrogant? Do you think a few dung beetles like you can intimidate me? I'm not trying to brag, but I'm too lazy to even kill weaklings like you. And the heavens say that killing people is immoral, so I don't feel like killing you either. It would be best if you just killed yourselves to save me the effort. Long Chen clasped his hands behind his back, looking down his nose at these soul transformation experts that were staring at him like tigers looking at their prey. Even Bao Buping and Chong Hao were shocked. This was too arrogant, wasn't it? Just, where did Long Chen's confidence come from? He actually called for a group of soul transformation experts to kill themselves. That was crazy. Die you brat. One of the Pill Tower's soul transformation experts couldn't bear it any longer and waved his hand. A flame tiger condensed in the air and roared at Long Chen. That flame tiger wasn't a living creature but a magical art attack. It was composed entirely of flame runes, and it was extremely powerful. As a magical art that could mimic a living creature and be controlled, it was even more flexible than ordinary magical arts. Fool, I'm the ancestor of playing with fire. Do you believe me when I say your little tricks can be broken by just a fart from me? Long Chen disdainfully looked at the tiger, seemingly didn't have the slightest intention of blocking. I don't believe you. The Pill Tower expert's fury soared. He looked to be in his 50s, but he was actually several centuries old. Hearing Long Chen call himself his ancestor made him immediately send the flame tiger to attack with its paw. This Pill Tower expert had some control. He wasn't completely crazy. He knew he had to leave Long Chen alive, or he'd have simply launched the tiger at them and made it explode, killing the three of them. You don't believe me? Then I'll show you. Long Chen suddenly turned and bent his waist. That posture was just like he was trying to expel toxic gas from his butt. But it just so happened that this movement of his ended up allowing him to dodge the tiger's claw. With the claw having missed its mark, it continued onward until it landed on the stone pillar right behind Long Chen. That expert from the Pill Tower immediately turned white, terror filling his eyes. He let out a startled cry. The stone pillar's runes lit up, and a blood-colored light blew apart the flame tiger, continuing toward that expert. That soul transformation expert didn't even move. He was directly struck by the light and exploded into bloody mist. It wasn't that he hadn't wanted to move, but that he had been locked down by a kind of mysterious energy and couldn't move. He had only been able to watch as that light killed him. Not only did it destroy his physical body, but it wiped out his yuan spirit as well. Now you should all be satisfied. Only now did Long Chen slowly turn back, making it seem like he really had just let out a fart to kill that soul transformation expert. Everyone was staring dumbly. Even the bosses who were fighting had strange expressions. Long Chen truly didn't walk an ordinary path. Even with just a fart, he conned a soul transformation into dying. He was evil. Before this, the second boss had still been uneasy and afraid for them, so he hadn't been able to fight freely. That way, he would still be able to save them. But now, he was completely at ease. That brat was evil, and worrying for him was unnecessary. Instead, he should be worried for these soul transformation experts. Running into Long Chen was their bad luck. Bao Buping and Chong Hao were delighted. There was such a terrifying protective talisman right behind them, but they hadn't thought of it. If any of these soul transformation experts tried to approach them, they would be approaching the stone pillars, and then they wouldn't dare to unleash their full power. If they touched the stone pillars, they would die. Long Chen, take a break. I also want to stand out a bit. Seeing that Long Chen had displayed such divine power, Bao Buping hastily pulled him back and walked forward. Bao Buping stuck his chest out and loftily cursed, "You little brats, your daddy is right here. Hurry up and send yourselves to your deaths. Long Chen's fart only managed to kill one of you, that's nothing. As long as I try a bit, one of my farts can kill all of you at once. Little brats, your daddy will give you a display as to what it means to shake the heavens with a single fart." Watching Bao Buping mess around like this, Long Chen was speechless. Did he really think they had no brains and would fall for the same trick twice? "Junior, you're courting death." One of the ancient race experts couldn't bear it and charged forward furiously. At this time, Bao Buping had his butt raised high into the air, so naturally the ancient race expert immediately sent a kick to his butt. "Fool, when it comes to kicking butts, you can't possibly match my family's old boss." Bao Buping sneered and suddenly his arms came out from under his crotch. Using this extremely strange posture, he caught that person's ankle. Bao Buping had been getting his butt kicked from a young age. He was skilled in 36 different defensive postures and 72 ways to dodge. Moreover, he had over 100 techniques for counter-attacking. This was all the result of the training with the bosses. As for that soul transformation expert, when would he have ever encountered such a bizarre technique? He was instantly caught. Shocked, he was just about to start struggling. Get going. Bao Buping swung his arms, and borrowing the power of that person's kick, he flung him into the stone pillar behind him. The soul transformation expert instinctively circulated his spiritual yuan to form a defensive barrier around him. The other soul transformation experts let out a startled warning. If he didn't circulate his spiritual yuan, touching the stone pillar wouldn't be dangerous. But with his spiritual yuan circulating around him, crashing into the stone pillar would be viewed as an attack. Regretfully, it was too late. That soul transformation expert smashed into the stone pillar, and the pillar's runes once more lit up. That soul transformation expert blew up like he was made of tofu. Even his yuan spirit was slain. A second soul transformation expert had died in just a few breaths. As for Long Chen's group of 3, these experts hadn't even managed to harm one of their hairs. Long Chen stared at the sovereign blood seal, lost in thought. When those 2 soul transformation experts were slain, he had stopped the primal chaos bead from absorbing their heavenly Tao energy. When he carefully sensed it, he found that those 2 fallen soul transformation experts' heavenly Tao energy really was absorbed by the sovereign blood seal. Did this mean the sovereign blood seal still had more strange secrets? Right now, Bao Buping was staring blankly at the foot remaining in his hand. A soul transformation expert had been killed by him. He almost couldn't believe it. That happened a bit too quickly. Which one of you wants to help me out so I can experience it again? I want to conscientiously experience it. Bao Buping tossed the foot to the ground and turned to the distant, shocked soul transformation experts. Hey, don't be so cruel. No matter how you put it, it should be my turn now. Chong Hao refused to allow this. The first one had been Long Chen, and the second had been Bao Buping. So the third one should be him. Alright then. Well, raise your butt. Yes, just like that. Wait, a bit higher. Yes, that's the right angle. Yup, if you stand like this, they'll quickly come and kick you. Bao Buping began to assist Chong Hao and adjust his angle like an old master, helping him raise his butt high toward the soul transformation experts. Hey, why aren't you coming? Raising my butt like this is very tiring. Hurry up. After waiting for a while, seeing that no one came, Chong Hao shouted at them. The soul transformation experts' faces were as dark as the bottom of a pot. Killing intent was exploding out of their eyes, and their teeth were clenched so hard that they almost shattered. If it weren't for the stone pillar, they'd annihilate the 3 of them with a single attack. These 3 fellows were too hateful. They had never encountered anyone as hateful as them. Long Chen expressionlessly watched as those 2 put on a show. At first, he thought that they were just intentionally infuriating the soul transformation experts. But now, seeing their serious expressions, he felt like he had overestimated their heads. In truth, they were serious. This kind of intelligence was something Long Chen had no choice but to prostrate himself toward with admiration. Furthermore, being serious made their provocation 10 times more effective than someone faking it. Those soul transformation experts were so furious their eyes were turning green. Long Chen even saw some of the ancient race experts with their hair standing on end like they would explode. He sighed inside. Life was like a play that required acting. But no matter how realistic your acting was, it was still fake. When those 2 acted seriously, they could definitely infuriate people to death. This kind of ability was something he would probably never be able to learn in his lifetime. I can't hold back any longer. Suddenly, one of the ancient race experts shot over like a furious lion, sending a punch at Chong Hao. It could be said that he hadn't completely lost his reasoning. At least, he was sending a punch instead of a kick. Chong Hao suddenly raised a foot, kicking at his fist. However, even without using his aura, that soul transformation expert's punch was extremely powerful, and it knocked Chong Hao back several steps. I'll smash you brats, the ancient race expert let out a heaven-shaking roar. Halfway through his roar, his face was suddenly struck by a slap. The immense power behind the slap caused half his face to cave in and his blood to fly. Long Chen had finally taken action. This slap sent the expert flying, and the direction he sent was perfectly toward Bao Buping. Haha, the food has come. Bao Buping laughed and slashed his sword down. Blood splashed as that soul transformation expert's head exploded under Bao Buping's sword. Chapter 1278. We will definitely come back. Blood splashed as another soul transformation expert was slain due to his own carelessness. 3 soul transformation experts had died. Although this couldn't count as a heaven-shaking matter, it wasn't insignificant either. But here, the deaths of these experts couldn't even cause a ripple. For 3 powerful soul transformation experts to die here because of their carelessness was truly beyond belief. And their deaths were exceptionally sad. They were cut down by 3 brats only in the foundation forging realm. Such deaths were too vexing. At this time, the other soul transformation experts also charged forward, but they were all acting carefully. They didn't use any magical arts. All they dared to do was use physical power and their weapons. One of the ancient race experts clenched his teeth and charged at Long Chen, slashing his saber down. Competing in power, Long Chen sneered inside. He also slashed his saber out, clashing with the ancient race expert's blade. The ancient race expert was actually blown back and crashed into another ancient race expert behind him. Both of them tumbled back into the distance. When it came to pure physical strength, after undergoing the baptism of the Heaven-Earth Divine Pool, Long Chen's power had reached a level that even he himself feared. Perhaps if a soul transformation expert used their full power, Long Chen would still have some trouble handling it, but he had no fear for any of them when competing in pure power. He had only just blown back one of them when another expert stabbed a sword at him. That was an elder wearing the Righteous Path's robes. He was incredibly quick and struck from a crafty angle that showed he was an expert in using a sword. He stabbed his sword straight at Long Chen's ribs. But what shocked that elder was that when his sword struck Long Chen, it was like it had stabbed into the hide of a dragon. The tip of his sword pierced in 3 inches before he could no longer move it. Someone gave him a warning, but it was too late. Long Chen intentionally took his attack just to land his own. Originally, this soul transformation expert had been completely confident that once his sword stabbed into Long Chen, his vast spiritual yuan would instantly seal all of Long Chen's meridians, allowing him to easily capture him alive. That was why he had completely ignored Long Chen's saber when attacking Long Chen. Instead, he had been full of disdain at Long Chen's actions. But with his sword in Long Chen's body, his expression suddenly changed when he started circulating his spiritual yuan. He found that the spiritual yuan he poured into Long Chen's body seemed to be instantly absorbed. Based on the difference in cultivation realms, a foundation forging cultivator's spiritual yuan capacity could be likened to a cup, while a soul transformation cultivator's spiritual yuan capacity would be like a water tank. But this soul transformation expert felt his spiritual yuan pouring into Long Chen's body like a stream flowing into a sea. There wasn't even the slightest ripple. How was he supposed to seal Long Chen's acupuncture points like this? Just as he was filled with shock, Long Chen didn't give him any chance to recover. His saber slashed through his opponent's waist, cutting him in 2. This soul transformation expert had a powerful physical body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to block the power in Long Chen's saber and would have instantly exploded. Despite being cut in 2, that soul transformation expert didn't panic. His upper body flew into the air and formed hand seals. He used heavenly Tao energy to reconnect his body. But just at this moment, a broadsword smashed through the back of his head, causing it to blow up. Bao Buping sneered, "Stop wasting our time. Just die." Even in this intense battle, Bao Buping had managed to grasp hold of this opportunity to take the life of a soul transformation expert. With his head gone, a translucent figure appeared out of his body. It was his Yuan spirit. This was a powerful point of the soul transformation realm. In this realm, even if a person's physical body was destroyed, their Yuan spirit could survive on its own, giving them the chance to seize another person's body and be reborn. However, that Yuan spirit had only just flown out when a hand of flame caught it and sucked it into a bottle. "This is good stuff to Cloud. Can't waste it," laughed Long Chen. He directly put away that soul transformation expert's Yuan spirit. The soul-devouring violet flame was extremely effective against souls, so that soul transformation expert's Yuan spirit didn't even have a chance to resist before being put away. Soul transformation experts could condense Yuan spirits, but not everyone had powerful Yuan spirits. For example, the ancient races, Yuan spirits were normally very weak. Sometimes, an attack didn't even need to contain a spiritual aspect to destroy their yuan spirits. So the ancient races had a tough time when it came to this aspect. Bastard, you say you aren't a heaven Caesar, yet you gather people's yuan spirits. You're even more evil than the corrupt path, roared a righteous expert. Long Chen's saber danced, blocking the attack of 3 soul transformation experts. He sneered, so what if I gather your yuan spirits? Aren't you trying to capture me in the same way? Just how much crap is in your heads? Long Chen's principles were simple. Anyone who attacked him or tried to take his life would have to be prepared to be killed by him. He didn't feel any guilt about this. After continuous soul transformation experts were slain, the remaining ones all realized the danger. These 3 fellows were too powerful, and they definitely couldn't treat them as ordinary foundation forging experts. That was especially true now when they didn't dare to use any magical arts or big moves. Relying purely on their physical bodies, they were at a disadvantage. Long Chen's group of 3 seemed like magical beasts in human form. Even the ancient race experts weren't able to match them in physical strength. As for Long Chen's group of 3, they were used to this kind of fighting. Chong Hao and Bao Buping managed to kill 2 soul transformation experts as well. With their battle intent soaring, they were just about to unleash their auras when Long Chen sent them a warning not to, dumbfounded them. Although they didn't understand, they had absolute trust in Long Chen, so they continued fighting this way. It went without saying that the 3 of them truly possessed terrifying physical bodies. That was especially true of Long Chen. In just a few breaths' time, he killed 4 soul transformation experts. In exchange, he ended up covered in blood. Wait, why are we fighting like this? We'll be fine as long as we don't use any magical arts. Why bother suppressing our auras? Just as the 13th soul transformation expert was slain, one of them let out a startled cry. The others only now realized that he was right. As long as they didn't touch the stone pillars, they would be fine. Why did they have to suppress their auras? In truth, they had just been scared witless by the sovereign blood seal, as well as infuriated to the point that they became muddle-headed by Long Chen's group of 3. Only now did they realize the truth. The ones who had died would probably be filled with regret if they ever learned of this. Bao Buping and Chong Hao now understood why Long Chen hadn't let them release their auras. It was to not remind these stupid people. Damn it, you crafty little brats. One of the ancient race experts roared furiously. His heavenly Dao runes appeared behind him, and a heavy pressure descended upon Long Chen's group of 3. He was actually a rank 7 celestial. Following him, the other ancient race experts also unleashed their auras, summoning their cries of the heavenly Daos. Their combat power rapidly rose. Bao Buping and Chong Hao also unleashed their auras. The pressure of rank 8 celestials shot out. However, their cultivation bases were too low to suppress their enemy's heavenly Dao energy. Foundation forging, Jade Core, Soul transformation. There were 2 major realms between them. Furthermore, they were surrounded. They immediately lost the ability to fight evenly against the group of soul transformation experts. Seeing that the soul transformation experts had finally seen the truth, Long Chen had a bad feeling. After just a few exchanges, he knew they couldn't keep fighting. With their current power, perhaps in a 1-against-1, they would be able to fight against soul transformation experts, but with this many of them unleashing their auras, even though they didn't dare to use magical arts or any big moves, Long Chen's group of 3 weren't capable of handling it. It would just be a few more seconds before they wouldn't be beaten into dead dogs. Beat it! Long Chen fiercely slashed his saber out, using his full power. The soul transformation experts around him were forced back. Thereafter, Long Chen grabbed Bao Buping and Chong Hao, who were already panting, and fled into Devil Spirit Mountain's entrance, instantly vanishing. The soul transformation experts were immediately dumbfounded. They stood there like wooden statues. From the other side of the sovereign blood seal, they heard Long Chen's shout. "We will definitely come back." The soul transformation experts stood there, stunned. One of them wished he had the power to say, "What just happened?" Over 50 soul transformation experts had jointly attacked 3 foundation forging disciples. There had been a 2 major realm difference. But 13 of them had been slain, and then those 3 had patted their butts and left. That left these soul transformation experts stunned and infuriated. The more they thought about it, the more they felt like they might explode. Each one of them stared at the entrance obstinately, as if waiting for the 3 of them to come back out. Long Chen, that was amazing. Why didn't we think of this? Bao Buping and Chong Hao prostrated themselves toward Long Chen in admiration after being pulled into the channel. This channel only allowed people at the Jade Core realm and below to enter. Those soul transformation experts couldn't follow them. Should we go back now? Asked Bao Buping as soon as they entered. Long Chen shook his head. Perhaps you didn't sense it, but the formation that those creatures established makes it difficult for people to return once they enter. Unless we exit the formation and come back in, the formation won't let us find the exit. Let's go over there. The first time they had entered, Long Chen had already noticed something strange about this place. Now that feeling was even more clear. This was like a cage that only allowed fish to come in but not leave. Once they were in, they couldn't find the way back out. Although he didn't know why they would set up the formation like this, with his senses from the 9-star hegemon body art, he could guess some general rules. We have to go back there. Bao Buping and Chong Hao's expressions changed. Despite how big their guts were, thinking of those terrifying creatures still made their hair stand on end. This was truly a situation of having the wolf behind and the tiger in front. If they were to choose, they'd rather face those soul transformation experts. At least, there would be some chance of survival, and they could bring a few of them down in death. But as for the more powerful creatures from this world, they would have no chance against them. Going was sending themselves to their deaths. Don't worry about it, those higher-level creatures won't keep watching forever. Long Chen led them carefully over there. As expected, the distance to reach this spot was extremely short. It wasn't long before they exited the black mist. Their vision brightened. They had only just exited the formation when they saw a mass of creatures scurrying back and forth, busy with work. Seeing the three of them, those tens of thousands of creatures were shocked. Ah, I'm glad to see you're all still well after so long apart. We came back just to see you. Long Chen raised his hand toward the creatures like he was greeting old friends. Chapter 1279 Coughing Up Blood from Anger. Long Chen's smile was very intimate and innocent. It looked just like the naive smile of a neighborhood boy. It was a warm smile. But in the eyes of these creatures, that smile was even more terrifying than a fiend. That was because as Long Chen smiled and waved, his right hand was raised in the air, and a huge sphere had long since started rapidly growing above it. When Long Chen's group of three had fled back then and one of the powerful experts of this world had chased after them, that expert had been annihilated by the sovereign blood seal. That had terrified the other powerful experts, and they had all retreated, leaving behind only some low-level creatures to clean up the battlefield. Previously, Chong Hao had made an opening in the formation here, and then Long Chen had launched Starfall, magnifying the damage to the point that the formation even lost its self-repair mechanism. Repairing such a huge formation required them to clean up the battlefield first. Many of these creatures had been slain, and their corpses needed to be put away. That was why there were now only these low-level creatures present. Even the strongest one of them only had the aura of the Foundation Forging realm. There weren't even any of the silver-winged creatures. Seeing Long Chen arrive, those creatures all jumped in terror. Looking at that huge sphere in his hand, feeling the world trembling as the Nirvana scripture was activated, they turned and fled. The sphere in Long Chen's hand shot out like a shooting star. Everywhere it passed, the ground erupted. It shot out over 1,000 miles and then exploded. Those flames devoured everything within tens of thousands of miles. All of Devil Spirit Mountain shook. Bao Buping and Chong Hao were filled with shock. Last time, they hadn't seen it clearly. All they had felt was a terrifying chi wave send them flying. But this time, they clearly saw the power of Starfall. Its destructive power made their scalps numb. After releasing Starfall, Long Chen turned and fled. While fleeing, he shouted, "Friends, this small gift cannot fully represent my respect for you. Let us meet again." Long Chen, Bao Buping, and Chong Hao quickly fled, the flames racing behind them. Long Chen, why does your own magical art attack yourself? Bao Buping shouted as he felt that lava-like heat behind him. How novel. Are you saying your farts only disgust others but don't assail your own nostrils? Snorted Long Chen. The three of them fled as fast as they could, but they were still caught by the flames. Long Chen summoned a flame barrier that protected them. Although they were blown away, they weren't injured. Now, the huge opening in the formation had grown even larger. Long Chen sensed that the damage to the channel had greatly weakened the laws of the channel as well. They quickly sensed several terrifying auras approaching. The powerful creatures had clearly been startled. The three of them quickly fled straight toward the sovereign blood seal. What made Long Chen sigh in relief was that he sensed those terrifying creatures stop right at the border of the formation. Then they didn't continue chasing. They clearly didn't dare provoke the sovereign blood seal. Ah, how refreshing. I've never been this refreshed in my entire life. Long Chen, following you is truly stimulating, cried Chong Hao, almost dancing with excitement. These past few days with Long Chen had finally allowed him to experience true stimulation. It was so stimulating that he almost died from it. In the heaven-splitting battle sect, he had led them to beat the bosses, and now in Devil Spirit Mountain, he had even conned these terrifying creatures. In the outside world's view, these creatures were absolute fiends. But in Long Chen's eyes, they were like ants. He randomly came over and slaughtered a bunch. If this news spread, it would be enough to shake the entire world. Then in front of the entrance to Devil Spirit Mountain, they had slain 13 soul transformation experts. Even Bao Buping and Chong Hao had never dreamed that they would have such accomplishments by following Long Chen. In their eyes, Long Chen was practically an omnipotent god. Long Chen, when we get out, why don't you use Star Fall again? That move is awesome. Why are you looking at me like that? Asked Bao Buping, feeling that Long Chen's gaze was a bit odd. It seemed to vaguely conceal something called disdain. Do you not feel embarrassed asking? Long Chen shook his head. First of all, my flames only have a great effect on these creatures. It's unknown whether my flames could even break those soul transformation experts' runic barriers. And even if they could break the barriers, it would only singe their hair. It definitely can't cause any true injuries. Second of all, Star Fall has a huge area of attack. It doesn't differentiate between friends or foes. Once used there, it will definitely strike the sovereign blood seal. Now do you understand why I'm looking at you like this? Only then did Bao Buping realize what would happen if Long Chen really used Star Fall, and he became covered in cold sweat. That sovereign blood seal also didn't differentiate between friend or foe. If they attacked it, it would instantly erase them from existence. Then what are we supposed to do? Wait a few days before going out to take a look? Asked Bao Buping. Why wait? We're all busy, so who has time to wait for them? Here's what we'll do. Long Chen suddenly began to tell them a plan that made their eyes light up. The three of them looked toward the sovereign blood seal. Looking at the exit below, they flew right over. But they didn't fly side by side. Long Chen was at the front, and they flew at the back. Outside the entrance to Devil Spirit Mountain, the heaven-splitting battle sect 7 bosses were fighting an intense battle with 13 life star experts in the air. It was an incredibly fierce battle that shook the sky. Boss Bao and Dan Sheng's battle was the most intense. Runes exploded and flames devoured the heavens. Both of them were unable to get an advantage. The battle was in a temporary balance with neither side able to defeat the other. In truth, according to normal standards, other than Boss Bao and Dan Sheng's fight, the other 6 bosses were already at a disadvantage against the Life Star experts. After all, these Life Star experts were extremely strong, and 5 of them possessed ancestral items. They were steadily suppressing the 6 bosses. But the 6 bosses were extremely tough and unafraid of death. Their moves were all vicious, and these Life Star experts had to fight cautiously as a result. After all, they had only come to help. If they lost their lives, it would be completely not worth it. So they were all very careful and didn't dare to go too far. The heaven-splitting battle sect's bosses now couldn't help but feel a bit worried inside. It seemed they had been too careless this time. But the one thing that comforted them was that Bao Buping and Chong Hao were with Long Chen. They should be fine. As for the soul transformation experts, they lined up in front of the sovereign blood seal, forming a blockade. They stared at the portal below the seal. Mist was constantly pouring out of there. This portal was extremely curious. On the outside, they couldn't see anything on the inside and vice versa. Although they might be just one step apart, it was like teleportation. Could those 3 brats have died in there? Asked a soul transformation expert worriedly. After all, Devil Spirit Mountain was one of the 7 great danger zones. It was famed for being a land of death. Dying inside was simply natural. They shouldn't. After all, they already came out once, replied someone. But he clearly wasn't confident. After all, they hadn't entered Devil Spirit Mountain before and didn't know what the situation inside was. Your daddy Long Chen has returned. Kids, face your death. Suddenly, without any warning, a figure charged out of the entrance. Before they could even see his face, a mountain-like object smashed toward them. That was a huge cauldron. It smashed down with immense power, causing the ground to split open. The soul transformation experts retreated as soon as they reacted. But the cauldron had smashed down without any warning. 3 of them didn't have time to flee because they had been at the center of the attack. A huge hole appeared in the ground, and those spirit transformation experts were smashed to bits by the cauldron, even their yuan spirits disintegrated. The others were blown into the air by the power. But just as they were about to counterattack, 2 huge swords slashed toward them. These swords were both 3,000 meters long. They weren't sword images, but the true bodies of swords. Such huge bodies could only be possessed by ancestral items. Those 2 ancestral item swords were Bao Buping and Chong Hao's. Although they were unable to bring out an ancestral item's power, they were still the masters and could order their items to summon their true bodies. Their explosive and sudden attack caused another 3 of these experts to be blown apart. The 3 of them were truly unlucky. They were from the Pill Tower, and they hadn't had time to summon any flames to protect themselves. Their physical bodies blew apart, and their yuan spirits flew out. But before they could run, a flame hand caught them and they vanished. Bastards, die! The remaining spirit transformation experts only reacted now and unleashed their auras, their runes protecting them as they attacked. Quite a few of them had red eyes. That wasn't because of emotion for their fallen comrades, but because of the 3 ancestral items. Those were priceless treasures. Even Life Star experts wouldn't necessarily possess one, and not one of these people had one. Soul transformation experts had the ability to unleash some of the true power of an ancestral item, but they were too poor to even own one. Now seeing 3 foundation forging rookies using ancestral items like children wearing gold in front of beggars, their greed exploded. Bao Buping and Chong Hao jumped in shock. These people's hungry wolf-like eyes were incredibly sinister. It looked like their fathers had just been slain. The 3 of them put away their ancestral items and vanished back into Devil Spirit Mountain. A familiar voice rang out like a blade stabbing their ears. This one sentence had even more power than an ancestral item. Several soul transformation experts coughed up a mouthful of blood. You goddamn brats, I'll definitely tear you into a million pieces. A furious and miserable roar like a wolf's cry resounded throughout Devil Spirit Mountain, lingering in the air for a long time. Chapter 1280 Conned and conned again. A shooting star shot out at Devil Spirit Mountain. This time was different from last time. Long Chen hadn't even gone out of the formation. Instead, he sent out this attack from within the channel. The formation around this place had been continuously broken down to the point that it was no longer fully functional. Just halfway through it, Long Chen was able to return whenever he wanted. There was no need to exit the complete formation before returning. Long Chen sensed several terrifying auras on the outside of the formation. Those terrifying creatures were waiting for him now. So he didn't dare to go over. But just because he couldn't go personally didn't mean he couldn't send a gift. A 300-meter sphere shot out. Outside the barrier, there were several of those terrifying creatures that were 30 meters tall, waiting for Long Chen. But what awaited them was Starfall. Terrifying flames exploded, and even those powerful creatures went all out defending. They were unable to completely stop the power of Starfall. Of course, Starfall wasn't able to injure them, but its explosion got past them, and the weaker creatures in the distance ended up unlucky. Those violet flames would instantly incinerate weaker ones. The others managed to escape with their lives because they were farther away, but they were still charred. Those terrifying creatures let out a heaven-shaking fury. Their fury almost ignited this world. One of them directly charged towards the channel. That shocked the other creatures, and they hastily pulled him back. If any of them entered the channel and approached the sovereign blood seal, they would be turned to dust. You're welcome for the gift. Since we're all busy, we won't stay behind for dinner. Let us meet again. Long Chen bid them farewell from the channel and once more fled, afraid of being chased. But these terrifying creatures no longer dared to chase after their last lesson. This is amazing. These damn creatures treat humans as pigs for the slaughter, and even use our corpses as tools. This is exactly how we should handle them. Bao Buping and Chong Hao both felt that this was addicting. They had long since started hating these creatures to the core. They were still infuriated that they hadn't been able to bring back the heaven-splitting divine tablet or their senior's corpse. Although they had killed quite a few which had helped them vent, and Long Chen's Star Falls had killed an unknown number of them, they still weren't quite refreshed. Are we going to do the same thing as last time? Asked Chong Hao. No, this one trick can't be used more than once. Those fellows aren't idiots. They'll definitely spread out this time and make some distance. What we did last time won't work this time. Long Chen shook his head. Then what do we do? Asked Bao Buping eagerly. It's easy. Just listen to my call-outs. Long Chen smiled faintly. Outside Devil Spirit Mountain, just as Long Chen had predicted, those soul transformation experts had put some distance between them and the entrance. They also spread out. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about a sudden attack. Furthermore, being a bit farther from the Sovereign Blood Seal meant that they could use some stronger moves. They just had to avoid affecting the seal. These soul transformation experts glared hatefully at the small channel below the Sovereign Blood Seal. Their auras were still circulating as they prepared themselves to kill in one move. They couldn't kill Long Chen, but they could kill Bao Buping and Chong Hao to take their ancestral items. As for Long Chen's ancestral item, it was the Pill Tower's treasure, and even if they snatched it, it would still be returned to the Pill Tower in the end. But Bao Buping and Chong Hao were different. Once they killed them, whoever managed to snatch their ancestral items would get to keep them. Suddenly, the channel opened, and a figure charged out carrying a 10-meter cauldron. It was Long Chen. Kids, your daddy Long has returned. Submit or fight. Long Chen had already charged off at two soul transformation experts standing together. These two experts came from the same sect, and seeing Long Chen charging at them, they cursed their bad luck inside. The other soul transformation experts mostly ignored Long Chen. They continued staring at the channel, clearly waiting for Bao Buping and Chong Hao to appear to take their ancestral items. As for those two soul transformation experts, they didn't dare to be careless. Their swords slashed through the air at him. But what they hadn't expected was for Long Chen to suddenly send the cauldron flying over to them. Their sword chi was blown apart by the blazing dragon cauldron, and due to how hard Long Chen had thrown it over, its speed only dropped slightly as it continued towards them. The two of them were delighted. Long Chen had actually taken the initiative to send them such a good thing. Once they snatched this ancestral item from him, although they wouldn't get to keep it, the Pill Tower would definitely have to give them some benefits. No matter how strong Long Chen was, it wouldn't be enough in front of two soul transformation experts. His sudden attack with this cauldron posed no threat to them. It was no different from giving it to them. The two of them attacked at the same time, unleashing sword light that once more slashed at the blazing dragon cauldron. When their attacks were about to land, the blazing dragon cauldron suddenly rapidly grew, becoming 300 meters tall. HMPH, does making it bigger do anything? Its power has already run out. The two soul transformation experts sneered. The blazing dragon cauldron might have grown larger, but its speed had already dropped. In their eyes, Long Chen's attack had been completely useless. As expected, when their attacks landed, the blazing dragon cauldron shuddered and came to a stop. The two of them excitedly reached out to grab it, but at the exact moment that they stopped the blazing dragon cauldron, two figures flew out from within it. Two huge sword images soared into the sky and slashed down. The two sword images intersected as they fell. The two soul transformation experts instinctively began to prepare their defenses, but they weren't as quick as Bao Buping and Chong Hao, who had been storing up their energy this entire time. The two of them had been hiding in the blazing dragon cauldron this entire time just for this moment. And everything went according to plan. Their unexpected attack allowed them to slay those two with even their yuan spirits dying. Nice. Good work, praised Long Chen. The three of them had worked together flawlessly. After succeeding, they immediately turned to flee again. Bastards, keep dreaming. Don't even think about getting away again. At this time, the four soul transformation experts had already gone to block the area in front of the Sovereign Blood Seal, preventing them from getting away. Ha ha ha, if you are capable of blocking the power of your daddy's cauldron, go ahead. Long Chen laughed brazenly and then began to charge over like an elephant, with one hand pushing forward the huge cauldron. Brat, don't look down on others. The four soul transformation experts were enraged. Did Long Chen really think he could just barge his way through them? He was only a foundation forging brat. If they couldn't even block a foundation forging when fully prepared, there would be no need for them to continue living. With the Sovereign Blood Seal behind them, they didn't dare to unleash any huge moves. But working together to block Long Chen's charge was easy. They had all made their preparations to block him at full power. Divine Ring. Battle Armor. Long Chen shouted, and his divine ring appeared behind, emitting a scared aura. 4 stars appeared in his eyes, and his aura transformed. He suddenly seemed like a devil, looking like he wouldn't stop no matter what. In that instant, the soul transformation experts felt a chill in their hearts. They felt like they had been locked onto by a ferocious beast. Get smashed, lambkins. Long Chen smashed the huge blazing dragon cauldron at the 4 soul transformation experts. Even space was compressed as it fell to the point that it was about to explode. The 4 soul transformation experts went all out blocking, but they were all blown away. One of them had his upper body explode, and even his martial weapon shattered. The 4 of them all hacked up blood. They were all shocked, and runes circulated around them, forcibly stabilizing them. No. The soul transformation expert whose upper body had been smashed apart suddenly let out a terrified cry. He was flying straight towards the stone pillar and couldn't stop. He panicked and despaired. There was no suspense. His body smashed into the stone pillar and instantly exploded into bits. Another soul transformation expert was slain. At this time, all the soul transformation experts were dumbfounded. Previously, they hadn't placed Long Chen's group of 3 in their eyes. In terms of true power, they should have completely suppressed them. But now 4 soul transformation experts had worked together but still not been able to stop Long Chen. Although Long Chen had a weapon advantage with his ancestral item, he wasn't able to unleash its true power. At most, he only had an advantage in hardness and weight. This showed that even without an ancestral item, Long Chen would be a match for any one of them. Otherwise there wouldn't have been such a miserable result. They were finally shaken. At the Foundation Forging realm, Long Chen was a match for soul transformation experts. Their expressions became dull. After blowing those 4 soul transformation experts away, Long Chen also received a backlash. He almost coughed up blood, and his hand bled. He was also knocked back from the collision. But just at that moment, Bao Buping and Chong Hao extended their hands and pushed him forward. The 3 of them continued onwards without pause. Long Chen put away the blazing dragon cauldron, and the 3 of them disappeared into the channel to Devil Spirit Mountain. The other soul transformation experts had tried to stop them, but regretfully, they had just been a little bit too far away. Kids, just wait, your daddy will definitely come back. Long Chen's shout once more rang out, this time with even greater destructive power. All these soul transformation experts quivered intensely and coughed up a mouthful of blood at the same time. Chapter 1281 How fucking vicious. Long Chen's group of 3 had only just entered the channel when they collapsed on the ground and began to crazily pant. After consecutive intense battles, they were dog-tired. The only difference was that they didn't have their tongues lolling out. Fuck. So addicting. And satisfying. Bao Buping could barely breathe, but he still gave Long Chen a thumbs up through his panting. Even in that kind of situation, they had slain 3 soul transformation experts. This sense of accomplishment made him feel like he was about to start floating. When they returned to the heaven-splitting battle sect, he could brag for a lifetime. Who would dare to go against him? But after so many battles, especially that last one, they had used up all their energy and needed to rest. After an incense stick's worth of time, they slowly got up. Bao Buping said, "It looks like our efficiency is dropping. The first time, we killed 13 of them before running. The second time we got 6. And this time we only got 3. Don't be so greedy. Those are soul transformation experts, not chickens. We only killed so many the first time because they were stupid and worked together with us. Otherwise, how could we have such terrifying battle accomplishments?" said Long Chen. Now that their opponents were prepared, the difficulty increased. That was only natural. Let's go. I want to see if we can kill more of those creatures again. Long Chen led them carefully forward once more. This time, he was particularly careful. The formation had already been completely broken, and they could leave at any time. But they still couldn't get too close to those terrifying existences. They had to have enough time to run away. But as they advanced, his expression became odd. He didn't sense any feeling of danger, nor was he able to sense any of those creatures' auras. When they reached the spot where the formation had originally been, they saw that it had been completely abandoned. What was in front of them was merely some ruins and charred earth. Not a single one of this world's creatures could be seen. Where are they? Chong Hao stared blankly. Their shifts are over. Bao Buping also had a bewildered expression. Long Chen swept his gaze over the ruins and shook his head. TCH, there's nothing for us here. This world's creatures aren't stupid. They've decided to run. Clearly, just being beaten without being able to retaliate wasn't something these creatures wanted to continue. Unable to think of any way to strike back, they directly gave up and ignored them. Fuck, seriously, how gutless. They conned so many of the continent's experts during these years, but we only conned them a few times and they fled. No balls, cursed Bao Buping. But thinking about it, that was easy to understand. With the sovereign blood seal, they didn't dare to approach this place. Continuing to stay here was just being a target for Long Chen to attack. They didn't have any way to handle him, so they directly left. Long Chen's guess was that they hadn't truly retreated. They were probably secretly watching, and if the three of them really dared to go deeper, they would immediately seal their path of retreat. In truth, Long Chen didn't have any intention of charging back in again. It was just that he didn't have much choice but to come here over and over again because of what was happening on the other side. There was no way he would go deeper. Let's go. There's nothing to kill here, sighed Long Chen, turning to leave. Ah, the feeling of being unrivaled is so lonely. Bao Buping sighed as well, shaking his head. TCH, if Long Chen said that, it would be one thing. But the two of us aren't qualified. Chong Hao was speechless. Bao Buping turned red. If Long Chen hadn't been present, they would have never managed to survive coming to Devil Spirit Mountain. How could they be called unrivaled? As brothers, him being unrivaled represents that we are unrivaled as well. His qualifications are ours as well, declared Bao Buping unashamedly. Long Chen smiled. That's right, between brothers, what's mine is yours and what's yours is mine. There's no need to make any distinctions. Chong Hao, you should learn from him. Hehe, do you see? This is all our joint glory. Long Chen, what strategy do you have for our return this time? Asked Bao Buping. Long Chen shook his head. There's no strategy. Even these creatures have run. As for those fellows, there's probably nothing for us to do against them either. When Long Chen's group of three once more appeared outside the entrance, as expected, those soul transformation experts had retreated a great distance. Sneak attacking them wasn't possible. Furthermore, they had spread out in a circular formation. No matter which direction Long Chen went, they would seal his path of retreat. Now what? Asked Bao Buping upon seeing them hiding so far away. There was no way for their group to attack them now. What do you mean, now what? We're in no rush. They're the ones in a rush. Speaking of which, I'm getting hungry. Let's first fill our bellies before fighting any more. That battle just now was pretty tiring. Just like that, right in front of a stone pillar, Long Chen took out a table, some delicacies, as well as a jug of wine. The three of them immediately began to eat and drink their fill. The smell of wine and food wafted over to those distant soul transformation experts. Seeing the three of them eat like nothing had happened, their eyes turned blue from anger. They had seen arrogance before, but never anything quite so arrogant. They were treating them, soul transformation experts, as nothing more than air. Hey, don't just look. Do you want to come over and eat? Long Chen grabbed a piece of meat and gulped down a mouthful of wine, waving at those soul transformation experts with his mouth full. Bao Buping and Chong Hao were truly hungry. The heaven-splitting battle sect's members were different from other cultivators. They needed a great deal of energy that came from food, not just spiritual yuan. Even if their spiritual yuan was full, an empty stomach would make their combat power drop a great deal. So eating was very important to them. These soul transformation experts' hair stood on end from anger as they saw themselves be treated as nothing by these three fellows who were stuffing their faces. They were like hedgehogs. If looks could kill, those three would have been killed hundreds of thousands of times over. Several of the experts almost charged over to kill the three of them. But they didn't dare to do so in the end. Who knew whether or not this was a trap? Perhaps they were intentionally infuriating them to bait them into coming over. In just this short time, they had been conned so many times. Even a pig would have learned its lesson. Thus, they didn't dare to approach. The more Long Chen's group of three ate, the more the others felt they were only trying to intentionally infuriate them. There was definitely some kind of sinister trap. We have to stay cool-headed. Don't fall for it, warned one of them quietly. None of them dared to be careless when it came to Long Chen any longer. He was an evil bastard. The three of them devoured their food. In an incense stick's worth of time, they were full. Wiping their mouths, they turned their attention to the battle in the sky. Right now, that battle had already reached its climax. Runes filled the sky, and flying figures could vaguely be seen shooting back and forth. Space was constantly twisting. Long Chen, it looks like the bosses are at a disadvantage, said Chong Hao worriedly. Although they hadn't reached that level, they could see that other than Boss Bao, the other bosses were finding it taxing to fight like this. That was because 5 of those life star experts were using ancestral items. Each of their attacks was incredibly powerful, making the bosses unable to fully block them. The 7th boss's sword already had several nicks in it from his opponent's ancestral item. Although the 7th boss's sword was a peak king item, and the material that had gone into it was extremely close to the ancestral item level, there was no way around this. It couldn't compare to an ancestral item that had been nourished for countless years. Even if these opponents couldn't use an ancestral item's full power, his sword was about to shatter, worrying Bao Buping and Chong Hao. Suddenly, an explosive sound rang out, and the 7th boss's sword was no longer able to endure colliding with ancestral items. It split in two, causing Bao Buping and Chong Hao's expressions to change. The heaven-splitting battle sect's members focused on using their huge swords. Losing them would be like a tiger losing its fangs. The 7th boss would very likely die in just a few more moves. 7th boss, don't panic. The ancestral item has come. Long Chen suddenly let out a shout and threw a black object at the 7th boss. It was a black sword, one of the ancestral items he had obtained in Devil Spirit Mountain. But its quality was a bit inferior to Bao Buping and Chong Hao's weapons. When Long Chen had subdued it, because he had been forced to beat it fiercely with the pot, there was now a dent in it. Long Chen, Bao Buping and Chong Hao were both startled. That sword was something they had personally seen Long Chen submit. They were very clear on that sword's current state. It was basically half crippled right now. How could it be used by the 7th boss to fight? If a weapon had to be given to him, he should have given them their current swords. After all, the swords they were currently wielding were wasted in their hands. But Long Chen had acted too fast for them to even say anything. The black sword was already flying through the air. Haha, I'll help you keep this sword. Many thanks. One of the life star experts fighting the 7th boss suddenly used some unknown movement art to disappear. When he reappeared, he was right in front of that sword. He was so quick that others found it freakish. The 7th boss was infuriated to see this weapon land in the enemy's hands. He was just about to charge out when he heard Long Chen's voice. There's no need to thank me. Let it count as your funerary object. Explode. Boom. What shocked everyone was that the black sword exploded without any warning. The detonation of an ancestral item instantly devoured everything within 1,000 miles. Space shattered, and the world turned dark as this energy spread like a tsunami. Despite being prepared, Long Chen's group of 3 still coughed up blood from that terrifying energy. As for the soul transformation experts, they weren't any better off. They tumbled back miserably, coughing up blood. The dark sky quickly recovered. They now saw that there was an empty space in the sky, and the life star expert that had been there had vanished. He had been killed. How fucking vicious. Seeing that empty space, all the soul transformation experts felt a chill. Cold sweat dripped off their backs. Chapter 1282 Blood Moon Devouring Sun Formation. The self-detonation of an ancestral item was practically apocalyptical. Even life star experts going all out wouldn't necessarily be able to block that power. As for that particular life star expert who had so happily grabbed it, he had never imagined it would explode. Without any defenses up, he was instantly blown out of existence, with even his Yuan spirit destroyed. The only thing left was a bead. That was a life star expert's life star bead. It was where all their essence gathered. But at this time, that life star bead turned dim and then turned to dust. When advancing to the life star realm, a person would create 2 life star beads. The old one represented all their comprehension before advancing. It represented their glory up to that point in time. If an ordinary soul transformation expert obtained this life star bead, they could use the comprehension within it to advance to the life star realm. If a person relied on a life star bead to advance, they would still be life star experts, but they would be called quasi-life star. That was because such experts would never have their cultivation bases advance ever again after reaching the life star realm. They would have reached the peak of their life's cultivation. Only people who felt like they had reached their limit and despaired of ever advancing to the life star realm on their own would use a life star bead. The first one represented their past, and they had to separate it completely from their body to condense a new life star bead. The second life star bead embodied their present. It represented a cultivator that had escaped the bindings of the past. It was like a nirvanic rebirth, and their mental realms would rapidly advance. When a person was born, they were like a pure white piece of paper. As they cultivated, images were painted onto the paper. Through the accumulation of time, the paper would become full to the point that nothing else could be added to it. So if you wanted to continue advancing, you needed a new blank piece of paper to imprint the things you wanted. This was something all Life Star experts needed to go through. As for when Life Star experts were about to die, their second, innate Life Star bead would protect their yuan spirit so that their souls didn't dissipate. But that Life Star expert hadn't had any defenses up, so he was blown out of existence, and not even his Life Star bead could protect him. As his soul was erased, the Life Star bead also dissipated. A generation's Life Star expert, someone on the level of a sect master, fell. How is that possible? How can Long Chen subdue an ancestral item? Cried someone. This was something fundamentally impossible. It had to be known that ancestral items were incredibly powerful. They were treasures left behind by powerful ancestors and needed a seal from those ancestors just to prevent them from attacking their new masters. Even a soul transformation expert wasn't able to subdue an ancestral item without a slave mark. In fact, they might even be killed by that ancestral item. Only Life Star experts were qualified to subdue them. Furthermore, sometimes even Life Star experts couldn't subdue the more powerful ancestral items. It would require several of them working together. The first thing that the blown-up Life Star expert had thought wasn't to subdue it, but to put it away to avoid disturbing its item spirit. It was because he hadn't tried to subdue it that he hadn't realized the difference between what he had imagined and reality. As a result, he lost his life. Little bastard, did I not beat you enough? Were you trying to con me? The seventh boss's face was green as he cursed. Just now, he had suffered an injury to force back his opponents and fly toward that ancestral item. But halfway there, it had exploded, and the terrifying power had blown him away and made him cough up blood. If he had been a bit faster, he'd probably be heavily injured. I said for you to not panic and that an ancestral item was coming. I meant it was coming to help, I never said I was giving it to you. But don't worry, I'll send you another one. Let's see if anyone tries to fight over it. After saying that, Long Chen grabbed Bao Buping's sword and threw it at the seventh boss. At the same time, he shouted, "Quick, everyone should grab it. If you miss this chance, it won't come again." Bao Buping's sword flew through the air at the seventh boss in front of everyone's gazes. But none of these Life Star experts tried to go and grab it. Although they had clearly seen Long Chen take it from Bao Buping, they didn't dare. He had obviously done that intentionally, as if saying, "Look, this ancestral item isn't mine. It won't explode, don't worry." Long Chen was too big of a conner. Of all the people that had died so far in this battle, none of them had been slain by the heaven-splitting battle sect's bosses. Instead, they had all been conned to death by Long Chen. Whether it was soul transformation experts or Life Star experts, they were now afraid of his conning. After all, they only had one life. Being conned out of their life meant that they really would have nothing else left. The seventh boss caught the sword. His expression was strange as he said, "Brat, will it explode if I start fighting with it?" There's no way to say for sure. But don't worry, even if it does explode, it will only explode when there are many people attacking you at the same time. If you die from the explosion, there will definitely be several Life Star experts following you. You won't have lost out at all, said Long Chen. Ha ha ha, good, then little bastards, it's time to continue fighting. Laughed the seventh boss thunderously while launching a sudden attack full of vigor. It was like he wasn't afraid of dying at all. Sixth boss, you should take one as well. If anyone wants to try, they can come and try fighting over it. Long Chen grabbed Chong Hao's sword and tossed it to the sixth boss. The seventh boss and sixth boss were the weakest, and the sixth boss's sword had also become covered in cracks. It wouldn't last much longer. When Long Chen had taken Bao Buping's sword, the expression on Bao Buping's face hadn't been one of disappointment or sadness. Instead, it was a complicated expression. He both wished for there to be someone who tried to take and not to take it. Because if someone tried to, he was capable of doing the same thing as Long Chen and detonating it. Under the threat of the black pot, he had already placed a slave mark on the ancestral item. It was unable to resist his orders. In comparison to the blazing dragon cauldron which had managed to rebel against Dan Chu and Dan Teng, Bao Buping was currently the first generation master of the ancestral item. The blazing dragon cauldron had had a slave mark placed on it by its original owner, but then future generations of its owners had only been in charge of protecting that slave mark. But in truth, the power of the slave mark had already long since begun to decline. As first generation masters who placed a completely new slave mark instead of working around an old one, Long Chen and Bao Buping were both capable of detonating their ancestral items without them being able to resist. Bao Buping also longed to be able to kill a life-star realm like Long Chen, but the price of showing off like that was extremely high, so he was conflicted. When his sword landed in the seventh boss's hand, he sighed in relief but also in disappointment. His emotions were very complicated. As for when Long Chen tossed out Chong Hao's sword, his expression was about the same as Bao Buping's. He could only stare, conflicted. Everyone present was a wily old fox. They all saw those complicated expressions. But in the end, the ancestral item wasn't stopped by anyone and safely landed in the sixth boss's hands. Gutless, Chong Hao sighed. In his eyes, exchanging an ancestral item for the life of a life-star expert was definitely worth it. When he bragged, he could confidently say that when he was only at the Foundation Forging realm, he had killed a life-star expert. The detonation of an ancestral item had killed one of the 13 life-star experts, and 2 ancestral items had joined in. Although the 7th boss and 6th boss weren't the masters of these ancestral items and were unable to bring out their power, they no longer had to worry about their weapons shattering, so their fighting became even more berserk and unrestrained. As a result, the boss's previous disadvantage was wiped out. But suppressing their opponents would still be very difficult. Long Chen, what is it? Bao Buping suddenly saw Long Chen frowning and looking around, his expression growing grave. We've probably landed in someone's trap. Long Chen's expression was somewhat gloomy now. A bad feeling rose in his heart. Just at this moment, a blood-colored crescent moon appeared in the sky. When it shone, the entire world began to reek of blood. The blood moon detonated, transforming into millions of runes that covered heaven and earth. Everything within tens of thousands of miles was covered. Long Chen was startled. Pulling Bao Buping and Chong Hao, he rushed straight toward the channel below the sovereign blood seal. HMPH, it's already too late. Blood moon devouring sun formation, arise. Suddenly, a burst of icy laughter rang out, devoid of emotion. Following it, heaven and earth shook as a blood-colored barrier appeared. Everything around here was enveloped by a blood-colored formation. Long Chen, Bao Buping, and Chong Hao slammed into the barrier and rebounded, feeling their blood and chi flipping inside them. They coughed up a mouthful of blood. They had just been a bit away from being able to enter the entrance to Devil Spirit Mountain. But now this blood-colored barrier had enveloped everyone here. Long Chen's heart shook. Looking into the sky, he found that he wasn't even able to see the clouds any longer. The formation had turned everything blood-colored. It was full of the air of blood and death. The corrupt path. Long Chen's heart pounded hard. This kind of technique was something only the corrupt path would use. This formation was created by the essence blood of experts. It was extremely terrifying. This sudden change caught everyone off guard. They all stopped fighting. The 7 bosses landed in front of Long Chen's group of 3, protecting them. Boss Bao gravely said, "Now it might be troublesome." Bao Buping and Chong Hao's hearts immediately sank to the bottom of the valley. Even the always valiant Boss Bao said that it would be troublesome. It seemed this formation was something even Boss Bao was helpless against. On the other side, the Life Star experts led by Dan Sheng all had shocked expressions. The Righteous Path's experts were especially worried. "I am Dan Sheng, Pill Valley's 36th elder. May I ask whatever person from the corrupt path has come to show themselves?" asked Dan Sheng loudly. Although the Righteous Path and corrupt path were like water and fire, Pill Valley was neutral, and did not participate in their battles. Although this was unexpected, he still wasn't afraid. The huge formation shook slightly, and countless blood-colored runes lit up. They formed figure after figure. Those figures fell from the top of the formation. They seemed like calabashes falling from the sky. They were a bit comical. But no one dared to laugh, because when the calabash-like runes faded, they revealed one powerful expert after another. When they saw tens of thousands of experts wearing the corrupt path's robes, even the 7 bosses' expressions changed. Chapter 1283 Red-Haired Man. The formation created a huge blood-colored barrier that trapped them all. A murderous aura filled the formation. There was a strong air of death. As calabashes, formed of blood-colored runes fell from the sky one by one, it made the entire formation seem like some kind of growth that was bearing fruit. When the runes slowly dissipated from the calabashes, they revealed corrupt experts wearing blood-red robes with images of fiendish faces on their chests. Everyone here sucked in a cold gasp of air upon seeing this. There were actually tens of thousands of corrupt experts. They stood in the air, looking like blood-colored clouds. Shockingly, 18 elders were standing at the front. They were all life star experts, and behind them were over 500 soul transformation experts. Other than those people, there was a huge crowd of foundation forging disciples. These disciples didn't look very old, but their cultivation bases were extremely condensed. They were elites amongst the foundation forging realm. Several of them had such powerful auras that they could be powerful rank 8 celestials. The thing that shocked Long Chen the most was that amongst the foundation forging disciples, a certain disciple stood at the very front. He was like the bright moon amongst dim stars. He was a slender, handsome man, but his face was pale as paper. Most eye-attracting of all was his red-colored hair. The contrast between the blood-like hair and his pale face made him look even more conspicuous. Standing in the air, he looked down at Long Chen expressionlessly. But Long Chen could sense dense killing intent in his eyes. The righteous and corrupt paths could not coexist. The enmity between both sides was something that couldn't be washed away even with all the martial heaven continents. Water. For him to form killing intent toward Long Chen was simply natural. But Long Chen felt like he could see another kind of emotion in his eyes. He didn't know if it was a misperception, but it felt like envy. Haha, Zhan Jizi truly is worthy of being someone from Heavenly Fate Island. Other than Long Chen, he actually allowed us to catch so many other big fish. It was worth it to mobilize such a huge force. The lead corrupt life star expert laughed, his voice like blades stabbing through everyone's ears. This elder was withered and tiny like a dwarf. Pockmarks covered his whole face. His eyes were sunken, and his nose protruded out like a beak. It was an extremely frightening appearance. This old ghost is very powerful. Be careful. Bao Buping sent a message to his side. Although there were multiple life star experts present, this dwarf gave him the most terrifying feeling of danger. Long Chen was deeply shaken as well as infuriated. The Grand Han had received a heavy blow by that formation master called Sha Chen. But the Heavenly Fate Pavilion hadn't been harmed at all. Despite that, that bastard had once more schemed against him. The corrupt path had clearly been willing to pay any price to kill him this time. They had actually mobilized this many people and even set up this blood moon devouring sun formation, causing all of them to despair right at the start. 18 life star experts, over 500 soul transformation experts, and tens of thousands of foundation forging disciples. The power difference was stark. Long Chen saw each of these disciples holding a blood-colored jade tile. Most likely, those tiles were connected to this formation. The blood moon devouring sun formation must have required their collective power to form, or they wouldn't have brought so many disciples. A formation created by tens of thousands of people. Anyone with a head would know that this blood moon devouring sun formation had to be terrifying. Fuck, they really look too highly on me, cursed Long Chen inside. They had actually mobilized tens of thousands of experts to capture him. Was there a need to be so exaggerated? As soon as these corrupt experts appeared, they crushed both sides. With everyone trapped within the blood moon devouring sun formation, they were like absolute rulers. The dwarf from the corrupt path glanced at Dan Sheng and hesitated. The Pill Tower and ancient races, people can leave. The corrupt path was vicious, and they were like water and fire with the righteous path. When it came to them, in the end, one side would have to die. But the Pill Tower and ancient races were neutral powers. The corrupt path didn't want to have so many powerful enemies, especially not the Pill Tower. Dan Sheng frowned. He could ignore the others, but Long Chen had shocking secrets on him, and he had to find those. Long Chen is someone my Pill Valley must obtain. I can't. He was using the name of Pill Valley to suppress the corrupt path and take back Long Chen. The corrupt expert's expression sank. Long Chen must be killed by my corrupt path. From the eastern wasteland to the central plains, he has caused heavy losses for us. Furthermore, in order to kill him this time, we even paid the price to summon the blood moon devouring sun formation and sent this many people. Do you feel like we'd possibly let you take him away? His voice was ice cold, and he was clearly angry. He felt like Dan Sheng didn't know to appreciate his kindness. The reason the corrupt path had mobilized so many people without caring about the rest of the world laughing at them was just to have a 100% chance of capturing Long Chen. Ever since the first righteous and corrupt battle in the eastern wasteland, Long Chen had been put on the corrupt path's must-kill list, but each time they made any moves to kill him, the plans were ruined and they took losses. Not only did they fail to kill Long Chen, but they actually allowed him to kill his way to the central plains. The eastern wasteland's corrupt path was even almost annihilated to the last man. This was the greatest humiliation in the corrupt path's history. From the eastern wasteland's corrupt paths must kill list, Long Chen went directly to the central plains corrupt paths must kill list. Then in the battle over the eastern sea, due to Li Tianxuan's arrangements, one of their life star experts had even been captured alive. That had completely infuriated the corrupt path's higher-ups. Right now, Long Chen was a thorn in the corrupt path's side. To make sure Long Chen didn't have any chance of escaping this time, they had even used the blood moon devouring sun formation. Long Chen's growth was something the corrupt path had foreseen from the start. They definitely couldn't allow him to continue growing. His potential was too terrifying. Furthermore, in the past few years in the Central Plains, Long Chen's display had truly shocked the corrupt path. It wasn't just Long Chen, what shocked them was how Long Chen led the Dragonblood Legion to rise with him. Back in the Eastern Wasteland, this group had only contained 300-some members. Now they had grown to over 13,000. It was unknown what method Long Chen had used, but he was actually able to continuously upgrade their celestial ranks. That was a secret the corrupt path longed to obtain. So Dan Sheng's attempt at using Pill Valley's name to intimidate the corrupt path showed that he clearly underestimated their determination. Long Chen is a criminal suspected to be a heaven Caesar. Pill Valley had been implored by many sects to investigate this matter. If you do this, how will my Pill Valley continue with its long-standing dignity? Raged Dan Sheng. Although the corrupt path was famed for its viciousness, Pill Valley wasn't afraid of them. Instead, it was the corrupt path that was afraid of Pill Valley. If Pill Valley cut off their supply of medicinal pills to the corrupt path, they would sooner or later decline. HMPH, you think you can represent Pill Valley's higher-ups? I'm sure everyone here has their own understanding of whether or not Long Chen is a heaven Caesar. Is there a point in uttering such a bald-faced lie? Only the righteous path's idiots like to play such games. If you get greedy for someone's treasures, just directly take them. What's the point of making such excuses that even children wouldn't believe? My corrupt path always disdains such things. Today, let me say it clearly for you. Long Chen must be brought away by me. If you dare to block me, don't blame me for not being courteous. This blood moon devouring sun formation is something formed from the essence blood of 36 of the righteous path's life star experts and millions of their souls. It is capable of both defense and offense. As long as I will it, you will immediately turn to dust, sneered the dwarf, his tone growing more and more impolite as he spoke, causing Dan Sheng's expression to sink. The ancient race experts that had come along didn't dare to make a sound. They didn't have any dealings with the corrupt path. Both sides simply minded their business. But if these few experts provoked them, then the corrupt path wouldn't mind killing them. After all, they weren't from Pill Valley. The corrupt path didn't depend on them for anything. After the dwarf finished speaking, the other corrupt experts also sneered, infuriating Dan Sheng. It seemed he had come for nothing. These friends I brought along must be allowed to leave as well. Just treat it as giving me face. Dan Sheng took a deep breath and calmed himself down as much as possible. Right now, he had no bargaining chips to use against the corrupt path. After all, right now, everything was in their control. This blood moon devouring sun formation might not have shown any of its power yet, but anyone with a brain could tell that it was extremely terrifying. Otherwise, it wouldn't require so many people to maintain. Dan Sheng didn't suspect the corrupt dwarf's words at all. The latter could kill the former with just a thought. Although Dan Sheng was sure that he wouldn't dare to kill him, if the dwarf used that power to completely suppress him, he would lose his dignity. It was better to be smart and save himself that face. Sorry, but you don't have that much face. The corrupt dwarf shook his head. Dan Sheng was infuriated by this. It had to be known that these people had come to help him in order to suck up to Pill Valley. If he allowed them to be killed, wouldn't their sects lose their faith in him? Of the life star experts that had come with Dan Sheng, other than the ancient races, those from the righteous path had come purely to suck up to Pill Valley. If they were slain, it would be a blow to Pill Valley's prestige. Listen well, I've already conceded when it comes to Long Chen. I must be allowed to bring these people away, demanded Dan Sheng. Looks like you can't understand my words. Then let me see if I can use something that you'll understand. The corrupt dwarf smiled icily. When his already twisted face smiled like this, he appeared as sinister as a ghost. He formed hand seals, and the entire formation shook. Countless runes lit up. Chapter 1284 Gui Yan. Following the hand seals of the dwarf from the corrupt path, the blood-colored formation shook, and it was like blood was flowing within it. Baleful chi surged out, causing everyone to feel a chill. Suddenly, a blood-colored hand stretched out of the formation and slammed toward Dan Sheng's group. How brazen! Dan Sheng was infuriated that they would dare to attack him. They were ignoring Pill Valley's might. Seeing this mountain-like hand smashing toward him, Dan Sheng summoned his flame giant once more. A flame blade appeared in its hand, and it slashed at the blood-colored hand. Bang! Shockingly, Dan Sheng's terrifying flame giant was instantly blown apart. 36 figures appeared within the hand. They were crazily struggling within it, letting out ear-piercing wails that gave others goosebumps. Those are 36 life star experts from the righteous path. After being refined into the blood moon devouring sun formation, their anguish and resentment from before they died was imprinted into the formation. This attack is equivalent to the attack of 36 life star experts. Tell me, just how are you supposed to block me? Sneered the dwarf. Seeing this hand smashing toward them, the other life star experts brought along by Dan Sheng went all out attacking it. But their attacks all blew up upon contact. They were powerless to stop it. Horrified, they hastily fled. But they suddenly found that they couldn't move. At some unknown time, the ground beneath them had turned scarlet. There was some kind of energy keeping them stuck to the ground. The hand slammed down. It was like it had landed amongst a group of ants. Dan Sheng and the others were unable to resist. Once the hand caught them, it transformed into countless chains that bound them. Dan Sheng and others' expressions changed. They found that these chains had some special energy that had sealed their cultivation bases. Are you trying to become enemies with my Pill Valley? Roared Dan Sheng. We have no intention of becoming enemies with Pill Valley. But that doesn't represent that the corrupt path must submit to Pill Valley all the time. That's why you should shut your mouth for now. If you keep being irritating, I might not be able to hold myself back from getting rid of you. After saying that, a chain tightly bound Dan Sheng's mouth. Dan Sheng was infuriated, but he could no longer speak. Suddenly, 7 explosive sounds rang out, and 7 chains pierced through the middle of 7 Life Star experts' heads. Those Life Star experts shook intensely as they struggled painfully. But with their bodies bound, they could only struggle in pain. What shocked Long Chen and the others was that these chains seemed to be sucking something out of the 7 Life Star experts. Long Chen's gaze was icy. These Life Star experts had ignored right or wrong to suck up to the Pill Tower. They had brought about their own demise, so their deaths didn't make him feel any sympathy. But for the corrupt path to be killing them in this manner, they were clearly humiliating the righteous path to increase their own intimidating reputation. Back when Long Chen had first heard that the righteous path captured the corrupt path's experts and tortured them by grinding their skulls to powder and mixing it with mud to form walls as symbols of their achievement, he had felt a bit unnatural. But now he realized that these people from the corrupt path weren't even human. They were cold-blooded brutes. They had to be torn apart piece by piece, or there would be no way to resolve the hatred in people's hearts. In just a moment, the aura of life from those 7 righteous Life Star experts vanished, and the chains pulled out of their heads, leaving behind 7 large holes. Their bodies were nothing more than lifeless husks now. The dwarf waved his hand and gathered those corpses. Hee, the material for 7 Life Star puppets. My gains aren't bad this time, he laughed. As for the subordinates, they're useless. So, time for you to die. The corrupt dwarf glanced at the righteous path's soul transformation experts. They immediately turned stiff. Several of the righteous path's experts actually knelt down and begged, please, don't kill me. I'm willing to join the corrupt path. I'm willing to be used as a tool by the corrupt path. Just die. Trash like you isn't fit to join the corrupt path. The dwarf waved his hand, and red chains shot out from the sky at these soul transformation experts. They despaired. Some tried to flee, some gritted their teeth and prepared to resist. There were also some who directly gave up and stood there like a dead dog. Even Life Star experts couldn't resist in front of the blood moon devouring sun formation, so these little soul transformation experts were just ants. They didn't even have the bravery to resist. In front of death, these usually bold and powerful experts all showed their cowardice and terror, as well as their longing toward life. But in front of absolute power, they didn't have any choice. The chains fell. Those who tried to resist were directly blown to bloody mist, their weapons shattered. Whether they tried to resist, run, or just lay on the ground in defeat, they were all slain. Their unwilling screams still hung in the air as they vanished from the world. However, There were over 10 of them that didn't die. They were still bound in chains and hung in the air. They had already fallen unconscious. These people were from Pill Valley and the ancient races. The corrupt expert didn't kill them, but as a show of power, he completely bound them. Dan Sheng and the remaining 5 life-star experts from the ancient races were also dangling in the air as prisoners. They were terrified. If the corrupt path wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as turning a hand. They finally experienced the terror of the blood moon. Devouring sun formation. When the wails and screams faded, everything within the formation became deathly silent. Now, it was Long Chen's group of 10 people facing tens of thousands of corrupt experts. The heaven-splitting battle sect used to have so many powerful existences. It's too bad that they declined to such a point and even needed their soul transformation experts to win face for their sect. What a shame. The dwarf shook his head with a pitiful expression at the bosses. HMPH, don't act so fake. If the 7 of us had advanced to the Life-Star realm, do you think this little formation would be able to stop us? Boss Bao sneered. Now that things had reached this point, the bosses became calm. There was no way they could run. Thus, the only thing to worry about was whether or not they could drag a few corrupt experts down with them before dying. The only thing that they felt regretful about was that they had no way to send out Long Chen, Bao Buping, and Chong Hao. For such talented geniuses to fall so early made them sigh. But they were all hot-blooded men. Even in the face of death, their expressions were calm. They didn't spout any nonsense. The dwarf ignored Boss Bao. Instead, he turned toward Long Chen. He suddenly spoke to someone behind him. Gui Yan, what do you think about this little fellow? That young disciple with the red hair slowly walked forward. It went without saying that when compared to the fierce and sinister appearances of the corrupt path, this person was an especially handsome existence. This red-haired Gui Yan looked at Long Chen and shook his head. I suppose he's all right, but he's very different from what I imagined. It's disappointing. I really doubt that he's the fellow Lang Yuyan was talking about. How could he be so weak? He can't even last 10 exchanges against me. Boss Bao and the others' pupils shrank slightly. Through their sharp eyesight, they instantly saw through his true power. He was a rank 9 celestial. Long Chen was even more shocked than them. That wasn't because of his cultivation base or celestial rank. It was because of that name he mentioned. You know Lang Yuyan? Asked Long Chen. Gui Yan smiled faintly, but that smile was not very natural, because when he smiled, his face split open and blood flowed out. That was a terrifying injury. It was like a horizontal line that stretched across his whole face where his mouth was. This smile of his instantly revealed all his teeth. This injury looked like it had been caused by a sharp blade. If that blade had pressed forward any more, Gui Yan's head would have been severed at his mouth. Gui Yan put away his smile and wiped away that blood. The injury on his face also instantly healed. This injury was caused by Lang Yuyan. She said my smile was very ugly, so she left behind this injury. Now, whenever I smile, the injury instantly splits open. It has been a long time since I smiled, but seeing you today, I couldn't help it. Gui Yan looked at Long Chen with rancor. Long Chen's heart shook. Just what realm had Lang Yuyan reached? She was actually so domineering as to torment such a powerful person. When Gui Yan had smiled, Long Chen had sensed an extremely bizarre energy cut across his skin. The image of a perfectly beautiful face appeared in his mind. Those ocean blue eyes were like gems. Next time we meet, I will take your life. Be careful. This was something Lang Yuyan had said to him in the immemorial path. Now seeing this terrifying injury, Long Chen felt a chill. That demoness had probably completely broken through any of her old limits. Gui Yan looked at Long Chen icily. Just because I smiled at her once, she attacked me, saying my smile was ugly. She said that if I could smile as brilliantly and wretchedly as you, I could come smile at her again. Otherwise, she would cut off my head. So I was very curious as to what kind of person you were. Did you have 3 heads and 6 arms? Just how outstanding were you? But now that I see you, I see you're just trash. Gui Yan's eyes almost had flames spurting out of them. Long Chen realized something and suddenly laughed. Chapter 1285 Breaking the Formation. Long Chen suddenly laughed as if he had encountered some supremely funny thing. With death at hand, you can still laugh. Hopefully you can still laugh once I refine you into a puppet, said Gui Yan icily. After laughing for a while, Long Chen finally said, I know that you definitely tried to take some liberties with Lang Yuyan for her to attack you. Not bad, that girl Lang Yuyan is truly beautiful. I was never able to view her as a woman, but you're much stronger than me. You actually dared to dally with her, hee, admirable. Long Chen had to admit that Lang Yuyan's beauty could shake a person to their core. With just her beauty, she could probably make a person die from enthrallment. But that murderous and baleful aura within her was something that people didn't dare to get close to. She was like a beautiful fiend. Getting close to her would make you lose your life. No matter how beautiful she was, it was impossible to view her as a woman, because the only thing she gave off was boundless killing intent. If you were to liken women to flowers, then Lang Yuyan was a beautiful man-eating flower. Even now, you can still be sarcastic. HMPH, once I turn you into a puppet, I'll bring you in front of Lang Yuyan and see what she says, sneered Gui Yan with a bit of hatred in his eyes. You should just give up. Do you think you can seduce Lang Yuyan with your kind of conduct? If she can cut your mouth with her first attack, she'll definitely exterminate you with her second attack. Next time, she'll kill you like killing a chicken. You should stop being so cocky. Lang Yuyan isn't someone you can have any delusions about. Long Chen smiled coldly. He felt the slightest bit of hope within these desperate straits. From some details, he could see that while that dwarf elder was the person with the highest authority here, he was vaguely fawning over Gui Yan when they spoke. Although his cultivation base was the highest, it seemed Gui Yan's status was particularly special. Long Chen had a skillful grasp over other people's emotions. He could tell that this Gui Yan was probably someone with an extremely high status in the corrupt path. If he captured him, perhaps he could use him as a protective talisman to threaten the corrupt path into letting them go. As for carrying out that plan, Long Chen didn't have any assurance, but right now it was his only hope. Although Long Chen was scoffing at Gui Yan right now, in truth, his heart was unsteady. After all, that was a rank 9 celestial. Although the previous assassin from the Bloodkill Hall was also a rank 9 celestial, Long Chen had only seen a fraction of his power. Yet even so, the power that the assassin had displayed still shocked him. A rank 9 celestial had to be a terrifying existence. If it was an all-out fight, he wouldn't be afraid. But wanting to capture a rank 9 celestial alive was extremely difficult. But the more difficult it was, the more challenging it was, the more Long Chen liked doing it. He intentionally mocked Gui Yan, and due to the envy Gui Yan already had in his heart, his killing intent immediately began to soar. The first time Gui Yan had seen Lang Yuyan, he had been attracted by her peerless beauty. He viewed himself as exceptionally handsome, as a dragon amongst men in the corrupt path. Thus, he had taken the initiative to flirt with her. As a result, Lang Yuyan had directly replied with her bone sword, leaving behind an injury that would never heal in his lifetime. That was extremely humiliating. This injury contained Lang Yuyan's specific mark. Unless she died, the mark wouldn't disappear. In other words, each time Gui Yan smiled, his injury would split open and make him appear frightening. To a handsome expert, that was especially intolerable. Now being mocked by Long Chen, he didn't need Long Chen to put in any more effort. Gui Yan's aura began to rise. Long Chen, I won't let you die. I'll make you live a life worse than death. Gui Yan's voice came from between the cracks of his teeth. His hatred for Long Chen had reached a peak. Long Chen smiled inside. The corrupt path's people were truly easy to infuriate. It seemed the injury Lang Yuyan had left on him would now be paid back to Long Chen. But Long Chen didn't get angry about that. Instead, he was thankful to Lang Yuyan. She had allowed him to turn this hatred into a chance to escape. Gui Yan, hold on a moment. This isn't the place to have a fair battle. If you want to fight against Long Chen, you should wait until we get back. First, let's extract these people's souls and leave their bodies to be refined into puppets, said the dwarf. No, I can't wait. It's not like we're in a rush. I can definitely kill him within 10 exchanges. No, just 3 will be enough. Gui Yan ignored the elder's words. He slowly walked forward, glaring at Long Chen. Gui Yan, this isn't Corrupt King Mountain. You have to listen to me here. The dwarf's expression sank. He had clearly been angered. Seeing this anger, Gui Yan hesitated and didn't continue forward. He had to restrain himself a bit in front of this dwarf. Seeing Gui Yan actually stop, Long Chen cursed inside. If Gui Yan refused to fight him, he would have no chance to escape the calamity. After bragging to the point that you shook the heavens, you still ran away, huh? If Lang Yuyan could cut you with her sword, then I can crush you like crushing a dog. What's the point of bragging so much? To say you could defeat me in just 3 moves, are you trying to make it obvious that you're just bragging? Just bragging won't bring you any glory. It's not that I want to look down on you, but I really do look down on you, sneered Long Chen. You're asking for it, Gui Yan roared, his aura completely erupting. He had just been about to charge forward when the dwarf caught hold of him. Looking at Long Chen, the dwarf sneered, Brat, when it comes to scheming, your skill is still lacking. Such a little trick is useless against me. Clearly, he had seen through Long Chen's intentions. He wasn't worried about Long Chen defeating Gui Yan, as that was impossible. But he didn't want to waste any more time. The longer things went on, the more likely something unexpected would occur. That would be troublesome. After all, this was the territory of the righteous path. Hearing this, Long Chen's expression changed. This was clearly a wily old fox who wouldn't allow the slightest careless thing. Child, don't be afraid. People die sooner or later. With all of us on the road to the Yellow Springs, we'll have plenty to say and laugh about. What's there to be unhappy about? Boss Bao patted Long Chen on the shoulder comfortingly. After all, the 3 of them were still young, while the bosses had been living for centuries. They had long since stopped feeling so much fear toward death. But if these bosses knew Bao Buping had memorized the heaven-splitting divine tablet's inheritance and message, they wouldn't be able to stay so calm. Damn it, I can't die yet. I have so many beauties and hot-blooded brothers waiting for me. Long Chen looked at the blood-colored dome in the sky. The terrifying pressure being emitted from the blood moon devouring sun formation told him that even if he was 100 times stronger, he wouldn't be able to break this formation. Long Chen sighed inside. He was unwilling, but this was an indisputable fact. He really was about to die here. Suddenly, the formation quivered intensely, and countless chains shot over at Long Chen's side like sinister serpents. Sorry, our time is precious. We need to leave quickly. The dwarf smiled cruelly at them. The sight of people struggling right before their deaths was his favorite scene. Long Chen took out the pot and prepared to give it to Boss Bao. Boss Bao was the strongest here, and giving him the pot gave them the greatest chance of getting out of this formation. But that hope was so remote that it was almost non-existent. That was because there wasn't just a grand formation trapping them, there was also the terrifying dwarf. He definitely wouldn't allow Boss Bao to break the formation. No matter what they did, there was no chance. Just as Long Chen was preparing to send a message to Boss Bao, a familiar voice rang out from the sky that caused Long Chen's heart to pound. Since your time is precious, there's no need to leave. My Xuantian Dao sect is large enough for its precious guests to stay behind. Long Chen felt like flowers were blooming in his heart. This voice belonged to the Xuantian Dao sect's Zan master, Li Tianxuan. Hearing that voice, the dwarf's expression immediately changed. The huge barrier above them shattered, a large hole appearing on it. A 30,000-meter thick beam of light shot down. Completely by chance, the light went right through where those experts from the Pill Tower and ancient races were currently bound, and instantly blew them to dust. The light beam continued toward the dwarf. Its terrifying power caused the world to shake. It's the reincarnation mirror. The dwarf let out a startled cry. A small skeleton suddenly appeared in his hand. It was only the size of a fist and looked to be a human skull. There were blood-colored marks on the skull that emitted an evil air. The skull rapidly grew until it was 3,000 meters. On the skull's forehead, a blood-colored light condensed and shot out at the light beam. When the 2 rays of energy collided, heaven and earth fiercely shook. The huge blood moon devouring sun formation was blown to pieces. The blood color that filled the world faded, returning the world to its original color. Long Chen and the others were blown far into the distance. Only once he managed to stabilize himself did Long Chen get a chance to see what was happening clearly. Up in the sky was an ancient mirror emitting boundless divine might. It covered the sky, and as it revolved, runes shook heaven and earth, charging through the beam of light to attack the skull. Long Chen recognized this ancient mirror to be one of the Xuantian Dao sect's divine items, the reincarnation mirror. In front of that sacred mirror was a person forming hand seals, his long hair billowing back. That person always had a faint smile as if everything was within his control. Good child, your ability to cause trouble grows greater and greater. Even I am almost unable to handle it. The Zan master smiled at Long Chen. His voice was full of praise. Following that, a sharp cry rang out, and a mass of figures flew out of the reincarnation mirror. Chapter 1286 The Dragonblood Legion descends. The first person to charge out was Guo Ran. Following his cry, the rest of the Dragonblood Legion also flew out. Meng Qi, Tang Wan Wild, Yu Zifeng, Ji Yu Yong, Song Ming Yuan, Li Qi, familiar figures flew out one by one. Other than the Dragonblood Legion's experts, there was also Hua Xiu, Zhao Zian, Wang Zhen, and even the previous generation's experts, Mu Qingshan and Su Mo. These people were all the greatest elites of the Xuantian Dao sect. Each of them had fervent expressions in their eyes. That was because after their parting in the Eastern Sea, the stories of what Long Chen had done in the outside world had made their blood boil. In the Four Nations' ancient remnant, he had fought against experts from various powers, ruining the Pill Tower's sinister scheme. Then he had slaughtered his way out of Grand Sha City, completely looking down on the ancient races, experts like they were nothing. The Dragonblood Legion was especially full of passion. "Boss, we can finally fight alongside each other again." The Dragonblood Legion let out a heaven-shaking roar. Their voices contained boundless battle intent. They were now a terrifying legion whose sharpness could pierce through the world. Hearing their roar, Long Chen felt his own blood igniting. Although there was no wind, his clothes began to flutter. A powerful energy was rising within him, forming a resonance with the Dragonblood Legion's battle intent. This was a resonance between hot-blooded brothers, a connection that could only be formed through countless life and death battles together. When did the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples become this strong? Boss Bao couldn't help being surprised upon seeing these Dragonblood warriors unleashing overflowing battle intent. From amongst the Dragonblood Legion's experts, a beautiful figure suddenly passed everyone else and shot over. A burst of fragrance washed over Long Chen. It was Tang Wan. Tang Wan was currently red in the face, and although she did her best to suppress them, she couldn't stop her tears from streaming down. Even when she called out Long Chen's name, her voice had started to choke up. Long Chen held her tightly. He understood Tang Wan the best. This girl was extremely obstinate, and she also didn't like to lose face. For her true emotions to pour out here regardless of the situation, it was clear how worried she had been for him. It made him feel both warm and ashamed. "Sorry, I made you worry." Long Chen gently wiped away her tears. "Scoundrel, did you completely forget about us? Or have you been spreading your plague to women in the outside world?" Tang Wan beat him on the chest a few times. How could that be possible? The heaven-splitting battle sect only has hot-blooded men. There were no women, said Long Chen awkwardly. This girl's jealous nature hadn't changed one bit. At this time, Meng Qi also arrived beside him. Looking at Long Chen, her eyes were slightly red. She opened her mouth, but she was unable to say anything. The emotion in her eyes caused Long Chen to feel a burst of pain. He also didn't say anything. Releasing Tang Wan he also gave Meng Qi a deep embrace. He truly owed them far too much. Brother Long. Wild's body hadn't changed, but now his face had some faint red lines on it that were a bit frightening. Seeing Long Chen again, Wild's eyes turned red from emotion. "Good brother, I'm fine. Let's talk later." Long Chen patted Wild's arm. Long Chen had a special emotion for this simple-minded brother of his. "Boss, I also want a hug." Guo Ran suddenly spread his arms just like Tang Wan had and rushed forward. "Scram, brat, what is there to hug about between brothers?" said Long Chen. Right now, the situation was still too tense. Li Tianxuan was facing the dwarf from the corrupt path, and both of them were using divine items. Long Chen only had time to nod toward the others. Now wasn't the time to catch up. A merciless and bloody battle was about to happen. Long Chen gave a simple introduction for Bao Buping and Chong Hao before they all silently stared up at the sky. Li Tianxuan's sudden arrival gave them a sense of safety. He had broken the corrupt path's blood moon devouring sun formation and forced the corrupt experts back. With the reincarnation mirror behind him, his eyes were completely calm, as if everything was under his control. The corrupt experts were also shocked. Standing behind the dwarf, they made their preparations for a huge battle. Right now, in terms of numbers, they still had an absolute advantage. Although the Xuantian Dao sect had moved out in full force, with Lu Kang, the tower department head, and the various hall master level experts and elders present, their power was still much weaker than the corrupt path. Both sides had pulled back and gathered, preparing for a fight. "Li Tianxuan, you really are brazen. You were actually willing to sacrifice a portion of your karmic luck to increase the power of the reincarnation mirror. Aren't you worried about the decline of your Xuantian Dao sect?" asked the dwarf, his expression dark. Li Tianxuan's arrival completely ruined all his plans. Long Chen's heart shook. No wonder he felt that the reincarnation mirror looked even stronger than in that last battle over the Eastern Sea. I, Li Tianxuan, have always been quite brazen. Back over the Eastern Sea, I only used 10% of the reincarnation mirror's power so the other 90% could continue to maintain our karmic luck. But this time, I was a bit worried and felt like adding an extra 20%. With 2 divine items, using a portion of its power won't rattle the Xuantian Dao sect's foundation, so you don't need to worry about it. Furthermore, if I didn't use 30% of the reincarnation mirror's power, how else would I be able to block your corrupt god skull? Li Tianxuan smiled faintly. This skull the dwarf had summoned was the corrupt path's famed divine item, the corrupt god skull. It was rumored that the corrupt god skull was the skull of the 7th generation's corrupt god. It was one of the corrupt path's supreme treasures and contained the divine abilities of the 7th generation's corrupt god. But this skull was the same as the reincarnation mirror and normally used to maintain karmic luck. They wouldn't easily use it. Maintaining karmic luck, that sounded mysterious and vague, but all sects with long inheritances had to have a powerful divine item maintaining it. If the sect was a tree, then the roots were a sect's karmic luck. The greater the karmic luck, the more life energy the tree had. The tree's leaves could fall, but as long as the tree roots were still present, they could grow again. A sect's rise and fall was like a tree going through the seasons. As long as its karmic luck remained, it would forever exist. The longer the history of a sect, the more karmic luck they had as a foundation, and the more they needed a divine item to maintain it. They couldn't easily use those divine items, because doing so would harm the tree's roots and would be dangerous to their futures. For example, the heaven-splitting battle sect currently only had a single divine item maintaining their karmic luck. Furthermore, that divine item was connected to their heaven-earth divine pool. If they used it, the heaven-earth divine pool would be ruined, and it would signify that the heaven-splitting battle sect's karmic luck had run out. Although the heaven-splitting battle sect looked like it had already declined and was half dead, as long as they had a divine item maintaining their karmic luck, anything was possible. It was like a tree that had collapsed, but still had a bit of life in its roots. There was always a chance that spring would come again, and the withered tree would once more thrum with vitality. As for the corrupt god skull that the corrupt path had brought, it was prepared just in case they encountered a divine item from the righteous path. The dwarf had felt like just the blood moon devouring sun formation would be enough to handle this. He hadn't expected Li Tianxuan to arrive, but if they hadn't prepared the corrupt god skull just in case, they would have been completely annihilated here. That made the dwarf feel very irritated. He was unable to figure out how Li Tianxuan had managed to scheme everything seemingly so perfectly as if everything was in his control. In order to be sure of their success today, they had also increased the power of the corrupt god skull to the point that it would be able to suppress the power of the reincarnation mirror, which had appeared over the Eastern Sea. But as if matching them, Li Tianxuan had also increased the power of the reincarnation mirror. It was like he had known what they would do and was intentionally matching them. That made the dwarf want to cough up blood. "How did you know our movements? And so clearly at that?" asked the dwarf. Until he knew the answer to this, there would be an uncomfortable knot in his heart. Did you really think your plan was seamless? Did you really think Zhan Jizi's heaven-peering arts were omniscient? Zhan Jizi might be able to calculate fate, but he can't calculate people's hearts. If he continues like this, he'll sooner or later end up calculating himself to death. Li Tianxuan shook his head. "What do you mean?" demanded the dwarf gloomily. "It's very simple. Zhan Jizi wishes to kill Long Chen to hide all the despicable things he has done over the years. According to my investigation, Hua Xiu is just one of his victims. I've already found over 100 geniuses that have fallen victim to Zhan Jizi. But even I don't know the true number of geniuses he has harmed. If he really had the ability to see through the heavens and understood the cycle of karma, if he could truly respect the will of the world, he wouldn't do such a thing that's against the heavens. Since he commits such atrocities, it means he's nothing more than a faker. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been expelled from Heavenly Fate Island and sent to be a swindler in the Grand Han ancient nation. Let me put it a bit more simply. He is just a conman. Although he has some ability, he doesn't use his head. Ever since the battle over the Eastern Sea, I knew that he definitely wouldn't let this go. I also knew that your corrupt path would get revenge after suffering such a loss. At that time, I had already used the reincarnation mirror to completely block the Xuantian Dao sect's fate from being read so that Zhan Jizi wouldn't be able to see anything about us. So he had no choice but to calculate things based on the Grand Shah's fate to find Long Chen's general position. And he didn't succeed in the Grand Shah. That is where the Wine God Palace is, and the Wine God Palace has a god's inheritance. There's no way he can calculate everything about the Wine God Palace, so he once more failed. As for when Long Chen left the Grand Shah and went to the heaven-splitting battle sect, let alone Zhan Jizi, even I, without the slightest bit of ability in seeing through fate, could calculate that Long Chen's next step would definitely be Devil Spirit Mountain, as many people know that the heaven-splitting battle sect's divine item was lost in Devil Spirit Mountain. Now you should understand, right? Your so-called secret movements and Zhan Jizi's brilliant deductions are nothing more than a huge joke. Li Tianxuan's words resounded through the air, causing the dwarf's expression to grow more and more unsightly. Chapter 1287 Li Tianxuan's Intelligence. Li Tianxuan's words hung in the air. Everyone else was completely silent. Li Tianxuan continued, when it comes to calculating fate, I don't have any skill. But when it comes to calculating people's hearts, I leave Zhan Jizi in the dust. As soon as that battle over the Eastern Sea was over, I had already predicted that such a day would come and was just waiting. I didn't need to pay attention to you, nor did I have to pay attention to Zhan Jizi. All I had to do was keep an eye on Long Chen. That was enough. As soon as Long Chen entered Devil Spirit Mountain, I began making my preparations. I knew you would definitely come. Even the bosses who looked down on intelligence couldn't help but praise Li Tianxuan inside. When it came to brains, there was probably no one else who could outplay Li Tianxuan. The way Li Tianxuan put it made it seem so simple. In front of Li Tianxuan, Zhan Jizi and the Corrupt Path's plot seemed laughably childish. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. In the end, everything had gone according to Li Tianxuan's calculations. Then those people from the ancient races in the Pill Tower, you did that intentionally? Asked the dwarf. No, of course not. Although I had arranged things in advance, when I came, I was disturbed by some special matters and didn't know what was happening here. Based on your tone, you mean that experts from the ancient races in the Pill Tower are here? How come I don't see them? Li Tianxuan simply acted stupid. In truth, Li Tianxuan had slain those experts intentionally. As for why he acted like he didn't know, it was just a pretext to avoid being found guilty. As long as he refused to admit it, who would be able to do anything to him? Even if the ancient races in the Pill Tower decided to come and find him to settle this debt, he could simply say that it had been impossible for him to tell what had been happening inside the formation. To save Long Chen and the heaven-splitting battle sect's experts, he could only barge into the formation like that. This time, Li Tianxuan was truly infuriated. The ancient races in the Pill Tower had plotted to kill Long Chen repeatedly without caring about the Xuantian Dao sect. They had pushed Li Tianxuan to his limit. When Long Chen had just entered the heaven-splitting battle sect, the ancient races, experts had tried to force the heaven-splitting battle sect to hand over Long Chen. However, they hadn't even dared to let out a fart after the heaven-splitting battle sect had slain 3 of their life-star experts. That made Li Tianxuan see that he couldn't continue enduring. The heaven-splitting battle sect had declined just like them, but no one dared to bully them. It made the Xuantian Dao sect seem too weak in comparison. So this time, Li Tianxuan had killed Dan Sheng and the ancient races, experts as a display of power. Did the Pill Tower think they could bully everyone? Did the ancient races think they could dominate the lands? Then they could come. In any case, the Xuantian Dao sect had also declined to their breaking point just like the heaven-splitting battle sect. Why not go all out? Li Tianxuan had completely bared his fangs to prove to everyone that the Xuantian Dao sect was still the old Xuantian Dao sect, one of the 3 great sects. The 3 great sects of the heavens from back then had long since declined. The heaven-splitting battle sect, the Xuantian Dao sect, the heaven-suppressing magic sect, not one of them was an exception. The heaven-splitting battle sect was already in imminent danger, but they still stuck out their chests boldly, their spines never bending. On the other hand, successive generations of Zhan masters had been very conservative. As a result, after so many years, they had been suppressed and suffered in silence. As for the heaven-suppressing magic sect, they had a good relationship with Pill Valley and were good at sucking up. Although they looked like they were flourishing, their inner workings were very complicated. They had long since lost their original power. Now the heaven-suppressing magic sect was just a dog of the Pill Tower. They had long since been secretly controlled by them. Regretfully for both sides, they had paid a huge price this time. Li Tianxuan had even seen Ma Xingkong being killed by the corrupt path. In truth, in the Pill Tower's eyes, the heaven-suppressing magic sect was truly just a dog. Normally if they gave a dog a few treats, the dog would help bite others for them. When the Pill Tower wanted to speak, the dog could bark a bit as well. Back in the day, just how glorious had the three heavenly sects been. But now they were a thing of the past. The heaven-suppressing magic sect had fallen to the point that they needed to wag their tails and beg for the pity of others. It was a sorrowful thing. As for the Xuantian Dao sect, their situation was like a frog being slowly boiled. Although it didn't look like there was any danger in the short term, by the time that danger arrived, everything would be too late. Li Tianxuan was a smart man, and he had made his determination to revitalize the Xuantian Dao sect. He acted boldly and decisively. If you were prepared, why didn't you gather the Martial Heaven Alliance and other righteous powers? Wouldn't that give you more assurance? Probed the dwarf. He was completely rattled by Li Tianxuan. He couldn't make heads or tails of Li Tianxuan's methods. Although he was a wily old fox, Li Tianxuan was like an experienced hunter. No, luxurious meat should be consumed by oneself. Why split it with others? We don't have that many people, so we probably won't be able to eat it all. But I feel like eating a portion should be no problem. Li Tianxuan smiled. HMPH, you're so confident. Sneered the dwarf. Hearing that Li Tianxuan hadn't gathered other righteous powers made him much more at ease. The righteous path was never united enough. They schemed against each other all the time, and if they couldn't obtain something, they wouldn't let others obtain it either. If Li Tianxuan had truly arranged for an army of righteous experts to appear here, the dwarf would immediately activate the corrupt god skull to bring all his people away. But if the only people to come were the ones here, he was unafraid. And through the corrupt god skull's power, he had subtly probed the area and didn't see any signs of a formation or hidden auras. That made him calm down. In the corrupt path's eyes, the righteous path's people were incomparably greedy and selfish. What Li Tianxuan had just said perfectly matched the righteous path's character. HMPH, you're looking down on my corrupt path. This time, I brought all the elites of Blood Mass Gate. Even with your heaven-splitting battle sect and Xuantian Dao sect working together, it's not easy to say whether or not you'll be able to block our sharp blades. Attack. The dwarf formed hand seals, and countless blood-colored runes blazed like the sun on the corrupt god skull. The beam of light coming from its forehead increased in intensity. It was now several times stronger than before. Following his order, the Life Star experts flew out at the Xuantian Dao sect's side. The others also followed. There's no need to waste the effort. My mission is just to keep an eye on you. I won't interfere in their battle, said Li Tianxuan indifferently. The reason the dwarf was activating the corrupt god skull at full power was to make Li Tianxuan have to focus on him. Otherwise, the slightest negligence might allow Li Tianxuan to send down some of the power of his divine item below and exterminate his corrupt path's experts. In truth, he had the same thoughts. He had great confidence in the experts he had brought along. Whether it was in terms of numbers or quality, they far surpassed their side. Then that's best. Let's see just who is stronger. The dwarf smiled coldly, but he placed his complete attention on Li Tianxuan, afraid of him pulling some trick. He had no choice but to be as careful as possible when it came to Li Tianxuan. Fuck, after stifling so much anger, I can finally vent against some corrupt bastards. But don't worry, these heads will count toward your Xuantian Dao sect. Boss Bao shouted and shot forward at one of the incoming Life Star experts. Following Boss Bao, Liu Kang, as well as the dark-faced, never-smiling tower department head also flew out at the Life Star experts. Then the second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth boss flew out. Only the seventh boss hesitated. There are too many soul transformation experts on their side. Will you be alright? Don't worry about us, we can handle it. On the other hand, for the 9 of you to face 18 Life Star experts is troublesome, said Long Chen worriedly. Haha, as long as you're fine, there definitely won't be any problem on our side. We're still not so old that you can look down on us. The seventh boss laughed confidently. No longer hesitating, he charged out at the Life Star experts. This was different from the previous battle. This was the true time to fight with their lives on the line. The 7 bosses immediately started using their fiercest moves, unleashing dangerous, suicidal moves. The 7 bosses fought with Liu Kang and the tower department head against the Life Star experts. Although their battle was incredibly shocking, they all had misgivings about their people and began to slowly fly away, leaving the main battlefield to the others. One reason was because they were worried about their disciples being killed by the shockwaves, but another reason was because they were afraid of touching the sovereign blood seal. The sovereign blood seal would annihilate anyone who attacked it, so none of them dared to fight near it. The Life Star experts distanced themselves from the main battlefield. By that time, the soul transformation experts had arrived. Over 500 soul transformation experts were charging over like bloodthirsty devils, their eyes shining with a vicious light. The new Elder Hall Master led the Xuantian Dao sect soul transformation experts forward. This time, the Xuantian Dao sect had truly moved out in full force. They had over 80 soul transformation experts. They had even called out their experts that had been in seclusion for decades or even centuries. Although the difference in number was far too vast, they all knew that in this righteous and corrupt battle, the time had come for them to repay the sect that had raised them for so many years. None of them retreated, but they had only just been about to charge forward when Long Chen stopped them. Soul transformation experts don't need to fight alone. Let's have a full chaotic battle. If they fought according to the style of soldiers fight soldiers, generals fight generals, then the soul transformation realm would be the Xuantian Dao sect's fatal weakness. The number difference between them was too great. Although Long Chen was just a disciple, all these soul transformation experts listened to him. Within the Xuantian Dao sect, Long Chen's prestige was only second to the Zan Master. Brothers, after being apart for so long, you should all have reached the peak of foundation forging. Let's once more fight alongside each other against these demons from the corrupt path. There's no need to hide your power this time. Let loose and let me see your true power. Today, we're going to carry out a slaughter. Long Chen raised his head and roared. That roar shook the 9 heavens. Long Chen's roar ignited all the hot blood of the Dragonblood warriors. 13,000 warriors let out a simultaneous roar. Slaughter them. The furious roar of 10,000 experts containing boundless battle intent resounded throughout the world. Don't worry, Guo Ran, will get us off to a good start. Guo Ran appeared in the air, a huge crossbow in front of him. Seeing it, Long Chen's pupils narrowed. An ancestral item, Chapter 1288 World-Shaking Arrow. That was a huge crossbow 30 meters long. It couldn't even be called a crossbow anymore. Instead, it should be called a ballista, the kind used to destroy huge city walls. Whatever it was pitch black and looked extremely impressive. Its arms flared open, and it gave off a sense of immense pressure. There was a foot-thick arrow already nocked. It was shaped like the tongue of a serpent, and just looking at it gave others chills. The 2 arms of the crossbow were completely covered in runes, and with the way the light moved along it, it looked like it was alive. It was as if the entire crossbow was one huge beast. Long Chen couldn't help being shocked. That little fellow Guo Ran truly had some terrifying comprehension ability. Long Chen was no longer a rookie when it came to ancestral items. He was extremely familiar with those fluctuations. Guo Ran's crossbow had definitely been forged with material on the ancestral item level. However, while it looked mighty and as if it was alive, Long Chen couldn't sense an item spirit. That meant it was not a true ancestral item. With the crossbow giving off immense pressure, Guo Ran pressed his hand on one end, his eyes shining with excitement. I swept through the 4 seas, crossed 1,000 mountains, caused huge billows in heaven and earth, slaughtered demons, eliminated devils, plucked the stars and moon. When you need an unrivaled hero, Guo Ran will be there. Villains of the corrupt path, listen well. As long as I, Guo Ran, am present, your corrupt path is forever doomed to be suppressed by me. Guo Ran's shout lingered through the air, his long hair billowing back as he stood there arrogantly in the sky. It was truly a grand sight. Long Chen was speechless. This little fellow's rate of improvement in forging and showing off was completely mismatched. If his forging skills increased by 100%, his poser skills would increase by 1,000%. His showing off was reaching the pinnacle of the showing off paradigm. As Guo Ran spoke, the crossbow shook and its runes lit up. A huge light beam shot at the corrupt army. The light beam was blinding, and even divine sense was inhibited by it. The corrupt experts were shocked. Not daring to be careless, they unleashed their own attacks at the light beam. But what shocked them was that their attacks simply went straight through the light beam. That seemingly incredibly terrifying light beam, which gave off horrifying pressure, actually didn't have the slightest power. It was just an ordinary beam of light. Just at this moment, a soft snick rang out. A huge arrow shot out like a bolt of lightning. According to reason, the sound of a huge arrow piercing through space should be thunderous, but this arrow had Guo Ran's special space-piercing runes carved into it. It made practically no sound as it flew through the air. Watch out! The corrupt experts realized that Guo Ran was simply shameless. That light beam had only contained great pressure but no power. It was a foundation for this second attack. Regretfully, they realized it too late. The arrow exploded amongst them. The huge arrow, which was like a pillar that held up a palace, exploded into sharp fragments. Even though the corrupt soul transformation experts had immediately reacted and activated their defenses, it wasn't enough. Within this arrow were Guo Ran's personally forged spiral blades. They were only the size of a fist and looked like frisbees. But there were dozens of sharp teeth on them. They looked like flattened sea urchins. These things spun rapidly, and when they pierced through people's bodies, because they were extremely fast, although the hole would only be the size of a fist when they pierced a person's body, by the time it exited, the pressure would increase the size of the exit wound to the size of a washbasin. There were thousands upon thousands of those fragments exploding amongst the corrupt soul transformation experts. They instantly pierced through the closest corrupt experts, blowing them to pieces. Because they were too concentrated, those too close were left without a corpse. Their bodies would normally explode if they were struck by just 3, but the closest bunch were struck by dozens of them. As for those further away, they were lucky. After all, after piercing through the bodies of soul transformation experts, those spinning blade discs lost most of their penetrative power. But even so, this sudden explosion immediately emptied a space amongst the corrupt army's soul transformation experts. 70 to 80 of them were slain, and over 100 were covered in blood, their bodies no longer complete. Those people were lucky that it was their arms or legs that were incomplete. Otherwise, if those discs had struck their heads, they'd have died. Blood filled the air. Within this blood were dozens of translucent figures. They were those soul transformation experts' Yuan spirits. Only over 30 of them managed to survive as Yuan spirits. Those with weak spiritual strength were completely annihilated in body and soul. But although half of them survived as Yuan spirits, without their physical bodies, their combat power dropped sharply. Furthermore, a Yuan spirit could not take the place of a physical body to cultivate. They would then need to find a suitable body to take. And even once they did, that physical body definitely wouldn't suit their souls as well as their original body. In other words, their cultivation bases would probably never surpass the soul transformation realm for the rest of their lives. Guo Ran's arrow shocked everyone, its power was too terrifying. Bao Buping and Chong Hao's jaws were dropped as low as possible. Just as everyone was shocked by Guo Ran's arrow, the sky suddenly darkened. A huge figure flew over the sky, pouncing on those Yuan spirits. It was the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow. It shot over to those Yuan spirits, gulping them down in one mouthful. Damn animal, die! The corrupt experts immediately launched attacks on it upon seeing it swallow those Yuan spirits. Cloud's wings lit up just before those attacks landed. In the next instant, when the attacks landed, Cloud exploded. Only then did the corrupt experts realize that what they had attacked was nothing more than an afterimage. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow had already flown high into the air. Nice job, Cloud, I have a few snacks for you as well. Long Chen laughed and flung a bottle into the air. Those were the Yuan spirits he had collected over this time. He knew that these Yuan spirits were the best tonics for Cloud, so he had kept them this entire time. But he hadn't expected Guo Ran's attack to instantly give Cloud so much rich meat. The Yuan spirits he had bitterly gathered over all this time had turned into nothing more than a snack. Cloud let out a beautiful bird cry and devoured the bottle. Its huge body continued to fly back and forth in the air, and the runes on its wings lit up. A terrifying pressure began to rise. It seemed it was in the midst of refining those Yuan spirits. In the battle over the Eastern Sea, Cloud had advanced to the 9th realm. Even after all this time, after Meng Qi had spent an ocean's worth of resources, Cloud's cultivation base had only just stabilized at the early 9th rank. There was no way around that. Cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrows were simply too hard to raise. Their cultivation required an exorbitant amount of resources. Even the Xuantian Dao sect as a whole wasn't able to raise such a terrifying existence, let alone just Meng Qi. Fortunately, Cloud was very sensible, and it would rather not show its hunger to Meng Qi. That made Meng Qi feel extremely upset as she felt like she owed Cloud far too much. But now, Guo Ran had slain so many soul transformation experts, and Meng Qi had immediately summoned Cloud, letting it feast. This was also thanks to the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrows' innate divine ability, devouring. Their devouring power was their most terrifying ability. Even creatures stronger than it would be annihilated if they were sucked into its stomach. It was an extremely heaven-defying ability. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow's stomach had its own space. Within it, the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow was the ruler. "Quick, kill that damn brute!" The corrupt experts roared furiously. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow was a legendary existence, and not just anyone would recognize it. As a result, these people thought they still might be able to save their fellow comrades if they killed it fast enough. Soul wound into a dream, infinite chaos. Just at this moment, a fairy-like voice rang out. Meng Qi was in the air like a fairy who had descended into this world. Forming hand seals and softly opening her mouth, an invisible ripple rapidly spread. The ripple covered all of heaven and earth. The corrupt disciples' expressions changed as they felt themselves enter a daze. Up and down inverted, it was like the world was flipping around them. Xianxian profundity, tempest's fury. Meng Qi had just unleashed her large-scale soul art to cause the corrupt experts to enter a temporary dizzy state when Tang Wan'er flew out. Runes revolved around her, and the aura of a rank 8 celestial erupted. Countless wind blades formed a huge cyclone. The cyclone raged furiously, turning the area around it into a huge storm zone. Suddenly, a pillar of wind blades shot out from the center of the storm zone at the corrupt experts. This pillar of wind blades contained the will of heaven and earth. It was like this attack represented the fury of the heavens. In front of this will, people wouldn't dare to resist. Long Chen's heart shook. After being apart for so long, Tang Wan'er's power had once more risen, to the point that even he was shocked. Her comprehension of wind energy had actually reached the point that the laws of heaven and earth boosted her attack power. The corrupt soul transformation experts panicked. Due to Meng Qi's soul art, their spiritual perception had sharply dropped. And by the time they could recollect themselves, the pillar of wind blades struck them like lightning. Chapter 1289 9 Flowers Manifest the Heavenly Taos. Meng Qi's huge area of effect attack didn't actually contain any killing power. Her goal was only to affect the corrupt experts' souls for a moment to give Tang Wan'er a chance to unleash her attack. Only a few corrupt soul transformation experts with powerful souls and protective soul items were able to remain unaffected. The vast majority still felt like their heads were ringing and were unable to form any effective defenses. If this attack landed, it would probably have about the same effect as Guo Ran's arrow. N. Insignificant trick. Just how much could you possibly understand of the laws of heaven and earth? Suddenly, a cold laugh rang out, and a red-haired man suddenly appeared in front of the corrupt soul transformation experts. It was Gui Yan. Gui Yan formed a strange hand seal, and the space in front of him suddenly shook. Blood-red runes filled the air around it. Heaven and earth were dyed a bloody color. Within the sea of blood-red runes, 9 flowers appeared, forming a flower ring around Gui Yan. The manifestation of a rank 9 celestial, 9 flowers manifest the heavenly Taos. One of the hall masters of the Xianxian Tao sect suddenly let out a startled cry, recognizing this version of the cry of the heavenly Taos. Tang Wan'er's attack struck Gui Yan's runic sea, but shockingly, it only caused Gui Yan's manifestation to shake 3 times before all of Tang Wan'er's energy was sucked away. Not even a ripple managed to get past him. Not good. This is the absolute suppression of a rank 9 celestial. The hall master's expression sank. This so-called absolute suppression was the huge restraining effect that rank 9 celestials had toward the lower ranks. 9 was the pinnacle. In front of a rank 9 celestial, the attacks of rank 8 celestials would be affected by the heavenly Taos and would have difficulty causing any injuries to a rank 9 celestial. Whether it was a rank 8 celestial or a rank 9 celestial, when they summoned their cry of the heavenly Taos, they would be supported by heavenly Tao energy. That would make their attack power multiply by up to dozens of times. This was a collision of power that came from the same source. It was like the clash of 2 rivers. Whichever side's power was greater would be the side that absorbed the other. From rank 1 celestials to rank 8 celestials, there was always a suppressive effect on those of the lower ranks. But it was never as terrifying as the suppressive effect rank 9 celestials had on rank 8 celestials. When Gui Yan summoned his cry of the heavenly Taos, everyone clearly felt the surrounding heavenly Tao energy being stripped away from them. Tang Wan'er couldn't even absorb a tenth of the heavenly Tao energy that Gui Yan was absorbing. Although they were both celestials, the heavens were like a loving mother to one, but an evil stepmother to the other. The difference in treatment was immense. Tang Wan was shocked. She was a rank 8 celestial, and with Meng Qi's help, this full-power attack would have definitely slain a few soul transformation experts. But such a terrifying attack wasn't even able to cause a ripple in Gui Yan's runic sea. Just as everyone was shocked by Gui Yan's power, the sea of runes around Gui Yan suddenly surged as if a large rock had fallen in a sea. This was the reaction caused by Tang Wan's attack falling into his manifestation. Suddenly, a large runic arrow shot out from Gui Yan's runic sea at the distant Wu Ran. When this runic arrow appeared, everyone's expressions changed. This arrow contained the energy of Tang Wan's attack. It was unknown what method Gui Yan had used to actually unleash Tang Wan's attack as his own, even combining it with his own power. The runic arrow was like lightning, shooting toward Guo Ran at an alarming speed. By the time Guo Ran reacted, the runic arrow was right in front of him. Even with his armor, this runic arrow contained the combined power of Tang Wan's full power attack and Gui Yan's own power. It definitely wouldn't be easy to receive. Just at this moment, a figure appeared in front of Guo Ran and kicked his crossbow in the direction of the attack. The huge crossbow was blown to bits. The explosion caused the world to lose all its color. This attack was absolutely terrifying. Let alone Guo Ran, even soul transformation experts would have been annihilated. Guo Ran. The Dragonblood warriors let out furious roars. Within that terrifying explosion, Guo Ran would be blown apart. All the Dragonblood warriors instantly became red-eyed beasts, their killing intent exploding. Its boss. Just as they thought Guo Ran had died, the dust settled and space stopped twisting. They saw a huge ring in the air emitting endless divine might. Long Chen stood in front of the divine ring, holding a pot. Slowly putting down the pot, he revealed Guo Ran behind him. Long Chen's eyes were completely calm, but that naughty smile of his had vanished. He had instantly become another person, seeming more like an undefeatable battle god. He put away the black pot and took out a blood-colored saber. With Blooddrinker resting on his shoulder, he looked at Gui Yan and icily said, "Your opponent is me. Come at me." In the face of this terrifying rank 9 celestial, Long Chen was full of battle intent. Each powerful opponent was another stepping stone for him to advance. Only by using these stepping stones could he reach the peak of the martial path and get closer to his origins. That was why what Long Chen felt toward Gui Yan wasn't hatred or anger. There was only a thirst for a battle with an expert. Gui Yan also wasn't angry that Long Chen had blocked his attack. Instead, he laughed. "Good, looks like you're a bit stronger than I thought. That will make it interesting." Then turning to the corrupt experts behind him, he icily said, "I'm not from the same side as you. I only came this time for Long Chen. I've done all I need to do for you already, so starting now, your lives and deaths have nothing to do with me." Gui Yan crushed a translucent jade tablet, and white ripples spread through the air. Long Chen was covered by those ripples. The white ripples began to rise, bringing Long Chen and Gui Yan into the air, distancing them from the battlefield. Long Chen didn't move. He allowed Gui Yan to bring him away. When they finally reached a certain height, the white ripples finally stopped rising. This is a broken piece of the ancient battlefield's divine stage. Although it's already broken, it can still summon a battle space that others can't disturb. Even Life Star experts can't interfere, said Gui Yan. Are you worried about others saving me? Don't worry, the one to die today will definitely be you. Long Chen shook his head. Ha ha ha, how egotistical, laughed Gui Yan, his voice full of contempt. It's not egotistical. This is simply my confidence. No matter what rank of celestial you are, as long as we are in the same realm, the one to be defeated will definitely be you. This is the iron law created from the countless life and death battles of experience, said Long Chen. It truly wasn't egotistical. Up to now, Long Chen had maintained a perfect record against those in the same realm as him. This kind of confidence was the result of trampling over a mountain of corpses of powerful enemies. This confidence could not be shaken. Although Long Chen had never fought a rank 9 celestial, this confidence still filled his heart. This undefeatable confidence of his was incomparably staunch. Ha ha ha, good, very good. I like this arrogance of yours. Do you know why I would sacrifice a treasure just to isolate you from all the other experts? Asked Gui Yan. I don't. Long Chen thought about it. Clearly, Gui Yan had some other goal other than preventing others from saving him. I have 2 goals. One is to let the righteous and corrupt experts see me completely crush you. returning all the humiliation you've brought to the corrupt path 100 times, said Gui Yan. Oh, this dream is not bad. Then I suppose, the second goal is related to Lang Yuyan? Asked Long Chen. Not bad. Yes, this formation can record our battle. When the time comes, I'll show Lang Yuyan that the Long Chen she brought up is nothing more than trash, said Gui Yan, his eyes as sharp as blades. Long Chen frowned. I'm curious, why are you set on viewing Lang Yuyan and I together? This was something Long Chen was curious about. Based on what Gui Yan had said, Lang Yuyan had only mentioned his name, but Gui Yan hated him so much. His appearance made it seem like he wanted to bite him to death. Because I am one of Lang Yuyan's pursuers, said Gui Yan coldly. That has nothing to do with me. She's the one who cut you, not me, said Long Chen. Lang Yuyan said that you, Long Chen, are the only real man in her eyes. As for us, we're garbage. Die, you bastard. Flames were practically spurting from Gui Yan's eyes, and it was like all his resentment instantly erupted. The 9 flowers revolved around him along with his runes. He sent a fist smashing toward Long Chen. Hearing what Gui Yan said, Long Chen was surprised. He hadn't expected Lang Yuyan to view him so highly. No wonder Gui Yan looked as angry as if Long Chen had slain his father. Failing in his pursuit of Lang Yuyan, he ended up being cut in the mouth and cursed as garbage. This was definitely enough reason for a prideful rank 9 celestial to find trouble with Long Chen. Gui Yan's punch brought with it immense pressure that made it hard for Long Chen to breathe. It felt like his fist had absorbed all the energy of the world, as if all of heaven and earth were blessing him. In front of Gui Yan, Long Chen clearly sensed the rejection he felt from heaven and earth intensify. They were both sons of this world, yet one was given a candy, while the other was slapped in the face. The difference in treatment was immense. That made Long Chen feel even more hatred for the heavens. 4 stars suddenly appeared in Long Chen's eyes, and he also sent out a punch. Chapter 1290 Bloody Righteous and Corrupt Battle. Further away from the battlefield, up in the air, the reincarnation mirror was unleashing boundless divine might against the corrupt god skull. The clash of these 2 divine items had formed an empty region of 10,000 miles. From the outside, it was like a huge blazing star hung in the air, but they were unable to see what was inside. But inside the star, it was possible to see everything outside clearly. Li Tianxuan's expression was still as calm as ever, but the corrupt dwarf was starting to feel a bit uneasy. Guo Ran's arrow had truly shocked him. Then his feeling of unease had grown stronger when he saw Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er attack. Fortunately, their attack had been blocked by Gui Yan, or quite a few soul transformation experts would have been slain again. The dwarf had never imagined that the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples would be so powerful. They were clearly only at the peak of foundation forging, but their killing power far surpassed the limits of their cultivation bases. Then the arrival of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow caused his heart to turn cold. He felt like he might have been duped again. You don't need to think so much. Yes, you've already been duped. If you had fled as soon as we appeared, you would have at least escaped unscathed. Furthermore, the souls and bodies of 7 life star experts and dozens of soul transformation experts can cancel out the price of using the blood moon devouring sun formation. If you had wanted to leave, I wouldn't have been able to stop you. But now, the battle has already started. There's no way for you to instantly gather all your people and leave, said Li Tianxuan calmly as if seeing through his thoughts. You've invited other helpers. The dwarf was startled. No, Li Tianxuan shook his head. Without other helpers, where does your confidence come from? Demanded the dwarf. My confidence stems from Long Chen and his Dragonblood Legion. You might not know this, but Long Chen continuously makes miracles just to survive. So I trust him, said Li Tianxuan. What a huge joke. Gui Yan is one of my corrupt path's top geniuses, while Long Chen merely has a bit of fame within the righteous path. Today, his miracles will come to an end, sneered the dwarf. The curious thing was that Li Tianxuan merely smiled slightly and didn't retort. Instead, he nodded. Yes, it truly is a huge joke. But the jokes they were talking about were referring to completely different things. Down below, everyone was capable of seeing Long Chen and Gui Yan clashing fiercely in the sky. The curtains to the battlefield below were also fully drawn open. First, kill that female soul cultivator. Right off the bat, the corrupt experts already focused their attacks on Meng Qi. Her soul energy was too terrifying. Even soul transformation experts would be affected by her soul arts. Although the limitations of her cultivation base made it so she could only affect them for a moment, in an intense battle of experts, just the blink of an eye could determine life and death. So in the corrupt expert's eyes, Meng Qi posed the greatest threat. Hall Master Seniors, block the main force. Kings assist the elite disciples in sudden attacks. Dragonblood warriors, annihilate their foundation forging cannon fodder. Guo Ran was directing everyone. He was wearing his golden armor, and he held a much more reasonably sized crossbow in his hand. As a long-distance attacker with such sturdy armor, Guo Ran didn't need to worry about sneak attacks. He was fast and nimble, making him the best choice for directing their side. Bastard, who are you calling cannon fodder? Guo Ran's voice was amplified by his armor, giving it a metallic sound. But it resounded throughout every corner of the battlefield, and as a result, he enraged the corrupt experts. He was talking about you. When both armies clashed, the Dragonblood warriors charged through the midst of the foundation forging disciples. Both sides were at the foundation forging realm, and seeing the other side, they pounced on each other, their eyes red. In just the first instant, the corrupt experts began to fall in huge numbers. They were shocked to find that these fellows were completely crazy. They refused to fight properly and instead launched suicidal moves. Each of their moves was one that exchanged their own life for the lives of others. Even the corrupt path, famed for their viciousness, wouldn't start a battle like this. Although they also did the same thing sometimes, that was only when there was no other option, not right at the start of a fight. Were these Dragonblood warriors crazy? The corrupt experts were struck dumb for a moment. Why can't you fight properly? Roared one of the corrupt experts right before dying, expressing his final thoughts. Who launched a suicidal attack right at the start of a battle? How else could you describe these people other than crazy? Bastards, who's afraid of fighting like that? We can do the same thing, roared one of the corrupt experts. Continuing like this wasn't an option. Although they numbered over 30,000, which was 3 times the number of the Dragonblood Legion, they'd sooner or later be slaughtered to the last by these madmen. Right now, they had to compete in terms of who was crazier, and who was more ruthless. Blood splashed, limbs flew through the air. Fuck, how can they all have king item armor? Roared one of the corrupt experts. As both sides fought crazily, the corrupt side realized that each of the Dragonblood warriors was wearing a powerful set of armor. As long as they protected their heads, they were extremely difficult to kill. They even have wood attribute experts assisting them. Fucking kill them first. The corrupt experts almost went insane from fury. After sacrificing a dozen people, one of them finally managed to heavily injure one of the Dragonblood warriors. The corrupt expert was just about to launch a fatal attack when a green light fell upon that warrior, completely revitalizing him. Long Chen had placed special importance on grooming these healing warriors. After leaving the Grand Shah, he had sent the heavenly Dao fruits he had gathered in the 4 nations ancient remnant to the Huayan sect, who had sent them to the Xuantian Dao sect. Now all these healing warriors were ranked 7 celestials, and their wood energy became even purer. Adding on what they had gained from the Xuantian catalog, their healing abilities had made huge advances. Any injury received by a Dragonblood warrior, whether internal or external, could be healed instantly. The Dragonblood warriors clashed with the Corrupt Path's foundation forging disciples. Despite the numbers disparity, the Dragonblood warriors had terrifying killing power, and they slaughtered their way through the corrupt foundation forging disciples, forcing them to retreat miserably over and over again. Further away was the battle of the soul transformation experts. This battlefield was chaotic. The Corrupt Path's side was composed of only soul transformation experts, while the Xuantian Dao sect had people in the soul transformation realm, Jade Core realm, and foundation forging realm. Although Guo Ran's initial attack had killed over 70 of them, the Corrupt Path's side still had over 400 soul transformation experts. As for the Xuantian Dao sect, they only had just over 80 soul transformation experts. However, they had over 700 Jade Core kings. They were the elites of the Xuantian Dao sect with great power. Other than them, there was Meng Qi, Tang Wan and the others representing the foundation forging disciples. They were the strongest members of this generation of the Xuantian Dao sect. Kill that soul cultivator. The corrupt experts made Meng Qi their #1 target. She was too dangerous. In just the first clash, Meng Qi had once more unleashed her soul arts, and as a result, several people had been affected by her soul arts and killed by others. Die, slut. One of the corrupt soul transformation experts broke through the blockade of the kings to reach Meng Qi, slamming a palm down. You're the one who should die, old ghost. A furious roar rang out, followed by a huge spiked club. The corrupt soul transformation expert was startled. He had clearly passed everyone and hadn't sensed any more powerful auras. That soul transformation expert's protective runes were as weak as paper in front of that spiked club. He directly exploded on contact, and his soul dissipated. He was killed in one blow. Behind the huge club was an even larger giant. Even in death, that corrupt expert would never imagine that there would be someone who didn't cultivate spiritual yuan and had no cultivation base aura, but could still smash him to death with a club. "Corrupt path bastards who bully my brother Long, all of you can die," roared Wild. The blood-colored lines in his face lit up, and those lines stretched down his neck, his arms, and his legs. It was like a sleeping monster had awakened within Wild's body. Silver spots began to appear all over his bronze skin. Just at this time, another soul transformation expert attacked, and Wild smashed his club at him, sending him flying. That expert hacked up blood violently. Wild was now like a magical beast in human form. Smashing his huge spiked club around, he charged into the midst of the corrupt soul transformation experts. They were alarmed and hastily went to block him. But no matter who tried to stop him, they would be blown back by a smash of his club. There was even one unlucky fellow whose king item sword shattered into fragments and pierced his own body. "We need reinforcements here to handle this big dumb brat." 7 corrupt soul transformation experts flew at Wild at the same time. With a furious roar that sounded like it came from a magical beast, Wild unleashed a tempest of attacks with his spiked club. Like a rolling boulder, he smashed through the corrupt soul transformation experts. Just as Wild drew everyone's attention, a corrupt soul transformation expert snuck his way behind Meng Qi. Wielding a pitch-black claw, he silently stretched out toward Meng Qi's heart. Meng Qi turned a blind eye to his attack. Forming hand seals, she was completely focused on the clashing soul transformation experts. After all, they were the main force. As long as she affected the enemy experts even slightly, the Xuantian Dao sect soul transformation experts could take that chance to kill their opponents. That would make the difference between both sides rapidly decrease, and this was the only way to avoid huge casualties amongst the kings. That corrupt expert thought that Meng Qi hadn't sensed him, and he smiled sinisterly. Sharp wind rends the moon. Just as he was preparing to attack, a cold cry rang out that caused his expression to change. His whole body shook, and when he turned back, he saw a man slowly sheathing his sword behind his back. Chapter 1291 The sword returns to the source. The sound of a sword returning to its sheath was very clear. But the corrupt expert felt like his heart had been smashed by a hammer. Following that, the world suddenly split apart. He was shocked. Just what kind of magical art was this? He suddenly understood something right before his vision turned forever dark. 2 halves of his body fell from the sky. Before they touched the ground, Yu Zifeng had already shot off toward another corrupt soul transformation expert. "Watch out, he's a sword cultivator. He can ignore the cultivation base difference," warned a corrupt soul transformation expert. But it was already too late. Yu Zifeng's sword once more came out of its sheath, flashing through the air. Another soul transformation expert was cut in half. Even his king item was slashed apart. Consecutive soul transformation experts were slain by a foundation forging disciple, and in one shot each. That made the corrupt expert's hearts turn cold. His sword once more returned to his sheath, and Yu Zifeng rushed away, choosing his next target. An unhealthy color had now appeared on his face. Boom! A soul transformation expert was blown back by a full power swing of Ji Yu Yang's spear. Just at that moment, Yu Zifeng pounced, annihilating him in body and soul. "Zifeng, take it easy. You're pushing yourself too hard," warned Ji Yu Yang quietly. Yu Zifeng's face was turning gray. He was using a terrifying secret art to give himself immense power, which was the only reason he was able to consecutively slay soul transformation experts so easily. But this kind of secret art would definitely have terrible side effects. "There's no other choice. The elders aren't able to handle it. Don't worry about me." Yu Zifeng nodded in acknowledgement and once more shot out. "Kill that sword cultivator. We can't let him grow up." The corrupt experts saw just how terrifying Yu Zifeng was. Right now, he was in the foundation forging realm, but could instantly kill soul transformation experts. If he matured, he would definitely be the bane of the corrupt path. He had to be cut down now. 13 soul transformation experts shot at Yu Zifeng at the same time, hoping to kill him in the first exchange. Yu Zifeng took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. When his eyes popped back open, the image of a sword had appeared in them. Yu Zifeng slowly raised his sword. Shockingly, heaven and earth also seemed to slow down. As Yu Zifeng's sword moved, sword images began to appear. They were actually incredibly condensed and realistic, looking just like real swords. When his sword completed a full revolution through the air, the sword images around him looked like a blooming lotus. 81 sharp swords were pointed in every direction. In that instant, the enemy's expressions completely changed. They felt a burst of pain in their souls. That was the result of feeling mortal danger pressing down upon them. They almost instinctively gave up their attacks and turned to flee. The sword returns to the source. Yu Zifeng's 81 swords shot out like 81 streaks of lightning. Terrified screams rang out along with the sound of flesh being pierced. Those 13 soul transformation experts were all slain in an instant. A foundation forging disciple had killed over 10 soul transformation experts in one attack. The entire battlefield turned silent for a moment, as this had surpassed all their understanding. Although sword cultivators had been acknowledged as the #1 offensive cultivators for tens of thousands of years, consecutively killing experts 2 realms above oneself was still hard to accept. After this attack, Yu Zifeng's eyes became listless. He fell from the sky without the slightest fluctuations of life. Zifeng, Ji Yu Yong and the others let out a startled cry. They hadn't expected Yu Zifeng to have sacrificed his own life energy to kill these experts. Get his corpse. The corrupt experts became greedy. If they could take Yu Zifeng's corpse, perhaps they could peer into some mysteries of the sword Dao. Scram, spirit of the earth, kill them. 2 shouts rang out at the same time, and the earth split open. 2 huge earth giants charged out, blocking the corrupt experts. Those corrupt experts let out a cold snort and attacked, striking the 2 earth giants with rays of light. The earth giants weren't able to bear the attacks of over 10 soul transformation experts at once, and their upper bodies exploded, leaving behind only their lower halves. The corrupt soul transformation experts continued on, but their expressions quickly changed. The earth giants suddenly regrew out of their lower halves, once more blocking their way. One of the corrupt soul transformation experts had been too far forward to stop. As a result, one of the earth giants clapped its hands together like swatting a mosquito, killing him. These animated earth giants had been summoned from a distance by Li Qi and Song Mingyuan. They were controlled by the 2 of them, but their energy came from the earth. Right now, Li Qi and Song Mingyuan were also rank 8 celestials, and adding on what they had comprehended within the Xuantian catalog, their control over earth energy had reached an unprecedented height. But although these earth giants were powerful, their bodies were too huge, making their movements awkward. Their attacks were easy to dodge, which made their killing power low. That dead corrupt expert could only blame his bad luck. The other corrupt soul transformation experts hastily fell back. They had almost shared the same fate as their fallen comrade. Just at this moment, Li Qi caught Yu Zifeng. Carefully examining him, Li Qi truly found that Yu Zifeng didn't have the slightest bit of life within him. His spiritual fluctuations had also disappeared. Grief filled Li Qi. He was unable to accept having a brother, whom he had fought alongside with for so many years through life and death, fall right in front of him. He's not dead. Protect his body, and especially his sword. Just at this moment, Meng Qi's voice rang out. Of everyone here, Meng Qi's spiritual strength was the strongest. At first, she had also been shocked that Yu Zifeng would do something like this. It still wasn't the time to drag enemies down at the cost of their own lives. But she quickly realized that with his last attack, Yu Zifeng's soul and even his life had merged into his sword. That was what had allowed him to unleash such shocking power. Right now, his soul and life energy were all within his sword, while his body had become a husk. As for why he had done such a thing, no one knew. But no matter what, for him to slay so many corrupt soul transformation experts right at the start had greatly lessened the pressure on the others. The rate at which the Xuantian Dao sect's kings were dying had slowed down greatly. Meng Qi's words delighted everyone. Li Qi hastily summoned a coffin and placed Yu Zifeng and his sword carefully inside. Just like that, he carried the coffin on his back. At this time, Bao Buping and Chong Hao were stupefied. First, it was Guo Ran, Meng Qi, and Tang Wan attacking, then it was Wild, Yu Zifeng, Ji Yu Yong, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan displaying such shocking power. They almost couldn't believe it. Hua Xiu, Zhao Zian, Wang Zhen, Mu Qingshan, Su Mo, and the others were also fighting all out. Their battle power was also immense. Looking at these powerful figures, Bao Buping and Chong Hao felt like they had become ordinary people. They were no longer the peak heavenly geniuses of the heaven-splitting battle sect. Fuck, brother, we have to get some face too. These are just Long Chen's subordinates, but we're his brothers, said Bao Buping stealthily to Chong Hao. Chong Hao nodded. Today, he had received quite a blow. Each of these fellows was fiercer than the last. If this continued, the two of them would just become extras. That was unacceptable. If they couldn't compare to Long Chen, then fine. After all, he was a monster. But if they couldn't even compare to the others, they wouldn't be able to show their faces again. Work together. Chong Hao and Bao Buping exchanged a glance. Through their years together, they instantly understood the other's thoughts. Scale-like runes covered their bodies as they activated the battle god blessing. Those runes became blood-colored as they also activated their spirit blood. Like angry lions, they let out a furious roar and charged at a corrupt soul transformation expert. Split the heavens for. Two huge sword images crashed toward a corrupt soul transformation expert. That expert hastily blocked. With an explosive sound, he vomited blood. But before he could go anywhere, another sword image fell, blowing him to pieces. Bao Buping and Chong Hao's cooperation was flawless. Although it looked like they had attacked at the same time, they hadn't. Chong Hao's attack went first, and its aura and light concealed Bao Buping's attack. It looked like a combination attack from the two of them, but when that corrupt soul transformation expert blocked it and relaxed ever so slightly, the second attack struck, killing him. The first one, the second one, the third one, their huge sword images didn't reveal any clues as to how they were killing the soul transformation experts. 3 of them died consecutively. The battlefield was chaotic. Although the corrupt soul transformation experts had experienced many battles, they had never seen such a bizarre battle. There was a group of Foundation forging disciples killing soul transformation experts. In the distance where the reincarnation mirror was facing off with the corrupt god's skull, Li Tianxuan was calmly watching the battle below. There was no expression on his face. This result was something he had long since expected. Within the Xuantian Dao sect, only he was aware of the Dragonblood Legion's true power. That was the only reason he had prepared himself to consume a big piece of meat this time. Compared to Li Tianxuan's calm, the dwarf's expression was growing more and more unsightly. After calculating and preparing things, he had still fallen into Li Tianxuan's scheme. At this time, the dwarf looked toward a distant location in the sky, a place that was covered in white ripples. It was Long Chen and Gui Yan's battlefield. Right now, the situation was already unfavorable to the corrupt path. They had no more trump cards to reverse things. It was up to Gui Yan. Chapter 1292 Ominous. Long Chen's fist collided with Gui Yan's. Space rippled violently from the collision. But the white runes that formed this separate battlefield were not affected by their power. There was no sign of them breaking. In their first exchange, both Long Chen and Gui Yan's bodies shook from each other's power. They had drawn in this first exchange. Your power's not bad, but a battle isn't decided through just brute force. Gui Yan's fist suddenly transformed into a claw, and he attacked Long Chen's fist. He changed moves astonishingly quickly. Gui Yan was clearly someone with great battle experience. When his fist transformed into a claw, his fingernails actually grew over an inch with flashing runes. They became incomparably sharp. However, Long Chen coldly snorted and didn't retreat. Instead, he once more let out a punch, but this time, green scales covered his fist. A few streaks of blood appeared on Long Chen's fist. Even his scales were unable to completely block Gui Yan's sharp blow. At the same time as he sent out this punch, Long Chen launched a lightning-like kick at Gui Yan. It was so fast that it caught him off guard, but Gui Yan narrowly managed to avoid his life rod meeting a grisly fate. However, Long Chen's kick still managed to strike his abdomen. He was blown back, feeling a burst of pain. Long Chen looked at his bleeding fist, surprised. Gui Yan's claw was even sharper than a king item. It could even break the defenses of his dragon scales. If Gui Yan hadn't been able to use his full power with his claw thanks to his kick, his fist would probably be a bloody pulp right now. As for Gui Yan, he was just as surprised as Long Chen. This move of Long Chen had been too bizarre, and very dangerous as a result. If he had allowed Long Chen's kick to strike his life rod, that pain would affect his combat power. That would have been troublesome. You have a few tricks, but that doesn't mean you have the qualifications to challenge me. I'll let you see the true power of a rank 9 celestial. The 9 flowers around Gui Yan were originally just flower buds. But now, they slowly bloomed. Each flower had 9 petals, and each petal had 9 veins. 9 nines represented the pinnacle of heaven and earth. The world suddenly seemed to bend toward Gui Yan. It was like he became the ruler of this space, as if all the energy of the world had been sucked dry by him. All the experts fighting in the distance looked up in horror. Whether they were from the righteous or corrupt path, they could clearly feel their heavenly Tao energy suddenly dropping. Clearly, all the heavenly Tao energy was rushing toward Gui Yan. They weren't able to get even half of what they normally had. Since everyone was a celestial, they were all equally weakened, making it so that the power difference between them didn't change. But there were a few unlucky fellows. Those were the corrupt soul transformation experts fighting Wild. Their power had dropped, while Wild wasn't affected at all. With just one swing of Wild's club, they were no longer able to hold on. The originally balanced battle was immediately flipped. Wild killed 7 corrupt soul transformation experts in just a moment. This caused a huge disturbance amongst the corrupt experts, and over a dozen of them immediately went to focus on Wild. Just like this, the pressure on the Xuantian Dao sect's side lessened once more. However, the corrupt path still had too many soul transformation experts. But now, the morale between the two sides had completely changed. The corrupt path had been given bloody blows time and time again, their experts slain. Their morale had dropped. After all, they had held such an absolute advantage at the very start when it had just been Long Chen and the heaven-splitting battle sect's people trapped in their formation. They had been like turtles in a jar that could have been killed at any moment. But then Li Tianxuan had suddenly appeared. Bit by bit, their advantage was taken away. Now they were evenly matched. And calling themselves evenly matched was just a way to comfort themselves. It was true if you just looked at the surface of things, but in truth, the righteous path had lost very few people so far, while the corrupt path had suffered heavy losses. The thing that reduced their morale the most was that they no longer had any trump cards to reverse the tides. They could only continue fighting like this. This was a kind of torture to them. As for the righteous side, they had only encountered pleasant surprise after pleasant surprise. The display of their heavenly geniuses had completely ignited their morale, bringing their combat power to the peak. The corrupt side saw that and knew that it didn't bode well. If some marvelous figure could also appear on their side and give their enemies a stunning counterattack, even if it was just killing 1 or 2 of their geniuses, the morale would balance out. Regretfully, no such figure appeared. Although the corrupt side also had rank 8 celestials, compared to the vicious figures of the Dragonblood Legion, they were worthless. Now the corrupt side was in a passive position. They were waiting for a chance. And most of their hopes lay in the battle up in the sky. Up in the sky, Gui Yan's 9 flowers fully bloomed around him. Each flower was 9 feet long, forming a huge flower ring behind him. That terrifying pressure contained the will of heaven and earth. That was something others wouldn't even dare to face. Do you see? This is the true heavenly Tao manifestation of a rank 9 celestial. 9 flowers manifest the heavenly Taos. Each flower, each vein, each piece of it represents a Tao. Together, it comprises all the Taos, and in front of it, even heaven and earth must submit. Just what will you take out to fight me? Gui Yan indifferently stared at Long Chen like a ruler looking at a commoner. This was Gui Yan's confidence. Any celestial would have to submit in front of a rank 9 celestial. This was the will of the heavens, the heavenly Taos. If you didn't submit, you would be killed. If it was an ordinary rank 8 celestial facing Gui Yan, they would probably be trembling in terror. That was because this pressure came from the heavenly Taos. Let alone fighting, just being able to stand steadily would be not bad. But unfortunately for Gui Yan, this kind of heavenly Tao pressure was useless against Long Chen. This pressure was artificial, created by a mere person. Long Chen had faced heavenly punishment over and over again. That represented the true laws of heaven and earth. Even in the face of heavenly punishment, Long Chen hadn't submitted. This kind of pressure was nothing more than a fart to him. Seeing Gui Yan attempt to use his heavenly Tao pressure to make him submit, Long Chen's lips curled into an icy smile. He sighed, "Since you're my opponent, I'd advise you not to use this kind of manifestation." "Oh, why is that?" asked Gui Yan. "Because it's very ominous. Do you really not know, or are you just acting dumb? Don't you know that flower wreaths are used for the dead? Having summoned such a huge wreath for yourself, do you not feel like you're asking for death?" Long Chen pointed to the huge flower ring behind Gui Yan. Long Chen wasn't speaking quietly, and many of the people on the battlefield below were stealthily paying attention to their battle up above. So practically everyone heard him. Boss really is the boss. This comparison is truly alike. Yes, it really is alike. Guo Ran was wielding his crossbow and constantly sneak attacking corrupt soul transformation experts to give others the chance to kill them. But he didn't forget to cheer. The others also looked strangely at the flower ring behind Gui Yan. Honestly speaking, its shape was truly similar. Of course, if there were a few poles connecting them all, it would look even more similar. Ignorant fool, you're blaspheming the heavenly Taos. I'll show you a power that you couldn't obtain even if you cultivated for 10,000 years. Gui Yan was infuriated. Long Chen was actually mocking the rank 9 celestial status that he was most proud of. Binding of the heavenly Taos. The runes of Gui Yan's manifestation lit up, and heaven and earth shook. An invisible energy locked Long Chen down. Long Chen's expression immediately changed. He suddenly felt like space had turned solid around him. He couldn't move. Now you should know how amazing rank 9 celestials are. Idiot, how dare you mock my grand Tao flowers? Gui Yan sneered upon seeing Long Chen's expression change. He sent a hand for his neck. Green dragon battle armor. Just as Gui Yan's hand was about to reach him, Long Chen let out a low cry. A hand covered in green scales swung out in a profound and beautiful arc, slapping Gui Yan across the face, making him let out a pained groan as he shot back like a shooting star. He crashed into the border of this separate battle space. But curiously, the barrier around this space stretched a bit and then bounced him back. It wasn't damaged at all. Long Chen's slap completely stunned the corrupt experts. Only Guo Ran immediately cheered. Guo Ran knew that Long Chen was the soul of the Dragonblood Legion. Any of his actions could raise the morale of the Dragonblood warriors. As expected, the Dragonblood warriors all let out an explosive shout. This slap of Long Chen's caused their morale to soar. In their hearts, Long Chen was an undefeatable god. But his opponent was a terrifying rank 9 celestial who could suppress all other heavenly geniuses. Even at this great distance, they sensed immense pressure from him. However, Long Chen didn't care about celestial rank. No matter what, he could still send people flying with a slap in the face. This made their confidence soar. Their worries were wiped out by this slap. The Dragonblood warriors completely forgot about Long Chen and focused on slaughtering their opponents. This was a rare opportunity to rack up merit. It would strengthen the Xuantian Dao sect as well as the Dragonblood Legion. Long Chen, if I don't skin you, rip out all your muscles, carve out your heart, and refine your soul, I, Gui Yan, will swear I'm not human. Gui Yan let out a furious roar. The flowers behind him shook as he once more shot at Long Chen with unprecedented killing intent. Chapter 1293 Soaring Morale. The current Gui Yan was like a furious lion. With all the surrounding heavenly Dao energy wrapped around him, it seemed even the heavens were infuriated. In Gui Yan's life, his first humiliation was brought about by Lang Yuyan. But Lang Yuyan was a woman he wanted to pursue, and even being cut by her couldn't erase his adoration for her. In the corrupt path, power was everything. Lang Yuyan wasn't just stunningly beautiful, she also possessed an innate grandness that made it so others wouldn't dare to blaspheme her. But most importantly, her power was enough to shake the corrupt path. She swept through anyone in the same realm. Being defeated by her was something Gui Yan could accept. But he couldn't accept that Lang Yuyan's heart contained the image of Long Chen. From her words, she clearly viewed Long Chen highly. So he had come today in order to humiliate Long Chen and prove that he was thousands upon thousands of times stronger than him. He was a supreme heavenly genius, a rank 9 celestial, someone who could look down on all other celestials. But he had been slapped in the face by Long Chen. It was a completely intolerable humiliation. Long Chen, I'll make you live a life worse than death. Gui Yan roared. His fist was enveloped by powerful runes. This punch caused space to be smashed apart. With all the heavenly Dao energy in the surroundings supporting him, this fist had definitely reached a kind of pinnacle in power. This was no longer just Gui Yan's attack. It was the attack of heaven and earth. This grand ambition of yours is doomed to fail. Long Chen's eyes blazed with battle intent. His 108,000 immortal platforms and 4 chi seas all revolved. Long Chen no longer held back any power either, and he sent out a punch. This was a world-shaking collision. Chi waves and astral winds surged out, striking the edges of this battle space. In an instant, the original battle space inflated to 10 times its original size. But even so, the white barrier around them didn't break. Seeing it expand like a balloon, the people fighting below were all shocked. Although the formation was blocking the real power from reaching them, just the pressure they felt from up there gave them a sensation of mortal danger. The corrupt soul transformation experts were especially shocked. Although they had seen Long Chen fighting the ancient races and the Pill Tower's soul transformation experts, they hadn't felt him to be so powerful. Instead, they had thought that the Righteous Path's experts were too stupid and easily toyed with. But now when they saw Long Chen's full power, they realized that Long Chen hadn't been fighting seriously before. In truth, at that time, Long Chen hadn't dared to fight all out, because accidentally touching the sovereign blood seal would be a far too sullen death. Now he didn't have any more misgivings. Now that they saw his true power, the corrupt path's experts finally understood why heavenly geniuses as powerful as Wild, Guo Ran, Yu Zifeng, Meng Qi, Tang Wan and the others would all be willing to follow Long Chen. This display completely showed them how Long Chen was able to lead such a powerful legion. Even rank 8 Celestials would be completely suppressed by rank 9 Celestials, not having the slightest ability to resist. But Long Chen, someone who wasn't even a Celestial, was actually fighting evenly with Gui Yan. He could only be called a monster. In the first exchange, neither of them had an advantage. Long Chen and Gui Yan both roared and exchanged a fierce tempest of blows. Each attack was a shocking one capable of shattering mountains, unleashing an ear-splitting explosive sound that caused the stars to shudder. This was a clash of pure power without any technique. They were completely focused on fighting with power. Each collision was like the eruption of a volcano. Runes whirled through the air and astral winds exploded. The people below were only able to vaguely see two figures continuously clashing. What terrifying power! Just what kind of monster is Long Chen? Just by relying on his physical strength, he can contend with the power of the heavenly Taos. One of the corrupt path's soul transformation experts looked up with shock. Currently, Long Chen had his 3,000-meter divine ring behind him, and his body was covered in scales. None of his movements contained the fluctuations of heavenly Tao runes. He was relying entirely on brute force. The will of the heavens was clearly crashing onto Long Chen. That pressure had reached the realm that they could even see it with their eyes. Anyone else would have had no choice but to kneel in the face of this pressure. They wouldn't dare to move in the face of the heavens' might. But Long Chen's divine ring seemed to push away heaven and earth, resisting the heavenly Tao pressure. Furthermore, Long Chen's own will erupted, a will that was domineering and undefeatable. He didn't submit in the slightest in the face of the heavenly Taos. Each of his attacks contained the determination to break apart the shackles of heaven and earth. With each attack, Long Chen wasn't just attacking Gui Yan. He was also attacking the heavenly Taos. Is he trying to defy the heavens? The corrupt experts were deeply shaken by this sight. To fight against the heavens, will was provoking the heavenly Taos. Even though they were so far away, even soul transformation experts were feeling quite a bit of pressure. It could be imagined just how terrifying the pressure on Long Chen was. Boss is undefeatable. Brothers, after chasing Boss for so many years, we should also win some face for Boss. Kill these corrupt bastards. Affected by Long Chen, Guo Ran suddenly charged into the midst of the corrupt experts. Wielding golden blades, he actually gave up directing people. That was because he had noticed there was no longer any need for directions. The Dragonblood Legion had the 50 healing experts to protect them, so they weren't in any danger. In a battle of soul transformation experts, his crossbow's killing power was limited. He had tried several times to save the lives of some dying elders, but he hadn't been able to do that. After seeing several elders being killed without being able to stop it, his fury soared. Some of these elders were the ones he knew. The sight of Long Chen fighting against the heavens provoked Guo Ran, and he couldn't hold back any longer. He directly charged at the corrupt soul transformation experts. One of those corrupt soul transformation experts snorted and blocked Guo Ran's blades with a truncheon. He had just been considering how he should cut down this irritating fellow when Guo Ran actually sent himself to him. With a cold smile, he was just about to attack when tiny holes suddenly opened on Guo Ran's chest. Dozens of black needles shot out. The corrupt expert was startled. At this range, there was no way to block. He hastily dodged to the side. But Guo Ran had timed his attack very well, and no matter where the corrupt expert went, he would be struck by at least one. As expected, one of those needles pierced his arm. But its power wasn't that great, and it didn't possess any killing power. The corrupt expert had only just sighed with relief when his expression suddenly changed. He was shocked to find that his body had turned numb and he couldn't move. Poison. Guo Ran severed that expert's head. Before the head could fall, his other blade blew it apart. Brothers, use the blood of these corrupt experts to temper our glory. Kill. Guo Ran roared. Combined with how he had just killed a soul transformation expert, he looked just like a mighty general. It was extremely grand. Every member of the Dragonblood Legion roared at the same time, their morale once more surging. At this time, they had been fighting for a whole 4 hours. Such a high-intensity battle should have long since started to exhaust them. But the Dragonblood warriors were like untiring killing machines. They continued to fight as fiercely as ever. Damn it, how could this happen? The corrupt dwarf suddenly let out a furious shout, the veins on his forehead bulging. This battle was not going as he had expected at all. The corrupt path's disciples were being slaughtered by the Dragonblood warriors. With their morale so low, a third of their number had been killed in just 4 hours. Only 20,000 of them remained. The most unacceptable thing was that the Dragonblood Legion still had 0 casualties. Not one of them had died. Could this even count as a bloody battle? One reason for the 0 casualties was the king item armor Guo Ran had forged for them, while another was the protection of the 50 healing experts that allowed them to avoid disaster time and time again. Other than those 2 points, the Dragonblood warriors also had great battle experience and were skilled in cooperating, not giving their opponents any chance to kill them. Although the Dragonblood warriors were only rank 5 celestials, they were like tigers even when they came up against ranked 6 and ranked 7 corrupt celestials. The corrupt disciples were forced back miserably. As for the rank 8 celestials, they were being targeted by Meng Qi and Tang Wan. That was to avoid any accidents. As for the soul transformation battlefield, they had over 270 experts left, and were also at a disadvantage. That made the dwarf extremely anxious. Right now, all his hopes lay with Gui Yan. But he was still fighting evenly with Long Chen. There was practically no chance of him killing Long Chen in the short term. That made the dwarf feel like he was being tortured as he watched. Suddenly, the reincarnation mirror's light intensified. Li Tianxuan calmly looked at the dwarf. Don't try to think of anything. Just calmly watch. With me here, don't embarrass yourself by trying to bring out your little tricks. Clearly, the dwarf had just been thinking of how to intervene, but he couldn't escape Li Tianxuan's control. He didn't succeed. Seeing his army of experts being killed one by one, he suddenly roared, Gui Yan, hurry up and use your trump card to kill Long Chen. Chapter 1294 Exchanging Injury for Injury. The corrupt dwarf's shout caused the surrounding space to shake. He was truly panicked now. The corrupt path was currently at an extreme disadvantage. Although they still outnumbered the righteous path 2 to 1, their morale was at rock bottom. The more time that passed, the greater their disadvantage would be. The righteous path's morale was soaring, and their attacks were constantly growing sharper. They were gradually pushing the corrupt path to even more desperate straits. The corrupt path was famed for their brutality, their viciousness. But in the face of the even fiercer Dragonblood Legion, they were like a herd of sheep. The main reason they didn't turn tail and flee was because of the corrupt path's harsh punishments. If they were captured after fleeing, they would go through torture that was worse than death. The corrupt path couldn't go, while the righteous path naturally wouldn't let them go. So there was no way out for them. Whenever such a battle started, they had to put their lives on the line. This was the reason the corrupt path's experts were so crazy and brutal. Most of the time, the fierce brutality of theirs was shown intentionally to increase the psychological pressure on the righteous path. But this kind of psychological pressure had no effect on the Dragonblood Legion that had gone through countless life and death battles. The corrupt dwarf had seen through that, which was why he was panicking. After losing so many people, not even the corpses he had gained could make up for their losses. Now he regretted that he hadn't fled at the beginning. At least, they would have remained whole. As for now, whether or not they could make up for their losses depended on whether Gui Yan could defeat Long Chen. More accurately, it depended on whether Gui Yan could defeat him quickly. After all, with each passing moment, the number of casualties on the corrupt path's side increased. You don't need to waste the effort. That space is created from a fragment of the ancient battlefield. Even Life Star experts can't barge in. Although it looks like they're right there, they're actually in a separate space. Your voice won't reach them, said Li Tianxuan, kindly explaining the situation. Shut up, don't act like you've already won. It's not certain who will be the final winner, raged the dwarf. He had already gotten enough of Li Tianxuan's calm appearance. Now he was a bit afraid. He felt like compared to Li Tianxuan, he was just an idiot whose thoughts could be read easily. He had fallen for Li Tianxuan's trap time after time. There was nothing he could do to Li Tianxuan. He was completely tied up with him. That calm appearance of his infuriated him. Explosive sounds continued to come from the separate space. Wei Yan was crazily fighting Long Chen. His 9 flowers revolved, and a sea of runes surged around him. Long Chen's divine ring was unleashing a powerful pressure that continued to contend with the will of the heavenly Daos. His 108,000 immortal platforms continued to revolve as he fought all out. With their immense power, each of their exchanges caused shocking explosions. After fighting at such intensity for hours, their auras became even fiercer, and their attacks became even more vicious. Wei Yan's claw reached toward Long Chen's throat. Long Chen shifted back to take it with his shoulder. His scales shattered and his shoulder was turned into a bloody pulp. The injury was deep enough that they could see bone. But at the same time, the runes on Long Chen's boot lit up, and he sent a kick to Wei Yan's ribs. With a clear cracking sound, Wei Yan's ribcage was broken, and he was sent flying, vomiting a mouthful of blood. Even his internal organs were injured. HMPH, I'm a celestial and can heal with heavenly Tao energy. If you want to exchange injury for injury, I'll crush you like a dog. Wei Yan was kicked back, but by circulating his heavenly Tao energy, his injury instantly healed. With a sneer, he shot back at Long Chen. Who cares if you're a celestial? I can kill you all the same, snorted Long Chen. His fists danced as he fought Wei Yan. Long Chen had no choice but to admit that Wei Yan was truly powerful. Fortunately, he himself wasn't a celestial. Otherwise, he would be under an even greater natural suppression. After fighting for so long, neither one of them was able to suppress the other. Their fighting style gradually became even more ruthless and bloodier. The sound of flesh being struck rang out over and over. The melody of bones breaking and fresh blood spurting continued. The two of them began a brutal battle of exchanging injury for injury. Wei Yan's claws were extremely sharp, and even Long Chen's dragon scales weren't able to block them. He became covered in blood. On the other hand, Wei Yan's clothes were still in perfect condition. It looked like Long Chen was much more miserable. Wei Yan, you fool, he's intentionally using up your heavenly Tao energy, roared the corrupt dwarf. He was a wily old fox and immediately saw through the clues. Although Long Chen looked wretched, he was only covered in external injuries. As for Long Chen, he was always giving Wei Yan internal injuries. Wei Yan was using up 10 times the amount of energy Long Chen was to heal. But Long Chen didn't bat an eye, and Wei Yan didn't sense this. So the corrupt dwarf became even more anxious. I've already reminded you. Li Tianxuan shook his head. Shut up, I know he can't hear me, but I like to shout. So what? Roared the dwarf like a beast. Ah, all right, you can continue. But I should warn you, shouting like this will cause your corrupt path's morale to drop. After all, you're their leader. You should control yourself and look at ease, or your side will lose confidence. Other than that, another important thing is that your shouting is very unpleasant to listen to. A person should have a sense of honor and shame, said Li Tianxuan kindly. The corrupt dwarf almost coughed up blood. Just at this moment, the reincarnation mirror's light brightened, and he hastily controlled the corrupt god's skull to block. But due to his distracted state of mind, the reincarnation mirror took the advantage. It was starting to suppress the corrupt god's skull. The corrupt dwarf suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood that landed on the corrupt god's skull. Having received his essence blood, the corrupt god's skull brightened and an evil aura soared. Its power rose a level, stopping the reincarnation mirror's suppression and returning them to an even state. The dwarf was ashen, but he no longer dared to speak. There was nothing wrong with Li Tianxuan's words. As the leader of his corrupt side, each of his movements could affect their morale. If he started shouting his worries, his corrupt experts would know he had no tricks left up his sleeve, and it would cause their confidence to crumble. This kind of thing was something he had actually needed his enemy to remind him of. That made him feel like he was about to go crazy. If Li Tianxuan dared to remind him of this, it meant that everything was within his control. It was like the two of them were playing chess, and Li Tianxuan had actually told the dwarf how he should play. And most terrifying of all, he had no choice but to follow his instructions. It could be imagined what the conclusion of such a game would be. Currently, Although he was so anxious it felt like his heart was burning, he had no choice but to shut his mouth. With him shutting up, Li Tianxuan finally no longer had to hear his ugly voice. Although Li Tianxuan looked calm, he was actually extremely emotional inside over the power that Long Chen, Guo Ran, Wild, Yu Zifeng, Meng Qi, Tang Wan and the others had displayed. They were all top heavenly geniuses. No one would have expected that such people had come from a desolate place like the Eastern Wasteland. And even there, they had been average people with only ordinary talent. Li Tianxuan had personally seen the Dragonblood Legion soar, but even so, he almost couldn't believe it. Seeing these heavenly geniuses fighting intensely against soul transformation experts, he suddenly had a grand aspiration. He knew that the chance for the Xuantian Dao sect to rise had come. He had to grasp this chance to restore the Xuantian Dao sect to its former glory, and an even greater height. But right now, the soul transformation battlefield had entered a stalemate. Both sides were bone-tired from this high-intensity battle. Whether it was their spiritual yuan, their physical energy, or their mental energy, they were all starting to fall. The corrupt path currently had less than 200 soul transformation experts. As for the Xuantian Dao sect side, they had lost 17 soul transformation experts. However, 500 of their kings had also perished, and they had less than 300 remaining. It had been precisely due to the high death rate of the kings that Yu Zifeng had directly raised his power to the greatest possible point and cut down as many corrupt soul transformation experts as he could. The majority of the casualties had died at the start of the battle. It was due to Yu Zifeng, Wild, Bao Buping, Chong Hao, and the others launching all-out attacks that the kings finally got some breathing room. Otherwise, they would have been immediately suppressed by the corrupt path instead of slowly turning things around. Most of the kings had died to protect the Xuantian Dao sect's geniuses. That was because they knew that these geniuses possessed high killing power, but their defensive power was unable to bear a single attack from a soul transformation expert. For example, people like Meng Qi, Tang Wan, Hua Xiu, or Zhao Zian would be instantly killed if an attack struck them. That was why many kings had sacrificed themselves to protect them. Their deaths had won opportunities for those geniuses to kill a large amount of corrupt soul transformation experts. That was enough for them to smile on their way to the Yellow Springs. Although the soul transformation battlefield looked even now, the advantage was still tilted toward the Xuantian Dao sect. That was because of Wild. His power was the greatest here, and if the corrupt experts were the slightest bit careless, they would be killed by a smash of his club. Wild had killed over 50 soul transformation experts by himself. As he fought, he munched on something. Those things looked like tiny dried fish. But in reality, they were rank 9 sea demons. They were the rations Wild had collected during the Battle of the Eastern Sea. At that time, he had killed so many rank 9 sea demons that he hadn't even finished all his stockpile yet. And since such a huge battle was extremely exhausting, he was constantly eating them as he fought. These little fish had been shrunk by a formation. Their actual bodies were huge, and they transformed into a huge amount of energy once Wild ate them, allowing him to forever maintain his peak combat power. Long Chen and Gui Yan once more exchanged injury for injury. A hunk of flesh had been torn from Long Chen's arm, while Long Chen had smashed a hole into Gui Yan's chest, causing him to vomit blood. "Bastard, you dare to scheme against me!" Gui Yan glared at Long Chen, finally having realized something. Chapter 1295 The True Essence of Split the Heavens. After such a long and intense battle, after continuously receiving injuries, the iron spruce oaks in Long Chen's primal chaos space had long since withered. Fortunately, he still had quite a bit of the divine life elixir from the Eastern Sea battle. As long as he didn't suffer internal injuries, a single drop could fully heal him. Each time his injuries accumulated to the point that they started to affect him, he would stealthily swallow a drop to heal. Gui Yan was completely focused on injuring Long Chen. He delighted in seeing Long Chen's blood splashing. As for the injuries he suffered, he didn't care. He simply used heavenly Dao energy to heal each time. But after fighting for so long, he finally realized something was off. He found that his heavenly Dao energy had dropped by over 30% without him even knowing it. Furthermore, the flowers behind him had dimmed slightly. Now he realized that when Long Chen fought him, he always chose to exchange external injuries for internal injuries. If the situation only allowed him to exchange internal injuries, he would dodge and find a way to make it an external injury for internal injury. When this occurred again, Gui Yan finally realized the truth. He glared at Long Chen, flames raging in his eyes. Clenching his fists, he spat out through clenched teeth, "Long Chen, you dare to scheme against me? What childish words." "I have no way to reply." Long Chen shook his head. There really was no way to reply to such a stupid question. Your despicable righteous path only knows how to play these sinister schemes. How are you fit to be called cultivators? Raged Gui Yan. Fool, after losing, you just start cursing. Do you think that's the conduct of a cultivator? Aren't you the pot calling the kettle black? Your corrupt path is just a bunch of idiots who think themselves infallible. As for your corrupt god, he's definitely a delusional maniac. If I have a chance, I'll slap that idiot to death, sneered Long Chen. Blasphemer of the corrupt god, face your death. Gui Yan suddenly roared and took out a blood-colored spear. Blood-colored runes lit up along it. The wails of countless ghosts rang out in Long Chen's ears, causing his heart to turn cold. Clearly, this was a corrupt weapon refined from the flesh and souls of countless experts. An inestimable amount of grievance and resentment was contained within it, capable of easily affecting a person's soul and mind. Even a delusional maniac dares to call themselves a god. It's not that I'm looking down on him, but I really look down on him. Long Chen also took out his weapon. Blooddrinker slashed through the air. Just as Blooddrinker and the spear collided, it was like something had exploded. Space twisted, and something tried to pierce through Long Chen's forehead. Long Chen immediately felt a burst of pain. Long Chen was shocked. This spear was definitely strange. When he touched it, it would unleash a spiritual attack aimed at his mind-see. Just at this moment, Long Chen instinctively used his left arm to defend his waist. He had only just done this when he was blown back. The pain in his head faded and everything returned to normal. Gui Yan once more shot at him. Long Chen instantly realized that this spear contained a special formation. Once touched, it would attack a person's mind-see, temporarily slowing their reaction speed. Just now, if it hadn't been for his instinctive reaction, that spear would have smashed into his waist. That would have definitely been a heavy injury. Fortunately, he had an arm protector to block it, but the great power behind it caused his arm to feel a bit numb. Long Chen repeatedly flashed back 7 steps, the runes on his boots lighting up. With each step, he retreated 3,000 meters, and he always retreated at a strange angle that made Gui Yan's attack miss. Split the heavens 3. A huge saber image tore through space at Gui Yan. Boom! Gui Yan received the blow as he fell back. But as he retreated, he sneered. Did you think creating some distance between us would save you? My power isn't dependent on a martial weapon. The spear suddenly began to shine, and the 9 flowers behind him quivered slightly. 9 streams of energy that could be seen with the naked eye slowly poured into the spear, quivering it as the miserable cries of thousands of ghosts rang out. Looking at his spear, Gui Yan icily said, "This spear is called Siguatuya. In the corrupt language, it means bloodthirsty fiend. It was forged 3 years ago, and I'm the one who gave it its name. This spear has absorbed all the flesh and spiritual strength of the experts I've slain in the past 3 years, and 70% of them came from your righteous path. It has already absorbed millions of their souls and bodies. Today, I will completely unleash its power. Once I use up all of its energy, its memory will also be wiped clean. Then the first blood it will taste will be yours. That's the only way it has any meaning. Siguatuya can also enter a new age." Gui Yan's spear quivered more intensely until it was like a volcano about to explode. At the same time, countless illusory images appeared around it, letting out painful shrieks. Those were the memories of the spear, the people it had slain. That was their unwillingness and anger right before dying. Countless images appeared, layering on top of each other. Each of those images represented the life of an expert. That's why I said your corrupt path is a bunch of idiots who think themselves infallible. You think you can do whatever you want if you have power. Toward people like you, the only thing to do is slaughter you to the last. Long Chen coldly stared at Gui Yan and raised Blooddrinker. A saber image tore into the sky. A will filled the world. This will was a will that would slash through worlds, a will that looked down arrogantly at others. In front of that will, the heavens were nothing more than a target to slash. When this will spread, several people immediately reacted. Bao Buping and Chong Hao raised their heads, looking up at the huge saber image with shock. In the distance, in a practically forgotten corner, there was a battlefield where space was constantly crumbling. This was the battlefield of the Life Star experts. Liu Kang, the tower department head, and the 7 bosses were fighting all out. The 9 of them were fighting 18 corrupt Life Star experts. There were still no casualties on this battlefield. Life-star experts were too strong and had greater endurance. Although the righteous side was at a disadvantage, there was currently no danger of them losing. However, the bosses were a bit irritated. If they hadn't used up so much energy fighting the bastards from the Pill Tower and ancient races, they definitely wouldn't be suppressed now. While they were fighting, this will reach them. The others didn't react to it, but the boss's hearts shook. This will was far too familiar to them. It was the will of Split the Heavens. This is the true meaning of Split the Heavens. The seventh boss's eyes lit up as he realized something. Yes, this is its true will. Split the heavens. It doesn't mean to split apart heaven and earth, it means to split all restrictions, all laws. It means to break all bindings to live free. Boss Bao was also excited by this. Because they didn't have the upper portion of the heaven-splitting divine tablet, the will of Split the Heavens hadn't been passed down over the years. Therefore, their understanding of Split the Heavens had already started to deviate. Although others had also once proposed that Split the Heavens had another kind of will, no one like Long Chen had appeared to personally demonstrate it. Long Chen was someone who loathed the heavens. Now that he used Split the Heavens, he also displayed his contempt for heaven and earth's laws. He was fighting back against the heavens. And the essence of Split the Heavens was to cut through all restrictions. Otherwise, it wouldn't possess such a powerful barrier-breaking effect. Realizing this, the bosses were ecstatic. Sword chi suddenly exploded from their weapons. Having been enlightened, their fighting prowess became even more domineering and imposing. They actually began to suppress their enemies. Within the separate space, Long Chen was unaware of this. All he felt was hatred and killing intent. In his eyes, the heavenly Taos were garbage. There were people of the corrupt path that were so evil that they slaughtered others, snuffing out lives. If such people were also fit to be blessed by the heavenly Taos, didn't that prove the heavens were blind? Right now, the heavenly Taos were rejecting him while giving all their energy to Gui Yan. Seeing the power of those resentful ghosts in Siguatuya and the heavenly Tao flowers behind Gui Yan constantly giving it more power, Long Chen was full of killing intent. That killing intent wasn't just targeted toward Gui Yan, but also the heavenly Taos. 10,000 ghosts hunt the soul. Siguatuya had already stored up as much power as possible. It suddenly shook and unleashed a huge spear image at Long Chen. It was like a divine spear. Wherever it passed, space became muddled. It appeared absolutely overwhelming. Split the heavens 4. A huge saber image slashed down like a heavenly blade that could cut through the river of stars. This was their first time unleashing their ultimate moves in this battle. The experts below all looked up in horror. The spear image crashed together with the saber image, and the entire world shook as a terrifying energy spread through the formation's barriers, causing suffocating pressure to crash down. The ground began to rapidly crack. The experts fighting had no choice but to dodge. When they looked back up at the sky, they saw that the separate space in the air had turned black, and they were unable to see anything. The blackness slowly faded, revealing some kind of mist inside. Only when that mist slowly faded did they manage to see two figures. Seeing those two, everyone sucked in a cold gasp of air. Chapter 1296 Blooddrinker perishes. Are they monsters? Expressions of disbelief covered everyone's faces. Up in the air, Gui Yan and Long Chen were now 3,000 meters apart, looking at each other from a distance. Their bodies were covered in blood. That terrifying power had blown off a whole layer of their skin. But both their auras were still powerful. That kind of explosion was something that would even kill soul transformation experts. That was why everyone felt that those two had to be monsters. Suddenly, a cracking sound rang out. The Dragonblood warriors let out startled cries as cracks spread across Blooddrinker. Bang! Following that, Blooddrinker shattered to pieces. Its blood-red fragments fell. Why bother? Looking at those fragments and the broken hilt in his hand, Long Chen felt a wave of grief. This treasure that had been bestowed to him by an expert of the barbarian race in the Julie secret realm had accompanied him in all his battles up to now. But in that final exchange, it had ignited all its power to strengthen Long Chen's attack. If Blooddrinker hadn't used up all its power for this attack, Long Chen would have suffered greatly in this exchange. After all, that Siguatuya in Gui Yan's hands was a terrifying corrupt item that was unleashing the power it had accumulated over 3 years. As for Blooddrinker, it had reached its limit and could no longer advance. When it had ignited all its energy, its item spirit had sent a message to Long Chen. Although that message was unclear, Long Chen understood the general meaning. it would rather shatter as jade than live as a clay tile. Long Chen hadn't wanted to accept this, but Blooddrinker had chosen to be destroyed. It had used its final power to protect its own dignity. It would rather be destroyed in battle than be cast aside. Blooddrinker had accompanied him from the eastern wasteland to the central plains. They had gone through countless battles. Seeing Blooddrinker shatter, Long Chen felt an indescribable but familiar sorrow. After receiving that message and understanding its thought, he had no choice but to respect its decision. How surprising! A Trash King item was actually able to unleash so much power. Gui Yan's injuries were slowly healing with his heavenly Dao energy. That exchange had truly been terrifying, and even heavenly Dao energy wasn't able to instantly heal him. He needed some time. You're the trash, sorry, but this debt will have to be repaid by you. Long Chen slowly gathered and put away Blooddrinker's fragments. Its item spirit had already vanished, but these fragments represented the memories of his battles alongside it. He had to protect them. Long Chen felt sorrow and hatred at the same time, but with Blooddrinker having made its decision, there was nothing he could do other than releasing this stifling feeling on someone. Although he knew that even without Gui Yan, as his power increased, Blooddrinker would have made the same choice, Long Chen was still going to make Gui Yan pay for this. Idiot, having lost your weapon, you still say such big words. Die, Gui Yan sneered. His spear suddenly shot out like a snake striking from its cave. His spear had used up all the energy it had accumulated over 3 years. Now it was like a hungry beast thirsting for blood. Suddenly, a black pot appeared in Long Chen's left hand. He used it as a shield. When the spear struck the pot, Gui Yan's expression suddenly changed. He was shocked to sense the spear's item spirit project a feeling of terror. Before he could even figure out why his spear would feel terror, his vision darkened. A cyan, rectangular object smashed into his face. Blood splashed, and Gui Yan let out a pained groan as his face caved in. A clear brick imprint was left on his face. This sudden change shocked everyone. They saw Long Chen holding a pot in his left hand and a cyan brick in his right hand. Countless jaws dropped. What kind of combination was this? It was truly bizarre. Bastard, what is that? Roared Gui Yan. Shockingly, the brick imprint on his face was still present. No matter how he tried to circulate his heavenly Dao energy, he was unable to heal it. It was like some mysterious energy was present on his injury that blocked his heavenly Dao energy. Only now do I find that your face is even bigger than a brick. Long Chen looked from the heaven-flipping seal to Gui Yan's injury. The brick was a standard size, and yet Gui Yan still had a bit of his chin left under the brick imprint. Gui Yan's current face was completely smashed, and it looked both comical and startling. But Gui Yan didn't feel that it was the slightest bit comical. This was a humiliation, a naked humiliation. Gui Yan suddenly roared and a huge spear image shot out. This time he had learned his lesson. He no longer dared to touch the pot, and instead launched long-distance attacks. Long Chen snorted and smashed the pot forward. Gui Yan's sharp attack was destroyed by Long Chen's pot. Although he had no idea what level of weapon the pot was, he knew it was definitely the strongest item he possessed. But even now, he had no idea how he was supposed to use it. The pot's item spirit had never acknowledged him. He could only use it to smash people. He wasn't used to such a fighting style, but without Blooddrinker, he could only try using the pot. In just this short time, Long Chen realized that when the pot encountered magical arts, some kind of strange energy would come from the rust on its bottom. It would disintegrate part of the magical art's power and strengthen Long Chen's power, allowing him to break it. Seeing Long Chen break his magical art so easily, Gui Yan's eyes narrowed. That pot in Long Chen's hand was absolutely bizarre. Taste my pot. Long Chen charged forward, the runes on his boots activating. He smashed the pot down. Gui Yan stabbed his spear at the pot, but just as it was about to collide with it, the tip of the spear turned. Going in a strange curve, it pierced toward Long Chen's head. The sudden change came without any warning. This sharp attack was incredibly tricky. This was the advantage of a long pole weapon. It was forcing Long Chen to dodge, and as long as he did, it would press on with a flurry of attacks. But Long Chen didn't dodge. As the spear was about to stab through his head, a brick blocked it. The sharp spear stabbed into the brick. Gui Yan was shocked to see the tip of the spear shatter, and a small piece of it broke off. It had to be known that while the tip of the spear was its sharpest point, it was supported by powerful runes. To shatter it, Long Chen had to have broken all those runes first. Now Gui Yan's power had sharply dropped. Just as Gui Yan was feeling pain for his spear, a black pot shot toward him. Being kept at bay with the longer spear, Long Chen had actually thrown the pot. Gui Yan was caught completely off guard. His spear was now too long to be used to block. He tried to raise his hand to block it, but the pot reached his head first. A huge force caused Gui Yan's head to distort once more, and he almost fell unconscious as he flew back. Long Chen caught the pot and chased after him. The experts below were dumbfounded. Even Li Tianxuan was stunned. Holding a pot in his left hand and a brick in his right hand, Long Chen was practically unstoppable. The previously mighty Gui Yan was instantly suppressed. This sudden turn was too fast for them to keep up. The dwarf was even more shocked. He had never imagined that Long Chen had so many trump cards. "Boss, cut down that bastard," shouted Guo Ran. Seeing him suppress Gui Yan, their worries about blood drinkers' end were wiped away. The Dragonblood warriors didn't just watch. Now that Long Chen was counter-attacking, they had to put on a good show as well. Otherwise, how would they be qualified to follow him? Although this high-intensity battle had already started to tire them, with their spiritual yuan running out, the same was true for their opponents. In fact, their opponents were even more tired than them. Most importantly, the corrupt experts were no longer able to see any hope. The only thing they could hope for was for the dwarf to announce they were retreating. But he refused to open his mouth. If the leader gave the retreat order, they wouldn't be punished for running. But if they accepted their own defeat and gave up, their punishment would be 10 times worse than death. They no longer had the heart to fight. All they wanted was for the dwarf to give the order to retreat. Their only other hope, that Gui Yan would kill Long Chen, was being crushed. He was being suppressed by Long Chen, and so they had given up their beautiful thoughts of Gui Yan joining them to crush the enemies. As for the dwarf, he was panicking as he saw his elite warriors being cut down one by one. His heart was dripping blood, but he couldn't stop now. He had to wait until a victor was decided on Gui Yan's side. In any case, so many of the corrupt experts had already died. Right now, the dwarf was like a gambler who had gone insane from losing so much. He was simply continuing to bet and lose his chips as he waited for a chance for a reversal. Right now, everyone was secretly paying attention to the battle up in the air. Those two people were the true crux of today's battle. Wielding the pot and brick, Long Chen crazily smashed Gui Yan. The boots on his feet pushed his speed to the peak, and he didn't give Gui Yan any chance to get away. Gui Yan roared furiously. He knew that the black pot was too strange, and he couldn't block it with his full power. With a final explosion, Gui Yan's spear completely shattered. Gui Yan was shocked. As he flew back after having his spear destroyed, he suddenly realized that a huge cauldron had appeared behind him without him even sensing it. It instantly swallowed him. "Refine," shouted Long Chen. This was the trap Long Chen had been preparing from the start. Now, Gui Yan had finally fallen for it. Forming hand seals, he activated the blazing dragon cauldron's runes, and a huge lid formed on it, sealing Gui Yan. Explosive sounds came from inside. Clearly, Gui Yan was trying to charge out. Long Chen sneered and placed his hand on the blazing dragon cauldron. He was just about to activate the flame energy. Suddenly, the blazing dragon cauldron shook violently, and a large hole appeared in it. A huge figure charged out. Chapter 1297 Blood-Colored Skeleton. Long Chen couldn't help being surprised. He hadn't expected that Gui Yan would be able to break out of the blazing dragon cauldron. It had to be known that the blazing dragon cauldron was an ancestral item. The blazing dragon cauldron's power wasn't limited by Long Chen's cultivation base since he hadn't placed a slave mark on it. Although it hadn't fully recovered yet, even a soul transformation expert shouldn't be able to break its seal. But now, a huge figure had broken through it. The pressure it emitted shook heaven and earth. Long Chen promptly put away the blazing dragon cauldron and flew back. There was a 300-meter figure in front of him. It was a skeleton that looked like each of its bones had been dyed in blood. Some kind of blood seemed to be flowing within them as well. "I really never expected this. You have some power to be able to force me to summon my ghost general." Standing on top of the skeleton's head, Gui Yan was pale and clenching his teeth. He currently gave off an incredibly sinister feeling. As for the skeleton, it had a terrifying amount of blood chi condensed within a bone club. Space was constantly shaking in front of it. "Ha ha ha, victory. Even I didn't know that Gui Yan's family's divine technique was so terrifying." He has already raised his ghost pet to the ghost general rank. Long Chen's definitely dead. The corrupt dwarf suddenly burst into laughter. It was full of delight as if victory was right in front of him. Killing Long Chen isn't so simple. Li Tianxuan couldn't help but shake his head as he looked at the skeleton. Ha ha ha, a loser's mouth is strong. This ghost general's power is one level higher than even Gui Yan's. Now, Long Chen has long since lost his peak power. Just how will he fight back? Sneered the dwarf. Currently, Long Chen and Gui Yan's power was dropping, and their auras were also getting unsteady. They had clearly exhausted a great deal of their spiritual yuan. Based on the fact that the ghost general was even stronger than Gui Yan in his peak condition, it seemed like Long Chen truly had no chance. Li Tianxuan smiled faintly. I don't know how he'll fight back, but I know he won't be defeated. The Dragonblood warriors who had been shocked by the dwarf's words had their worries easily brushed aside by Li Tianxuan's calm reply. Li Tianxuan's intelligence was something that everyone in the Xuantian Dao sect admired. There was no one else more trustworthy than him. As for the corrupt experts, their rekindled hope was extinguished by a bucket of ice water. Long Chen didn't say anything as he stared at the skeleton calmly. The more critical the situation was, the calmer he became. Do you know, this ghost general is something that I started raising ever since I was born. The majority of my cultivation base has been used to nourish it. Although that slows down my cultivation speed, getting such a powerful helper is worth it. You should feel happy to be defeated by my ghost general. Unfortunately, defeating you like this won't win me any glory from Leng Yuyan. So as punishment, I'll be crushing your skull to pieces. Gui Yan clenched his teeth at the end, his voice full of rancor. This was completely different from his expectations. If news of this battle reached Leng Yuyan's ears, he would become a joke. Gui Yan's hatred for Long Chen could no longer be described with words. The thing he hated the most was that he couldn't even kill Long Chen right now. The corrupt path had sent out orders that he had to be kept alive to make sure they obtained his secrets. My skull's very hard. This grand ambition of yours will regretfully never come to pass in your lifetime, said Long Chen. Hopefully you can still act so tough in a bit. Ghost General Fusion. Gui Yan's forehead suddenly split open, and his blood condensed a runic chain that connected to the skeleton's forehead. Its forehead also split open, and Gui Yan merged within it, disappearing. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, I'll let you experience my strongest secret art. Suddenly, the skeleton spoke, its voice like grating iron. His voice was unrecognizable now, but these were Gui Yan's words. Long Chen was shocked. It seemed that this secret art allowed Gui Yan to fuse his body and soul with this terrifying skeleton to control it. Taste my fist. The ghost general raised its fist and smashed it at Long Chen. Its power was even stronger than Gui Yan in his best condition. In the face of his unavoidable fist, Long Chen could only receive it with his full power. He smashed the pot forward. The pot was fine, but Long Chen wasn't able to bear that terrifying power. Like a mosquito, he was swatted away. He crashed into the edge of the barrier and rebounded back, coughing up blood. His arms were broken in several places, and he received heavy internal injuries. He hastily swallowed a drop of the divine life elixir. But just as he was adjusting his condition, the ghost general charged forward once more. Its huge body didn't inhibit its speed at all. Another punch came, too fast to dodge. Long Chen could only raise his pot in defense again, and as a result, he was sent flying, vomiting blood. This punch was even stronger than the last. Gui Yan was still adjusting to his new power after fusing with the ghost general. The more accustomed he became, the greater the power he could unleash. Now do you know the difference between us? Can you still act so tough? Gui Yan sneered and attacked once more. Long Chen blocked 3 times in a row and was sent flying every single time. The third time, he felt like his entire skeleton was about to shatter. The ghost general's attacks were still getting stronger. The ghost general's power was absolutely horrifying. Each punch could annihilate a soul transformation expert. The soul transformation experts were mostly rank 5 or rank 6 celestials. They were not top elites amongst the soul transformation realm. With the suppression of the heavenly Daos weighing on them, the ghost general could annihilate swaths of them. As it attacked, heavenly Dao runes began to appear on the skeleton. Clearly, Gui Yan was in the process of merging with it. Even his heavenly Dao energy was starting to strengthen it. A huge bone club suddenly smashed by Long Chen, striking the barrier. Cracks appeared on the barrier as it was unable to bear this power. Seeing these cracks, everyone was shocked. Their previous battle hadn't been able to damage the barrier at all, but Gui Yan's smash almost broke a hole in it. It could be seen how terrifying Gui Yan was in his current state. Seeing Long Chen forced to flee miserably, Meng Qi and Tang Wan-er's hearts clenched. That ghost general was too terrifying. There was no way to fight it. But Li Tianxuan was busy fighting the dwarf and couldn't assist, while Boss Bao and the others were also stuck in their own predicament. And even if they went to help, they wouldn't necessarily be able to break the formation Gui Yan had set up. As for the others, there was even less to say about them. Right now, Long Chen could only rely on himself. No one could help him. Long Chen continuously dodged, occasionally being struck and sent flying, vomiting blood. The thing that made Long Chen the most helpless was the Ghost General's bone club. It was not an ancestral item. In fact, he had no idea what it was, but the pot was unable to absorb any of its energy, nor was it able to damage it. Although the pot wasn't getting damaged by its power, Long Chen had to bear the impact each time. The only good thing was that the pot's hardness was definitely transcendent. Even these terrifying attacks were at most able to cause some rust to fall from the bottom of the pot. This is no good. If the pot's ineffective, I'll have to switch weapons. Long Chen had tried several things that had been ineffective. But now, he had grasped the Ghost General's attack style. He directly put it away and took out a huge cauldron. Long Chen smashed the cauldron at the Ghost General's club. His hand split open and began to bleed, and even the blazing dragon cauldron escaped his hold and flew away. As for the Ghost General, its body rocked and it took a step back. Taking advantage of this, Long Chen formed some hasty hand seals. A lightning and a flame dragon flew out, entangling the Ghost General. The two dragons' lightning and flame runes exploded upon contact with the skeleton, forcing it back step by step. What startled Long Chen was that the Ghost General was actually beginning to burn. "Bastard, what kind of flames are these?" roared Gui Yan. The runes of the Ghost General began to ignite. "I get it, those blood-red runes, they're condensed from souls of the dead. The soul-devouring violet flame has a restrictive effect on souls, which allows it to ignite them. Ah, if only Lei Long was stronger. Otherwise, Thunder Force would be even more effective." Long Chen immediately saw through the clues. After realizing this, he didn't hesitate. Forming new hand seals, violet flames filled the formation. That terrifying heat looked like it could incinerate the very world. The Gui in Gui Yan is the ghost in Ghost General. Chapter 1298 Starfall vs. Ghost Flash. The space in the formation instantly became a sea of violet flames. The terrifying heat caused space to wildly twist, making it hard to see what was going on inside. Heavens, even at this time, he still has so much spiritual yuan. The experts from both the righteous and corrupt path were shocked. To fill that huge space with flames so that nobody could dodge, that was something most foundation forging experts wouldn't be able to do even in their peak state. After fighting against the ancient races, the Pill Tower, and such an intense fight with Gui Yan, Long Chen's spiritual yuan should have long since been exhausted. How was he able to unleash such a huge-scale attack? In truth, Long Chen's chi-seas were almost exhausted. Right now, he was using the spiritual yuan in his 108,000 immortal platforms. His immortal platforms were natural spiritual yuan reserves. Although their energy was limited, the amount within 108,000 of them was at least able to match 2 of his chi-seas. It was just that the energy within his immortal platforms couldn't be easily used. If he used up all of it, his immortal platforms would shut down. To once more activate them would be very difficult. In other words, if he used up all the spiritual yuan in his immortal platforms, they would shut down and he would lose the power of the foundation forging realm. But right now, he couldn't bother with that. Having noticed that the soul-devouring violet flame could suppress the Ghost General, he had to take advantage of it. According to normal battle tactics, he should be using small-scale attacks to wear down the Ghost General with his soul-devouring violet flame in order to save as much spiritual yuan as he could. But he didn't do this. If he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity, he had to aim to kill his opponent. He couldn't give him any chance to breathe or react. Every move had some kind of weakness, and he couldn't give his opponent any time to figure out what that was. Having used raging flames devour the heavens, there was nowhere for Gui Yan to run to. Under these flames, his Ghost General was being incinerated. Gui Yan was using his heavenly Dao energy to resist, but he suddenly found that doing so exhausted his heavenly Dao energy at a frightening rate. Realizing this, Gui Yan immediately shot toward Long Chen. If he wanted to resolve this, he had to cut the problem off at its source. Long Chen had long since anticipated that Gui Yan would do this. His boots once more lit up, and lightning wings appeared on his back. He rushed off, refusing to face Gui Yan head-on. "Bastard, if you have guts, then stop running," howled Gui Yan. He urged the ghost general to hunt Long Chen down. "If you have face, then don't chase," replied Long Chen. Not running would be stupid. Although he didn't know the exact situation with this ghost general, some things were clear about it. This was clearly some kind of puppet that Gui Yan's family or his sect had spent all their efforts to make for him. It was unknown how many resources had been piled into it to make it reach such a power. This could no longer be counted as Gui Yan's personal power. Why wouldn't he run? If he hadn't exhausted so much spiritual yuan against those idiots from the ancient races in the Pill Tower, he also wouldn't be forced into such a miserable state. There was nothing embarrassing about it. "Bastard, your righteous path is just a bunch of cowardly mice, trash," cursed Gui Yan furiously. He was panicked and infuriated. The violet flames were exhausting his heavenly Tao energy at an alarming rate, but he had no choice. Otherwise, his ghost general's millions of runes would be incinerated. Long Chen's guess was spot on. This ghost general was something his family had prepared for him the moment he had been born. It had been forged from the bones of devilment from outside this world. However, those bones had come from an infant, and in order to refine it into a skeleton capable of continuous advancement, Gui Yan's family had almost used up all the resources they had. Each rune on this skeleton represented the soul of an expert that had been sealed inside. Just collecting so many souls had exhausted endless manpower. But these runes would be incinerated upon contact with the soul-devouring violet flame. What was being incinerated was the soul essence within. Once it was gone, the runes would become useless. Without the power of these runes, the ghost general would become nothing more than a skeleton. In fact, it might even instantly shatter. There was nowhere for Gui Yan to go. This entire space was filled with violet flames. He had a thought to deactivate this battle space, but he was also unwilling to do so. "Fuck, just die," Gui Yan roared and stopped chasing. Suddenly, all the runes on the ghost general lit up. Each of the runes became a vibrant scarlet color. Blood-red light began to gather at the head of the skeleton. To put it more accurately, blood-red light was gathering at its mouth, forming a small sphere. This sphere was the size of a bean at first, but as more energy condensed, it rapidly grew to the size of a fist. When this sphere appeared, the world seemed to become still, as if it had lost all sound. Long Chen felt a sensation of death grip him. He wants to decide life and death in one move. That's good too. Who's a snake and who's a dragon will be decided through this move. Long Chen stopped running, forming hand seals. His expression was completely calm. Sacred chanting suddenly filled the air. It was like gods were murmuring, shaking heaven and earth. All the violet flames in this space suddenly poured toward Long Chen. Then Long Chen held his right elbow with his left hand. His right hand was raised into the air, and a sphere rapidly condensed above it. As the Nirvana scripture circulated, the heavenly Tao's expulsion toward Long Chen disappeared. All the flame essence of the world was rushing toward him. It was like the Nirvana scripture was forcibly breaking Gui Yan's heavenly Tao suppression and taking the flame energy from the world. It was extremely domineering. Even if you didn't want to give it to him, you still had to give it to him. Seeing this, Long Chen's confidence grew. At first, he had been worried that the Nirvana scripture would be suppressed, but now it seemed that he had been worried for nothing. With the Nirvana scripture operating at full power, Long Chen gave Huolong the order to unleash all its might. His 108,000 immortal platforms also circulated. He knew that Gui Yan's attack would be a world-shaking one. He had to meet it with his full power. The sphere in Long Chen's hand continued to grow. The blood-colored sphere in the mouth of the ghost general was also rapidly getting bigger. Terror filled the experts below as they sensed a feeling of death coming from those two spheres. Just what level of attack is that? The foundation forging disciples were aghast. Although they were also in the foundation forging realm, the difference between them and those two was enormous. If they were in that space, they would probably be killed just by the aura. The ghost general's attack had absorbed the energy of all the runes around it. The rest of its body became dim. But its attack was now the size of a house, and it was constantly revolving. Even without being unleashed, black cracks appeared in the space around it. "Die, Ghost Flash," Gui Yan roared furiously. The Ghost General's attack shot out at Long Chen. Long Chen also let out a roar, and his sphere shot out like a shooting star. Long black streaks appeared in the space it passed. At this moment, time seemed to turn still. Everything became silent. The two spheres looked to be moving in slow motion. They slowly struck and devoured each other, all without any sound. Suddenly, they stopped moving and a blinding light exploded, even drowning out the sun. Long Chen hastily took out the pot and curled up behind it. The world rocked and terrifying shockwaves spread. The barrier around them was instantly annihilated. Dragonblood Legion, collective defense, shouted Guo Ran. The runes on his armor lit up, forming a protective barrier. But he had only just activated this barrier when he was struck by the shockwave and sent flying like a shooting star. Whether it was the Soul Transformation battlefield or the Foundation Forging battlefield, everyone gave up attacking their opponents and focused on defense. They all felt a sensation of death in the face of these shockwaves. The Dragonblood Legion followed Guo Ran's orders. They immediately formed groups of 7, and their armor activated to form a huge barrier around them. Tang Wan'er rushed toward Meng Qi and pulled her to the ground. A single wind blade sliced open the earth, and they charged underground. Li Qi had received Guo Ran's warning before this, and he directly rushed over to the 50 healers, summoning an earthen defense to protect them. The first shockwave reached the ground. Mud exploded into the air like a tsunami, spreading in every direction as it swallowed the sky. Suddenly, the only thing that could be seen was flying earth. It was an apocalyptic scene. Once the shockwaves passed, experts began to pop up from the ground. Looking around, they were too shocked to speak. Everything within 10,000 miles had been crushed. The land had become a wasteland. The scenery in front of Devil Spirit Mountain had completely changed. If they couldn't see the Sovereign Blood Seal in the distance, they'd even suspect this place was another world. The Sovereign Blood Seal still floated there without moving, as though it was just calmly watching everything that happened. Looking up at the sky, they suddenly saw a figure falling. Ji Yu Yong let out a cry and shot toward that figure. The person falling from the sky was Long Chen. But Ji Yu Yang's expression quickly changed as over 10 soul transformation experts also pounced at Long Chen. Chapter 1299 interrupted midway. There were over 10 corrupt soul transformation experts where Long Chen was falling. Seeing him in his weak state covered in blood, they knew he had no energy to resist. Bastard, get away from Brother Long. Wild was already flying over, his eyes scarlet. But he was too far away to get there in time. Suddenly, a bird cry rang out, and a huge rainbow-colored figure flew over, a figure that looked just like a phoenix. It was the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow. It spread its wings, covering the sky. Those soul transformation experts were all killed in one attack. Cloud's aura was surging. It had gone from the early 9th rank to the peak of the 9th rank. It now possessed the aura of an ancient beast. After killing those experts, it devoured their Yuan spirits. As for Long Chen, he fell onto Cloud's back. Good job, Cloud. Kill these soul transformation experts. Long Chen was delighted. Cloud had truly come at the right time. Long Chen was covered in blood, his bones exposed. He had used up all the divine life elixir now and could no longer heal. Jumping off Cloud's back, he said, "Senior Apprentice Sister Qingshan, Healing Sisters, there's work for you to do now." Mu Qingshan and the Dragonblood Legion's healing experts immediately got to work. Waving their staves, their wood energy was fully unleashed as they healed Long Chen. With so many of them going all out to heal him, Long Chen's injuries slowly healed. But the healing rate was still extremely slow. This wasn't just because his body was extremely powerful and slow to heal, but also because his injuries contained heavenly Tao energy. Quickly, the battle's still not over, urged Long Chen. He saw Gui Yan's Ghost General also falling. Boom! The Ghost General crashed into the ground. Suddenly, countless chains shot out of it and pierced the surrounding corrupt experts. No, those corrupt experts' expressions changed, and they let out horrified cries. But those cries quickly stopped as their bodies withered, becoming desiccated corpses. Their essence had been sucked away by the chains. Gui Yan's weakened Ghost General regained its power. The Xuantian Dao sect's experts looked at it in shock. This was truly vicious. He even killed his own people. Over 1,000 of the corrupt Foundation forging experts around Gui Yan had been killed. The Ghost General let out a roar and charged at Long Chen. Bastard, don't even think of touching my brother Long Chen. Wild charged out, smashing with his spiked club. Wild, get back, shouted Long Chen. He was most aware of just how terrifying the Ghost General was. Wild's club shattered and he vomited blood, flying back like a shooting star. He disappeared from sight in an instant. Two huge mud giants appeared as Li Qi and Songming Yuan tried to hold it back. But those two mud giants were truly just mud in front of the Ghost General. A single swing of its club turned them to dust. "Everyone get back, his opponent is me," roared Long Chen as Ji Yuyong, Guo Ran, and the others flew forward. He knew that all of them would be in danger of instantly dying. They were different from Wild. They were suppressed by the heavenly Daos. The difference in power, which had already been immense, was now too great. His injuries had only half recovered, and despite all their help, his spiritual yuan had only recovered to 10%. However, he had no choice but to go back out. Wei Yan was truly powerful and difficult to deal with. The viciousness he had displayed to his own people showed he didn't care what methods he had to use. Even his own people's lives could be stripped away. Just as Long Chen was preparing to go out, a rainbow-colored light flashed and Cloud attacked once more. Surprisingly, its originally huge body shrank down to just 600 meters long. As its body shrank, its aura became even more condensed. Cloud's wings slashed into the Ghost General's club. A heaven-shaking explosion erupted, and Cloud was sent flying hundreds of miles away. In terms of power, it still wasn't on the Ghost General's level. But as a mighty ancient beast, it was also very powerful. Even though it was sent flying, it wasn't injured. Its runes lit up, and it shot back once more. Cloud now displayed extremely shocking combat power. It had a strong physical body, sharp claws, and was extremely fast. It actually managed to block Wei Yan. It's too bad that Cloud has just advanced to the peak of the 9th rank and isn't used to its power yet. It can only really use a third of its power. Otherwise, even if it couldn't win, it definitely wouldn't lose, said Long Chen regretfully. Taking advantage of this time, he focused on recovering. Fortunately, although he had used the spiritual yuan in his immortal platforms, he had managed to retain just the slightest bit of energy in each of them, making it so they didn't shut down. With everyone healing him, he slowly recovered. Cloud was blown back once more. This time, its wings had been injured and were bleeding. But Cloud continued to attack crazily. From the start, it didn't use its innate devouring divine ability. Its intuition said that if it swallowed this Ghost General, it would pose a fatal danger to it. So it only continued to fight it with brute force. Long Chen saw that Cloud couldn't hold on much longer. Wei Yan had devoured the essence of over 1,000 of the Corrupt Path's disciples, allowing his Ghost General to recover to almost 50%. That was something he hadn't expected. "Everyone, sorry, but you're too slow. I'll be taking your energy for myself," said Long Chen apologetically. "It's fine. It'd be best if you could take it all," said Mu Qingshan. The battle had now reached its finale. Whether it was the Dragonblood warriors or the corrupt soul transformation experts, they had become completely exhausted. Whether or not he could stop Wei Yan would determine how many of the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples would survive. They also wanted to give all their energy to Long Chen, but although they had an ocean's worth of energy, they didn't have a channel that could carry an ocean, so they were helpless. "Then I won't stand on courtesy." Long Chen's divine ring lit up and began to rapidly revolve. Mu Qingshan and the others suddenly felt their spiritual yuan pouring toward Long Chen rapidly. Previously, their spiritual yuan had been pouring into him bit by bit. But now Long Chen was like a whale inhaling water. Their spiritual yuan rapidly dropped. In just a few breaths, their spiritual yuan was sucked dry. They were now pale and tottering. "Many thanks. Be careful." Long Chen sensed that he had recovered 30% of his spiritual yuan. He supposed this was to be expected from the reserves of a wood cultivator's spiritual yuan. They had dozens of times more spiritual yuan than an ordinary cultivator. Boom! Cloud was sent flying by the Ghost General once again. Other than a Life Star expert, no one else could stop the Ghost General. Even Wild was sent flying with a single attack. "Damn animal, just die." Wei Yan was infuriated at being entangled by Cloud. That made it so he couldn't attack Long Chen. Finally seeing an opportunity to push Cloud to desperate straits, his Ghost General's club lit up and smashed down. Cloud had just been blown back by the Ghost General's previous attack, and its back was facing down. If this sudden attack landed, even with its tough body, it would be heavily injured. "Fuck off. Have I been giving you too much face?" A huge cauldron smashed down at the Ghost General's head. It was sent flying. It tumbled across the ground, digging a long ditch. With the blazing dragon cauldron in his hand, divine ring behind him, 4 stars in his eyes, and green scales covering his body, the battle god had been revived. Good job, Cloud. Go help Meng Qi. Leave this skeleton monstrosity to me. Long Chen gave Cloud some praise before he suddenly shot out like a bolt of lightning at Gui Yan. Exploding flame arrow. Long Chen put away the cauldron and formed hand seals. A violet flame arrow shot toward Gui Yan. Gui Yan's expression changed. What he was most worried about was Long Chen's flames. He flashed to the side, dodging the arrow. Idiot, I already said it was an exploding flame arrow. Dodging is useless, sneered Long Chen. Long Chen had only just finished speaking when the arrow exploded, filling the space around it with violet flames. It instantly devoured the ghost general. Fuck, Gui Yan roared. These flames were practically a nightmare to him. It was like he was a scarecrow trying to avoid sparks. But there was nowhere to run. The ghost general's body suddenly trembled as all its energy began to gather in its head. A terrifying aura locked onto Long Chen. Gui Yan was actually using the terrifying move again. Idiot, don't use the same move in front of me twice. Long Chen suddenly shot forward. It was like he had teleported. When he reappeared, he was beside the skeleton's head, and he smashed the pot at the sphere condensing in its mouth. When the pot smashed the sphere, a mass of rust fell from the pot, shattering the sphere. In that instant, the runes sending energy to it suddenly began to swell. Long Chen's heart shook and he hastily fled. He had gotten less than 300 meters away when the explosion occurred. Long Chen felt like a huge hammer had struck him in the back, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. He was blown away by a terrifying chi wave, feeling like his body was about to fall apart. Chapter 1300 Underworld Soul Ghost Curse, Life-Devouring Blood Rite. Having its powerful attack be interrupted by Long Chen caused a huge backlash. That violent power had nowhere to go, so it exploded. Every move had its weaknesses, and ultimate moves had especially obvious weaknesses. That was that they required a long time to activate and were easy to interrupt. Before you used such a move, you would always have to properly calculate the distance, space, your opponent's reaction speed, and various other criteria. In a fight in the air where Long Chen had been chased down miserably, the initiative had been completely in Gui Yan's hands. Most importantly, Long Chen had never seen that magical art before and hadn't known about its cast time or what it did. It was unknown whether Gui Yan had been smashed dizzy by Long Chen's previous attack, but seeing Long Chen use the soul-devouring violet flames, he thought he was going to use Star Fall again in a head-on exchange. In his opinion, the worst case was just killing some more of the corrupt paths. Disciples to replenish his energy. It was a nice plan, but Long Chen hadn't acted according to his expectations. He directly interrupted his move with the pot. However, Long Chen hadn't thought the backlash would be so terrifying. The entire Ghost General exploded, almost taking him with it. The Ghost General had disappeared, and surprisingly, Gui Yan hadn't died from the explosion. However, he had completely used up his Heavenly Dao energy. His remaining Heavenly Dao energy had been exhausted to protect himself just now. But even so, he was hacking up blood along with broken pieces of his internal organs. Time for you to get going. Long Chen now flew back, and the blazing dragon cauldron raised high in the air. Gui Yan was extremely powerful. If it hadn't been for the soul-devouring violet flame suppressing the Ghost General, Long Chen wouldn't have managed to defeat him. Suddenly, the 7th boss's cry rang out. Long Chen felt a chill in his back, and a sensation of death welled up within him. Without hesitation, he tossed the blazing dragon cauldron backward instead of at Gui Yan, and his boots lit up, making him vanish like a wisp of smoke. The blazing dragon cauldron was sent flying by a ray of sword chi. That sword chi pierced across the battlefield in an instant, creating a ditch that spread into the horizon. It's a life star expert. Long Chen's heart shook. That sword chi had just barely missed him. If he had been struck, he'd definitely have been killed. Looking into the distance, he saw a life star expert escape their battlefield and come toward him. That corrupt life star expert could tell that winning today was an impossibility. Gui Yan had already been defeated, and Long Chen was even trying to capture him alive. Right now, the only way to reverse the tide was to kill Long Chen. If they could kill him, their mission this time wouldn't count as a complete failure. So the corrupt life star experts had secretly colluded to let one of them get away while the others went all out to block Boss Bao and the others. However, his chance to attack was very short. You shameless thing, who's afraid of who? Long Chen suddenly took out a small bell. With a flick of his finger, it shot over at that Life Star expert. The Life Star expert was first dumbfounded. Then his expression suddenly changed, and he turned to flee. That was because he had suddenly noticed that the bell was an ancestral item. Unfortunately, he had reacted too late. When the ancestral item approached him, its body suddenly grew to 3,000 meters, and it exploded. The Life Star expert had only gotten a mile away when it exploded. That was still right in the core of the explosion. He immediately vanished without a trace, with even his Yuan spirit annihilated. Shameless old thing, I have 10,000 ancestral items right here. If you have guts, the rest of you can come try me. Roared Long Chen. In truth, he was incredibly aggrieved. This time, he had managed to get 8 ancestral items from Devil Spirit Mountain. But now, he had detonated 2 of them. Because he had played around way too much in Devil Spirit Mountain, he was sure those creatures had memorized his aura. If he entered again, he would just be courting death. So this had probably been his last chance to get rich. To say that losing 2 of his precious treasures didn't hurt was nonsense. Originally, he had brought 8 ancestral items, which could be perfectly divided between Meng Qi, Tang Wan Yu Zifeng, Guo Ran, Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, Song Ming Yuan, and Wild. But now the numbers were off. Now it had become 6 split between 8, making him clench his teeth. With a furious roar, he once more charged at Gui Yan. A Life Star expert had fallen, and not to another Life Star expert, but to a Foundation Forging disciple, or perhaps it should be said that he had died to Long Chen's wealth. An ancestral item was something not even every Life Star expert was qualified to possess. If a Life Star expert was in possession of such a thing, it would normally be their family or their power's inherited treasure, something to be viewed as precious as their life. Just the fact that Long Chen had detonated an ancestral item when fighting the Pill Tower and ancient races, experts had made others feel pain. Who would have thought he was actually capable of making an ancestral item detonate? A tiny, insignificant Foundation Forging disciple was actually able to subdue terrifying ancestral items and order them to explode. This completely toppled the cultivation world's understanding. Now all the corrupt experts felt a chill when they looked at Long Chen. He was a monster. When Long Chen turned his attention to Gui Yan, he saw that Gui Yan was already running. The direction he was going was where the corrupt god's skull was facing off against the reincarnation mirror. This is the prestige of your corrupt path. After bragging so much, you turn tail and flee. Is hitting yourself in the face like this fun? Shouted Long Chen as he chased. He knew that he had an absolute advantage now. Gui Yan's injuries were far worse than his after the explosion of his ghost general. This was his best opportunity to kill him. Bastard. Gui Yan clenched his teeth, but he didn't dare to pause. His body was practically about to collapse. If he hadn't had heavenly Dao energy to protect himself, he'd have already died. Now, he didn't have the power to continue fighting. Although he knew that Long Chen was also spent, Long Chen could still kill him. That made him feel endless fury. This defeat of his made him sullen. He had just been a bit careless. Otherwise, he definitely would have won. However, in the end, he had lost. Gui Yan was going as fast as he could, but Long Chen was even faster than him. Gui Yan suddenly tossed a blood-red bead at Long Chen. The bead exploded, transforming into a barrier that trapped Long Chen. Long Chen felt like he was moving in the water. The space around him had become harder to move in. He also began to hear countless shrieks and wails that were coming right beside his ears. Raging flame protection. Long Chen's violet flames covered his body, and the barrier was incinerated. But due to this, the distance between him and Gui Yan had increased. Long Chen was about to chase when a ray of light shot out of Gui Yan's body and connected to the corrupt god's skull. He suddenly turned into a ray of light and appeared beside the dwarf. Everyone retreat. The dwarf's expression was extremely gloomy. He finally gave this helpless order. All the corrupt experts were delighted and rushed over. As long as they entered the domain of the corrupt god's skull, they could be transported from within it. Then they would be completely safe. Do not chase cornered enemies. The Dragonblood Legion was fiercely chasing when Long Chen gave out the order for them to stop. The corrupt path's losses were immense. Of over 500 soul transformation experts, only 70 remained. As for the 30,000 Foundation Forging disciples they had brought, less than 5,000 remained. The Life Star experts also flew over. All of them gathered by the corrupt god's skull. Li Tianxuan merely watched calmly. He didn't stop them. The Xuantian Dao sect's side gathered around the reincarnation mirror. Although it looked like the battle had ended, the situation on a battlefield could change in an instant. They couldn't be careless. Gui Yan stood by the dwarf's side, icily staring at Long Chen. Clenching his teeth, he suddenly stabbed his own forehead with his finger, causing his blood to splash. "What do you think you're doing?" The dwarf was shocked at Gui Yan's actions. "So many have already died, so why bother with the rest?" Underworld Soul Ghost Curse, life-devouring blood rite. A vicious smile appeared on Gui Yan's face. His life aura began to weaken to the point that it looked like it might vanish at any moment. A mixed black and blood-colored rune appeared in his hand, and with a wave, it began to spread. Black ripples instantly spread, and whether it was corrupt foundation forging disciples or soul transformation experts, their bodies all stiffened and they fell to the ground, lifeless. Even the life star experts shook. They instantly aged a great deal, as if their vitality had been stripped away. Although they didn't die, they were now filled with fury. "Long Chen, run!" Li Tianxuan's expression suddenly changed. Forming hand seals, he unleashed the might of the reincarnation mirror fully. But a ruthless light also flashed in the dwarf's eyes, and he slammed himself in the chest with his palm, coughing up 3 large mouthfuls of blood that landed on the corrupt god's skull. It lit up, blocking the reincarnation mirror's actions. Suddenly, a huge net formed in the air, enveloping all of heaven and earth. Long Chen's body turned cold as this huge net instantly shrank around him. That strange attack had already locked onto Long Chen, and there was nowhere for him to run. He unleashed a counterattack, but he was shocked to find that the 2 dragons simply went through the net as if it didn't exist. Before he could do anything else, the black net wrapped around his body and vanished. An image of a black net appeared on his forehead. "Ha ha ha, have a good life with my underworld soul ghost curse. No one can save you now." Gui Yan laughed, but before he could say any more, he collapsed. The dwarf activated the corrupt god's skull, and space suddenly trembled. The corrupt path vanished from their sight. Chapter 1301 The Aftermath. The corrupt experts had all been brought away by the corrupt god's skull, making the battlefield feel empty. All the Dragonblood warriors surrounded Long Chen. The black net mark on Long Chen's forehead had already vanished. He looked completely normal, but everyone was worried. Gui Yan had killed all the corrupt soul transformation and foundation forging experts to unleash this curse. Even the life star experts had had their vitality stripped away. It definitely wasn't just used to frighten people. Meng Qi and Tang Waner were pale as they held Long Chen's arms. Their hands were shivering with worry. "Don't worry, right now, Long Chen is fine," said Li Tianxuan. But Li Tianxuan was sighing inside. A divergent was truly a divergent. No matter how you planned, no matter how many calculations you made, anything involving them would never be in your control. Hearing this, everyone relaxed slightly. Long Chen asked, "Zan Master, what is that underworld soul ghost curse, life-devouring blood rite?" When he had been cursed, he had felt his whole body turn cold as if he had been frozen. But then that feeling had passed in the next moment. It was like it had never happened. Seeing Li Tianxuan hesitate, Long Chen said, "Zan Master, it's fine to tell me." Only then did Li Tianxuan sigh. "This is one of the corrupt path's most sinister curses. I never thought that Gui Yan would be able to unleash it at such a young age. The underworld soul ghost curse, life-devouring blood rite is one of the corrupt path's sinister secret arts. Gui Yan has to possess an extremely high status in the corrupt path, or he wouldn't be able to learn such a skill, nor would he be able to forcibly strip other corrupt experts of their life energy when they aren't willing. Even life star experts had some of their life energy stripped away. All that energy has formed a curse that will go against your own life energy until you eventually die." Hearing that the curse would take his life, everyone felt dazed. So Long Chen really was going to die. Li Tianxuan, having used the reincarnation mirror, you weren't even able to protect a single disciple. Boss Bao cursed furiously. "It really was my negligence," sighed Li Tianxuan. In the end, he hadn't managed to have absolute control over things. At that time, he had been busy making sure his side was protected, and he hadn't expected Gui Yan to unleash such a move. As for the dwarf, although he had been surprised by Gui Yan's actions, he had clearly been prepared. He hadn't given Li Tianxuan any chance to use the reincarnation mirror to save Long Chen. But saying those things now was meaningless. "You think just saying it was your negligence will make things fine?" "You," raged Boss Bao. "Boss Bao, This matter has nothing to do with the Zan master. Long Chen extended a hand to stop the bosses. He understood their characters. They had explosive tempers, and that could easily harm their relationships. Long Chen continued, to have been able to handle things to this extent is probably something only the Zan master could have done. No one else could have done better. In this world, there is no perfect plan, and unexpected things always occur. Now that it has already happened, arguing about things is meaningless. Zan master, do you have any way to break or suppress the underworld soul ghost curse, life-devouring blood right? Hearing this question, everyone turned toward the Zan master. This related to Long Chen's life or death. Their hearts clenched. Li Tianxuan said, there is a way to break it, but it might as well not exist. To remove this curse, the only method is to allow your life energy to become greater than the life energy within the curse. Hearing this, everyone's hearts turned cold. What kind of joke was this? How could a single person's life energy be greater than the sum of so many corrupt experts? There had even been the partial life energy of 7 life star experts. No wonder Li Tianxuan said that this method might as well not exist. As for suppressing it, once we return to the Xuantian Dao sect, I can activate the Xuantian formation. That way the Xuantian tower will be able to suppress the curse. However, that means you will always have to stay within the Xuantian tower. You'll have to cultivate until your life energy surpasses the curses, said Li Tianxuan. Long Chen sighed. To possess that much life energy, he would have to advance to the life star realm at the very least. But how could that be possible? What about his tribulations? Zan master, what if I had a group of wood cultivators constantly replenish my life energy? Would that be able to resist the curse? Probed Long Chen. Everyone's eyes brightened, but Li Tianxuan shook his head. You're underestimating the curse. This is a curse of absolute death. At the same time as it counteracts your life energy, it will counter your soul, your physical body, your karmic luck, and every other factor. That was why Gui Yan was so arrogant as to say your death was certain. However, the curse will only activate after it sleeps in your body for 3 days. That's why you don't feel anything now. Li Tianxuan's words extinguished Long Chen's final hope. Originally, he had thought that if it was just a matter of replenishing life energy, he could just kill some magical beasts and revive the iron spruce oaks. But it seemed he had underestimated Gui Yan's methods. Then since that's the case, Long Chen, you should go back to the Xuantian Dao sect. With the Xuantian Tower's power, protecting you should be no problem. Just properly cultivate in the Xuantian Tower until you reach the Life Star realm. Then we'll go slaughter some of those bastards from the corrupt path, said Boss Bao. Right now, this was the only option. Long Chen sighed. This was not a solution as his tribulations were all exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, the 5th star still refused to appear. And without it, the higher his cultivation base, the more his physical body would be unable to bear his own power. He would instead turn into a cripple. But he didn't tell them that. To avoid worrying others, he smiled. Bosses, don't worry, my life won't be lost so easily. It was a strange feeling. Although this underworld soul ghost curse, life-devouring blood right had been clearly described to him and was definitely terrifying, Long Chen didn't feel a sensation of fatal danger. And Li Tianxuan also wasn't panicking. His expression was still calm. It was because of that calm expression that the bosses were infuriated. If Li Tianxuan didn't have the reincarnation mirror, perhaps they'd have already started fighting. All right then, we'll leave then. When we have time, we'll come and find you to drink wine. Boss Bao patted Long Chen on the shoulder. Why don't you all come to the Xuantian Dao sect for a few days? Suggested Li Tianxuan politely. It's not meant to be. We're not able to piss in the same pot as you people. It wouldn't be good if we started fighting. Boss Bao shook his head. He understood his own faults clearly. Ah, speaking of which, I never had a chance to ask. How were your gains in Devil Spirit Mountain this time? Boss Bao suddenly recalled that Long Chen, Bao Buping, and Chong Hao had only just come out of Devil Spirit Mountain when the battles began. They had never had a chance to talk because of it. Our gains were very plentiful. Long Chen smiled. Haha, good. Then Long Chen, we're going. Boss Bao and the others said goodbye to Long Chen and left just like that without any extra pleasantries. Once they left, Li Tianxuan unleashed the light of the reincarnation mirror. Long Chen felt his body lighten as he entered the reincarnation mirror's space. The reincarnation mirror possessed its own space. From within it, it was possible to see everything outside clearly, but the outside wasn't able to see the inside. The reincarnation mirror vanished from Devil Spirit Mountain. Not long after it felt, many experts arrived in front of Devil Spirit Mountain. Seeing the destruction around Devil Spirit Mountain and sensing the terrifying auras that had been left behind, they were indescribably shocked. These were people from the various small sects and powers in the surroundings who had been drawn over by the disturbance. But what they saw was completely unbelievable. News of the battle in front of Devil Spirit Mountain quickly spread. This news shook many experts, and people quickly came to investigate. They found corpses of many corrupt experts, as well as broken weapons of the righteous path. In the end, they concluded that there had been a righteous and corrupt battle here. As for the details, no one knew. So now they were just waiting for more news, because they knew that someone would come out to say who it was very soon. The righteous path's experts always had to show proof of the corrupt experts they had killed in order to get rewards from the Martial Heaven Alliance. Long Chen and the others returned to the Xuantian Plaza. Seeing this familiar scene, Long Chen felt a special emotion. His return even shook the entire Xuantian Dao sect, as inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples rushed over. But their enthusiasm was cut short by Li Tianxuan. Right now, Long Chen needed to go into seclusion to handle some things. If they wanted to celebrate, there would be time later. As for the Dragonblood Legion and the others who had participated in the battle, they were all exhausted. They needed to rest. This battle had been ruthless. But the Dragonblood Legion could be proud of the fact that even after such a terrifying battle, they had maintained a 0 casualty count. But there were 2 exceptions to that. One was Long Chen, while the other was Yu Zifeng, who still didn't possess the slightest aura of life. However, Li Tianxuan had personally examined him and said that Yu Zifeng was in a state of special comprehension. There was no danger to his life, so no one was to disturb him. Long Chen was brought to the top of the Xuantian Tower by Li Tianxuan. This was a forbidden land in the Xuantian Tower. Divine light swirled around this special space. Long Chen could vaguely make out stars moving in the sky, as if he had stepped above the 9 heavens. Just as Long Chen was shocked by this scene, Li Tianxuan said, "Senior, disciple needs your help." Now Long Chen was truly shocked. With Li Tianxuan's status, he actually had to call himself a disciple and ask for help. Just who was he talking about? Is it for this child? A voice suddenly rang out. This was not a true voice, but a spatial fluctuation. This was not the voice of a human. Yes, Long Chen is the most outstanding disciple in the history of the Xuantian Dao sect. "Senior, please help him suppress the curse he is afflicted with," said Li Tianxuan. "There's no need, he can suppress it himself." After saying that, a gentle light enveloped Long Chen. His expression suddenly changed as sharp pain came from every part of his body. It was like millions of leeches were crazily sucking his blood, flesh, and even his soul. "Senior." Li Tianxuan was startled. The one he was speaking to was the Xuantian Tower's item spirit. But the Xuantian Tower had actually activated the curse sleeping within Long Chen's body. Suddenly, space trembled and chanting filled the air. When that chanting appeared, Li Tianxuan became dumbfounded. The Nirvana Scripture. Chapter 1302 The Final Radiance of the Setting Sun. Intense pain racked every inch of Long Chen's body as if millions of bloodthirsty creatures were devouring his life energy. Not only was it absorbing his flesh and blood, but it also devoured his life energy and spiritual strength. Long Chen felt that he didn't have the slightest ability to resist. He could only allow this sinister curse to take his life. Just as he was preparing to circulate the 9-star hegemon body art to see if it could resist it, the Nirvana Scripture activated on its own. Sacred chanting filled the air, and flame runes revolved around Long Chen. A sacred aura grew and suppressed the curse. Only then did Long Chen manage to sense millions of tiny runes spread throughout his body, runes so small that they couldn't be seen with the naked eye. If it wasn't for his extremely powerful soul, it would have been impossible to even sense their existence. Just now, these runes had crazily devoured his life energy, but now that the Nirvana Scripture was suppressing them, the runes grouped up. Like thieves that had been caught, they obediently spat out the life energy they had absorbed. Once those runes became calm, the Nirvana Scripture also ceased activating. The curse was suppressed just like that. The Nirvana Scripture is able to suppress the underworld soul ghost curse. Li Tianxuan was stunned. He was someone who knew who Long Chen was. Such a person should have been fated to not die to the hands of another expert. And so he had assumed that there would be something capable of suppressing the underworld soul ghost curse. But according to his predictions, it should have been the Xuantian Tower. He hadn't expected Long Chen to be able to suppress it even without the Xuantian Tower's assistance. Although Li Tianxuan considered his calculations to be as flawless as possible, there were many things he couldn't see through when it came to Long Chen. Seeing those runes in his body being suppressed, Long Chen was delighted, but then the Xuantian Tower said, "Don't get too happy. The Underworld Soul Ghost Curse is one of the Corrupt Path's supreme dark magics. It's not so easy to handle. Try circulating your spiritual yuan." Obeying the Xuantian Tower, Long Chen had only just started circulating his spiritual yuan when his expression changed. Those suppressed curse runes suddenly seemed like worms that had been woken from hibernation. They once more began crazily devouring his life energy. At this moment, the Nirvana scripture once more activated, suppressing them. What? Long Chen's expression became unsightly. Was this supposed to mean that he couldn't use spiritual yuan in the future? Then wouldn't he be a cripple? The Nirvana scripture is an immortal scripture passed down from the immortal era. It's split into 3 volumes. You've only learned the first volume, which is the introductory volume. Its power is limited, so it can only suppress the Underworld Soul Ghost Curse, not remove it, said the Xuantian Tower. Senior, how can Long Chen remove the curse then? Asked Li Tianxuan. Li Tianxuan was extremely respectful to the Xuantian Tower. The Xuantian Tower was a divine item left behind by the Xuantian ancestor. It had fought for a lifetime alongside the Xuantian ancestor and had seen the passing of countless years. So the Xuantian Tower possessed the highest status in the Xuantian Dao sect. Everyone, including Li Tianxuan, had to be respectful to it. It was different from the reincarnation mirror. The reincarnation mirror had been the weapon of the second-generation patriarch of the Xuantian Dao sect. Although it was also a divine item, it could not be compared to the Xuantian Tower. The difference between them was that one was a core sect divine item, while the other was just a protector. The Xuantian Tower always stayed in the Xuantian Dao sect. It never appeared in the outside world, so many people had already forgotten its history. They thought that the Xuantian Tower was nothing more than the core of the Xuantian Dao sect's grand formation. Instead, it was the reincarnation mirror that dazzled others. That was because in all the historical battles, it was the reincarnation mirror that had appeared and shaken the central plains. But in truth, the Xuantian Dao sect's most terrifying divine item was the Xuantian Tower. I can't do anything, and neither can the reincarnation mirror. If I tried to forcibly extract the curse, it would also extract Long Chen's life. The curse is inextricably intertwined with Long Chen's soul and body. There's no way for an external force to remove it, said the Xuantian Tower. Senior, if I obtain the second volume of the Nirvana scripture, would I be able to completely remove the curse? Asked Long Chen. His hope rekindled, because he knew right where he could find the second volume. In truth, you're at a disadvantage because of your low cultivation base. If you were at the Jade Core realm, even just the first volume of the Nirvana scripture would be able to remove this curse. But now, without being able to cultivate spiritual yuan, obtaining the second volume of the Nirvana scripture is your only option, said the Xuantian Tower. Long Chen nodded. If that was the case, he had some confidence. It seemed he would have to take a trip to Pill Valley. Since you'll be able to suppress the curse, you should go and rest. As for the second volume of the Nirvana scripture, I'll help you think of something later, said Li Tianxuan. All right, then this disciple will take his leave. Long Chen left the Xuantian Tower just like that. Once he was gone, Li Tianxuan said, Senior, what do you think? After a pause, the Xuantian Tower said, the appearance of a heaven defier signifies the world is already in the midst of a silent transformation. The chi flow of the world is no longer flowing normally. For so many heavenly geniuses to rise at the same time, it signifies a great era has arrived. This is the best era, as well as the worst era. To have gambled everything on Long Chen, you really have some guts. Your guts are probably greater than all the patriarchs of the past. Li Tianxuan bitterly smiled. I had no choice. The corrupt path is amassing power, and Pill Valley is trying to control the righteous path from behind the scenes. In the current era, the only power that can contend against Pill Valley is the Huayan sect. But the Huayan sect's style is too restrained. Although they've gone against Pill Valley all these years, they've never shown their true intentions. There's no way to judge them. Furthermore, my observation of the Central Plains these years has revealed that certain powers that have been in hibernation for tens of thousands of years, ancient sects on the verge of vanishing without a trace, have shown signs of gradually recovering. The Ancient Race Alliance, the Ancient Family Alliance, the Zan beasts, although everything looks calm now, there are hidden undercurrents flowing within the continent. I can already smell the scent of danger. Other than that, strange signs have even been coming from the 7 danger zones. I've even heard that those supreme divine martial clans at the peak of the martial path have started to ask some questions about the current cultivation world. Everything points to a change of era. If we continue to stay conservative, the Xuantian Dao sect will probably be destroyed. Change is necessary for evolution. Different eras require different methods to survive. Your strategy isn't wrong. However, to bet everything on a heaven defier is truly dangerous. You should know that the endings of all the heaven defiers recorded in history are incomparably miserable. None of the people by their side had good endings, said the Xuantian Tower. I know, but for some unknown reason, when I see Long Chen, it feels like I can see a new future. It's a strange feeling, but I trust he can create a miracle. I've always relied on my experience and calculations in the past, but the first time I saw Long Chen, I had a strong feeling that the world would dramatically change because of his existence. If I was only responsible for myself, I would definitely be like one of his people and go all out supporting him. However, the fate of the entire Xuantian Dao sect is in my hands. That's a great deal of pressure, said Li Tianxuan. The Xuantian Tower said, so that's why you want to ask what I think? Yes, I truly want to hear your opinion. I am nothing more than an item spirit. Although I've lived for countless years, I have no ability to see the future, so I can't give you any advice. I've experienced era after era. I've seen the martial heaven continent rise and fall, again and again. But I've never encountered such a feeling. The chi flow of the world has given birth to countless heavenly geniuses. The reincarnation mirror has also said that the flow of fate has become muddled. A great era has silently arrived, and more monsters will appear. Each generation of a great era will have an expert trample over countless corpses to reach the peak of the martial path. That one person will suppress the entire world and lead that generation. They are given a resounding title, sovereign. Since the last sovereign disappeared in the long river of history, countless years have passed, and never again did a figure strong enough to dominate their entire era appear again. It wasn't because those people weren't strong enough, but because the martial heaven continent's chi flow wasn't enough to give birth to another sovereign. But this time is different. The chi flow of the continent has changed, almost like the final radiance of the setting sun, said Li Tianxuan. Yes, just like the final burst of light before the world turns dark. This great era will be greater than any of the past. If my senses are correct, this will be the final great era of the martial heaven continent. Li Tianxuan's heart pounded violently. Although he had also sensed some clues, hearing the Xuantian Tower's reply still shocked him indescribably. Once the great era passes, there will only be 2 possibilities. One is that the martial heaven continent will be destroyed, becoming a land of death. The other is that the sun will rise again, the withered tree will bloom once more in spring, and the phoenix will undergo nirvanic rebirth. A new era will come. Unfortunately, we know too little about the martial heaven continent. If only the 5 grand divine items that maintained the entire continent's karmic luck hadn't vanished. They definitely know more secrets, said the Xuantian Tower. Then what should we do now? Asked Li Tianxuan. I don't know. The Xuantian Tower's reply was direct, making Li Tianxuan bitterly smile. But then the Xuantian Tower continued. The arrival of the Great Era means that heavenly geniuses will begin displaying their dazzling brightness. No one can predict the future. Since that's the case, why not go all out? Li Tianxuan smiled. The Xuantian Tower had essentially approved of his own thinking. With its support, his confidence rose. Li Tianxuan bowed deeply and left the Xuantian Tower. When he returned to his private room, he summoned Lu Kang. Chapter 1303 Complicated. Zan Master. Lu Kang bowed. Have you calculated the Xuantian Dao sect's losses in this battle yet? Asked Li Tianxuan. Yes. A total of 29 soul transformation experts and 631 Jade Core Elders died. Also, 7 people are left with only their Yuan spirits. The Dragonblood Legion suffered no casualties, but 16 Foundation Forging disciples fell, reported Lu Kang. This had been a fierce battle. The difference in numbers between the 2 sides had been immense. In order to give their talented disciples opportunities, the Jade Core Elders had sacrificed themselves. It could be said that without them, there would have been no Wei Mengqi, Tang Wan Ji Yuyong, and the others could have gone all out slaying the corrupt soul transformation experts. Although they had immense killing power, their defensive power was too low. As soon as they approached a soul transformation expert, there was danger of them being killed instantly. That was why a major reason for their victory was because of these fallen elders. Yu Zifeng had seen so many elders dying one by one, and that was why he hadn't hesitated to use such a destructive move to kill so many soul transformation experts. He had won them precious breathing room. Even before saving Meng Qi in that battle, Yu Zifeng had already activated his secret art, which had allowed him to kill several soul transformation experts, all in one blow. That had caused the corrupt experts' hearts to turn cold and blunt their sharpness. His contributions definitely couldn't be overlooked. The sect protecting pavilion truly made the greatest contributions this time. Li Tianxuan sighed. Those elite elders that had died had mostly come from the sect protecting pavilion. But I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing that the Dragonblood Legion's display was so shocking this time. It'll probably shake the entire Central Plains, said Liu Kang worriedly. Such a terrifying legion was something that not only shocked the corrupt path, but even the Xuantian Dao sect itself. They had slaughtered almost 30,000 corrupt foundation forging disciples without a single one of them dying. This kind of battle record was so stunning that Liu Kang almost couldn't believe it. Although their rank 8 corrupt celestials had been handled by Meng Qi and Tang Wan there had still been countless powerful geniuses amongst the corrupt path. To use the Blood Moon devouring sun formation, the corrupt path had only brought out their elite geniuses. That was why it was so shocking. According to their original plan, the corrupt path was to kill the righteous experts and capture Long Chen. Then they would leave a recording of their powerful formation to stun the righteous path. This was a move the corrupt path used habitually. So even the weakest disciples they had brought had been rank 5 celestials. A third of them had been rank 6, and over 1,000 had been rank 7. As for rank 8 celestials, they had brought 47 of them. Such a terrifying lineup had been annihilated by the Dragonblood Legion. And yet, most of the Dragonblood warriors were just rank 5 celestials. According to reason, they should have been heavily suppressed by the heavenly Daos and unable to use their full power. But it was the corrupt army that was annihilated instead. What Liu Kang didn't realize was that Long Chen had long since anticipated a day would come when they would have to fight celestials with higher ranks than them. That was why he had made them go through tribulation together and intentionally provoked the heavenly Daos into unleashing their divine pressure. That was to increase everyone's potential, to make them give birth to the courage that would dare to go against the heavenly Daos. So although heavenly Dao pressure could affect the Dragonblood Legion's combat power, it wouldn't affect their killing intent. Furthermore, the effect of their greater celestial ranks had been ruined by Gui Yan, a rank 9 celestial. Because he had unleashed such terrifying heavenly Dao pressure, everyone had been suppressed. As a result, all the celestials had been equalized. That kind of situation had actually been unfavorable to the corrupt path. That was because Gui Yan's pressure focused a bit more on a person if their celestial rank was higher. To sum it up, the Dragonblood Legion's victory this time was a complicated sum of many factors. That was the only reason they had created such a miraculous accomplishment. But even so, with the Dragonblood Legion's power, any Dragonblood warrior was a genius that would have difficulty finding a match within the same realm. Such a terrifying group would make countless sects and powers envious and uneasy. That was because they were afraid that once the Dragonblood Legion grew up, they would threaten them. The righteous path was full of internal fighting. Some of it was obvious and open, while some was kept secret and in the dark. Before this, the Xuantian Dao sect had been declining and hadn't been a threat to other sects, so naturally no one had set their gazes on the Xuantian Dao sect. But now there was such a terrifying legion growing within them, and that was too conspicuous. If it was just Long Chen rising, that would have been one thing. But now there was a group of over 10,000 disciples rising, disciples that had the potential to become powerful enemies. Even the sects with decent relations with the Xuantian Dao sect were worried. There's no need to bother with that. If we had continued being so cautious, we'd forever be suppressed by others. Starting today, our Xuantian Dao sect is saying goodbye to caution. We're going to start advancing without retreat. Li Tianxuan smiled. Having obtained the Xuantian Tower's support had filled him with confidence. Don't bother with the matter of the Dragonblood Legion. Properly record our losses. The names of our fallen disciples are to be carved onto the Xuantian merit stele. If they have descendants, it's up to the Xuantian Dao sect to raise them. If they have no descendants, arrange for their relatives to be given the greatest support. After arranging this, go take a trip to the Martial Heaven Alliance. Give them the recording and tell them the number of corrupt experts we killed this time, said Li Tianxuan. We'll be able to get an ocean's worth of resources. Even Liu Kang was emotional when he thought about how much wealth they would gain. Their gains were just too stunning. The corrupt life star expert and various soul transformation experts captured in the Eastern Sea battle had been equal to 1,000 years' worth of income for the Xuantian Dao sect. In this time, they had killed even more. The Martial Heaven Continent's reward system was based on two things: the cultivation bases and the talent of the slain experts. The corrupt path had attacked with a huge army, but when they left, it had just been the dwarf taking away 17 life star experts and a half-dead Gui Yan. The rest had all died. With just one sect's power and the 7 bosses of the heaven-splitting battle sect, they had accomplished such a stunning feat. This victory was something for the history books of the righteous and corrupt battles. The corrupt path had lost a life star expert, over 500 soul transformation experts, and over 30,000 elite foundation forging disciples. According to the Martial Heaven Continent's reward system, Liu Kang couldn't even imagine a number that could describe this wealth. Just report the numbers on this trip. But don't get too excited yet, or you'll be disappointed. Li Tianxuan smiled faintly, but his words were like a bucket of ice water over Liu Kang's head. What are you talking about? Asked Liu Kang. This matter isn't so simple. I killed those people from the ancient races in the Pill Tower. That will cause quite a bit of trouble. The Martial Heaven Alliance isn't as pure and united as you imagine. Any group, once they reach a certain level of power, will have to follow a few unwritten rules. The Martial Heaven Alliance is no exception. Getting our reward this time will probably be very difficult. You should prepare yourself, said Li Tianxuan calmly. Liu Kang was silent. He wanted to say something, but he swallowed his words. I know, but as I said, since we've chosen to rise, we can't be afraid of everything. If I hadn't killed them at that time, they wouldn't have been grateful. They'd have probably stabbed us in the back once they were saved. Enduring will only bring more humiliation. It's the typical case of giving an inch only for them to take a foot, and then another foot, until you are forced to the end. So even if you gave me another chance, I'd have still done the same thing, said Li Tianxuan. Li Tianxuan had already had enough of the Pill Tower and the ancient races. They actually dared to hunt Long Chen so openly, completely ignoring the Xuantian Dao sect. If he didn't kill them after such an insult, he wouldn't be Li Tianxuan. After being bullied to this extent, if they still didn't counterattack, then they really might as well just kill themselves. Other than that, send someone trustworthy to the Huayan sect. Have them announce how Zhan Jizi harmed those geniuses. I have over 10 cases with absolute proof. Here, I'll make that idiot Zhan Jizi the target of everyone. Let's see how he attempts to scheme against us now. Li Tianxuan handed Liu Kang a spatial ring. Zhan Jizi was currently one of the greatest threats to Long Chen, as well as a threat to the Xuantian Dao sect. This fellow was a hidden danger that needed to be removed. Li Tianxuan had gathered ironclad proof of his deeds, and there was no way Zhan Jizi would be able to argue against it. Although it was unlikely he would be executed, at least he could show the world who Zhan Jizi was. That way, there wouldn't be as many sects who trusted him. Furthermore, this matter implicated Pill Valley. The Huayan sect would definitely be happy to help. Once no one trusted him, then no matter how he tried to fan the flames, it would be useless. There was no time to capture him now, but once they got past this juncture, it would be time to find that bastard. Just as Li Tianxuan was plotting everything, Long Chen returned to Crouching Dragon Mountain. Right now, Crouching Dragon Mountain was calm because all the Dragonblood warriors had been exhausted by the battle and were in seclusion. Long Chen returned to his room, and Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er were already waiting for him. Seeing him walk in, Tang Wan'er immediately grabbed hold of him tightly, her eyes full of worry. Don't worry, I'm fine. Oh, wait, there is something. The Zhan Master said I need to enter the bridal room in order to suppress the curse. Long Chen hastily changed what he was saying. Scoundrel, who do you think would believe you? Rebuked Tang Wan'er. There was no way she would fall for such a childish lie. She repeatedly beat him on the chest. But his joke made Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er's hearts less worried. This underworld soul ghost curse had truly made their hearts clench. That was because they thought of the Yama King blood curse that had killed Little Snow in the immemorial path. Then we can consider the bridal room later. A kiss should be fine, right? Long Chen was already leaning down, giving Tang Wan'er a deep kiss. Don't, big sister Meng Qi is right there. Tang Wan'er tried to get away. Of course a kiss must be done in front of Meng Qi, or it would be like cheating, laughed Long Chen. Despite how bashful Tang Wan'er acted, he didn't let her off without a final kiss on the cheek. Then he turned to Meng Qi, who hadn't said anything this entire time. He also gave her a fierce kiss. Meng Qi's body quivered as she held him tightly around his waist. Her tears streamed down. Meng Qi was a quiet and reserved person, but her feelings for Long Chen ran deep. She had never refused Long Chen. He was her everything. If he could live, she wouldn't ask for anything else. Sorry about everything. Seeing those tears stream down Meng Qi's peerlessly beautiful face, Long Chen was filled with pain. A simple apology felt completely meaningless. Tang Wan'er's eyes were also red. Her greatest hope was that Long Chen would forever stay by their side. Today is a happy day. I've brought you both gifts. Long Chen suddenly smiled. Chapter 1304 Supreme Treasure, Myriad Spirit Diagram. Having gathered with everyone again, this should be a happy time. Long Chen took out a translucent crescent moon blade. The blade was over a foot long and looked like crystal. But the curious thing was that it had no hilt. It was just a blade. It was as thin as a cicada's wing and as light as a feather. When Long Chen had released it, it had almost floated into the sky. As soon as it appeared, the temperature in the room dropped. A sharp aura made their scalps turn numb. Most importantly, the space around it was starting to twist. Their hair started to be drawn over to it. This is a wind attribute king item. Tang Wan'er was pleasantly surprised to see it. She could sense the wind energy within it that resonated with her own. A king item, I couldn't bring out such a thing. This is an ancestral item. Long Chen grumbled inside. This was a terrifying ancestral item he had specifically prepared for Tang Wan'er, but it had actually been viewed as a king item. But that was only natural. This ancestral item had truly been terrifying. When he had first released it on Devil Spirit Mountain, it had immediately fled, and when he had tried to subdue it, it had fought back so intensely that Long Chen had furiously smashed it with the pot until it was on its last breaths. Only then did it submit. However, even then, it refused to allow Long Chen to place a slave mark on it. Its character was extremely obstinate. It would rather break than bend. The crescent moon blade suddenly began to shine. It landed in Tang Wan'er's hands of its own accord. An expression of disbelief appeared on Tang Wan'er's face. It actually accepted me as its master. The blade's item spirit had actually willingly accepted her as its master. The item spirit was extremely intelligent. Its character really is like yours. Long Chen smiled. As expected, a person would have a weapon similar to themselves. The blade transformed into a ray of light that entered Tang Wan'er's head, vanishing. Meng Qi almost jumped, afraid it was harming Tang Wan'er. Long Chen, you're so evil. You almost killed Moonwind, Tang Wan'er rebuked Long Chen. The crescent moon blade had clearly begun to complain about Long Chen's barbaric violence. Cough, wasn't that just a case of friends not being able to get along without some fighting? Said Long Chen awkwardly. Scoundrel, if you bully Moonwind again, I'll beat you, understood? Tang Wan'er raised her fists menacingly. But she also winked at Long Chen. Long Chen immediately understood. Having become the blade's master, she had to stand up for her weapon. Only then could she comfort the aggrieved item spirit. Goddess Wan'er, this little one would not dare. Just treat this little one as a fart and release him. Long Chen put on a terrified expression and repeatedly bowed deeply with his arms raised in front of him as he begged for forgiveness. Scoundrel. Tang Wan'er turned red. Long Chen's words were too immoral for her to even accept. She beat Long Chen a few times. Perhaps it felt that its new master was truly fierce enough, and seeing her beat the villain Long Chen to the point that he didn't have the slightest ability to resist, the blade's item spirit happily entered Tang Wan'er's mind sea and began to nurse its wounds. Long Chen had been ruthless back then, and had almost killed it. Long Chen, where's big sister's gift? Said Tang Wan'er suddenly. Foolish girl, do you think ancestral items are like cabbage? To be able to obtain one is heaven-defying luck. You having an ancestral item is the same as me having one. The stronger you get, the stronger your big sister gets, said Meng Qi with a sweet smile. Meng Qi's peaceful nature made Long Chen feel even more thankful. He immediately took out a feather dress. Don't worry, everyone will get one. Look, what do you think this is? When the feather dress appeared, Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er let out startled cries. They were completely captivated by that feather dress shining with all the colors of the rainbow. The feather dress was indescribably grand. Its feathers came from over 100 different flying beasts. Runes flickered around the dress, making it seem like a goddess's divine clothes. What a beautiful dress! Only Big Sister's beauty can match such a grand dress, exclaimed Tang Wan. This feather dress was too beautiful. No woman could resist. Wan, your defenses are also weak. You should be the one to wear this feather dress. I'm a beast tamer, and I have my magical beasts to protect myself, said Meng Qi. Hee, Big Sister, there's no need to be courteous with me. You're the only one who's a match for this dress, laughed Tang Wan. Seeing the two of them fighting like this, Long Chen felt it was a bit funny. He felt like the meticulous etiquette they followed was a good thing, but also a bit nonsensical. He didn't say anything, he just smiled as they argued. In the end, when both sides were too embarrassed to go on, Meng Qi took the rainbow feather dress. The feather dress surprisingly didn't reject Meng Qi at all. It disappeared from her hands and reappeared on her body. When Meng Qi's beauty was combined with the feather dress, Long Chen and Tang Wan-er's eyes both shone. Meng Qi truly looked like a goddess now. She was unspeakably grand and noble. Big Sister, you're very beautiful, praised Tang Wan-er involuntarily. Meng Qi was already stunningly beautiful. Her beauty could bring down a nation. As a soul cultivator, she possessed a natural grand aura. Now with the feather dress, there was no way to describe her. The feather dress vanished from Meng Qi's body, and she smiled. This kind of gift would be welcomed by any woman. Hee, other than this gift, I have another thing to give you. But this gift is a bit different. A scroll appeared in Long Chen's hands. He slowly opened it, revealing its contents. There were countless beasts depicted on the scroll. Each of them looked so lifelike that it felt like they might jump out of the painting at any moment. Once the scroll was opened, a terrifying pressure was unleashed from it which made Meng Qi and Tang Wan pale. This scroll's power could easily annihilate them. This is the myriad spirit diagram. It is something I obtained by chance in the Four Nations ancient remnant. Long Chen gave a simple recount of how he had obtained the myriad spirit diagram and his encounter with that mysterious elder. The myriad spirit diagram is the cumulation of that senior's cultivation. He comprehended his Tao by walking the path of beasts. Coincidentally, that senior was also a beast tamer. His true body comprehended the Tao and ascended using his Tao of 10,000 beasts countless years ago. He left behind the myriad spirit diagram as his inheritance for a destined person. Back then, when he said he was waiting for a destined person, I thought he was actually not going to give it to me. But then the senior said that I could find the destined person, and the first person I thought of was you. Long Chen smiled. Hearing that it came from someone who had ascended, Meng Qi and Tang Wan were completely shocked. After ascending, didn't a person become a god or immortal? Meng Qi, take a look and see if you can comprehend it, said Long Chen. Meng Qi nodded. First, she placed the myriad spirit diagram in the air and respectfully bowed to it repeatedly. She was using the most formal, most solemn etiquette of 3 bows and 9 kowtows. Although she hadn't gained anything from it yet, just the pressure that came from it told her it was definitely a divine item. The inheritance left behind by an ascender was definitely enough to make the entire continent crazy. Now that Meng Qi had obtained this inheritance, it was essentially the same as taking that elder as her master. This etiquette was naturally necessary. Long Chen and Tang Wan also bowed once. They treated it as bearing witness to this. When Meng Qi finished her final bow, the myriad spirit diagram suddenly let out a ray of light that enveloped her. Countless runes revolved around her, emitting a divine aura. Meng Qi's face instantly turned pale, causing Long Chen to jump. It's fine. This is the myriad spirit diagram's way of passing on its inheritance. But my cultivation base is too low, so I can't take it all in, said Meng Qi. After saying that, the runes vanished. Meng Qi was still pale, but she was delighted. Long Chen, this myriad spirit diagram is a supreme treasure. Although my spiritual strength is limited and I could only comprehend a portion of its mysteries, it's still enough to benefit me for a lifetime, said Meng Qi. Forming a hand seal, a certain bird on the myriad spirit diagram lit up, startling Long Chen and Tang Wan. It's the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow. That bird image was of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow. But the feathers on it were covered in countless ancient runes that made it look not quite the same as Cloud's mother. Cloud, come out. Cloud suddenly flew out. Long Chen jumped. If Cloud came out, wouldn't this room cease to exist? But he was surprised to see that Cloud was actually only the size of an ordinary sparrow. It hopped onto Meng Qi's shoulder. It had actually learned how to control its size. Go in. This is the most complete inheritance of your cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, said Meng Qi. Cloud flew toward the scroll. Once it got close, it shrank and entered the scroll, merging into the image of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow. The myriad spirit diagram contains the most complete inheritances of 10,000 spirit beasts gathered by that senior. Cloud's race is being hunted down, causing their inheritance to no longer be complete. The myriad spirit diagram can make up for that, said Meng Qi with excitement. If Cloud learned all of its inheritance, its combat power would probably rise to a terrifying level. However, her own power was lacking, and there were many parts of the myriad spirit diagram that she was unable to unlock. There were marvelous soul arts and cultivation techniques inside. She had only peered into a very small portion of the inheritance, and would need more time to study it. 3 days passed in the Xuantian Dao sect before Long Chen gathered all the Dragonblood Legion. It was about time for them to advance to the Jade Core realm. Chapter 1305 Collective Advancement. The Dragonblood warriors had all reached the peak of the Foundation Forging realm. People like Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er had long since possessed the qualification to attack the Jade Core realm. But without Long Chen, they hadn't gone through with their advancements. They had been waiting for his return. If they had wanted to advance, at least half the Dragonblood Legion would have advanced to kings. Then the last righteous and corrupt battle wouldn't have been so bitter. They would have definitely suppressed their opponents. But the Jade Core realm involved breaking the immortal platform to condense the divine core. It was an extremely important process with a high chance of failure. It was different from other realms where if you failed an advancement, you could just accumulate resources and energy to try again. You would only get one shot at the Jade Core realm. You needed to burst through it. By destroying the foundation of your immortal platform, you would condense it all into a core. The most difficult part about this was that as you condensed your Jade Core, you would have to undergo the baptism of heavenly tribulation. Without powerful willpower, your odds of succeeding when you were disturbed by heavenly tribulation were low. If you failed at condensing your core and had already destroyed your immortal platform, you would essentially be crippled. You would no longer have any chance of advancing to the Jade Core realm. The reason the Dragonblood warriors had cultivated so quickly was because the Xuantian Dao sect had gone all out raising them. Through the Battle of the Eastern Sea, the Xuantian Dao sect had obtained a huge amount of resources from the Martial Heaven continent, and they had essentially spent all those resources on this generation's disciples, especially the Dragonblood Legion. When it came to the Dragonblood Legion, if they wanted something, the sect would immediately go all out helping them get it. And the Dragonblood Legion truly hadn't disappointed the Xuantian Dao sect. In this righteous and corrupt battle, Li Tianxuan's foresight had once more proven to be invaluable. About 2 days of travel outside the Xuantian Dao sect, Li Tianxuan was floating in the air, looking at the Dragonblood Legion gathered on top of a distant mountain. His eyes were full of anticipation. The Dragonblood Legion was only the true Dragonblood Legion when Long Chen was present. When the Dragonblood Legion was complete, just seeing the worship in those disciples' eyes showed how they viewed Long Chen as a godlike existence. That made Li Tianxuan feel emotional. If combat power was given a numerical value, if one person's power was 1, then the power of 10 people working together would be 9. The power of 100 people would max out at around 70. The more people in a group, the less they would be able to fully trust each other. In fact, the distraction of being on guard from their allies would cause their power to even drop. The sum of 100 people's individual power was 100, but in terms of how much power they could unleash, 70 was a cap. This number was something deduced from the results of countless large battles. And most of the time, a group's combat power wasn't even able to reach that level. The greater the number of people, the greater the drop in ratio. For over 10,000 people, their true power would be about 5,000. And that would be a group of elites amongst elites. Such an elite cultivation army didn't exist in the righteous path. They only existed in the corrupt path. As for the Dragonblood Legion, not only did they bring out 100% of their power even when in such a huge group, with Long Chen's addition, their power would multiply by even up to 10 times. Right now, Long Chen was no longer just the founder of the Dragonblood Legion, he was the Dragonblood Legion's faith. As long as he was present, anything was possible. This time, when the Dragonblood Legion went out to undergo collective tribulation, Li Tianxuan had personally come to act as a protector. The current Dragonblood Legion was too eye-attracting, causing countless powers to be uneasy. When righteous experts fought the corrupt path, they were soft persimmons. But when it came to harming themselves and stabbing each other in the back, the righteous path was truly skilled. Therefore, Li Tianxuan had to go all out protecting them. But in truth, Li Tianxuan truly didn't have much confidence in being able to protect them any longer. That was because he now noticed that the Dragonblood warriors were no longer rank 5 celestials. They had all advanced to become rank 6 celestials at the very least. There were also 1,500 rank 7 celestials and over 60 rank 8 celestials. Long Chen had distributed all his high-grade heavenly Dao fruits to the Dragonblood Legion. So many people had died in this battle. Li Tianxuan finally realized what Long Chen's terrifying trump card was. That was because the number of rank 7 celestials that had died from the corrupt path perfectly matched the number of the new rank 7 celestials in the Dragonblood Legion. Li Tianxuan didn't ask about Long Chen's secrets, nor did he want to know. But when it was so obvious, he could not help but notice even if he didn't want to. He was worried. Long Chen's actions were too obvious this time. Once news of this spread, it would definitely cause huge waves. Pill Valley would definitely try something and most likely on an unprecedented scale. Such a bizarre thing would shake all the Central Plains. Although Li Tianxuan did not know of the existence of the heavenly Dao fruits, he knew Long Chen definitely had some heaven-defying ability to snatch a person's heavenly Dao seed. Otherwise, there was no way the Dragonblood Legion could advance at such a terrifying rate. Long Chen's actions this time were too obvious for anyone to overlook. But on the other hand, even if he had wanted to conceal it, there was little chance of locking down this kind of news. After all, there were far too many people in the Xuantian Dao sect. Long Chen had simply, directly distributed the heavenly Dao fruits. Not only did he give them to the Dragonblood Legion, but even Hua Xiu, Zhao Zian, Wang Zhen, Mu Qingxian, and Sumo had become rank 8 celestials. Although they weren't members of the Dragonblood Legion, they had fought alongside each other multiple times. They had long since become people Long Chen could fully trust. However, what he had given them was not the heavenly Dao fruits, but something he called heavenly Dao wine. He had crushed the heavenly Dao fruits and merged it with the wine. It had the same effect. Now standing in front of everyone that was staring at him with fervent gazes, Long Chen felt a grand feeling. Having this group of life and death brothers made this life worth it. Brothers, take your medicinal pills. It's the same old rules. The heavenly Daos are just a fart, so fully unleash your power, said Long Chen. Yesterday, Long Chen had spent a whole day refining pills with the blazing dragon cauldron. He had given everyone here an exploding blaze foundation breaking pill. This was different from the advancement pills he had refined before. This exploding blaze foundation breaking pill was an 8th tier medicinal pill, but it wasn't used for attacking the barrier. In truth, this pill was pretty much poison. After you consumed this pill, your immortal platform would completely crumble. This was the first step to advancing to the Jade Core realm, and it was an extremely important step. The more complete the immortal platform's destruction, the more energy could be used to condense the divine core, and the stronger it would be. The divine core formed on the foundation of the broken immortal platform. If the immortal platform was not fully destroyed, there would be a large amount of energy left behind in it that wouldn't be absorbed by the divine core. That would be a large flaw. Guo Ran looked at the pill in his hand and shivered. It was a giant pill, and a top-grade one at that. It was emitting a frightening aura. This giant pill had so much energy violently surging within it that if it hadn't been Long Chen who had given it to them, Guo Ran would suspect it was a bomb. This thing probably had enough energy to make a foundation forging expert explode. Could it really be eaten? His scalp crawled. Boss, said Guo Ran hesitantly. He wanted to say that there was no need for him to waste such a precious pill. He didn't walk the normal cultivation path. But in truth, he was just afraid. If you keep wasting time, I'll slap you. Where did so many nonsense words come from? Hurry up and eat it, said Long Chen impatiently. Long Chen understood him far too well. Guo Ran was the ultimate slacker when it came to cultivation. If he could escape pain, he would. Slipping away was his forte. Everyone's brothers. Sigh, I'll help you, said Ji Yu Yan. He took Guo Ran's pill. Ji Yu Yong, you really are my good brother. Guo Ran first thought that Ji Yu Yong was consuming it for him, but then, Ji Yu Yong stuffed the pill down Guo Ran's throat. The other Dragonblood warriors laughed and also swallowed their somewhat frightening pills. Continuous explosive sounds rang out from everyone's dantians. Their expressions all completely changed, and they vomited blood. Don't just stupidly stand there. Work together with the pill's energy to completely turn your immortal platform to bits, called out Long Chen. Following his reminder, they unleashed their auras. They suddenly noticed that even after their immortal platforms shattered, their cultivation bases weren't harmed. Instead, their auras grew stronger. If they didn't unleash their auras at this time, they'd explode. As everyone's aura surged, a powerful pressure soared. Long Chen was actually blown away into the distance by that power. Rumble. Heaven and earth turned dark as tribulation clouds covered the sky. Li Tianxuan's expression changed slightly. Long Chen really has to shake the heavens no matter what he does. I should get further away. Li Tianxuan had already been thousands of miles away, but he found that the region the tribulation clouds were covering was too great. If he was pulled inside it, it would be troublesome. It was better to distance himself. A torrent of lightning lit up the dark world. Lightning rain began to pour down, but each raindrop was the size of a room. As it landed amongst them, it exploded, unleashing ripples of lightning that made the Dragonblood warriors totter. Their expressions changed. This was just the first wave. How was it already so powerful? There's nothing to be surprised about. This is the Jade Core Tribulation. When condensing the Divine Core, the Heavenly Tribulation will contain a trace of divine energy. That will be the crux of becoming an immortal or god in the future. That's why it's much stronger than before. Long Chen didn't feel any shock from this level of thunder force. He gave them a simple explanation to calm them down. Since your immortal platforms have already been destroyed, don't waste time. The sooner you go through the tribulation, the sooner we can go back, said Long Chen. Hua Xiu, Zhao Zian, Wang Zhen, Mu Qingshan, and Su Mo, the people who had never gone through tribulation like this, all jumped in shock. All right, take a look, boss. Ji Yu Yang laughed and his aura erupted. A powerful aura charged into the clouds. Seeing Ji Yu Yang's actions, Hua Xiu, Zhao Zian, and the others all turned pale. How was this going through tribulation? Wasn't it just suicide? As expected, having been provoked by Ji Yu Yang, the tribulation clouds in the sky rumbled, and the might of the heavenly Taos descended. The heavens were enraged. Chapter 1306 Perfect Advancement. The furious pressure of the heavens made the world seem to solidify. A heavy rock crushed all their hearts. Hua Xiu and the others had an urge to prostrate themselves to the heavens. In front of the fury of the heavens, they felt themselves to be minute. If they resisted, they would be annihilated by the heavenly Taos. Hua Xiu and the others were pale as paper and full of terror. This was due to their innate reverence for the heavenly Taos. But they saw that the Dragonblood Legion's people were all calm. They were all unleashing their auras against the pressure of the heavenly Taos. No wonder they can ignore the pressure of higher-ranked celestials. Hua Xiu and the others finally understood why even the ordinary Dragonblood warriors had been able to fight ranked 6 and even ranked 7 celestials. So it was the result of this. No matter how strong the celestial, there was no way their heavenly Tao pressure could compare to the true pressure of the heavenly Taos. This destructive will inside the lightning tribulation was something anyone would cower before. However, Long Chen was leading his people to go against the heavenly tribulation. It was to temper their wills. But while the Dragonblood warriors had experienced going against the heavenly Taos, Hua Xiu and the others hadn't. They felt an innate pressure in their souls that made them unable to do so. And yet, since they were undergoing tribulation with the Dragonblood Legion, they had no choice even if they didn't dare. They could only force their way through. Bolts of lightning began to smash down like huge mountains. The lightning would explode when it struck the land, and there were already some people who were coughing up blood. The Jade Core Tribulation was powerful even without any other factors. But now, Ji Yu Yang, the one with the strongest aura here, had taken the initiative to provoke the heavens' fury. The pressure was at least 10 times greater. Even though people were injured, there were still the healing experts present. As wood cultivators, lightning was their bane. Their wood energy was life energy, while this lightning contained destructive energy. They were the ones to be injured first. Basically, all the healing experts were women. Although they all coughed up blood, not one of them had a worried expression. They still stood tall. After experiencing the last tribulation, they had realized that undergoing tribulation in this manner brought with it countless benefits. The destructive energy in the tribulation was something that could stimulate their wood energy and make it purer. They now knew that each extra breath that they could endure during this lightning tribulation was another bit stronger they got. This was a rare opportunity. Under the baptism of the heavenly tribulation, all the immortal platforms in their dantians completely shattered and rapidly formed a golden sphere. That was the mark of a jade core expert, the divine core. Those small little spheres already possessed a grand and majestic energy. As the sphere grew, each of their auras grew stronger. Don't be in a rush to absorb the spiritual chi in the air. Focus on using the thunder force to temper your divine cores. Completely destroy any vestiges of your immortal platform's runes. That's the only way for you to advance perfectly, reminded Long Chen. When advancing to the foundation forging realm, many people were unable to advance perfectly. But the flaws left behind in the foundation forging realm could be made up for when advancing to the Jade Core realm. Long Chen was paying close attention to the changes in their auras and silently learning from them. This was something he would also have to undergo. At this time, Lei Long didn't even wait for Long Chen's call. It directly flew out and began to greedily absorb the thunder force around Long Chen. Long Chen told it that it could absorb the energy as it wished as long as it didn't disturb the others from their tribulations. Lei Long urgently needed to increase its power. The difference between it and Huo Long was getting too big. After an incense stick's worth of time, once everyone had gotten used to this level, Ji Yuyong once more increased his aura, causing the tribulation's power to increase again. This time, the healing experts were truly at their limit. But they were also unyielding, and even under the violent attacks of the lightning, despite the blood pouring from their mouths, they bitterly endured. Even Long Chen felt some heartache at seeing them push themselves like this. As female wood cultivators, the pain they had to undergo during this tribulation was over 10 times the others. If you can't handle it, don't push yourself. Come over here, called out Long Chen. Boss, we can still handle it. Just give us a bit more time. These stubborn women refused to admit defeat. They held on, as if their lives depended on it. Hua Xiu, Zhao Zian, and the others were all full of admiration for them. They were wood cultivators who possessed weak physical bodies. Even Mu Qingshan had long since felt like she had reached her limit, but seeing her junior apprentice sisters still obstinately holding on, she clenched her teeth and pushed through it. Just seeing her like that distressed Su Mo, but he wasn't able to help. In the end, Mu Qingshan wasn't able to endure any longer. The thunder force had already invaded her meridians, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. The next thing the thunder force would do was cause her physical body to explode. That made Su Mo's expression change. Long Chen waved a hand, and Mu Qingshan flew over to his side. With Lei Long devouring the thunder force around him, this was an absolute safe zone. Senior apprentice Sister Qingshan, you should adjust your condition and stabilize your realm. You've reached your limit, said Long Chen. Mu Qingshan nodded palely. She knew she had truly reached her limit. Any more and she'd have exploded. The only thing that made her feel a bit unwilling was that she was the first to drop out. The Dragonblood warriors have already experienced the baptism of heavenly tribulation before, so they now possess some resistance to it. But it's your first time, so being able to reach this point is already very amazing, comforted Long Chen as if reading her thoughts. After all, she was a heavenly genius from the previous generation. This kind of defeat was a bit unacceptable to her. Being exceeded by her junior apprentice sisters was especially painful. But Long Chen's explanation did comfort her. Gratefully nodding to him, she sat down and closed her eyes. Her divine core had already formed. After leaving the lightning tribulation, the divine core would solidify. Right now, she needed to consolidate her divine core. The healing experts lasted 2 hours after Mu Qingshan left. Finally, they were no longer able to hold on and came over to Long Chen's side. They closed their eyes and began to adjust their conditions. Long Chen couldn't help but nod inside. These ladies truly possessed powerful willpower. Even after their divine cores had reached a flawless point, they had continued for an incense stick's worth of time. That had greatly increased the purity of their wood energy. They had done this for the Dragonblood Legion. The purer their wood energy, the more effective their healing would be. Long Chen was emotional inside. Each brother and sister of the Dragonblood Legion treated each other sincerely and openly. To be able to have such sisters by his side, his life had not been in vain. Once the healing experts had left, Long Chen announced, now your divine cores are essentially flawless. Hua Xiu, Zhao Zian, and the others sighed with relief, thinking it was over. But Long Chen's following words almost made their souls flee in terror. So we can now start the real tribulation. Ji Yuyong, start going all out. Why isn't Guo Ran crying? Long Chen couldn't help being startled. How was that little fellow so quiet this time? Reporting to boss, Big Brother Guo Ran has already fainted and can't be woken. Announced a Dragonblood warrior. He pointed to the ground where Guo Ran lay. White froth came from his mouth, and there was no way to wake him. Good, then it'll be quieter. Continue. Long Chen nodded. Ji Yu Yong took a deep breath. All of a sudden, the runes around him exploded, and a huge chi pillar soared into the sky. The tribulation clouds quivered. Suddenly, the land rocked. Hua Xiu and the others were horrified. It was like the tribulation had been slapped in the face, and was now unleashing its true fury. A terrifying pressure filled the world. Did they really want to die? Wang Zhen's face was pale, and Su Mo's hair stood on end. He felt like he was already at his limit, but Long Chen refused to let them off. Suddenly, a sea of lightning fell from the sky, covering everything within 10,000 miles. Lightning beasts filled the sea and attacked them. What made Wang Zhen and Su Mo feel like they were going insane was that the Dragonblood warriors' eyes actually reddened, and they charged at those lightning beasts with overflowing battle intent. These children are insane. The distant Li Tianxuan bitterly smiled. Even after living for so many years, he had never seen such an insane group before. Hua Xiu, Xian, Wang Zhen, senior apprentice brother Mo, this is a rare tempering opportunity. This is the only way to train resisting the pressure of higher-ranked celestials, said Meng Qi. Her runes revolved around her, but she didn't attack the lightning beasts. As a soul cultivator, she didn't face her enemies head-on. Heavenly Tao pressure wasn't a great threat to her, so she didn't need to attack these beasts. All she needed to do was use this thunder force to temper her spiritual strength. With Meng Qi's reminder, Hua Xiu and the others summoned the courage to attack the lightning beasts. Before this, they had only been defending against the tribulation and just waiting for the lightning to stop. They had never dared to actually attack the tribulation. The Dragonblood Legion's method for undergoing tribulation completely toppled their expectations. More and more lightning beasts appeared, but the lightning clouds in the sky grew sparser as well. Long Chen suddenly flew into the air and punched the clouds. But it was ineffective. The lightning tribulation didn't get angry because of him. His current realm was unable to provoke this tribulation. It seemed only those in the Jade Core realm could affect this Jade Core tribulation. It ignored him with his foundation forging realm. Long Chen helplessly sent Lei Long to devour the Thunder Force on the edge. After 2 hours, the tribulation began to fade. Long Chen comforted Lei Long. Don't be sad, you might not be full this time, but you'll definitely have more than enough to eat when I go through my tribulation. This Thunder Force hadn't allowed Lei Long to advance much. Long Chen hadn't let Lei Long absorb too much Thunder Force because he was worried about affecting everyone's tribulation. As a result, Lei Long wasn't even half full. After the tribulation, everyone's auras were like awakened lions. Their powerful auras even gave Long Chen a sense of pressure. Although they had just advanced to the Jade Core realm, their auras were extremely strong. They were like sharp blades that had been unsheathed and were unleashing their light. Let's go back. Li Tianxuan took out the reincarnation mirror and brought them back to the Xuantian Dao sect. Starting today, a legion that would cause the world to shake truly began to rise. Chapter 1307 Wild enters slumber. When they returned to the Xuantian Dao sect, the Dragonblood warriors entered seclusion to consolidate their cultivation bases. Having just advanced to the Jade Core realm, their power had grown explosively. Compared to when they had been at the Foundation Forging realm, their spiritual yuan had grown by over 10 times in terms of both quantity and quality. They needed to get used to their new power. Everyone in the Dragonblood Legion had advanced to the Jade Core realm, and it was a perfect advancement. Even Li Tianxuan felt emotional to see this. These Dragonblood warriors were all elites amongst elites. Not only were they brave warriors who would fight 1 against 100, but they were even monsters who could fight across realms. With such a terrifying group of disciples, there was no point in worrying over whether the Xuantian Dao sect could return to its former glory. It would probably surpass any point in its history to reach an unprecedented level. However, the Dragonblood Legion was too conspicuous now. Countless people were envious of them, and most likely, the Xuantian Dao sect had become a huge target for many people. But the only thing that didn't draw envy was mediocrity. As long as you stood at a high level, there would definitely be people envious of you that hoped for your downfall. Dirty tricks, scheming, trying to crowd you out, these things were unavoidable. This was the cultivation world. The struggle was endless. If you weren't prepared for such a thing, then you should simply never think of rising. Whether it was a single genius or a whole sect, if they wanted to rise, they would have to face countless enemies. The history of a powerful sect's rising had to be bloody. They rose by climbing the mountain of bones of their enemies. Geniuses were the same. One of the laws of the heavenly Tao's was that everyone was in competition. Life was a survival of the fittest. To not climb over other people's corpses was to allow others to climb over your corpse. The path of cultivation was one with no turning back. After returning to the Xuantian Tao sect and making sure everyone was set, the only one with nothing to do was Long Chen. He was unable to use his spiritual yuan to cultivate. As soon as he tried, the curse would reactivate. Although the curse wasn't able to threaten his life, it stuck to him like cancer. It was incredibly irritating, and there was no way for him to fight. However, he did find that while he couldn't do anything else, he would be able to circulate his flame energy. The curse wouldn't reactivate as long as he only used his flame energy. His guess was that it was due to the Nirvana scripture. His flame energy wasn't affected by the curse. Otherwise, there would have been no way for him to refine pills for everyone. After everyone went through the tribulation, Long Chen noticed that there was something strange with Wild. Wild was constantly yawning, and his focus was gone. Sometimes Long Chen would be talking to him and he would just start napping. When Long Chen asked Li Tianxuan what was going on, Li Tianxuan said that Wild was very likely undergoing some kind of metamorphosis. That made Long Chen jump. Wild wasn't a magical beast. How could he go through a metamorphosis? Li Tianxuan said that the true barbarian race only existed in legends. Perhaps they had existed, but they had disappeared from this world. The barbarian race of legends used to eat anything with flesh. Even dragons were eaten by them. Their bodies were similar to magical beasts. They cultivated neither spiritual yuan, true qi, nor the Tao. They were an oddity of the entire world. When their physical strength reached a certain level, their bodies would undergo a metamorphosis. But when undergoing this metamorphosis, they would be like hibernating magical beasts. They would enter a long slumber. Once their metamorphosis was complete, they would automatically wake, and their combat power would have increased massively. However, Li Tianxuan didn't know what kind of changes would happen. All of this was from the scanty sentences about the barbarian race he had read in ancient texts. No one could say whether it was true or not. But as expected, in just 2 days, Wild completely collapsed and entered a deep sleep. He couldn't be woken no matter what. At the same time, the pores on his face and hands began to have slim threads grow out of them. More and more of them appeared until they completely enveloped him in a large cocoon. It seems the legends are true. The barbarian race was exceptionally domineering back in the immortal era. But how could someone from the barbarian race appear now? Didn't they go extinct a long time ago? Wondered Li Tianxuan. Long Chen had told him about how he had found Wild on the streets in the Phoenix Cry Empire. Feeling him to be pitiable but an honest and sincere person, he had kept him by his side. But now that he looked back on that, Wild's origins were too mysterious. The barbarian race was clearly extinct, so where had Wild come from? Who were his parents? Wild didn't recall his parents. He had been raised in a little rural village by villagers. Then an epidemic had struck the village and they had all died. Only he had survived. It was like a portion of Wild's memories were missing. His memories started at the age of 4 or 5, and he didn't remember anything before that. Once Wild comes out of his cocoon, he'll probably be very terrifying, sighed Li Tianxuan. It seemed a great era had truly descended. Even the legendary barbarian race had appeared. This was an era of all the powers of the world. Li Tianxuan felt like he had suddenly grown older. Perhaps the future of this era would become the land of these monsters. Long Chen carried the cocoon that was Wild into a private room of the Xuantian Tower. There was a stone bed in this room, and Yu Zifeng was lying on it, his hands holding his sword. Zan Master, Zifeng. Long Chen worriedly looked at the lifeless Yu Zifeng. The current Yu Zifeng was essentially an empty husk. He didn't have the slightest sign of life. He is a genius of the sword Tao. He placed his whole heart, mind, and soul into his sword during that battle. However, he hasn't reached that level of power yet. He was able to use that move, but he's not able to do the opposite. Now, his essence is locked within his sword. As for whether he will be able to bring his soul back into his body, it's completely up to him, said Li Tianxuan. Back then, Li Tianxuan had been completely stunned by Yu Zifeng's powerful sword arts. Yu Zifeng's killing power had already surpassed the control of heaven and earth. That meant his comprehension of the sword Tao had reached an extremely high realm. But although his realm had reached the level that he was able to use such a terrifying move, his actual power had not reached that level. After placing his soul within his sword, he had managed to bring his power to his peak, and with a single attack, he had killed over 10 soul transformation experts. But being unable to retrieve his soul from his sword, his body had become empty. No one could help him. The only one who could help him was himself. Long Chen placed Wild on another bed. Through Li Tianxuan's explanation, he no longer felt so much worry for Yu Zifeng. He understood Yu Zifeng well. Although he rarely spoke, his willpower was definitely at the apex of the Dragonblood Legion. Otherwise, there was no way for him to be so outstanding amongst all sword cultivators. The only thing he felt regretful over was that Yu Zifeng hadn't undergone tribulation with everyone. He didn't know if this would leave behind any flaws. But thinking about all this had no meaning now. After making sure the two of them would be safe here, Long Chen was called over by Li Tianxuan to his personal room. The two of them sat facing each other. Li Tianxuan asked, "For you to raise everyone's power so openly, I presume you have some trump card to shut their mouths." Li Tianxuan felt like Long Chen wasn't so impetuous. According to reason, he should have raised everyone's power in secret. Although it would be noticed sooner or later, stalling for just one day was a good thing. But he had done it so openly and brazenly. Furthermore, the Dragonblood Legion hadn't hidden the marks of their tribulation. All of the Xianxia Dao sect knew that the Dragonblood Legion's celestial ranks had increased once more. With Li Tianxuan's understanding of Long Chen, he was sure Long Chen had done that intentionally. So he wanted to know the whole story so he could prepare as well. Yes, paper isn't able to cover up a fire. Pill Valley has had its gaze on me for a long time now. No matter how carefully I act, they'll still find ways to find trouble for me. Compared to the corrupt path, Pill Valley is far more shameless. They'll just make a random excuse and start making things hard for me. They're the most hateful, so this time, I also want you to spread the news openly. Let's blow this matter up as big as possible and slap Pill Valley in the face, said Long Chen. Pill Valley's people had truly been too shameless. They were despicable and felt no guilt with harming the innocent. He was fed up with them. Long Chen, you should think through this. The second volume of the Nirvana scripture is in Pill Valley's hands, reminded Li Tianxuan. That's fine. Once I slap them in the face, I'll go learn it. They're two separate matters. Otherwise, if I learned their Nirvana scripture and then slap them, I'd feel bad. So it's best to first slap them, said Long Chen indifferently. Li Tianxuan was speechless. What kind of logic was this? Was this supposed to mean that Long Chen wouldn't feel bad learning their art after slapping them? From your tone, you already have a way to handle this. Asked Li Tianxuan. Yes, it shouldn't be a problem. After all, I've had past dealings with Pill Valley. I'm very familiar with their patterns, said Long Chen. He took out a badge from Pill Valley. This was the first place reward he had obtained in the Pill Towers competition back in the Eastern Wasteland. Now it was finally time to use it. Li Tianxuan nodded. Long Chen's intelligence wasn't inferior to his. As long as his temper didn't get the better of him, he wouldn't lose out. Then since you're so confident, I'll leave it to you. I guess the Xianxia Dao sect is about to become very lively. You'll be in charge of slapping their faces, and I'll be in charge of cowing them with power. We'll split the work. Li Tianxuan smiled. Zan Master, can I ask how much power the Xianxia Dao sect has? Ha ha ha, little fellow, you don't need to worry about that. You can go as far as you want. The foundation of the Xianxia Dao sect is far greater than you imagine. Although the Pill Tower is strong, my Xianxia Dao sect isn't so easy to bully. When it comes to such a situation, whoever has more misgivings will suffer more. So since I'm fine with leaving this matter to you, you should know how much confidence I have. It just so happens I can use this chance to properly give a display to those fellows. It can count as my oath to the Central Plains that the Xianxia Dao sect is rising. Anyone who's not afraid of dying can come and try to stop us. Laughed Li Tianxuan grandly. Ha ha ha, good, if that's the case, then I'm at ease. I'll properly slap those idiots' faces this time. Long Chen was delighted. With what Li Tianxuan said, Long Chen's confidence rose. He just happened to be an expert in slapping faces. Chapter 1308 The Crisis of the Xianxia Dao Sect. It had been over 10 days since the battle at Devil Spirit Mountain. Countless experts were paying close attention to this matter as they made all kinds of guesses as to who had done this. But on this day, an explosive piece of news spread. The main character behind this matter had been the Xuantian Dao sect that had declined to the point that people had almost forgotten about it. When they heard this news, people couldn't believe it. The Xuantian Dao sect had already declined. How could it possess such power? Although they hadn't seen the battle personally, just the aftermath and the remnant aura told them that it had been a chaotic battle of over 10,000 people. Just where had the Xuantian Dao sect found so many experts? Just as people were doubting this news, a photographic jade began to circulate through the righteous path. When they saw the scenes of that battle, everyone's jaws dropped. The recording contained various parts of the battle. There was the Dragonblood Legion slaughtering the corrupt path's foundation, forging disciples like predators hunting prey. Meng Qi, Tang Wan Wild, and the other heavenly geniuses had even stepped foot on the soul transformation battlefield with a group of kings. They had slain consecutive soul transformation experts. Yu Zifeng's attacks had been exceptionally stunning. Those powerful soul transformation experts had been unable to receive a single blow from him. And then there was Long Chen fighting a rank 9 celestial in the air. That was a clash of peak geniuses that shook them all. Just witnessing this recording caused everyone's hearts to pound. The twists and turns of the battle had made them sweat for the Xuantian Dao sect. But in the end, the Xuantian Dao sect had still managed to win. When they saw Long Chen being cursed by Gui Yan's underworld soul blood curse, they all felt pity for him. The underworld soul blood curse was something all the senior cultivators of the righteous path knew of. It was a curse of definite death. There was no way to resolve it. Huge waves immediately began to soar. The Xuantian Dao sect's power shook them all. Just how had a declined sect managed to raise a terrifying group of disciples like the Dragonblood Legion? It had to be known that just raising 1 or 2 geniuses on that level would require a sect to spend a huge amount of effort and resources. But the Xuantian Dao sect had managed to raise a huge group of them without anyone knowing. At the same time as they were shocked, their guards were also raised. The Dragonblood Legion was already so terrifying now. How much more frightening would they be once they advanced to the Jade Core realm or even the Soul Transformation realm? With their talent and power, fighting across realms was as easy as eating to them. The people all felt a chill. Not long after this news, another bit of information spread. Right before that battle, the Zan master of the Xuantian Dao sect had used the reincarnation mirror to kill Pill Valley's expert, Dan Sheng, as well as a group of ancient race experts. This news was equally shocking. Just what was the Xuantian Dao sect planning? They actually dared to offend Pill Valley and the ancient races. Were they mad? Then a third piece of news followed. Long Chen was a variant Heaven Caesar. This news said that Long Chen was definitely a Heaven Caesar, but he was different from the Heaven Caesars that had appeared in history. He bestowed the power he stole from others to the people by his side. The slain celestials had their heavenly Dao seeds extracted by Long Chen to be given to his people. That was why the Dragonblood Legion existed. This news even contained information of Long Chen's growth and his experiences in the Eastern Wasteland. They had investigated all of it. Originally, they had only been a group of over 300 people who had been nothing more than ordinary cultivators. Now those people had advanced to become rank 5 celestials. This news was absolutely stunning. This was a heaven-defying ability that terrified countless people. Long Chen became an existence that all those sects feared, as this kind of ability naturally made people uneasy. Many of them thanked their luck that Long Chen had been cursed by the underworld soul blood curse. He was definitely doomed to die, so they were comforted. And yet, before they could even relax, another piece of explosive news spread. Long Chen hadn't died. He was still alive and well, while the Dragonblood Legion had all advanced to the Jade Core realm. Furthermore, their celestial ranks had advanced once more. This news shook the entire righteous path. Just the Dragonblood Legion of rank 5 foundation forging celestials had been terrifying enough. Now they had become rank 6, rank 7, and even rank 8 celestials. Were they trying to go against the heavens? Now the sects were no longer able to just continue watching. Those sects that had once suppressed the Xuantian Dao sect were especially uneasy. After declining, the Xuantian Dao sect had been suppressed and humiliated countless times. Countless sects had hit them while they had been down. There was a good expression. It was hard to send coal in the snow, but easy to throw rocks at someone who fell down a well. Once a sect declined, even the sects that had had good relations with them would stab them in the back, let alone the sects that had enmity with them. The Xuantian Dao sect's forceful rise caused countless people to feel uneasy. At this time, Pill Valley and the ancient races announced that they would go to the Xuantian Dao sect to get an accounting for this matter in 3 days. Countless people added in their own opinions, condemning the Xuantian Dao sect as criminals that needed to be put down. Countless sects expressed their support for this. One reason was to suck up to Pill Valley, while another reason was their selfishness. They refused to allow the Xuantian Dao sect to rise. These sects had had past relationships with the Xuantian Dao sect or simply hadn't been too friendly with them in the past few years. They were afraid of the Xuantian Dao sect's rise, so they didn't hesitate to join the army condemning them. You idiots, ignoring whether or not he really is a heaven Caesar, he has killed countless corrupt experts from the eastern wasteland to the central plains. Just how much merit has he made to the righteous path? So what if he's a heaven Caesar? Isn't he a disciple of the righteous path? You're just doing this because you're jealous. It's despicable. There were always some voices that spoke out against this injustice, but they were drowned out by countless other voices. Long Chen is a crazy homicidal devil. Who knows whether or not he'll kill righteous disciples to raise his power? How do you know he only killed corrupt experts to raise the Dragonblood Legion? Each year, countless geniuses of the righteous path die. It's very likely that many were killed secretly by Long Chen. We can't leave such a scourge. Exactly, he's a future disaster for the righteous path. The stronger he gets, the more dangerous he becomes. We have to nip this in the bud right now, or it'll affect the unity of the righteous path. The condemnation of Long Chen filled heaven and earth. Long Chen had been described as an irredeemable fiend. Apparently, he was only in the righteous path as a cover-up. Once he was stronger, he would cause a calamity for them, so he had to be gotten rid of now. There were many sharp people in the righteous path who saw through the truth. But the absolute majority chose to wisely look after themselves. Only a small portion had some hot blood left and spoke up for Long Chen. But that portion was pitifully small. It was impossible to hear their voices in this world, and the majority of those people were youngsters without much status behind their words. No one bothered with them. In fact, others thought them to be fools and scoffed at them. But in any case, there was definitely a huge storm brewing. Not only did people feel terrified of Long Chen, but there was even a mysterious hand controlling public opinion behind the scenes. Someone was adding fuel to the fire. Any old foxes could tell that it was Pill Valley. It seemed that Pill Valley was truly enraged this time and was preparing to use the Xuantian Dao sect to show the cultivation world their power. By making the Xuantian Dao sect the public enemy of the righteous path, Pill Valley would have an excuse to target them. Many people could already smell the scent of blood coming. A calamity was coming for the Xuantian Dao sect, and it was very likely that it would forever disappear after this storm. Within the central plains, if Pill Valley wanted to target a sect, only a few sects could stand up to them. Now that Pill Valley was raising its blade at an ancient sect like the Xuantian Dao sect, countless experts were watching in the dark. Experts from every large sect began to approach the Xuantian Dao sect. Whether it was sucking up or just watching the fun, they wanted to see what the Xuantian Dao sect would do. Just how would a sect whose inheritance stretched back countless years act in the face of its death? A surge of experts gathered around the Xuantian Dao sect. The wind was raging right before the storm arrived. As for within the Xuantian Dao sect, the Dragonblood warriors all began to exit their seclusion one by one. There was a sharp light in their eyes. Becoming kings made them feel reborn. Long Chen spent these days leisurely. He distributed the ancestral items he had obtained in Devil Spirit Mountain. Ji Yuyong almost fainted from joy when he received an ancestral item spear. Li Qi and Song Ming Yuan were given 2 truncheons. Now that they had reached the Jade Core realm, they should be able to use their energy to activate ancestral items. Although it would just be a bit of an ancestral item's full power, that was already terrifying enough. There had originally been 8 ancestral items to distribute, but Long Chen had detonated 2 of them. However, now Wild and Yu Zifeng didn't need weapons. So the sword he had been planning to give to Yu Zifeng was instead given to Guo Ran. That way, all the captain class figures in the Dragonblood Legion would have an ancestral item. Guo Ran said that this sword was Yu Zifeng's, but he would temporarily look after it. He could study it, because he was in the midst of studying how to forge ancestral items. Last time, his huge crossbow had been destroyed from a single attack by Gui Yan. One reason was because that attack had also contained Tang Wan'er's power, which gave it extra destructive power, but another reason was because his forging technique was still too lacking. When he had launched that first arrow, it had caused an accidental backlash that had destroyed a portion of the crossbow's runes. Otherwise, it wouldn't have exploded. After distributing the weapons, Long Chen also distributed the medicinal wine he had obtained from the Wine God Palace. The wine was perfect for consolidating their cultivation bases. There was also another jug of wine that he gave to Li Tianxuan. That was the wine personally made by the high priest. If anyone below the life-star realm drank it, it would be an absolute waste. The next 2 days, Long Chen drank and made merry with everyone. They were in the midst of drinking and eating when a cold shout resounded throughout the Xuantian Dao sect. I am Pill Valley's law enforcer, Zhou Tianxiang. I demand the Xuantian Dao sect master to come out and face me. Chapter 1309. An aggressive start. That cold cry rumbled through the land, and sharp pain twinged in people's ears. This shout clearly contained heavenly Dao energy. This cry spread to every corner of the Xuantian Dao sect. All the disciples' hearts shook. Whoever it was, the owner of the voice actually directly demanded the sect master to come and greet them. Furthermore, hearing that it was a law enforcer from Pill Valley, they knew that Pill Valley had sent a bigwig. Zhou Tianxiang, what a nauseating name. Does he not know I'm in the midst of eating? Cursed Guo ran disgustedly. He had obviously misheard. Our sect master is busy and has no time to greet you. You can come up on your own, or you can scram, shouted Long Chen lazily. Finishing his wine, he said, let's go. Today's going to be lively. Countless people gathered in the Xuantian Plaza. Long Chen was seated at a central position, the place where Li Tianxuan had once sat. Boss, this spot's really good. We can actually look down on everything. Guo Ran stood behind Long Chen. From here, it was possible to see everything within the Xuantian Plaza. It was definitely a refreshing view. Today, Guo Ran and the others were profiting from Long Chen to stand here. It had to be known that this place was reserved for Hall Master level experts, and it had to be ones with especially high prestige. Long Chen waited here for whoever it was that had arrived to come. Did they really expect he would go down to greet them? They weren't worth so much. What brat dares to spout such big words? Another person shouted from below the Xuantian Dao sect's mountains, but this person was not Zhou Tianxiang. I am Long Chen. Stop wasting time helping a dog crap. If you want to come, then come. If you don't, then scram. After giving you face, are you not going to give me this face? Shouted Long Chen rudely. Of course he was rude. The Xuantian Dao sect had its own lines of sight, and on his way here, he had long since gotten a view of these aggressive fellows. Li Tianxuan, is this how your Xuantian Dao sect treats guests? Zhou Tianxiang's voice rang out once more. His voice was very cold and angry. As Pill Valley's law enforcer, he didn't represent a pill tower, but the true Pill Valley. That was a supreme existence. Anywhere he went, others would flock to him. But now that he arrived at the Xuantian Dao sect, no one came to greet him. There are 2 types of guests. One is a precious guest that naturally must be treated well. We'd even go meet them 1,000 miles away just to express our sincerity. But the other type of guest is a crap guest. They're basically dogs in human clothing, and they'll bite others who approach them. For such a guest, let alone our sect master, we won't even send a single disciple to greet them. Being bitten by a dog isn't good, replied Long Chen indifferently. His reply was as sharp as a blade. Zhou Tianxiang had no way to reply because Pill Valley had truly come to suppress the Xuantian Dao sect. If Li Tianxuan came out to greet him, it would be expressing his own weakness. That was why Li Tianxuan had left this matter to Long Chen. With his understanding of Long Chen, he knew Long Chen was much more proficient at greeting such guests. And as expected, just by opening his mouth 3 times, they were infuriated. Li Tianxuan truly had to admire Long Chen for this ability. Even dead people could be angered back to life by Long Chen, and then with another word, they would choke to death. Suddenly, the Xuantian Dao sect's formation quivered. An expert had actually punched the Xuantian Dao sect's mountain gate. It was obviously a display of power. That Life Star expert had only just destroyed the gate when a golden light shot out. In front of countless people's shocked gazes, that Life Star expert turned to dust. It happened so suddenly that none of them could react. That Life Star expert hadn't even sensed the danger before dying. They were all appalled. They had never expected the Xuantian Dao sect to be so tough. Were they planning on fighting to the end? They didn't want to discuss this at all. Those who harm a single grass of my Xuantian Dao sect will be annihilated without exception. Long Chen's voice once more rang out, this time domineering and merciless. Long Chen's mouth curled into a cold smile. Although he couldn't see what was happening, he could guess what had happened. Did they truly think the Xuantian Dao sect was a fangless old tiger? Today, he'd teach them just how sharp their teeth were. Li Tianxuan had used the sect's grand formation to kill that life star expert. This attack expressed his standpoint. It also showed Long Chen his determination. You're looking to die, someone roared furiously from below the mountain, infuriated by Long Chen's arrogance. With dogshit like you present, is there any need to look? Let me say it again, either come up or scram. Of course, if you want to test my Xuantian Dao sect's determination, that's fine too. Go ahead and do your best to damage the sect. We will warmly welcome you, said Long Chen indifferently. This sharp exchange was already a fight. There was no need for pleasantries, nor was there any need for mercy. That would just be foolishness. Only by displaying your peerless methods and powerful attitude would you be able to obtain more bargaining chips when negotiating. Otherwise, you would already be losing before talks even began. HMPH, then let me see just what kind of nest the Xuantian Dao sect is. Zhou Tianxiang's voice rang out. Very quickly, many experts arrived in the Xuantian Plaza. Long Chen was a bit surprised to see just how powerful Pill Valley was. They had actually brought over 1,000 Life Star experts. These Life Star experts represented over 1,000 sects. This kind of display was truly awe-inspiring. Now that they came, Long Chen saw that the leader was a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s. His robes were a fiery red. He wore a violet gold crown and had a golden band as a belt. There was an image of a medicinal cauldron on the front of his robes. On that cauldron was Pill Valley's specific mark. He also had dark gold runes embroidered on his sleeves. That was a symbol of his status. Long Chen had seen that kind of symbol before, but he didn't know what it meant. This overbearing middle-aged man was Pill Valley's law enforcer, Zhou Tianxiang. Everyone he had brought had reached the Life Star realm. They were all existences capable of being masters of their own sects. Each of them represented a sect. The majority of these people had come to suck up to Pill Valley, and another portion had come due to their past relationships with the Xuantian Dao sect. The remaining portion had come as extras. To put it more frankly, they had come to watch. After all, such a huge event hadn't occurred in the Central Plains in a long time. Zhou Tianxiang stared daggers at Long Chen, who sat at the highest position of the Xuantian Plaza. What are you looking at? After seeing my boss, shouldn't you kowtow? My boss won't always bless you with such a chance, said Guo Ran coldly. Long Chen almost snorted. Tang Waner couldn't help but turn away and laugh, while Meng Qi shook her head. There was really no saving this little fellow. He couldn't learn good habits, but bad habits were mastered easily. This way of talking was truly just like Long Chen's. Zhou Tianxiang's expression sank. At first, he hadn't even wanted to speak to Long Chen, because that was an insult to his status. He was trying to force Li Tianxuan to come out, but before he could, he almost exploded because of Guo Ran. Little brat, did your family elders never teach you manners? Suddenly, one of the Life Star experts charged forward, appearing in front of Long Chen, a hand reaching for his throat. Just being forced to come in here like this had infuriated them, but then seeing Long Chen sitting high above them and looking down on them, their fury blazed. They were Life Star experts, possessing grand statuses. But Long Chen dared to play with them. Of course the Life Star experts were infuriated. So one of them lost control and immediately attacked. He would capture Long Chen to win back his lost face. At the same time as he charged forward, he unleashed his domain, making it so Long Chen and the others couldn't move. But before his hand could reach Long Chen's throat, Meng Qi formed a hand seal. 2 soul runes appeared in her eyes, and a spiritual arrow shot out at that person. The Life Star expert was extremely surprised. He hadn't expected a weak little woman like Meng Qi to be able to unleash an attack within his domain. But with a cold snort, he didn't dodge. Instead, an image of a small person appeared on his forehead. That was his Yuan spirit. Meng Qi's attack struck his Yuan spirit and shattered, but the Life Star expert's expression completely changed. Pain racked his soul, as if millions of needles were stabbing him. His mind became blank for an instant. He hastily circulated the power of his Yuan spirit to resist. Meng Qi's attack had contained a special soul-piercing effect, but in the end, he was a Life Star expert with a powerful Yuan spirit. If her attack had landed on a soul transformation expert, then with her current cultivation base, that soul transformation expert would be racked with pain for at least a breath's time. But against a life star expert, her power was still clearly lacking. The effect only lasted for the blink of an eye. The life star expert immediately recovered his consciousness. But in that time, he noticed a cyan brick growing larger and larger in front of him. Then, it solidly collided with his face. His nose broke and fresh blood splattered. He flew back with a pained groan. Everyone was startled. First, they were startled by Meng Qi's power. Her spiritual strength was so powerful that even a life star expert was affected. But then when they looked at the life star expert again, they were once more shocked. At this time, his face had completely deformed. His nose was gone, and there was a deep brick imprint in his face. Blood continued to pour out. It was impossible to recognize his original face any longer. "Boss, your aim was a bit off. In terms of up and down, it's still good, but the left and right don't match," critiqued Guo Ran. "Zhou Tianxiang sounds like, add crap to the table. Shit sounds like death, she versus she." This is like the 5th time he's made this pun in response to this. Chapter 13:10 Overbearing. Guo Ran, how dare you? With boss's experience and technique, how could he possibly miss? Look carefully. His face was clearly never symmetrical, retorted Ji Yuyong. Is that so? Ah, now that you say it, it really is true. Boss, I was wrong, apologized Guo Ran. That's enough. Zhou Tianxiang roared furiously. He backed his voice with the power of his cultivation base, making it so the Dragonblood warriors couldn't stand steady. Their expressions changed. This Zhou Tianxiang was truly powerful. Li Tianxuan, what are you intending? You sent a few disciples as a shield, roared Zhou Tianxiang. The lives of a few disciples won't be able to satisfy our anger. Today, we'll raise the Xuantian Dao sect to the ground. Just at this moment, a large group of people walked in, blazing with killing intent. As soon as they arrived, the temperature dropped. These people were experts from the ancient races. Hundreds of them had come. Their blazing killing intent showed that they had come to kill. Adding on what they had just said, it was clear. Li Tianxuan had completely infuriated them, causing them to lose face. They needed to win that back. Raise my Xuantian Dao sect to the ground. Do a bunch of hybrids made from humans and beasts have that kind of power? Sneered Long Chen. Long Chen detested the ancient races the most. They were an inferior race. Now he had learned the truth about them. They were actually just some failed products. At that time, the human race had been extremely powerful. Back then, when the human race and Zon Beast race had decided to intermingle, it had just been a kind of experiment. The ancient races were the result of lower-ranking Zon Beasts mating with the human race. The true pure-blooded Zon Beasts who intermingled with the human race would have children that looked like regular people. They wouldn't be like these ancient race people with clear signs that they were half beast, half human. The children born from the true human race experts and pure-blooded Zon Beasts had the body of humans but the spirit blood of Zon Beasts. The constitution of the human race allowed them to get closer to the heavenly Daos, while the Zon Beasts' blood gave them powerful physical bodies. Each one of those children had terrifying talent. But now, the current ancient races were nothing more than failed experiments. They were abandoned. Even the Zon Beasts called them half-breeds. That wasn't cursing them, but referring to how the energy within their bodies was too muddled. They were no longer pure. As for the ancient races, in order to maintain their pitiful dignity, they sucked up to the Zon Beasts, refusing to recognize that the human race was their ancestor. They continuously bullied the human race, wishing them to all die to wash away their own history. Long Chen looked down on them the most. Long Chen's words shocked the life star experts. Did he not want his life? Long Chen, your mouth's tough. Today, let's see whether your Xuantian Dao sect can see tomorrow's sun. What startled people was that these ancient race experts didn't attack. Despite clearly wanting to kill Long Chen, they simply stood there. Old half-breeds, let's see then, said Long Chen indifferently. He knew exactly what the ancient races were doing. They weren't fools. They knew that this matter wouldn't be so simple. There was very likely going to be a bloody battle, and they didn't want to take the lead for fear of taking losses. That made Long Chen look down on them even more. The old man's words were entirely correct. The ancient races were just a pack of idiots who bullied the weak and cowered from the strong. Their viciousness was just an act for others to see. At a life-and-death juncture, they were just cowards. It's already so tense here even though we've just arrived. It seems there will be a good show to watch today. Suddenly, another group of hundreds of people appeared. This group contained various people. There were men and women, young and old. There were dozens of young disciples amongst them. But these young disciples' power shocked everyone. They were all rank 8 celestials. There was one lanky man with a mole on his chin who had practically solidified heavenly Tao energy circulating around him. It seemed he was a terrifying rank 9 celestial. People from the ancient family alliance. Someone let out a startled cry. It was unexpected that they would also come today. But what did they intend to do by bringing over so many disciples? To watch the fun. That was too much, wasn't it? Everyone, don't misunderstand. We were only passing by and were drawn over. We are leading our disciples to chase down a traitorous ancient family. It just so happens that this traitor has a bit of a relationship with Long Chen. So hearing the news of Long Chen, we decided to come and take a look. We definitely won't interfere with your matter. One of the elders of the ancient family alliance explained with a smile. He sharply saw Zhou Tianxiang and the ancient race experts' frowns. Hearing that they came from the ancient family alliance, Long Chen was startled. In the eastern wasteland, he had encountered the ancient family alliance twice. The first time was after the Mo family had fled. The ancient family alliance's people had come to ask him a few questions. The second time was after the battle of the immemorial path. When he had been annihilating the remote heaven gang, the ancient family alliance had also appeared. At that time, the ancient races and Pill Valley's experts had also come out, using the excuse that he had killed too many people in the immemorial path. They said that they had come to determine justice for everyone, but they had actually just come for his secrets. Then Feng Xingli and Ling Yunzi had come and resolved that crisis. After he came to the Central Plains, Long Chen hadn't heard anything from the ancient family alliance again. For them to appear again and mention a traitor who had a relationship with him, Long Chen immediately thought of a bow-wielding person wearing a hat to cover his face. That person, who still had a bit of a baby fat, often liked to act mysterious and pose. It seems that Mo Nian's not doing too bad himself. Long Chen smiled faintly. They were truly brothers in hardship. Seeing this mass of troops, it seemed Mo Nian was also being hunted down, and not on a small scale. They were truly fated to be brothers. You know Mo Nian. If you know where he is, it would be best if you told us right now. Long Chen had only just spoken when one of the young disciples opened his mouth. That disciple looked to be in his early 20s. His words were irritatingly arrogant. But he was already a rank 8 celestial at the second heaven stage of Jade Core. He truly had the qualifications to be arrogant. I know him, but why should I tell you? Are you my son? Said Long Chen disdainfully. This brat really was an idiot. Long Chen wasn't afraid even when facing this many experts, so did he think threatening him with his little bit of power would work? Little brat, you dare to take advantage of me? Suddenly, before anyone else could speak, a woman who appeared to be in her 30s angrily cursed Long Chen. Long Chen's expression became odd. It seemed that this woman was that fellow's mother, or she wouldn't say he was taking advantage of her. This truly was a bit awkward. Long Chen didn't quite know what to say. He had just randomly said something, but he had provoked this woman. TCH, how did he take advantage of you? With my boss's handsomeness and talent, where else could you find such a man? Him being your son's father is your blessing as a mother. Don't quibble after getting such an advantage. Seeing that Long Chen was speechless, Guo Ran hastily covered for him. As a result, he really did well. Now Long Chen was even more embarrassed. He had an urge to kick this brat. He had definitely done this on purpose. Bastard, die! The young man roared and wings appeared on his back. The aura of a rank 8 celestial erupted, and he transformed into a ray of light that shot at Long Chen. Scram! You don't have the qualifications to get close to my boss. Ji Yu Yang suddenly smashed his spear out. The man snorted and took out a sword. With an explosive sound, both Ji Yu Yang and the young man were knocked into the distance by the other's power. Ji Yu Yang's heart shook. This man's control of heavenly Tao energy was extremely great. He had felt some strange energy from the man's sword pushing him back, causing him to be at a disadvantage. He was actually capable of using such a queer technique. With his thin sword against a heavy spear. That showed just how great his combat experience was as well. It was no wonder he was so arrogant. This kind of power was truly great. Ji Yu Yang was startled, but the young man was also stunned. The power of his sword was to absorb his opponent's power and attack back with it. But Ji Yu Yang's power was too condensed for him to absorb much of it. As a result, things went out of his expectations and they were at a draw. Long Chen was also extremely shocked. This many powerful experts were hunting Mo Nian. He suddenly thought of something, and a disdainful expression appeared on his face. He said, "You should give up. With just your little bit of ability, you wouldn't even be able to block 3 attacks from Mo Nian. Why bother sending yourself to your death? HMPH, so what if Mo Nian can cut down consecutive soul transformation experts? His cultivation base still hasn't broken through the Jade Core realm, so I can easily kill him. Do you dare let me have a fair fight against him?" sneered the man, trying to provoke Long Chen. Long Chen immediately feigned anger, roaring, "What nonsense! Mo Nian hasn't broken through to Jade Core. How long do you think it's been? Do you think his cultivation base will never increase? Foolish. You're the one who's foolish. Just a month ago, Mo Nian was only. Feng Er, don't take his bait. He doesn't know anything about Mo Nian's current situation, and he's just trying to get you to tell him," said his mother, cutting him off. Long Chen smiled. Not bad, not bad. He hadn't expected to learn news about Mo Nian here. Although he wasn't able to get much out of them, it was enough. To be able to kill soul transformation experts in the Foundation Forging realm, he could truly be described as a monster. No wonder the Ancient Family Alliance would send so many people to hunt him down. Based on this, they were trying to find Mo Nian and have their disciples beat him. It seemed they were treating it as a hunt. Long Chen wasn't clear on the enmity between Mo Nian and the Ancient Family Alliance, but he wasn't worried about him. That little brat was so slippery, nothing could happen to him. Now that so many esteemed guests have come, don't you think it's rude if you don't show up, Li Tianxuan? Just at this moment, a group of 10 people walked into the Xuantian Plaza. The speaker was an icy-faced elder. Chapter 13:11 Expert reinforcements arrive. These 10 people were wearing light blue robes. The front of their robes had a large immortal character embroidered onto them, Alliance. Around this character was a dark blue circle, and it represented the Martial Heaven Sea Ring. This was the sign of the Martial Heaven Alliance. These people were all Life Star experts, and their robes were not the same as the Martial Heaven Alliance's people that had appeared at the Eastern Sea. Their statuses were clearly even higher. The leader was an icy-faced elder with electric eyes. He gave off immense pressure. His chin was a bit long, and he gave off a very unfriendly feeling. It's not that I, Li Tianxuan, am putting on airs, but that there are many people who aren't qualified for me to personally receive them. The Martial Heaven Alliance is naturally an exception. Li Tianxuan suddenly materialized in front of this group of experts. Behind him were all the higher-ups of the Xuantian Dao sect, the experts above Foundation Forging. Li Tianxuan might be able to ignore the people from Pill Valley, the ancient races, and the Ancient Family Alliance, but he had to treat the Martial Heaven Alliance with sincerity. After all, the Xuantian Dao sect was under the administration of the Martial Heaven Alliance. The Martial Heaven Alliance was the sum of the Righteous Path's powers. It administered the entire Righteous Path, and its goal was to point the blades of the Righteous Path toward the corrupt path. The Martial Heaven Alliance was where all the wealth of the Righteous Path was concentrated. Each year, each righteous sect would send some of their resources to the Martial Heaven Alliance as a tax. Those resources were used for the daily costs of the Martial Heaven Alliance and their reward system. Anyone who had achieved merit in the battles against the corrupt path could apply for a reward from the Martial Heaven Alliance. Once the Martial Heaven Alliance investigated and collected proof, if the circumstances were verified, they would give out rewards in accordance with how much damage a person or sect had done to the corrupt path. The possible rewards and criteria for them were very explicit. In the past, the Martial Heaven Alliance had always been fair, just, and open with their actions. Their conduct had won all the Righteous Path's trust and support. They had been the most solid support of the Righteous Path. But in the past few years, a few problems had gradually appeared in the Martial Heaven Alliance, causing some friction between it and the righteous sects. Previously, the Martial Heaven Alliance had only been in charge of overseeing the overall battle strategy against the corrupt path. But recently, they had slowly started to interfere in the competition between sects, causing quite a bit of dissatisfaction amongst the smaller sects. After all, it was unavoidable to have some conflicts between sects. That was very normal, but if a third party decided to interfere, the flavor changed. For example, if two brothers fought, no matter how they fought, they were still brothers. Once their fight was over, they would remain brothers. But when two brothers fought, and an outsider came and was biased to one side, perhaps even helping that side defeat the other, the conflict would immediately escalate. They would become enemies. There were now quite a few sects that had been harmed heavily because of the Martial Heaven Alliance's meddling. That was what caused the righteous sects to accuse the Martial Heaven Alliance of misconduct and begin to refuse to cooperate with them. Seeing how much fury they had incited, the Martial Heaven Alliance had stopped interfering with the sects. It could count as lowering their heads. But it seemed that after lowering their heads, the Martial Heaven Alliance also became dissatisfied with the righteous sects. They felt like their good intentions had been spat on, and they began to entirely stop caring about the righteous sects. In the past few years, they had even lost their original initiative in the fight against the corrupt path. Now, they were only fulfilling their basic mission mechanically. They simply handed out the rewards. Other than major events, they wouldn't appear anymore. As for this time, the Xuantian Dao sect's fight at Devil Spirit Mountain had shaken the Central Plains. Other than requiring a huge amount of resources as a reward, they had also killed experts from Pill Valley and the ancient races. The Martial Heaven Alliance had no choice but to appear. After all, the Xuantian Dao sect was one of their members. Considering how this matter involved Pill Valley and the ancient races, huge waves could erupt from this. So they had come to investigate. The Martial Heaven Alliance's position in the righteous path was unshakable. Even Pill Valley and the ancient races wouldn't want to offend them. Offending the Martial Heaven Alliance was equivalent to offending the entire righteous path, so the consequences would be heavy. With someone from the Martial Heaven Alliance appearing, Li Tianxuan had no choice but to personally appear. More and more experts were appearing in the Xuantian Plaza, and this matter was growing even more complicated. Seeing the people from the Martial Heaven Alliance, the ancient races, experts' expressions changed slightly. For the Martial Heaven Alliance to appear here, it seemed that they had come to smooth things over. Turning something big into something small and then waving off that small thing was their specialty. The ancient races had come prepared to destroy the Xuantian Dao sect, but with the Martial Heaven Alliance's people here, it seemed that wouldn't be possible. Seeing Li Tianxuan appear, the expression of the Martial Heaven Alliance's elders softened slightly. After all, this was giving face to the Martial Heaven Alliance. The elder nodded, turning to the people from Pill Valley, the ancient races, and the ancient family alliance. He said, I am Deng Kang, the vice-regional master of the Eastern Zon Region's alliance. The Eastern Zon region he mentioned referred to the eastern region of the Central Plains. The Central Plains were so large that they were split into 5 regions: north, south, east, west, and the Central region. Looking up from the sky, the 5 regions of the Central Plains were like a copper coin. At the middle was a square, which was the Central Zon region. The rest was evenly divided into 4 regions, while the Xuantian Dao sect was within the eastern region. Deng Kang continued, I came specifically for the matter of the Xuantian Dao sect. Yes, the Xuantian Dao sect truly has some fault in this matter. Long Chen frowned. What was this old man doing? If the first thing he did was declare them guilty, how was he supposed to fix it? He stealthily glanced at Li Tianxuan, only to see the latter give him a special look. Long Chen instantly understood. I'm sorry, but Vice-Regional Master Deng, my Xuantian Dao sect is unable to accept that we did anything wrong, interrupted Long Chen. The other experts were stunned that Long Chen would be so brazen. This Vice-Regional Master Deng Kang had clearly come to help him, but why was he being this rude? Long Chen, don't be rude. Apologize to Vice-Regional Master Deng Kang, shouted Li Tianxuan immediately. Long Chen shook his head. Zon Master, I'm sorry. Disciple simply has a temper. Right is right, and wrong is wrong. As for manners, that's for later. The most important thing is that our Xuantian Dao sect did nothing wrong, so my apologies Vice-Regional Master Deng Kang, I had no choice but to interrupt you. Long Chen and Li Tianxuan's cooperation was flawless, not allowing Deng Kang to have a way to vent his fury. If he expressed his anger now, it would seem like he wasn't magnanimous. What nonsense, are you saying that it's right for you to kill others? Shouted one of the Life Star experts standing behind Zhou Tianxiang. Is it really fun to help a dog eat shit? Sneered Long Chen. This boot-licking ability was too low-level. It was nauseating. Long Chen, don't be rude. Chided Li Tianxuan. My apologies, Zon Master. I'm unable to be polite to those who eat shit all day and then spout that shit to others, said Long Chen helplessly. Brat, you must want to die. Raged that Life Star expert. Old bastard, in another 3 years, my boss will be able to kill you like killing a chicken. Do you want to try offending him some more? Guo Ran finally couldn't bear it anymore and cursed the Life Star expert. The rest of the Dragonblood Legion was also infuriated. It was clearly this group of guests that had established a heaven-encompassing net to hunt down Long Chen. Could it be that others were supposed to just be killed obediently without counterattacking? Long Chen and Guo Ran's arrogance immediately infuriated all the experts. Just as they were about to start cursing them, another group of people arrived. Ha ha ha, the youngsters these days are truly good. They have guts and intelligence, and bravery in spades. It wasn't a waste for me to come such a long way to see today's heroes. Everyone was startled and hastily looked back. They saw a group of over 10 people slowly walking into the Xuantian Plaza. The person at the front looked like a kind-hearted elder in his 50s. His medium build was a bit pudgy. He didn't look like a cultivator but an elderly shopkeeper instead. That magnanimous smile was something that put others at ease. The group behind him was wearing luxurious robes and had graceful airs. Amongst them, a young man gave Long Chen a thumbs up. Long Chen immediately felt like flowers were blooming in his heart. He hadn't expected them to come at this time. Now it was going to be lively. The Huayan sect. Quite a few people's expressions changed. Pill Valley's law enforcer, Zhou Tianxiang, immediately became gloomy. They had always been mortal enemies. Pill Valley had almost monopolized the medicinal pill market, while Huayan sect had almost monopolized the entire business sector. Both sides were behemoths with unimaginable wealth. Almost all the righteous path's medicinal pills were obtained from Pill Valley. But the rest of their resources came from the Huayan sect. Pill Valley controlled the fate of the medicinal pills in this world, while the Huayan sect controlled the fate of the other resources. No sect could afford to offend either of them. But now, Pill Valley had come here first, and the Huayan sect's experts had come later. The significance behind this was all too clear, causing these experts' expressions to change. If they only sucked up to Pill Valley, they would offend the Huayan sect. Their business routes would essentially be severed, and they would be unable to buy or sell their resources. In that case, they would be doomed. The entire Martial Heaven continent's business network was controlled by the Huayan sect. Losing their support would require you to create your own trading channels, but the rest of the marketplace was in the Huayan sect's hands, and without any connections, you would go cold and hungry. The Huayan sect was always low-key and paid great attention to their reputation. Furthermore, the Huayan sect's disciples were all followers of the wealth god. They conducted their business fairly with all parties, and their reputation was undoubtable. But now, the Huayan sect and Pill Valley were fighting, dumbfounding the people that had come to suck up to Pill Valley. Now there were two sides to suck up to, but sucking up to one would cause you to lose the other, and losing either one would spell doom for them. They panicked, not knowing what to do. Even Deng Kang found this surprising. He had never imagined that the Huayan sect would send people at this time. This didn't match their low-key style. "You Qingshan, what do you think you're doing?" Finally, Zhou Tianxiang opened his mouth. Chapter 13:12. Once more seeing the slap. For Zhou Tianxiang to be able to call out that elder's name, the two were clearly familiar with each other. But that tone of his was not the one used when greeting an old friend. Hee, what could I possibly be intending? As the shopkeeper of the Eastern Zan region, I work myself to death every day. I simply finally had some time to go out for a stroll and relax, when I suddenly noticed that this place was very lively, so I came to take a look. Yu Qingshan laughed, still as magnanimous as ever, as if he would never get angry in his life. Within the Huayan sect, there were many different posts. But because they were so devout to their wealth god, even their appellations were business titles. It wasn't quite the same style as the rest of the cultivation world. Pill Valley's people would often curse the Huayan sect for being nothing more than a group of loathsome peddlers, beggars who only cared about profit. But the Huayan sect never cursed back at Pill Valley, nor would they do anything aggressive. That kind of self-restraint was admirable. Despite both parties controlling the lifeblood of the cultivation world, the Huayan sect was always low-key, and was never overbearing like Pill Valley. But if people thought that the Huayan sect was easy to bully because of that, they would have made a huge mistake. The Huayan sect's power was something no one knew. But considering that even Pill Valley was always helpless to do anything to them, there were still some clues. You don't need to be so nervous. My Huayan sect believes that amiability makes a person rich. But I heard that Pill Valley has been very unbridled with this matter. My Huayan sect has always been low-key, and so I was thinking of learning a few pointers from you. Yu Qingshan smiled. The righteous expert's hearts shook. Yu Qingshan's words might seem courteous on the surface, but they contained a hidden sharpness. What exactly did he mean by the Huayan sect had always been low-key, but now wanted to learn a few pointers from Pill Valley? Was that to say that they were about to start attacking Pill Valley? This was a warning to all of them. HMPH, my Pill Valley has the power and foundation to be arrogant. Not just anyone can learn this ability, sneered Zhou Tianxiang. He was clearly cursing the Huayan sect for being a bunch of country bumpkins, that their foundation was a far cry from Pill Valleys. You can't put it like that. No matter what, you should always try things out at least once before giving up. Otherwise, you'll start doubting your own abilities. So trying something out isn't a bad thing, laughed Yu Qingshan. By supporting the Xuantian Dao sect, are you prepared to go against my Pill Valley, the ancient races, and the entire righteous path? Demanded Zhou Tianxiang. Oh, how worthy of Pill Valley. This arrogance was truly something worthy of me coming to learn. To be able to make me the enemy of the world with just a sentence, amazing, truly amazing. Yu Qianshang raised his thumb at Zhou Tianxiang. But everyone could tell he was mocking him. My Huayan sect is a business, so we naturally wouldn't dare to offend so many people. Otherwise, we might starve to death. All I came to do was to learn your techniques. You can act however you want to act, and we'll just watch without saying anything. Laughed Yu Qingshan. So, youngster Long Chen, can you help find me a seat and some refreshments? I'm an old man, and your Xuantian Dao sect staircase is too long. I'm so tired, I almost collapsed halfway. Yu Qingshan turned to Long Chen. Long Chen was delighted. Yu Qingshan had already expressed his attitude clearly. He had come to help Long Chen suppress these people, and at least one of his main goals was to go against Pill Valley. By sitting on his side, anyone who wasn't blind or an idiot could tell the Huayan sect's attitude. Old friend Qingshan, I invited you multiple times to come but you refused to visit. It seems Long Chen's face is even greater than mine as the Xuantian Dao sect master. Li Tianxuan bitterly smiled. It had to be known that Yu Qingshan was in charge of the Huayan sect within the eastern Zan region. His word was law in this region. In truth, Li Tianxuan only knew of him and hadn't had any past relationship with him. In the past, the Xuantian Dao sect's business was also handled by others in the Huayan sect. A declined sect like the Xuantian Dao sect wasn't qualified to disturb a figure on his level. One reason for Li Tianxuan's bitter smile was to raise Long Chen's status, while the other was to express his helplessness. Zan Master Li, please forgive this old man. My body is old. Thanks to the blessing of the wealth god, my own wealth has been growing to the point that just going out for a stroll is too much of a waste. I can't bear to lose that profit. Yu Qingshan patted his own plump belly with a laugh. At this time, Long Chen offered his own seat to Yu Qingshan, but Yu Qingshan refused. He sat down to the side, not wanting to overwhelm the voice of the host. Long Chen's position was the sect master's position. Even Li Tianxuan and the others were standing behind him, so he was the leading role. Yu Qingshan naturally saw that Li Tianxuan was supporting Long Chen. Clearly, Li Tianxuan had pushed Long Chen into the position of the future Zan master. Long Chen's status and position would never be the same again. He was no longer just a talented disciple. Li Tianxuan's actions today were equivalent to telling the world that Long Chen was the successor of the Xuantian Dao sect, and anyone who dared to touch him would have to face the entire Xuantian Dao sect's rage. Good job, Long Chen. Your brother supports you. Zheng Wenlong, who was behind Yu Qingshan, winked at him. Long Chen nodded, remembering this favor. Zheng Wenlong had truly helped him out this time. With the Huayan sect supporting him, the pressure on him lessened a great deal. The arrival of the Huayan sect's experts threw Pill Valley's original scheme into chaos. Even the Martial Heaven Alliance's people didn't know what to do. Yu Qingshan was simply sitting by Long Chen's side. Those people doing their best to spout dogshit for Pill Valley all shut their mouths, not daring to speak. In truth, all of us have only come to the Xuantian Dao sect for the sake of justice. Since we've all come, it's time for us to discuss what happened. If there are any misunderstandings, we can resolve them right now. With so many distinguished figures of the martial path, we can definitely find a way to carry out justice for everyone. At this time, the Martial Heaven Alliance's Deng Kang thickened his face and started the conversation. After all, the Xuantian Dao sect was a member of the Martial Heaven Alliance, and they had to stand up for them. However, his words were no longer as harsh as before. At the very least, he didn't start off by calling the Xuantian Dao sect the villains. But his words were still implying that the Xuantian Dao sect was the one at fault, or he wouldn't say that their goal was to find justice for all parties. Long Chen smiled coldly. He could tell that this Deng Kang was no good. He was fundamentally not speaking up for the Xuantian Dao sect. He was definitely working for someone else. Although Long Chen didn't know why Deng Kang would be acting like this, Long Chen was confident that if he allowed Deng Kang to continue taking the lead, the situation would turn more and more unfavorable for the Xuantian Dao sect. That's right, with old man Yu here, I trust that many people will need to give an explanation to my Xuantian Dao sect, agreed Long Chen. But his agreement was clearly different from Deng Kang's intent. His meaning was the opposite. Bastard, your Xuantian Dao sect killed so many people, and we're the ones supposed to give you an explanation. Li Tianxuan intentionally used a divine item to kill so many life star experts from Pill Valley and the ancient races. He was even more vicious than the corrupt path. But you still have the face to demand an explanation. For you to be so shameless, are you not afraid of embarrassing your ancestors? For my heaven-suppressing magic sect to be lumped in the same name as your Xuantian Dao sect is our greatest humiliation, cursed an elder at Long Chen and Li Tianxuan. This elder was the sect leader of the heaven-suppressing magic sect, Qi Yunao. In terms of seniority, he was even a level higher than Li Tianxuan. That's right, the Xuantian Dao sect definitely did it intentionally. This is the sign you want to cause chaos for the rest of the land. Today, the Xuantian Dao sect must give the righteous path an explanation. Due to the seniors from the Huayan sect coming, we won't ask for too much. As long as the Xuantian Dao sect is immediately disbanded and Long Chen is executed, this matter can be resolved. Immediately after Qi Yunao, other experts from the righteous path began to roar with righteous indignation. They were all once sects that had had relationships with the Xuantian Dao sect. Although they were intimidated by the Huayan sect, they were more worried about the Xuantian Dao sect managing to escape this crisis unscathed. If the Xuantian Dao sect really rose, it would be a nightmare for them. That was why, with Qi Yunao being the first, they also stood out to make the choice between the Huayan sect and Pill Valley. Since they were already enemies of the Xuantian Dao sect, they had to choose to stand by Pill Valley. Long Chen stood and began slowly walking toward Qi Yunao. The roars gradually calmed down as everyone stared at him. HMPH, you want to argue with me? Today, no matter how you try to twist it, your lies won't have the slightest use. A wrong is a wrong, and forcibly twisting logic is meaningless, sneered Qi Yunao. But what shocked everyone was that Long Chen didn't say anything. He had no intent of quibbling. He directly extended a hand and slapped Qi Yunao's face. You shameless old thing, I came to slap you. Who would waste words with someone like you? Everyone was filled with disbelief. Long Chen's slap had flowed naturally without the slightest flaws. According to reason, as soon as he attacked, an expert would instinctively react. But it was only after Long Chen's slap had struck Qi Yunao's face that everyone reacted. It was like time had frozen until his slap landed. Just having witnessed it made them feel like there were boundless mysteries behind it. A natural Dao, to be able to refine a face slap to such a level, he can be rated as unrivaled beneath the heavens. Even Yu Qingshan was surprised and he shot up, staring with shock. This was his first time seeing Long Chen's divine face-slapping art. As for Qi Yunao, he was slapped into the distance. One of the Life Star experts had to catch him. The heaven-suppressing magic sect's cultivators had weak bodies, and Qi Yunao was no exception. Long Chen's slap had shattered half his face. Blood was pouring out. Everyone was deathly silent. That slapping sound still hung in the air. Many of them were simply dumbfounded. Not all of them were able to tell just how profound that slap had been. They were unable to figure out why Qi Yunao hadn't dodged. Qi Yunao's face twisted, and with a furious roar, a golden runic hand appeared and slammed toward Long Chen. Chapter 13:13 The Sword Shakes the Heavens. Just as Qi Yunao had unleashed his attack, he realized that Long Chen had long since vanished from where he had been. Long Chen was already back in his seat, causing his attack to miss. That slap was your lesson for blindly babbling. In the future, you should think about the consequences before you randomly fart. Don't you know, doing so will increase your chances of getting slapped? Lectured Long Chen from his seat. In truth, Long Chen was delighted to have actually pulled off this slap. When walking over, he had intentionally stared at Qi Yunao while looking like he was in the midst of formulating an argument. Qi Yunao had actually fallen for it. This slap had been truly satisfying. In front of this many people, he had slapped a Life Star expert. He had never managed to pull off such an amazing posing moment before. The most important things were the details. From the moment he slapped him and returned, he had looked absolutely tranquil and natural, as if he was completely used to this. That was what caused such a stunning result. Guo Ran's eyes were green, and stars seemed to be shining in his eyes. If he had been the one to do this slap, he might have already fainted from ecstasy. Bastard, Long Chen, if I don't kill you, I swear I'm not human. Qi Yu now almost went insane. He was the leader of the heaven-suppressing magic sect, and his seniority was even greater than Li Tianxuan. But he had been slapped in the face by a tiny little foundation-forging disciple. This was even worse than killing him. A violet gold magical staff appeared in his hands. A terrifying pressure caused everyone's expressions to change. The violet gold soul-devouring staff. This violet gold soul-devouring staff was the heaven-suppressing magic sect's divine item. It was extremely famous. Everyone jumped upon seeing him take it out. Was he planning on immediately using a divine item? That staff had only just appeared when a golden light shot out of nowhere and struck the staff. Qi Yunao's body violently trembled, and he was blown into the distance. This first attack was a warning. Next time, you will be directly destroyed. A voice suddenly resounded through heaven and earth, shocking everyone. It was like the voice of a god. It's the Xianxia Tower. Wasn't it said that it was injured during the Dark Era and already broken down? Suddenly, a person cried out as he noticed that the golden light had come from the peak of the Xianxia Tower. The Xianxia Dao sect's number 1 divine item was the Xianxia Tower, while the reincarnation mirror was number 2. After all, the Xianxia Tower was left behind by the first-generation patriarch. But rumor said that it had been half crippled in the Dark Era and could only maintain karmic luck. Wasn't it supposed to be unable to attack? The Xianxia Tower had only unleashed a single insignificant attack, but it had blown Qi Yunao away. Not even the violet gold soul-devouring staff had been able to resist. Everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected that the Xianxia Tower was still fine. If it was truly fine, then considering that it was where all the Xianxia Dao sect's karmic luck was gathered, the power it could unleash was unimaginable. Li Tianxuan, you're so brazen to become enemies with the entire righteous path just because of the support of the Xianxia Tower? Asked Zhou Tianxiang coldly. Today, so many unexpected things had happened that he was growing uneasy. Long Chen sneered, you keep bringing up the entire righteous path. Who do you think you are to represent the righteous path? You're from Pill Valley, and Pill Valley is situated outside the cultivation world. Does the righteous path have anything to do with you? If you want to make up bullshit, there's no need to be so obvious with it. Even a child wouldn't be tricked by such idiotic lies. Is your head only full of crap? Zhou Tianxiang was truly sinister to continuously attempt to incite friction between the Xianxia Dao sect and the rest of the righteous path. Ha ha ha, well said, Pill Valley is just a group of shameless idiots. Suddenly, a heroic and domineering voice rang out. Who's there? Get out here. One of Pill Valley's life star experts flew into the air to see who was talking. Fuck your mother, do you think this is a place you can speak? Suddenly, Sword Chi soared into the air, splitting the sky. A terrifying will caused the world to quiver. This Sword Chi was incredibly domineering, capable of killing man or God. Everyone present was stunned by this Sword Chi. This sword wasn't even aimed at them, yet its pressure caused a stabbing pain in their souls. That Pill Valley expert standing in the air hastily formed hand seals, and a huge flame blade condensed in the air, meeting the Sword Chi. But shockingly, that flame blade was unable to bear a single blow from the Sword Chi. It instantly exploded, not even managing to slow it down. The Sword Chi then slashed through the Pill Valley expert, annihilating him. If anyone else is unconvinced, come out and fight. A group of people walked into the Xianxia Plaza. The one at the front was Boss Bao, and the ones behind him were the other bosses of the heaven-splitting battle sect. Behind the 7 bosses were Bao Buping and Chong Hao. What delighted Long Chen was that the 7 bosses had all advanced to the Life Star realm. The space around them was constantly fluctuating as a result of them having just advanced and not being able to control their auras yet. As for Bao Buping and Chong Hao, they had advanced to the Jade Core realm. But their auras had already stabilized. The heaven-splitting battle sect. The 7 bosses' arrival elicited startled cries, and people involuntarily took a few steps back, terror appearing in their eyes. Within the righteous path, the sect that evoked the most fear was the heaven-splitting battle sect. That was because the heaven-splitting battle sect was full of suicidal madmen. There was no way to reason with them. They would start fighting all out with a single wrong word. Furthermore, they were all existences that were unrivaled in the same realm and incredibly domineering. Their killing power was frightening. Heaven-splitting battle sect, what do you think you're doing? Zhou Tianxiang's expression sank. Are you blind? We came to kill. Having just advanced, our hands are itchy and we want to play around with a few people. It just so happens that there are many people here, and we can kill until we're satisfied. Do you have any opinion of that? Said Boss Bao disdainfully. Are you supporting Long Chen? Demanded Zhou Tianxiang. That's why I said Pill Valley is just a pack of idiots. You obviously know already, so why ask? If we didn't come to support Long Chen, why would we have come so far? I really look down on your Pill Valley. You clearly want to control the world, yet you don't express it and just play your little schemes in the dark to make those spineless sects submit to you. Is there a point to this? If you want to become a king, do it openly. As for this pattern of slowly boiling a frog, do you really think others can't see through it? Sneered Boss Bao. Zhou Tianxiang's expression changed and he shouted, pay attention to your tone. Know that my Pill Valley's status is transcendent. Do you think we care about your mundane world? Just shut up. You probably can't even believe your own words. You know what you've done, and others know what you've done. It's just that no one dares to provoke you by saying it. However, my heaven-splitting battle sect happens to be full of men who stand while pissing. If you don't like it, then let's fight. After finishing speaking, Boss Bao ignored Zhou Tianxiang and walked over to Long Chen. Little fellow, we've come to support you. Act as you please. It would be best if there was a big battle in a bit, and we can kill until rivers of blood flow. Boss Bao patted Long Chen on the shoulder with an excited expression. That expression made other people's skin crawl. Madman, definitely a madman. That expression clearly showed that he wanted to kill everyone. When people came to support others in a dispute, their goal was always to mediate things to avoid a fight. But as for the heaven-splitting battle sect, it was like they were afraid others wouldn't fight without them coming. Scram, this isn't somewhere the likes of you can come. Boss Bao and the others had only just sat when a furious roar rang out from the distance. They saw several Life Star experts blocking a white-robed man. This man looked to be in his 30s. He was handsome, and his white robes were like snow. He had a single sword strapped to his back. He was graceful, seemingly untouched by dust. But his cultivation base was only at the soul transformation realm, so he was immediately noticed. Seeing that he was only at the soul transformation realm, they thought that he had come to watch the fun, so the closest people immediately moved to kick him out. Get out of my way. The white-robed man frowned slightly. The Life Star experts were infuriated, and one of them sent out a punch at the white-robed man. Suddenly, a cold light flashed. Before anyone could understand what was happening, that Life Star expert came to a sudden stop, and then his body slowly split apart. As his body split, the white-robed man walked through him. Long Chen was shocked to see this white-robed man. He was the original sect leader of the 108th monastery, Ling Yunzi. Ling Yunzi smiled and walked over to Long Chen, treating the Life Star experts around him as nothing. Die. Seeing Ling Yunzi look down on them, a murderous light appeared in the Life Star experts' eyes. 7 of them attacked at the same time. Ling Yunzi's mouth curled ever so slightly. His hand reached toward his back. The moment his sword came out of his sheath, light exploded, as bright as the sun. A terrifying destructive will shot out. 7 muffled bangs rang out. When the light faded, Ling Yunzi's hand was slowly letting go of his sword hilt. Li Tianxuan, Yu Qingshan, Zhou Tianxiang, and all the other experts' pupils shrank. They had been unable to track Ling Yunzi's sword. As for other people, they had been unable to even see him unsheath his sword. The sound of 7 bodies hitting the ground rang out. They no longer had the slightest life. Ling Yunzi continued onward, still treating the Life Star experts around him as nothing. Chapter 13-14 The One Whose Sword Shakes Ghosts and Gods. Ling Yunzi slowly walked forward, each step perfectly being the same distance. Even the rhythm of his movements was the exact same. All the Life Star experts present found it hard to believe that a soul transformation expert could be so terrifying. He killed Life Star experts without using the slightest effort. Most terrifying of all, there weren't the slightest heavenly Tao fluctuations around him. He clearly wasn't even a celestial. I remember, he's the Heavenly Sword Gate's ghost sword, Ling Yunzi. He specializes in the Annihilation Sword Tao. Someone suddenly let out a startled cry as he finally recognized Ling Yunzi. As soon as Ling Yunzi's name was mentioned, all the Life Star experts' expressions changed. That fellow whose sword is said to shake ghosts and gods, a sword which can exterminate the heavens and slay divinities. I hear whenever he faces opponents, life and death is always decided in just one move. Countless whispers spread throughout the crowd as they looked at Ling Yunzi with reverence. The Heavenly Sword Gate only accepted sword cultivators, and so it had very few disciples. But each of them was a figure capable of shaking heaven and earth. In the past few years, a genius had appeared in the Heavenly Sword Gate. Despite having long since passed his golden age of cultivation, he still managed to soar like a shooting star, and was claimed to be a superhuman genius amongst sword cultivators. Although Ling Yunzi rarely left the Heavenly Sword Gate, his name was still very famous in the Central Plains. That was because when he had been over 100 years old, he had still only been at the Xianxian realm. For him to be able to suddenly rise at such a late stage in his life toppled the cultivation world's laws, so there were naturally many people who knew of his strange existence. At the same time as people were shocked, they found it curious how Long Chen knew Ling Yunzi, and would even call him sect leader. In the Central Plains, very few people knew Ling Yunzi's past. I've long since stopped being your sect leader. If my gate master were to learn of it, he might think I am conspiring some plot. Ling Yunzi smiled. Ling Yunzi arrived in front of Long Chen. He saw that the youth from back then had matured. Although his general figure hadn't changed, there were more lines on his face. He had become more determined than ever. Ling Yunzi couldn't help but feel emotional. In my heart, you will always be the sect leader of the 108th monastery, said Long Chen. He was also emotional. Countless memories flooded back into their mind. Thinking of those things, they felt like they had happened a lifetime ago. Ling Yunzi, are you here to represent the Heavenly Sword Gate? Asked Zhou Tianxiang uneasily. The Heavenly Sword Gate was a terrifying sect. They had very few people, but even Pill Valley didn't want to provoke them. That was because each person in the Heavenly Sword Gate was a terrifying sword cultivator with unimaginable power. Fortunately, the Heavenly Sword Gate's disciples were focused on cultivating the Sword Dao and never interfered in the matters of the mundane world. They didn't have any relationship with Pill Valley, and they also hadn't had any conflicts. However, Ling Yunzi's arrival worried him. My Heavenly Sword Gate's disciples don't set foot in the mundane world. I came here purely for personal reasons, and it has nothing to do with the Heavenly Sword Gate, so you can be at ease. Even if I die here, the Heavenly Sword Gate won't find any trouble for you. Long Chen and I have had past dealings, and if he is in trouble, I must help. If a battle starts, I'd ask you all not to have any misgivings about the Heavenly Sword Gate and fight as you please. I, Ling Yunzi, will also not have any misgivings about your statuses. We can have a happy slaughter without any worries. Ling Yunzi's words caused a chill to run down these people's spines. He was definitely a vicious character, no different from the madman of the heaven-splitting battle sect. A happy slaughter. Without your life, what was there to be happy about? Is Zifeng still alright? Ling Yunzi asked Long Chen. Long Chen immediately understood that a big reason Ling Yunzi had come here was for Yu Zifeng. Although the two of them had never formally taken the title of disciple and master, that relationship was still there. If it hadn't been for Ling Yunzi's pointers, Yu Zifeng wouldn't have advanced at such a terrifying rate. He's fine for now. His soul is sealed in his sword and unable to return to his body. That's a bit troublesome, and we aren't able to help, said Long Chen. Good, we can discuss anything else once this matter is over. Little fellow, you really are not bad. Your ability to cause trouble grows greater and greater over time. Ling Yunzi patted Long Chen on the shoulder. After that, Ling Yunzi exchanged polite greetings with Li Tianxuan, Boss Bao, and the others. According to age, Ling Yunzi was the junior, so he used the etiquette of a junior when greeting them, embarrassing Li Tianxuan and Boss Bao. You are Long Chen's elder, so we are brothers. Stop with the useless pleasantries, because we won't return them. Wouldn't you just be wasting your time? Grumbled Boss Bao. The heaven-splitting battle sect's people disliked this kind of unnecessary and elaborate detail the most. On the other hand, Li Tianxuan asked Ling Yunzi if he wanted to come and help oversee the Xuantian Dao sect since he had once been a member of the sect. He wanted to entice Ling Yunzi back. But Ling Yunzi merely smiled without saying anything. That was equivalent to politely declining. He obviously had his own plans for his future. As the Huayan sect, the heaven-splitting battle sect, and Ling Yunzi arrived, this matter grew more and more complicated. Pill Valley's overbearing act was forcibly suppressed now, and their confidence was starting to flag. With the heaven-splitting battle sect's madman and Ling Yunzi here, the power difference had changed. The Xuantian Dao sect was gaining more and more power. The Huayan sect was especially troublesome to deal with when it came to the situation. As for Li Tianxuan, he seemed to be ignoring Pill Valley's people and was simply quietly conversing with Ling Yunzi, Yu Qingshan, Boss Bao, and the others. It was like everything before them had nothing to do with him. He had left everything to Long Chen. As for Long Chen, he was lightly tasting a bowl of fresh tea Meng Qi had given him. Behind him, Tang Wan was gently massaging his shoulders. Long Chen was so comfortable he was about to start snoring. That appearance of his infuriated Zhou Tianxiang. In all his life, he had never seen anyone so arrogant. He was treating all of them as nothing but air. The eyes of the ancient family alliance's youngsters were burning with envy, almost spurting out flames. Meng Qi and Tang Wan were both beautiful women who looked like fairies that had descended into the mortal world, but they were actually beings so gentle to Long Chen. This scene made them almost go insane. They were heaven-shaking geniuses, but they had never even seen such beautiful women like Meng Qi and Tang Wan. Although they also had a few beautiful women amongst them who could count as peak beauties found only once every 1,000 miles, they still didn't compare. Heavenly geniuses were all proud and arrogant figures. They felt that this world's beauties should belong to them alone. For them to see a foundation-forging disciple receive such a blessing made them clench their teeth. If looks could kill, Long Chen would have died 1,000 times over. Since everyone has come, let's discuss the problem of the Xuantian Dao sect. Finally, the Martial Heaven Alliance's Deng Kang broke the awkward atmosphere. But as soon as he spoke, a cold smile appeared on Long Chen's face. Just now, he had sensed a very concealed fluctuation. Without the sharp senses of the 9-star hegemon body art, he wouldn't have sensed it. Just before Deng Kang had spoken, Pill Valley's Zhou Tianxiang had sent a spiritual message to him. According to reason, a concealed spiritual message between experts of their caliber could not be sensed. Even life-star experts like Li Tianxuan wouldn't be able to sense it. But the 9-star hegemon body art was extremely sensitive to malicious intent. And since he could sense it, that meant that these two were scheming against him, because that was the only reason the 9-star hegemon body art would sense it. Now Long Chen knew why Deng Kang was targeting the Xuantian Dao sect and refused to speak up for them. It seemed he had one foot in a different camp. Sorry, my Xuantian Dao sect doesn't have any problems. Let's discuss their problems instead. Long Chen didn't give Deng Kang any chance to continue speaking. There was no way he would fart out something good, so he might as well not let him fart at all. Long Chen, do you even know what respect is? Do you think you're qualified to butt in here? Roared Deng Kang, infuriated at being interrupted by Long Chen continuously. Boss Bao was immediately enraged and reached for his sword on his back. Li Tianxuan was speechless. This kind of temper flared up a bit too quickly, wasn't it? He quickly stopped him. Don't be in such a rush. Long Chen can handle it. Li Tianxuan bitterly smiled as he stopped the bosses. He knew that if he didn't stop them, these fellows would start killing now. I regret to inform you that it just so happens that I do have the qualifications. Right now, my word is the word of the Xuantian Dao sect. If you want to resolve this problem, you'll have to listen to me. If you don't want to listen to me, then it's also very simple. There are two options. 1. Fuck off. 2. Fight. You can choose for yourself. Long Chen smiled coldly. He could already see that a portion of the people sucking up to Pill Valley had started to retreat as soon as the Huayan sect arrived. Clearly, having weighed the pros and cons, they had decided not to offend either party. Those people wouldn't be interfering if a battle started. At most, they would just shout from the sideline. And the arrival of the heaven-splitting battle sect and Ling Yunzi had shaken the confidence of another portion. They were afraid of the bosses as they were truly vicious figures. The slightest carelessness would cause these people to lose their lives. To suck up to Pill Valley, they would offend the Huayan sect and lose their lives. That wasn't worth it, so now the ones who had been shouting for a battle had silently disappeared. Only the ancient race experts still had sharp killing intent in their eyes. Both the Xuantian Dao sect and the heaven-splitting battle sect were their mortal enemies. If they could be annihilated in one move, it would be for the best. To the ancient race experts, Pill Valley had given them a good opportunity. Not only could they kill their enemies and display their might, but the deaths of these people would be the responsibility of Pill Valley. The Martial Heaven Alliance wouldn't even be able to find trouble for them. Little brat, stop being so arrogant. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Today, the ancient races will raise your Xuantian Dao sect to the ground. Roared the ancient race experts. They wanted to start fighting right now. Are the ancient races so amazing? Back in my day, I don't even know how many of you I killed. I never felt you to be so tough. Suddenly, a disdainful sneer came from the sky. A large figure appeared. He was like a fat bloodthirsty butcher, icily staring at the ancient race experts. Chapter 13-15 Weapons drawn and raised. The fierce young butcher, Tu Qiansheng. Countless people let out startled cries upon seeing that figure. The ancient race experts' expression sank. In this world, the people who hated Tu Qiansheng the most were the ancient races. When the ancient races had been hunting him down back then, he had killed a countless number of them, causing them to lose face. It was one of their most humiliating records in all of history. Now that Tu Qiansheng arrived, he shocked everyone because he had actually advanced to the Life Star realm. It had to be known that after his brother had been killed and he had been hunted down by the ancient races, a heart devil had been planted within him. Even after cultivating for so many years in the Wine God Palace, he hadn't been able to resolve it. Even in that battle outside the Grand Sha ancient nation, Tu Qiansheng had still been at the peak of the soul transformation realm. It had to be known that Tu Qiansheng was a rank 9 celestial. In the soul transformation realm, he had cut down Life Star experts. Now that he had advanced to the Life Star realm, there might not be a single person here capable of stopping him. Not only did the ancient race experts' expressions sink, but even the expressions of Pill Valley's people became unsightly. The medicinal wine cooperation between Wine God Palace and Pill Valley had been forcibly ended by the Wine God Palace, and they had even expelled the Pill Valley from the Grand Sha, swearing to never cooperate with them ever again. Back then, that had shaken the Central Plains and caused Pill Valley to lose face. Although the Wine God Palace hadn't explicitly announced the reason why they were ending this cooperation, and Pill Valley had also done their best to conceal the truth, saying that it was just a conflict of techniques, anyone with brains could tell that it was Pill Valley that had done something contemptuous, which had caused the Wine God Palace to furiously expel them. The Wine God Palace's nature was extremely well known in the Central Plains. Their disciples were a bit sanctimonious and prideful, and being wine fanatics made their styles different from the cultivation world's norm. However, the character of their disciples was something everyone had to admire. Anyone who could sincerely go and give them a few pointers to their wine would receive a pleasant surprise. Not just anyone would be presented with a gift of wine, but as long as they came to the Wine God Palace, their disciples would treat them to their wine. Any cultivators that had had contact with the Wine God Palace felt great respect for those wine fanatics. So the character of the Wine God Palace's disciples was known to be worth gold, but in comparison, Pill Valley's reputation wasn't so good. It was just that their power was too great, and no one dared to say anything. Pill Valley's movements against the Xuantian Dao sect had now not only caused their old enemy, the Wine sect, to arrive, but even the Wine God Palace had come to interfere. This completely ruined their original plans. Long Chen, I've come to support you. Have you prepared the wine for me yet? Tu Qiansheng didn't even look at the others and went directly to Long Chen. Don't tell me you came so far but didn't even bring any wine. Long Chen was delighted to see Tu Qiansheng, but he put on a dissatisfied expression. You shameless fucker, I came so far and so fast to help you that I lost 10 pounds, but you want me to bring my own wine. HMPH, I admire how you can be so shameless as to say such a thing, cursed Tu Qiansheng. Long Chen understood Tu Qiansheng far too well. Although he looked carefree, he was actually very sharp. The more courteous you were with him, the more he would feel like you weren't worth talking to. By not treating him as a big figure, he would feel like you didn't have any plots involving him. Tu Qiansheng's temper was just as explosive as the boss's, but the difference was that in his eyes, there was no such thing as seniority. As long as you could get along with him, he wouldn't care about whether you were older or younger. Everyone he got along with was his brother. But others didn't know this. So seeing Long Chen speaking so brazenly to Tu Qiansheng, and seeing Tu Qiansheng act like that was normal, they found it inconceivable. Tu Qiansheng was known as a vicious figure. Even after secluding himself in the Wine God Palace, his story still continued to be told in the cultivation world. The fierce young butcher. He was a textbook example of a vicious figure. Countless people used him as a target for themselves, and some even had statues of him to worship. Tu Qiansheng, did you come to represent the Wine God Palace or yourself? Zhou Tianxiang finally couldn't endure it any longer and interrupted the two of them from their cursing bout. I've come officially. The high priest sent me to testify on behalf of Long Chen. Of course, if anyone's neck is itchy, I can act personally and help them out if they want. I, Tu Qiansheng, will definitely welcome any challenger. Countless people sucked in a cold gasp of air upon hearing the high priest's name. Even the wine god palace's high priest was supporting Long Chen. What are you testifying? Asked Zhou Tianxiang. What am I testifying? HMPH, is there a need for me to even say it? Just ask Long Chen and you'll know, sneered Tu Qiansheng. But inside, he grumbled, how am I supposed to know what I'm testifying? Tu Qiansheng had only come due to the high priest's instructions. The high priest had said that there was no need for him to bother with anything. He just had to follow Long Chen's lead. Brother Qiansheng, come here and sit. Don't waste time talking to them. In a bit, let's have a good drink. Boss Bao beckoned to Tu Qiansheng. The bosses were like soul brothers with Tu Qiansheng. It was just that they hadn't had a chance to meet before. As fellow hot-blooded men, they all admired Tu Qiansheng's accomplishments back then, and they instantly felt like family. The heaven-splitting battle sect ignored ordinary people, but they warmly welcomed real men. Alright, then once this matter's done, we'll drink. I'll let you taste some of my new wine. It's definitely strong enough, laughed Tu Qiansheng. The 8 of them instantly became brothers. They wished for the people in front of them to hurry up and leave so that they could drink. The atmosphere became extremely awkward. Originally, these people's plan was to thunderously stomp the Xuantian Dao sect to the ground. But before they could even start criticizing and denouncing them, experts appeared by Long Chen's side one by one, each more terrifying than the last. Now even Pill Valley was unable to control this matter. The ancient races were still full of killing intent, but it was no longer as intense as before. They no longer dared to say that they would destroy the Xuantian Dao sect today, because looking at the current situation, the chances of them succeeding were basically zero. Cough, with so many experts here now, it just so happens we can discuss what happened clearly. I'm sure everyone will be able to tell who is right and who is wrong. Deng Kang helplessly opened his mouth. All he could do was thicken his face and press on. Due to Long Chen's continuous obstructions before, even his words were much more careful now. He no longer started off by declaring the Xuantian Dao sect was in the wrong. What is there to say? The Xuantian Dao sect killed so many experts of the ancient races. It was clearly intentional, backed by vicious motives. They have to give the ancient races an explanation, otherwise, HMPH. Sneered an ancient race expert. The ancient races didn't have that many misgivings about the Huayan sect since their resources were in their own hands. As for the Xuantian Dao sect, the heaven-splitting battle sect, and Tu Qiansheng, they were all the ancient races' enemies. Naturally, the ancient race experts weren't afraid to offend them. Deng Kang nodded. He looked to Li Tianxuan only to see him had his eyes closed. He didn't say a word, nor did he express any opinion. Deng Kang was infuriated inside. He had come to represent the Martial Heaven Alliance. His job was to mediate things, but Li Tianxuan's attitude irritated him. However, he couldn't express that anger, or it would be equivalent to joining Pill Valley's side to target the Xuantian Dao sect. In truth, that was precisely what he was doing, but he still had to act like he wasn't. Since Li Tianxuan refused to do anything, Deng Kang could only say, Long Chen, you're the leading role in this. How are you going to give the ancient races an explanation? Deng Kang turned to Long Chen and almost exploded in fury. Long Chen had his head down and was snoring. Long Chen, wake up. Tang Wan'er laughed inside and pushed him gently. This fellow was truly evil, however, she had no choice but to cooperate with him. Ah, is time up? Good, then I announce that everyone can scatter. Long Chen stood to leave. Bastard, can you not be serious? Do you think acting like a fool will allow you to slip away? You think everyone here is an idiot? Roared one of the sect leaders. He was the leader of a sect called Clear Wind Valley. In the past, this sect had had some relationship with the Xuantian Dao sect. When the Xuantian Dao sect was in its golden age, they had been nothing more than one of their subordinate powers. By holding the Xuantian Dao sect's leg, they received their protection, or they'd have long since been devoured by other powers. Later the Xuantian Dao sect had declined, and Clear Wind Valley had started to go against the Xuantian Dao sect, even mocking and sneering at them. In fact, the mines they had offered the Xuantian Dao sect back when they had been subservient to them had been forcibly snatched back. They were now enemies. Are you not idiots? If you aren't, then is there anyone in this world stupid enough to be an idiot? Fuck, You should count your blessings that I'm still at the foundation forging realm. If I was at the life star realm, not one of you would live to leave this mountain, sneered Long Chen as he took his seat again. For some reason, when that guy mentioned idiots, Long Chen became particularly angry. These people were truly idiots. It was a pity that his own power was still too low. Otherwise, he'd kill them all. These idiots from the righteous path would never be able to soar like the Xuantian Dao sect. As they fought amongst themselves, even in their own sect, they were all like unrivaled heroes. Yet, when they fought the corrupt path, they were like dogs, not even possessing the bravery to bark. All they could do was scheme and fight amongst themselves. Unable to rise themselves, they did their best to stop others. If they weren't idiots, what were they? Long Chen, don't worry. As long as you say the word, I'll help you cut down that idiot. Boss Bao's eyes immediately began to shine, and his hand was already touching the hilt of his sword. That person's expression immediately changed. He felt himself being locked down by an invisible aura. Boss Bao clearly wasn't joking. Long Chen, peace and harmony is to be prized. You should still reply to the ancient races, question, said Deng Kang hastily when the atmosphere tensed. Chapter 13:16 The Xuantian Tower displays its might. Everyone knew that Deng Kang was trying to distract Boss Bao. In truth, now that things had progressed to this point, no one wanted to fight. They didn't dare to. When they had first come, they had thought that with so many of them gathered, a declined sect like the Xuantian Dao sect wouldn't be able to resist at all. But first the Xuantian Tower had revealed its power, and then the Huayan sect, Heaven-Splitting Battle sect, Heavenly Sword Gate, and Wine God Palace had joined in. If there was a fight, rivers of blood would flow. So if Boss Bao really did attack and kill that person, it still wouldn't cause a fight, because no one else wanted to. That person would have died for nothing, and no one would stand up for him. At most, they would criticize Boss Bao with a few words. That was why Deng Kang had to open his mouth and return to the main point. He could see that suppressing the Xuantian Dao sect today was no longer possible. The best thing to do was to resolve this problem first. Sorry, I was sleeping just now and didn't hear what the ancient races said. Can you repeat it? Asked Long Chen. In truth, he had heard it, but he simply needed some time to organize what he was going to say. That ancient race expert repeated himself. The Xuantian Dao sect killed so many experts of the ancient races. It was clearly intentional, backed by vicious motives. They have to give the ancient races an explanation, otherwise, HMPH. Long Chen sneered inside. This person really was an idiot. Not only had he repeated the same threat, but even his tone was the exact same. It seemed the ancient races were very used to threatening people like this. Then there's no need for any explanation. Why don't you explain what that otherwise is? That will make it simpler. Just tell us, otherwise what? Long Chen asked disdainfully. You. The ancient race expert became gloomy. He hadn't expected Long Chen to directly respond in the most forceful way. Long Chen, this brother from the ancient races was just saying some words of anger. You should still respond to the main point of the question, said Deng Kang. Although his words seemed to be that of a mediator, Long Chen could hear that he was trying to force him. The Martial Heaven Alliance had actually sent such trash to mediate this matter. He was completely biased against Long Chen, but since they wanted to play, he would play with them. When had he ever been afraid of such a thing? All right, since the Martial Heaven Alliance wants to act as a mediator to resolve our conflicts, my Xuantian Dao sect will accept your kindness. Let's not beat around the bush. Today, I'll let the entire righteous path see just who is in the right. I trust that at least half of the people here have secretly activated a photographic jade. There's no need for you to act so secretively. My Xuantian Dao sect's formation has been recording everything from the start, and once today's matter is over, we will spread it throughout the Central Plains. Hehe, since everyone here is a big figure, I'm sure you'll be recognized. So, fellow from the ancient races, let me ask you this. When you say that the Zan Master intentionally killed your people due to vicious motives, what did you mean? Isn't that obvious? It's because of you that Li Tianxuan intentionally acted so viciously, said the ancient race expert without hesitation. Ha 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 ha. Long Chen suddenly raised his head and laughed. His laughter contained a viciousness of a bloodthirsty beast. So you know it was because of me? Weren't you the ones who were hunting me down and trying to kill me? Was I supposed to sit there and let you kill me? You really are idiots. If I had Fatty 2's cultivation base, I'd go for a stroll through your ancient race's land and see just how many idiots I could kill. I, Long Chen, always follow the principle of if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. The enmity between myself and the ancient races stems completely from your side. In the immemorial path, it was the ancient races who were too overbearing and tried to kill me for my treasures that made me counterattack. The enmities of the Eastern Wasteland were concluded in the Eastern Wasteland, but even now that I'm in the Central Plains, you still want to target me. You once more attacked me in the Eastern Sea, and I was forced to attack back. In the Four Nations Ancient Remnant, you plotted against me, and so I once more slaughtered your people. This time at Devil Spirit Mountain, you attacked me again. For me, a single foundation forging disciple, you mobilized so many Life Star experts. Do your ancient races even have any face left? Because I killed your disciple, you felt like it was only natural to send your senior generation after me. But once my sect master saved me by killing those people, you demand an explanation. You idiots, do you think the world belongs to the ancient races? Only you are permitted to kill others, but others aren't permitted to kill you. Is there such an idiotic logic in this world? Long Chen's words contained all his fury. His enmity with the ancient races had started back in the immemorial path. They had gone too far, continuously going after him. Anyone would have gotten angry, let alone someone like Long Chen with his explosive temper. But in any case, you killed people from the ancient races. That's unacceptable. One of the ancient race experts had only just finished speaking when a golden light shot out from the Xuantian Tower. A terrifying pressure descended, and that ancient race expert instantly couldn't move. He could only watch as he was annihilated by the golden light. Is it unacceptable? Then I want to know, after I kill all of you, what will happen? Li Tianxuan opened his eyes at this time. Bastard! The ancient races were infuriated by Li Tianxuan's actions. They all took out their weapons and unleashed their auras, about to start killing. Haha, the fight's starting. Boss Bao and the others were delighted. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Buzz. Just at this moment, the sky darkened and the world was thrust into darkness. A light beam from the Xuantian Tower enveloped all the ancient race experts. Under that terrifying pressure, those ancient race experts all quivered and knelt on the ground. They had no choice but to kneel. In front of that divine might, if they didn't kneel, they would immediately turn to dust. My Xuantian Dao sect might have declined, but our karmic luck hasn't been severed. With the Xuantian Tower present, anyone who tries to show off their power within the Xuantian Dao sect will be an absolute joke. Li Tianxuan's voice resounded within the darkness. His voice was like a god's. Within this darkness, the Xuantian Tower was the absolute ruler. It was using the Xuantian Dao sect's karmic luck to form this domain. As long as Li Tianxuan willed it, it would be able to annihilate everyone here. That included everyone from Pill Valley, the ancient races, and the ancient family alliance. They were all shocked. They hadn't expected that not only was the Xuantian Tower undamaged, but the Xuantian Dao sect still possessed such terrifying karmic luck. They had looked down on them too much. At this time, the power the Xuantian Tower had displayed was enough that crushing them would be like crushing ants. Even Qi Yunao with his divine magical staff felt his heart shuddering. If the Xuantian Tower unleashed its power, he had no confidence that his staff would be able to save his life. Now Qi Yunao realized why the heaven-suppressing magic sect had been ranked last amongst the three sects of the heavens back in their golden era. Their foundation was a far cry from the Xuantian Dao sects. As for the heaven-splitting battle sect, their foundation should be even more terrifying. It was just that everyone had been fooled by their declined appearance. Now they finally realized how terrifying their foundations were. Are we still killing? Boss Bao and the others had already taken out their swords. But seeing the ancient race experts kneeling there, they didn't know if they were supposed to kill them or not. The light beam vanished, the darkness scattered, and the terrifying pressure lifted. The world returned to its original color. But everyone was still shocked. Only now did the ancient race experts stand up, pale as paper. They no longer had their old arrogance. Just now, they had felt like they had brushed against death. Seeing them so ashen, not even daring to let out a fart, the Dragonblood warriors all had contemptuous expressions. No wonder the rumors were that the ancient races were experts at bullying the weak but cowards in the face of the strong. They were just paper tigers that looked strong, but were more cowardly than anyone. The power of the Xuantian Tower had shocked everyone. Even the people from the Martial Heaven Alliance were shocked. They had all underestimated the Xuantian Dao sect. Thinking of how they had said they would raise the Xuantian Dao sect to the ground and erase their name from the Central Plains, they realized what a huge joke it had been. This slap was truly vicious. Ancient races, I'm warning you that you should do your best not to provoke my Xuantian Dao sect, or me, Long Chen. We're not as easy to bully as you think. For you, whoever's fist is stronger is who's right, correct? We can do just that right now. My Xuantian Dao sect's fist is not weak, it's just that we haven't unleashed it in all this time. But if there was a suitable target, my Xuantian Dao sect wouldn't mind unleashing this fist to prove our power, said Long Chen coldly. This was the best time to intimidate the ancient races with their power. They had to express their attitude here to shake the hearts of these shameless fellows. After finishing up with the ancient races, Long Chen turned to Zhou Tianxiang. He sneered, as for Pill Valley, I simply want to say that you are more shameless than the ancient races. The ancient races were at least direct and acted openly. But you had to set up all kinds of schemes and sinister plots. You actually listened to that idiot Zhan Jizhi and wanted to steal my treasures. Dan Chu's words from the Four Nations ancient remnant already said all this. Back then, Dan Teng lost his own life to show Pill Valley's supposed innocence. But instead of learning your lesson and reserving your greed and shamelessness, you decided to unleash your anger on me. Dan Sheng made up some random excuse and attacked me without giving the Xuantian Dao sect any notice or giving me any chance to explain my innocence. So what if we were forced to kill you shameless idiots? For you to have the face to come demand justice from my Xuantian Dao sect, is Pill Valley always this shameless? What bullshit, it's no random excuse. We received reports from the people within your very Xuantian Dao sect, people who care about the world. They demanded that we investigate the truth. What about that is improper? Raged Zhou Tianxiang. Chapter 13-17. What is called a foundation? What is improper with it? I really am laughing. Do you think you're the bailiff in charge of catching this world's criminals? That you have to interfere with everything that goes on? Who gave you that authority? No matter what happens, you have to control it. Don't think that controlling the lifeblood of a few sects is enough to control the world. Do you think that others are fools? The sects that your Pill Valley is able to control are nothing more than minor powers currying favor. Any sects with a real backbone and a real foundation won't bend to your will. Long Chen laughed and walked off his stage. He walked through the Life Star experts, coldly looking at them. Perhaps you still don't know what a foundation is, or perhaps the foundation that you understand is a different thing than what I'm talking about. The thing that you call foundation is nothing more than a sect's karmic luck, trump cards, and power. Perhaps those are what you're most afraid of. But today, the foundation I'm talking about is not one of those three things. After saying that, Long Chen suddenly extended a hand and slapped Pill Valley's law enforcer, Zhou Tianxiang, across the face. Pow! An explosive ringing sound shocked everyone. No one would have imagined that Long Chen would attack now. As for Zhou Tianxiang, he had been focused on Long Chen's words and preparing a way to argue against them. He hadn't been on guard at all. Long Chen finished speaking just as he arrived in front of him, and then slapped him without any warning. Zhou Tianxiang's hand suddenly became covered in flames, and he thrust it at Long Chen. But Long Chen just stood there as if he couldn't see Zhou Tianxiang's attack. Darkness once more covered the world, and boundless divine might locked onto Zhou Tianxiang. He froze in the air, not daring to move. Do you see? This is a foundation. I can slap you, while you don't dare to kill me. If you kill me, you will be killed by the Xuantian Tower. Now do you understand what a foundation is? It's a heart that is willing to fight to the death fearlessly, one that dares to continue charging forward despite all obstacles. Now I've brought my foundation out. I am willing to exchange my life for yours, so I don't hesitate to slap you. But you are hesitating because you don't have that courage, because you are afraid of dying. Long Chen stood with his arms clasped behind his back, calmly lecturing Zhou Tianxiang, whose face was twisted into a sinister expression. For a moment, everyone was deathly silent. Within this darkness, there was only light covering Long Chen and Zhou Tianxiang. Everyone's gaze was on them. Under the divine light of the Xuantian Tower, their expressions, even each hair on their bodies could be clearly seen. Long Chen's expression was completely calm. He hadn't even unleashed his aura, and yet that arrogant appearance that looked down on the rest of the world deeply shook the hearts of the people. Under the illumination of the Xuantian Tower's light, he appeared even more handsome, and his eyes shone like stars, filled with a feeling of wildness and danger. That posed a fatal attraction to young women. Meng Qi, Tang Wan Hua Xiu, Zhao Zian, and the other women all felt their hearts involuntarily pounding hard. This wild domineering display had a special kind of attraction to it. No one else could replicate his air, it was unique to Long Chen. Even some of the young female disciples from the ancient family alliance were attracted by Long Chen's appearance under that light. They had never seen or heard of someone with such a unique air. For Long Chen, someone at the Foundation forging realm, to consecutively slap life-star experts in the face toppled their understanding of cultivation. Most importantly, the only thing to compare him to was Zhou Tianxiong with his sinister expression. Even someone ordinary would become exceptionally handsome in comparison. Tu Qianshang, Boss Bao, and the others nodded in praise. This was how real men should act. They should be domineering and dare to do what they wanted. But Li Tianxuan was speechless. When Long Chen's temper got the best of him, he really was capable of doing anything. Despite being in control of the situation, he still took this risk. Ling Yunzi had a smile on his face. The current Long Chen was still the same Long Chen from the 108th monastery. His fearless character, one that seemed to be saying that the heavens were the younger brother while he was the big brother, hadn't changed. But the person who had to have a headache because of Long Chen had become Li Tianxuan. When Ling Yunzi thought of all the things from back then, he felt many emotions. In the past few years, his cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds thanks to the annihilation sword Dao he had comprehended from Long Chen's body. He had risen to a height that even he would have never imagined. During these years, he had experienced countless things and gone through several metamorphoses. His own character had changed, he was like a completely different person. But Long Chen, despite having experienced so much slaughter, despite having killed his way from the eastern wasteland to the central plains, had still retained his original heart. That was something that made him sigh with emotion. Long Chen coldly stared at Zhou Tianxiong, while Zhou Tianxiong clenched his teeth and raised his arm several times. As long as he slammed his hand down, Long Chen would definitely die. But he didn't dare to, because he knew that when Long Chen was killed, the Xuantian Tower would annihilate him out of existence. Kill him, he didn't dare to. Don't kill him, he was unwilling. For a moment, he felt like he was going insane. Do you see, this is a foundation. Starting today, my Xuantian Dao sect is rising. No matter who tries to stop us, they will have to bear our merciless attacks. If anyone wants to doubt our determination, you can come and try us. The foundation I'm talking about isn't meant to just frighten you, sneered Long Chen. He turned and went back to his seat. As for Zhou Tianxiong, in the end, he didn't dare to attack. He just watched as Long Chen left. Deng Kang, this is the attitude of your martial heaven alliance? Demanded Zhou Tianxiong. Deng Kang helplessly said, suppressing the weak through power isn't something we would do. I trust that the Xuantian Dao sect will give you a satisfactory answer. Deng Kang had once more kicked the ball back to the Xuantian Dao sect. Long Chen sneered, I've already given my answer. When it comes to the ancient races, they simply deserved it. After hunting me down for so long, our Zan master, accidentally, killed some of them. Now, neither side owes the other anything. As for Pill Valley, Dan Teng intentionally made a plot to harm me. Although he was executed by Pill Valley, Dan Sheng then continued to try and kill me. He also died, accidentally, to the Zan master. I'm not going to look further into why he was targeting me, so that matter is also over. What further answer is required? If Long Chen had said this at the start, everyone would have scoffed at him and cursed him, helping Pill Valley condemn him. But after the intimidation of the Xuantian Tower, none of them dared to make a sound. If you wanted to talk reason, the first thing you needed was power. Otherwise, a tiger wouldn't talk reason with a rabbit. Now, Long Chen had displayed the power of a lion, and his words contained enough weight. Alright, then even if we first set aside those 2 points, what about your status as a heaven Caesar? Why would so many people claim that you are a heaven Caesar and they even come from the same sect as you? Don't you feel like you should give an explanation to the righteous path? Demanded Zhou Tianxiong. Right now, it really was difficult to quibble with the first 2 points, and so he could only turn to Long Chen's status as a heaven Caesar. Just this 1 point was enough to get Long Chen killed. And even if he wasn't killed, the Xuantian Dao sect would become the world's enemy and be destroyed quickly. No one would be able to protect them, so Zhou Tianxiong's goal would still be achieved. Long Chen smiled slightly, long since knowing he would say this. Where are those people saying that? Let them come out and testify. HMPH, you want them to come out? Fine. Following Zhou Tianxiang's voice, over 10 disciples wearing the robes of the Xuantian Dao sect walked out. Everyone, we can testify that Long Chen is a Heaven Caesar, a variant Heaven Caesar. We personally witnessed the change in the Dragonblood Legion. Those disciples all began to raise suspicious points. Some even said that they had personally seen Long Chen extract other people's spirit blood after killing them and inject it into the disciples of the Dragonblood Legion. They had seen those Dragonblood warriors' celestial ranks advancing right there and then. Long Chen, do you still have anything to say? These disciples are all people from your Xuantian Dao sect, correct? For them to accuse you, we also didn't dare to completely trust them, so we even investigated their souls and found that they aren't lying. That's why we wanted to capture you, for the safety of the righteous path. Is there anything wrong with that? If you don't believe me, you can do your own soul search to check their memories, said Zhou Tianxiang confidently. Ha, changing memories, hypnotizing people, spiritual witchcraft, I stopped playing with such things a long time ago. It seems I really overestimated you. Is your Pill Valley just a group of pigs? You think changing a few memories is enough to get me killed? Don't you know that everything in the Xuantian Dao sect is under the view of the reincarnation mirror? Sneered Long Chen. Just at this moment, a scene appeared in the air. This scene showed the testifying disciples being drawn out of the sect in secret, either by mysterious experts, by the bait of wealth or resources, or even by attractive females. All the scenes were there. Damn it, that girl's so attractive. Why didn't she come seduce me? Iya. Guo Ran was in the midst of sighing emotionally when Tang Wan kicked him away. This little fellow was becoming unbridled once more and saying whatever was on his mind. Guo Ran hastily quibbled, what I mean is that if she came to seduce me, I would display to her what an iron heart and unchanging faith are. I would show my undying loyalty to boss. Shut up, if you keep talking, I'll send you to Sister Qing Yu. Long Chen almost coughed up blood. Guo Ran's impromptu performance made the atmosphere Long Chen had worked hard to build weaken. Long Chen really wanted to slap him. O Grand Law Enforcer Zhou, the reincarnation mirror is one of my Xuantian Dao sect's core divine items. You wouldn't suspect that we would fake such a thing, right? Long Chen looked at Zhou Tianxiang. At this time, Zhou Tianxiang's face alternated between red and white. He looked like he had just eaten a pile of dogshit and couldn't swallow it, nor could he spit it out. For a moment, everyone was silent, all their gazes on Zhou Tianxiang. Chapter 13:18 An explanation. The reincarnation mirror was one of the Xuantian Dao sect's core treasures, and it had amazing abilities of its own. The reincarnation mirror even had the ability to deduce the past and future based on the heavenly Daos. This matter's cause was instantly exposed. Zhou Tianxiang was incomparably infuriated. He had asked all of the already dead Dan Sheng's women about this matter, but due to insufficient time on his part, he hadn't been too clear about these testifiers. When Dan Sheng had targeted Long Chen back at Devil Spirit Mountain, he had sworn to Pill Valley that when it came to the testifiers, there would definitely be no problem. But what he meant by there would be no problem was that after he captured Long Chen, he would kill the testifiers and only leave behind a recording of them testifying against Long Chen. Once those people were dead, Dan Sheng would even push the blame on the Xuantian Dao sect, making the story that the Xuantian Dao sect had killed those people to try and cover up the truth. Regretfully, Dan Sheng's life was cut short by Li Tianxuan, and he hadn't accomplished his mission. As for Zhou Tianxiang, he hadn't known about this plan of Dan Sheng's, causing him to make a huge mistake today. He had ended up conned by himself. Someone must be trying to target your Xuantian Dao sect to do this. Perhaps your Xuantian Dao sect simply offended someone. I had no idea about this matter. Zhou Tianxiang immediately cut off his own ties to this matter. Pill Valley definitely could not be given the name of someone who framed others. Otherwise, they would lose all their face. In the Four Nations ancient remnant, Pill Valley could say that Dan Teng's plot against Long Chen was due to a personal grievance. At most, Pill Valley would say that Dan Teng was at fault and execute him. That would count as an explanation to the righteous path. But now it was different. Zhou Tianxiang had come under his status as Pill Valley's law enforcer. If he accepted that this was done by Pill Valley, it would truly be the entire Pill Valley framing others. Haha, you didn't know about it. If you didn't know, why did you so stubbornly insist that I'm a Heaven Caesar? You even hunted me down so openly. Are you all idiots, or do you just believe anything that others tell you? Then do you believe me when I say I'm your long-missing father? Sneered Long Chen. Did he think people were stupid enough to believe this excuse? Long Chen, perhaps there is some misunderstanding. Either way, Zhou Tianxiang is a senior from Pill Valley. You should pay attention to your tone. Chided Deng Kang, helping Zhou Tianxiang from his conundrum. Can a senior randomly accuse anyone of anything? Sorry, but I'm not taking that crap. Scoffed Long Chen. Long Chen, do you know who you're speaking to? Deng Kang's expression sank. He now attempted to use his status as part of the Martial Heaven Alliance to suppress him. Don't try to act so magnanimous. You're not the one who was hunted down. Today, I am announcing that the Xuantian Dao sect is rising. You've seen our trump cards, and you've seen our attitude clearly. If you want to die, then come at any time. My Xuantian Dao sect will accompany you to the last warrior, to our last drop of blood. So either fight, or scram. Fight or scram. Following Long Chen's voice, the Dragonblood Legion all raised their arms and cheered, their voices shaking the sky. At the same time, the cries of every disciple in the Xuantian Dao sect filled the sect. Their cries transmitted their stubborn battle intent. Although these disciples' cultivation bases were low, they were incredibly united, to the point that even these Life Star experts' expressions changed. They were all the higher-ups of their sects, and some were even their sect masters. But they had never seen a single sect's disciples be so united. They were all crying in unison. This overflowing battle intent and fearless drive could not be faked. This matter can end here. My Pill Valley will investigate what happened and who was intentionally harming your Xuantian Dao sect. We will definitely find justice for you. Zhou Tianxiang finally reacted. Pushing this matter to the side, he continued, however, are you not going to give us an explanation for the strange advancements of your Dragonblood Legion? Zhou Tianxiang could only use this one point to turn things around. If Long Chen refused to answer, then there was no way the righteous path would accept it. This secret was something everyone wanted to know. Before this, Pill Valley had wanted to take this secret for themselves. But now, that was no longer possible, so they could only share it with everyone. Whether or not Long Chen actually told them, it would be beneficial to these people. Just how was it that Long Chen, someone with no background, was able to raise the Dragonblood Legion? If they learned this secret, they could also upgrade their own disciples. That's right, this is a problem that threatens the very unity of the righteous path. It threatens the peace of this world, so you must tell us. Following Zhou Tianxiang, other Life Star experts began to echo his sentiment. Unity and peace. Are you joking with me? When has the righteous path ever been united or peaceful? When you see others rising, you're even more evil than the corrupt path. It's like you think when we get stronger, we'll dig up your ancestors' tombs, sneered Long Chen. Seeing their self-righteous expressions, he felt like he might vomit. HMPH, don't waste time. Today, if you don't tell us, it will prove you're a variant heaven Caesar. Cried a Life Star expert in the crowd. A bunch of idiots. Aren't you just greedy for the secret of my Dragonblood Legion? Alright, then today I'll open your dog eyes. Look closely. Long Chen clapped his hands, and over 20 of the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples walked out. They were young, only 16 or 17. But their robes were not the robes of a disciple. They were workers of the outer sect, and their cultivation bases were only at the bone-forging realm. Within the Xuantian Dao sect, their age and cultivation bases couldn't count as talented. They weren't even qualified to become outer sect disciples. Come, each person can get a bowl. Drink. Long Chen took out a jug and gave them bowls filled with wine. As soon as this wine appeared, its fragrance filled the air. Just by smelling it, a person's pores would open and it would completely relax them. These Life Star experts' hearts shook. This wine was definitely something only the Wine God Palace could make. These people hadn't tasted a drop in all their lives. Those disciples looked at Long Chen with worship. He was the idol of the entire Xuantian Dao sect, and just being this close to him made them quiver. They immediately drank their bowls. Even if this bowl had been full of poison, they'd have still drunk it without hesitation. All the workers suddenly began to shine. Heaven and earth rumbled as heavenly Dao energy gathered around them. As they bathed in the heavenly Daos, they slowly began to condense runes. This scene shocked everyone. These workers had been nothing more than ordinary cultivators, but now they had condensed heavenly Dao runes. Suddenly, a sea of runes appeared behind these disciples. That was the specific cry of the heavenly Daos unique to celestials. This scene was absolutely stunning. They had never seen such a thing. It had to be known that celestials were the favorites of the heavens, and their number was dictated by the chief flow of the world. They were not made by artificial power. That was why the Dragonblood Legion's rise had alarmed these sects. What? They have become rank 2 celestials. Even this person's voice was shaking, because 2 kinds of runes had now appeared behind these workers, and their heavenly Tao energy strengthened once more. Everyone was stunned. There was a chance for a rank 1 celestial to advance to become a rank 2 celestial, but that chance was very low. But now, over 20 workers had become rank 2 celestials at the same time. Just at this moment, a third kind of rune appeared behind these disciples. Their heavenly Tao energy strengthened once more as they became rank 3 celestials. These workers were dumbfounded. They stood there like statues, not daring to move. Everyone was deathly silent. This completely toppled their understanding of this world. They had seen a group of workers go from ordinary cultivators to rank 3 celestials in one go right in front of them. Now you're rank 3 celestials. But this isn't your final target. The Dragonblood Legion was once like you, and all drank this wine in order to have their current accomplishments. That's why they are your future. Today, you were fortunate. I gave all my remaining heavenly Tao wine to you. Now, there's no more heavenly Tao wine in this world, said Long Chen. The wine jug in his hand shattered to pieces. The jug was completely empty. Many thanks, senior apprentice brother Long Chen. We will never forget your favor. Those workers immediately knelt on the ground. Tears streamed down their faces. This fortune had come so suddenly that they couldn't even believe it. All right, you can go now. Starting today, you are no longer workers, but inner sect disciples. Congratulations. Long Chen smiled and sent those disciples away. Toward the people staring at the fragments of the jug lifelessly, he said, "This wine was something the high priest of the wine god palace gave to me. He told me this is the wine god's most ancient inheritance, the blessing of the wine god. But you were so shameless as to continuously frame me as a heaven Caesar. Now that the truth is revealed, do you have anything left to say?" This wine was something he had added crushed rank 1, rank 2, rank 3, rank 4, and rank 5 heavenly Tao fruits into. That allowed these disciples to instantly become rank 3 celestials. But so much energy couldn't be digested at once. That would completely ruin their foundations and also waste the heavenly Tao fruits. So he only allowed them to become rank 3 celestials for now. I don't believe you. This is definitely a lie you made up. An expert suddenly let out an unwilling roar. Chapter 13:19 The Peak of Shamelessness. This result was something that many people couldn't accept. Seeing these disciples advance to become rank 3 celestials in one go made all their eyes red. But this wine came from the wine god palace, and Long Chen said it was a precious remnant of the wine god and the last bit remaining in this world. He had actually wasted such a thing on workers in order to prove his innocence. Everyone knew that Long Chen wasn't a heaven Caesar. They simply said that for their own profit. This way, not only could they suck up to Pill Valley, but they could also prevent the Xuantian Dao sect from rising. Furthermore, they also hoped to learn this secret. But now that this secret was public, it didn't bring them the slightest benefit. And in the future, they would have no excuse to target the Xuantian Dao sect. Are you an idiot? This wine comes from the wine god palace. How could it possibly be faked? Sneered Tu Qiansheng. Now Tu Qiansheng realized what the high priest had meant by telling him to testify for Long Chen. It seemed that he was helping Long Chen bear the brunt of this problem. This so-called heavenly Tao wine never existed. This wine Long Chen had taken out might be able to deceive others, but it couldn't deceive Tu Qiansheng who came from the wine god palace. He knew Long Chen had done something to this wine. But he naturally didn't expose him and instead helped him cover it up. No matter what Long Chen said, all he had to do was fully support him. But when the Dragonblood Legion first started rising a few years ago, you still didn't have any relationship with the wine god palace. How do you explain that? Demanded someone. The times didn't match. Fool, I've already told you the origin of this wine to prove my innocence. Don't act like this is an interrogation. I'm not your father, so why do I have to tell you my secrets? As for why the high priest would treat me like this, you should go ask him, sneered Long Chen. The truth was that Long Chen had 100 different excuses to cover this up. But he couldn't be bothered, so he directly used the most head-on approach. A lie was a lie, and the more you spoke, the more holes would appear in your story. Thanks to his years of experience, Long Chen wouldn't make such a foolish mistake. He decided to directly destroy all of their options. If they wanted to ask anything, They could go ask the high priest. He wanted to see just who would dare to do such a thing. Seeing Long Chen directly push the problem to the Wine God Palace's high priest, everyone was at a loss for words. Go demand an answer from the Wine God Palace. Was that a joke? Not. Even Pill Valley had such guts. Although the Wine God Palace did not participate in the outside world struggles, everyone could tell how strong they were just from how they had expelled Pill Valley from the Grand Sha ancient nation. Pill Valley no longer dared to take a step within the Grand Sha. So just what sect would dare to be so brazen? Back then, even though they had been trying to capture Long Chen, Pill Valley still hadn't dared to enter the Grand Sha. They had only been bold enough to seal the border, so it could be seen how afraid Pill Valley was of the Wine God Palace. Zhou Tianxiang's expression became exceedingly ugly. Now he couldn't find any trouble for Long Chen. Pill Valley and the ancient races had been slapped in the face once more. This time, the entire eastern Zan region had known of this matter, so they would truly lose face. I've already made the secret of the Heavenly Dao wine public. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and scram. Are you planning on staying for dinner? Long Chen looked at Zhou Tianxiang indifferently. Back when he had first started cooperating with the Wine God Palace, Long Chen had discussed this with the high priest. He had left himself this path. That was because Long Chen had known that the Dragonblood Legion's secret would be exposed sooner or later, and the Wine God Palace was the best shield for that. That was why this time, Long Chen hadn't had any misgivings about raising the Dragonblood Legion's power all at once. These experts still hadn't recovered from their shock. It was like they were in a dream. Although they still felt like there were many suspicious points, they weren't qualified to force Long Chen to answer their questions. Long Chen, even ignoring the Heavenly Dao wine, what about my Pill Valley's Nirvana scripture? That's a secret art that my Pill Valley does not transmit to anyone. Where did you learn it from? Demanded Zhou Tianxiang suddenly. When fighting Gui Yan, Long Chen had used the Nirvana scripture, so Zhou Tianxiang was aware of it. The Nirvana scripture was something only the top disciples of Pill Valley could learn. It not only required great talent, but also a specialized expert to guide you. But Long Chen was actually able to use it. Does the Nirvana scripture belong to Pill Valley? Is there any proof? I obtained the Nirvana scripture in one of the trials of the immemorial path, so does it have any relation to you? Sneered Long Chen. The Nirvana scripture was something he had learned in the Eastern Wasteland's Pill Tower. But back then, he had used a fake status, Long San, and also changed his appearance. No one would link the two. Furthermore, it was true that he had only truly used it in the immemorial path and after. So there was no way to tell he was lying. The immemorial path was an extremely ancient existence. Its history stretched into the immortal era, which was even more ancient than the dark era. There was no way to say anything about it for sure, so it was possible for him to have learned the Nirvana scripture inside. I don't believe you. Speak. What trial did you obtain it from, and how? Don't think I'm so easy to trick. Sneered Zhou Tianxiang. Idiot, this is my personal secret. You're not my son, so why should I tell you? Just telling you that I obtained it in the immemorial path is already giving you face. But as always, I give you an inch, and you take a yard. You're truly courting death. I will no longer answer any of your questions. All I have left for you is one phrase: fight, or scram. Long Chen couldn't be bothered. This fellow really was an idiot. Now that he had already resolved the problem of him being a heaven Caesar, Pill Valley had lost the right to try and make things hard for him. Furthermore, on his side, there was the Wyan sect, Heaven-Splitting Battle sect, Heavenly Sword Gate, and Wine God Palace, as well as the Xuantian Tower. Even if Long Chen slapped Zhou Tianxiang on the face again, he wouldn't dare to counterattack. But now they were too far apart, and with his previous experience, this fellow would definitely be prepared, so the chances of succeeding were too low. Otherwise, Long Chen would have definitely slapped him again. Everyone was silent. The people from Pill Valley, the ancient races, and the righteous path all looked at each other in dismay, not able to say a single word. So many of them had come in such an overbearing manner. They had shaken the entire eastern Zan region. It was unknown how many smaller powers were paying attention to the situation here in secret. Now, after having so many of their experts slain by the Xuantian Dao sect, they were unable to do anything and were instead viciously slapped in the face. If they left just like this, they would become laughingstocks. For the people from the righteous path, it wasn't that bad. But Pill Valley and the ancient races would lose all their face. Those two powers had come to find justice, but instead of that, they were kicked off the mountain like dogs. However, there was no longer any justifiable reason for them to target Long Chen. They were helpless. Cough, this matter is actually just a misunderstanding. Everyone, there's no need to be so hostile. Deng Kang suddenly coughed, saying, since it's a misunderstanding, why must we fight? In the end, the Xuantian Dao sect truly acted improperly. A strange smile appeared on Long Chen's face, and he didn't say anything. He just looked at Deng Kang, allowing him to continue. He wanted to see what kind of crap he was about to spout. Seeing Long Chen didn't retort, Deng Kang thought that Long Chen had reserved himself, and he became much more confident. He cleared his throat and continued. Although everyone came in an overbearing fashion and said that they would destroy the Xuantian Dao sect, those were just words of anger and can't be taken literally. As for the Xuantian Dao sect, you refused to answer and immediately killed people. This is against the reputation and harmony of the righteous path. Although it is mostly confirmed now that Long Chen isn't a heaven Caesar, he should have announced his secrets earlier to avoid so many experts losing their lives. It's not like his secrets were things that could not see the light of the day. Deng Kang shook his head with pity at the end. Secrets had to be made public. If not, it was right for others to kill you. Deng Kang, do you have the slightest sense of shame? Long Chen cursed inside, but he still didn't say anything. Now isn't the time to continue looking into who was right and who was wrong. This was all just a misunderstanding. However, this misunderstanding caused the ancient races, Pill Valley, and the righteous path to lose many experts. In the end, someone must pay for the debt. Furthermore, no matter how you put it, the Xuantian Dao sect has some responsibility for these matters. So, I will represent the Martial Heaven Alliance to mediate things. We will let this matter go, and the Xuantian Dao sect will not have to pay any compensation. What bullshit, so many of our people died. If they're not going to compensate us, who is? Roared an expert from the ancient races. On the other hand, Zhou Tianxiang was expressionless and just calmly listening. Let me finish. Although the Xuantian Dao sect has some responsibility in this matter, they also lost quite a few experts in Devil Spirit Mountain. So, this matter of compensation will be paid by my Martial Heaven Alliance. Deng Kang smiled. The Martial Heaven Alliance will compensate us. The ancient race experts were stunned. Even the other experts were stunned, including the Xuantian Dao sect's elders. Only Long Chen and Li Tianxuan smiled ever so slightly. That smile was one of disdain. Correct, the Xuantian Dao sect killed many of the corrupt path's experts, which is a great deal of merit. But they also killed experts of the ancient races in Pill Valley. Their conduct gravely damaged the unity of the continent, so the Martial Heaven Alliance has decided to neither punish nor reward them. Their reward and punishment cancel out, and their original reward will be split amongst those experts who died. How does this sound? Said Deng Kang. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Long Chen raised his head and laughed thunderously, his voice full of fury and killing intent. Chapter 13:20 Meng Qi's Fury. From the moment Deng Kang had opened his mouth and said that the Martial Heaven Alliance would be paying the compensation, Long Chen had known what this bastard had been intending. He was planning on using the reward of the battle on Devil Spirit Mountain, the reward belonging to the Xuantian Dao sect, to appease the ancient races in Pill Valley. He wanted to take the Xuantian Dao sect's resources to use as a gift for others. Although he had long since been prepared for such a thing, he was still infuriated. For someone to be shameless to such an extent, he supposed he should admire it. Deng Kang's expression sank. Long Chen, you, shut the fuck up. Do you believe me when I say if you piss me off anymore, I'll kill you right now? Raged Long Chen. At this time, Long Chen's eyes were about to spit flames. His killing intent had risen to his peak. He really did want to use the Xuantian Tower to kill all these people. The experts of the Xuantian Dao sect shed their blood and sacrificed their own lives to kill the corrupt path's experts. Now, you want to stretch your greedy claws to their accomplishments. Are you even human? Let me make you a promise right now, whether it's Pill Valley, the ancient races, or even your damn Martial Heaven Alliance, anyone who dares to touch that reward will have to repay it back 10,000 times. Although Long Chen was only a foundation-forging disciple, when he was enraged, his killing intent caused even these life-star experts to turn cold. Although his cultivation base was low, his combat power was immense, comparable to a rank 9 celestial. Most importantly, he had the Dragonblood Legion with its limitless potential. No one thought he was making an empty promise. Haha, I really did see something marvelous this time. The Martial Heaven Alliance is no longer the old Martial Heaven Alliance. The disorder within makes me sigh. At this moment, Yu Qingshan, who hadn't said anything this whole time, finally opened his mouth. Deng Kang, don't you think you're going a bit too far? Your paternal aunt, Deng Wakan, is Zhou Tianyi's mother, and Zhou Tianyi is Zhou Tianxiang's paternal cousin. Don't you think it's a bit improper for you two relatives to work together to con the Xuantian Dao sect? I can't bear to watch it any longer. Yu Qingshan's words caused a huge uproar. Whether it was the righteous experts, the ancient race experts, or the ancient family alliances experts, they all looked oddly at Deng Kang and Zhou Tianxiang. They hadn't expected the two of them to have such a hidden relationship. Fuck, no wonder you always help them. So it's a mouse and a snake sharing the same hole. How did you even have the face to show yourself and act as a mediator? Deng Kang, shouldn't you just kill yourself out of shame? Guo Ran was the first to break into curses. At first, Guo Ran and the others had thought that Deng Kang had been sent to smooth things over by the Martial Heaven Alliance. But, now it turned out he had been colluding with Pill Valley from the start. Deng Kang and Zhou Tianxiang's expressions were ugly. They hadn't expected such a secret was known by Yu Qingshan. It had to be known that even within their families, only very few people knew this secret. Absolute nonsense, raged Deng Kang. Deng Kang, are you questioning my trustworthiness as a businessman? Alright, then I'll prove that as a businessman, I never spout nonsense. Let's start with your Deng family's history. It all began when Deng Yaoqi was taken in as a disciple of Pill Valley. Hearing the name Deng Yaoqi, Deng Kang's expression once more changed. He hadn't expected the Huayan sect to know the matters of his Deng family so clearly. If he allowed Yu Qingshan to continue speaking, he would be doomed. I, Deng Kang, have always acted in an open and above-board manner. I am never biased, nor would I help any relatives. There's no need to praise yourself just yet. I am just wondering why the Martial Heaven Alliance would send you for such a major affair. Considering your relationship with Pill Valley, even if you were capable of being unbiased, you aren't fit to be the mediator. Furthermore, anyone with a head can see that you were continuously targeting the Xuantian Dao sect from the start. Do you think we're all idiots? Deng Kang, you look down on others too much. This matter isn't as simple as you think. Do you think that by suppressing this matter in secret, it would make everything disappear? You're wrong. Even if I hadn't brought up your relationship, the countless experts paying attention to this in the dark would have uncovered this eventually. This matter has shaken the entire Eastern Zon region. For you to selfishly abuse your position to target the Xuantian Dao sect, don't argue just yet. I'm not a judge, so I don't care about these things. All I'm saying is that you should prepare yourself. Whether the Martial Heaven Alliance wants to be just this time or whether they have to bend to public pressure, you, Deng Kang, will definitely not have a good ending. If I were you, I wouldn't waste your little time remaining on arguing. The Xuantian Dao sect will definitely send a complaint to the Martial Heaven Alliance, so you should think about how you want to pass the rest of your life. Deng Kang was pale as paper. Now he was really afraid. At first, he had just received a simple request from Pill Valley to act as a witness in this matter. Originally, Pill Valley was planning on eradicating the Xuantian Dao sect, and they had invited Deng Kang to avoid having the Martial Heaven Alliance interfere. All Deng Kang had to do was say that he thought all the blame rested on the Xuantian Dao sect, and he was powerless to do anything about their destruction. But things didn't go according to Pill Valley's plan. Now, Pill Valley hadn't been able to obtain anything, so Deng Kang had set his sights on the Xuantian Dao sect's reward. This reward was currently still in the Martial Heaven Alliance. Due to the fact that the Xuantian Dao sect had also killed people from the ancient races in Pill Valley, they hadn't immediately sent it. That was because once they sent it, they would be accepting that the Xuantian Dao sect had made great merit this time, which would also be accepting that Li Tianxuan had been right to kill those experts from Pill Valley and the ancient races. That was why the reward had been pushed back to until this matter was over. Yu Qingshan hadn't come with any intention of criticizing the Martial Heaven Alliance. After all, from a business standpoint, amicability made you rich. Making enemies everywhere wouldn't make you rich. But Deng Kang had gone too far, and Yu Qingshan hadn't been able to help himself. Deng Kang, don't worry. The Xuantian Dao sect will definitely investigate this matter to the end. I really want to know just what kind of existence the Martial Heaven Alliance is. If it's the sum of the Martial Heaven continent's righteous path, then why would they instead help outsiders suppress their own people? I don't think there's any need for such an alliance to exist. Or perhaps I should say, how many people like you, Deng Kang, are in the alliance? Is the change in the Martial Heaven Alliance related to certain powers infiltrating the alliance? Asked Long Chen indifferently. Yu Qingshan nodded inside. Each one of Long Chen's words was pointed right at the vitals of the Martial Heaven Alliance. If they didn't give the Xuantian Dao sect an explanation, they would have to bear the fury of the righteous path. This was different from Pill Valley. The Martial Heaven Alliance was an existence elected by the righteous path. It only existed to unify the righteous path's powers against the corrupt path. The operation fees of the Martial Heaven Alliance were paid by the taxes of each righteous sect. And so it was those very sects that the Martial Heaven Alliance depended on. Now that Deng Kang and Zhou Tianxiang's relationship was exposed, the fact that the Martial Heaven Alliance had worked together with Pill Valley to suppress the Xuantian Dao sect would definitely cause huge waves in the continent. This was something none of the righteous sects would allow. Just a few sentences from Long Chen caused terror to appear on Deng Kang's face. He could already tell just how serious this matter was. He thought of Dan Teng and how he had been killed to show Pill Valley's innocence. For a moment, everyone was silent. The Xuantian Dao sect side icily stared at these sanctimonious fellows with disdainful expressions. The faces of Pill Valley and the ancient races had been slapped thoroughly. They didn't even have the slightest ability to counterattack now. Their only choice was to scram. Staying here didn't give them any hope, but leaving would cause them to lose all their face. They were stuck. Long Chen, weren't you struck by the corrupt path's underworld soul ghost curse? How are you completely fine? Asked a righteous expert suddenly. Does it have anything to do with you? Do you have some problem with me being alive? Sneered Long Chen. This person was a true idiot. He was asking to be cursed. That righteous expert's words immediately brought everyone's attention to Long Chen. That underworld soul ghost curse was one of the corrupt path's most vicious curses. Those who were cursed would definitely die. For Long Chen to still be alive, could it be he had already undone the curse? Long Chen, I heard you have the ability to fight rank 9 celestials. I wonder if that's true or false. Do you dare to have a battle against me? Don't worry, I, Luo Minghao, will not bully you. You are in the Foundation Forging realm, so I will also suppress my cultivation base to the Foundation Forging realm. If you can receive 3 blows from me, it will count as your win. At this moment, the rank 9 celestial from the Ancient Family Alliance finally opened his mouth to challenge Long Chen to a battle. Furthermore, this Luo Minghao's tone was exceedingly arrogant. To say he would only use 3 moves, he was intentionally humiliating Long Chen. My Xuantian Dao sect has never had any conflicts with your Ancient Family Alliance. Are you trying to pick a fight? Long Chen didn't even look at Luo Minghao. He spoke directly to the leader of the Ancient Family Alliance's group. For young disciples to exchange pointers is completely normal. Where did this hostility come from? Said that elder indifferently. Long Chen's gaze was cold. He was just about to speak when Meng Qi flew into the air, wearing a bright dress that made her seem like a pure fairy. If you want a fight, I'm willing to accept your challenge. With Long Chen's status and position, not just anyone is qualified to challenge him, said Meng Qi. Her voice was beautiful, but her eyes were cold. Meng Qi had a calm and peaceful nature, but some people were just too hateful. Despite knowing Long Chen was afflicted with a curse and couldn't fight, they intentionally wanted to humiliate him. Luo Minghao was instantly captivated by Meng Qi's beauty. Thinking of how intimately Meng Qi and Tang Waner had treated Long Chen, inconceivable envy appeared in his eyes. With a cold snort, he also flew into the air. Chapter 13:21 Terrifying Cloud Chasing Heaven Swallowing Sparrow. Boss, maybe you should let me go instead, said Ji Yu Yong worriedly. He was worried Meng Qi wouldn't be a match for Luo Minghao. Right now, in the Dragonblood Legion, Long Chen was under the effects of the curse and couldn't fight, Wild was in slumber, and Yu Zifeng's soul was in his sword. The strongest ones in the Dragonblood Legion should be he and Tang Waner. Long Chen shook his head. If you want to find someone in the Dragonblood Legion who can fight against a rank 9 celestial, right now the only one is Meng Qi. Long Chen was aware of the truth, as was Tang Waner, or she'd have long since attacked. What's so good about Long Chen? There's no need for a flower to waste away in manure. It'd be better for you to join my Ancient Family Alliance. Luo Minghao looked at Meng Qi with adoration. This bastard must want to die. All the Dragonblood warriors were infuriated by Luo Minghao. He was clearly humiliating Long Chen by inviting Meng Qi right in front of him. Long Chen indifferently looked at Luo Minghao. He had seen many people like him who relied on their talent, their cultivation base, and their background. They viewed others as beneath them. From the eastern wasteland to the central plains, Long Chen didn't even know how many such people he had killed. He had already grown numb. Meng Qi shook her head and sighed, I didn't want to kill anyone, but why did you have to be so loathsome? And you're so sinister too. Despite knowing that Long Chen is under a curse and can't fight, and his cultivation base is still at the foundation forging realm, you continuously try to humiliate him. If Long Chen wasn't cursed and his cultivation base was at the Jade Core realm, you wouldn't even be fit to carry his shoes. Your strutting around has angered me, so you should be careful. When I attack, it won't be to exchange pointers with you, but to take your life. Meng Qi's voice clearly rang in everyone's ears. Her voice was like immortal music, but everyone could feel her fury and killing intent. Take my life, ha ha ha, what a huge joke. Do you want to bet? How about if you lose, you become my Dao companion? Sneered Luo Minghao. Meng Qi formed a hand seal, and 8 colored runes appeared behind her. Suddenly, her soul energy erupted. When Meng Qi summoned the manifestation of a rank 8 celestial, all the life star experts' expressions changed. Even they felt their souls shake. That meant Meng Qi's spiritual strength was so strong that it could even threaten them. It had to be known that this was just the release of her aura, not an attack targeted toward them. From this, it could be seen that Meng Qi's soul energy had been condensed to an extremely terrifying level. Just as Meng Qi summoned her cry of the heavenly Daos, a huge figure appeared behind her. It was humanoid and 30 meters tall, with a sword in one hand and a pair of wings on its back. It immediately slashed its sword at Luo Minghao. HMPH, a little rank 8 celestial dares to challenge me. Lu Minghao let out a single relaxed punch and didn't even summon his manifestation. There was a violet ring on his finger, which was a powerful soul item. It unleashed violet light that wrapped around his fist. The sword was easily blocked by Luo Minghao. But his expression suddenly changed, because his soul item was actually not able to completely absorb Meng Qi's spiritual attack. He immediately felt like a million needles were stabbing his mind, and he almost shrieked. The illusory figure once more slashed out its sword. Its movements were nimble and quick, as if it came from an expert of the sword Dao who was unleashing consecutive strikes. 9 flowers manifest the heavenly Daos. Luo Minghao immediately summoned the peak manifestation of a celestial. Heaven and earth trembled as all the heavenly Dao energy in the world was stripped away. All the experts present felt the amount of heavenly Dao energy they could use sharply drop. This was the most domineering aspect of rank 9 celestials. As long as they summoned their manifestations, they would be able to suppress all other celestials. Luo Minghao once more sent out a fist, and this time, there were countless heavenly Dao runes wrapped around it. In front of this terrifying heavenly Dao energy, the illusory figure Meng Qi had summoned instantly shattered. But just as it did, they felt something was off. Why had the sky suddenly darkened? What's that? Just at this moment, they realized a huge figure had appeared in the sky. A claw smashed down, its speed so great that space rumbled. An ear-piercing sound came from it. It happened so suddenly that Luo Minghao didn't even have time to use a weapon. He could only form a hasty hand seal, condensing a 9-colored runic barrier in front of him. That runic barrier was incomparably tough, as it was one of the special defensive arts of a rank 9 celestial. But the claw suddenly unleashed strange fluctuations, and the shield was instantly pierced. The claw continued at Luo Minghao without pausing. What? Now Luo Minghao was really shocked. He had never expected one of his strongest defensive moves to be so easily broken. His body suddenly began to shine. He punched, unleashing a huge fist image as he flew back. That fist image was shattered by the claw, and then the claw landed on Luo Minghao's body. He immediately vomited blood. Everyone here was shocked by this sudden change. Before they could even understand what was happening, Luo Minghao had been injured. He had only just been sent flying when space shuddered. A huge beak devoured Luo Minghao. Heavens, it's the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow. Meng Qi stood atop Cloud's head. Its wings were spread, and countless runes revolved around them. It suddenly skyrocketed into the air. It opened its mouth, and a large earthen pot was spat out of it. That pot seemed ordinary to the eye, and yet it released a terrifying pressure. It was actually an ancestral item. The pot shrank, and a figure flew out of it. It was Luo Minghao, but now he was disheveled and covered in injuries. Blood dyed his robes. It looked like he had been cut by millions of blades. Now Luo Minghao no longer had his old arrogance. Instead, there was fear in his eyes. When he had been swallowed into Cloud's stomach, he had entered a strange space, and within it were countless invisible threads constantly cutting the space. He had been almost turned to dust by these threads. After a moment's struggle, he suddenly realized he was helpless against this power, and he became covered in wounds. If he hadn't had an ancestral item, he'd have definitely died in Cloud's stomach. Now that he had escaped death, he became covered in cold sweat. Spirit net traps all life. He had only just escaped when the world shuddered. An invisible spiritual net covered the air around him. He instantly felt like his body was bound by spiritual strength and he became unable to move. After obtaining the myriad spirit diagram, Mengqi had only managed to activate a portion of its power and obtain a small part of its inheritance. But it had still increased her power by a terrifying amount. As for Cloud, having entered the myriad spirit diagram, it had obtained its ancestors' complete inheritance, and was no longer the old Cloud. Countless runes lit up on its wings, and Cloud seemed to split into two. It was like everyone's vision had blurred, and a second identical cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow appeared. That second cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow shot at Luo Minghao. Luo Minghao hastily tried to use his ancestral item to block, but he realized his spiritual strength was greatly restricted by Mengqi's soul art, and his speed had dropped by half. The earthen pot had only just managed to appear in front of him, but he couldn't even activate any of its power before Cloud's attack struck him. Space shuddered. The second cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow vanished, while Luo Minghao and his earthen pot were blown into the distance. Luo Minghao slammed into the ground and continued all the way out of the Xuantian Plaza. According to reason, such a huge impact would definitely smash a hole in the ground. But just as Luo Minghao had been about to hit the ground, the Xuantian Tower had lit up, and a golden light had appeared on the bricks. The ground was fine, but Luo Minghao violently vomited blood, not even knowing how many of his bones had broken. Everyone was shocked. A rank 9 celestial was actually being beaten so one-sidedly. The sky suddenly dimmed and Mengqi stood atop Cloud's head, slowly descending. Cloud's huge body shone with rainbow light, making it look like a rainbow starry sky. Despicable. To actually use external power, and what a brazen beast. Seeing Luo Minghao being beaten, one of the Life Star experts of the Ancient Family Alliance flew out in front of Cloud, attempting to block it. But he was instantly killed by a golden light from the Xuantian Tower. Within my Xuantian Dao sect, try to follow the rules. If you want to die, just say it directly and I'll help you, announced Long Chen. Cloud's power even shocked Long Chen. Right now, it was truly terrifying. Atop Cloud's head, Mengqi had completely bound Luo Minghao with her spiritual strength. Suddenly, Cloud slammed down toward the ground. Chapter 13:22 Everyone scatters. Cloud was so fast that it looked like a huge rainbow star had smashed into the ground. The Ancient Family Alliance's experts all turned pale. None of them would have thought that the seemingly frail Mengqi, an immortal fairy-like existence, would actually be so vicious and launch a death blow at Luo Minghao. Each one of her attacks had been merciless. Her spiritual attacks were to give the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow a chance to attack. After 3 consecutive attacks, Luo Minghao was in desperate straits. With an explosive sound, Cloud flew to the ground and smashed its wing at Luo Minghao. The entire Xuantian Dao sect shook fiercely. But Mengqi saw that Cloud's attack had missed. Luo Minghao had used some unknown technique to escape her spiritual lock and vanish. Just at this moment, a furious roar rang out, and the space behind her split open. A sword pierced toward her back. The attacker was Luo Minghao. There were spots of light covering his body now. It was like he was in between reality and illusion, having no substance to his body, but his attack contained a heaven-toppling power. This sword would definitely cause a fairy to fall if it struck Mengqi's body. Luo Minghao hated Mengqi now. She had caused him to lose face, and so he truly wanted to kill her. But just as his sword was about to reach her body, a rainbow feather dress appeared around Mengqi's body, and the runes on its feathers lit up, forming a barrier that protected Mengqi's back. Luo Minghao's incomparably sharp attack instantly rebounded upon contact with the rainbow feather dress's defenses. An ancestral item. Luo Minghao was shocked. He hadn't expected Mengqi to have an ancestral item protecting her. Just as he was shocked, a large claw slammed toward him. Luo Minghao slashed his sword at Cloud's claw. Sparks flew. Cloud was fine, but Luo Minghao was forced back. Luo Minghao couldn't help being shocked. Just at this moment, Someone from the ancient family alliance warned him, "That's a cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow. Its physical body is powerful, and its speed is peerless. Be careful." Cloud suddenly let out a bird cry, and the runes on its feathers began to light up with a mysterious cadence. It opened its mouth, and a black light suddenly shot at Luo Minghao. "Watch out, that's the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow's innate divine ability, the life-devouring light ray." The leader of this group from the ancient family alliance couldn't help being shocked. He had a certain understanding of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow, and it was precisely because of that understanding that he was so shocked. This life-devouring light ray was a shocking divine ability that allowed the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow to unleash its devouring abilities even outside its stomach. It had to be known that the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow's strongest point was their devouring power. And this life-devouring light ray was formed by condensing the devouring energy in their stomachs into a ray of light. It was a terrifying attack. Legend was that only 10th rank cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrows were capable of unleashing this move. But the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow in front of them was only at the 9th rank. The black light was incredibly fast. This terrifying attack hadn't taken Cloud any time to cast. This was the terror of a magical beast. It arrived in front of Luo Minghao in an instant, and he didn't even have time to use his earthen pot. All he could do was condense heavenly Tao energy into layers of shields before him. 18 layers instantly appeared, which could be called a terrifying defense. But what shocked everyone was that these layers of defenses were unable to bear a single attack from the black light, and were easily pierced. Finally, the black light pierced Luo Minghao's shoulder. His entire arm vanished along with his shoulder, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, shocked. Only now did he realize that his heavenly Tao energy was unable to suppress that strange black light. Its bizarre energy had instantly consumed his flesh, and most shocking of all, his heavenly Tao energy was unable to heal his injury. Some kind of energy was crazily absorbing his life energy. All his heavenly Tao energy could do was suppress that devouring energy, but it couldn't heal him. Just at this moment, one of Cloud's wings slashed toward him like a huge heavenly blade. "Bastard, this time doesn't count. Just wait." The heavily injured Luo Minghao was no longer able to use that strange movement art he used before. With a furious roar, he crushed a talisman and vanished. A void-breaking talisman. Everyone's expression changed. To be able to teleport a person from within the Xuantian Dao sect's grand formation, probably only a void-breaking talisman was capable of doing so. It was unexpected that Luo Minghao had such a precious treasure. That void-breaking talisman was incredibly precious. Even the hall masters of the Xuantian Dao sect had only ever heard of such things. As expected, it's just as the Eastern Wasteland Bell said. Peak heavenly geniuses aren't so easy to kill. Ordinary experts aren't able to affect their golden fate lines, and even if they can take the advantage, they still won't be able to kill them. This is the karmic luck of peak heavenly geniuses. Long Chen sighed inside. Meng Qi had definitely managed to obtain an absolute advantage over Luo Minghao, but she wasn't able to kill him in the end. That was because of his karmic luck. In truth, Long Chen was very clear on the fact that the reason Meng Qi was able to suppress him so heavily was because that idiot had been too careless. After messing up at the start, he had never managed to turn things around. As a rank 9 celestial, he had to have many trump cards. Regretfully, he hadn't even had a chance to use them before being defeated and fleeing miserably. If they were comparing their true abilities, even Meng Qi with Cloud wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat him. Right now, everyone stared in shock at that fairy-like figure standing atop the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow's head. They had all thought that the strongest expert of the Xuantian Dao sect's junior generation would be Long Chen. But it was a frail-looking woman that had defeated Luo Minghao in just a few breaths' time. She had even almost killed him. "If anyone from the ancient families wants to challenge me, you can come." Meng Qi looked at the disciples brought by the ancient family alliance. Those disciples had all mocked and looked down on Long Chen. Even Meng Qi was infuriated. These disciples had truly mocked Long Chen, but that mostly stemmed from their envy. However, now that Meng Qi had displayed such terrifying power, how could they possibly dare to say a word? "Goodbye." The ancient family alliance group's leader snorted and cupped his fist slightly before leaving with a gloomy expression. It was unknown whether he was saying goodbye to the ancient races, Pill Valley, or the Xuantian Dao sect. Clearly, the ancient family alliance had only come to watch the fun. But as a result, they were forced to leave dejectedly. They were infuriated. The ancient races won't let this matter end as is. All of you just wait. The ancient races also left, but not without saying some vicious words. Once the ancient family alliance and ancient races, experts had left, Pill Valley's law enforcer, Zhou Tianxiang, waved his sleeve and led those righteous experts away. The only ones left were the people from the Martial Heaven Alliance. Deng Kang's expression was exceedingly ugly, and he was extremely uneasy. If you had known this would happen, would you have still acted that way? The bitter wine you brew will have to be swallowed by yourself sooner or later. I won't be sending you off. Seeing that Deng Kang seemed to still want to say something, Long Chen directly expelled him. He knew that shameless people had faces thicker than city walls. He would say that this was all a misunderstanding, and that there was still room for discussion. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to waste that time. Deng Kang glared at Long Chen, but in the end, he led his people away. Looking at their departing figures, Long Chen's gaze was ice cold. Li Tianxuan smiled and said, "What, did you not manage to vent your anger?" Long Chen shook his head. Some people are fated to be enemies, and these people should be exterminated as early as possible. Otherwise, they'll cause a disaster sooner or later. There are also some people who curry favor and are no threat on their own, but then they will be used by others to become painful blades. As for whether or not they will become those blades, it depends on whether we can eliminate our enemies first and intimidate them. In truth, sometimes the power of these people who sway whichever way the wind blows is even more frightening than our actual enemies. The most hateful thing about these opportunists was that you wouldn't know when they would stab you in the back. And before they did stab you, you wouldn't be able to touch them. When did it become so complicated? Just attack whoever you find displeasing. Why make it so troublesome? Boss Bao turned his nose up at Long Chen's words. This part of Long Chen's character didn't fit in with them. Old two, come, let's go drink some wine. Long Chen, you three can come. Boss Bao couldn't waste his time on such troublesome things. He directly pulled Tu Qiansheng away to find a place to drink. Everyone, now that you've come to my Xuantian Dao sect, although I can't offer you any fine wine, I can give you a good place to drink. Li Tianxuan waved his hand, and an ancient mirror appeared in the sky. It was the Xuantian Dao sect's reincarnation mirror. Within the mirror, you will be able to see all the scenery of the Xuantian Dao sect. It's the best place to drink wine and discuss the Dao. Ha ha ha, good, let's go. Boss Bao laughed. Drinking up in the air was definitely appealing. Zan Master, sect leader, old man you, why aren't you coming as well? Long Chen suddenly noticed Li Tianxuan, Ling Yunzi, and Yu Qingshan hadn't moved. They had no intention of going with them. We don't really drink wine. I happen to have some good tea here, so we'll drink the tea. You can drink the wine. Li Tianxuan smiled faintly. Boss Bao didn't force them. Pulling Tu Qiansheng, Long Chen, and the others, he flew directly into the reincarnation mirror in the air. Long Chen didn't know that when they entered the reincarnation mirror. Li Tianxuan shook his head and sighed. I wonder if they can even last an incense stick's worth of time. Chapter 13:23 Nourishing the Soul. Long Chen, Bao Buping, and Chong Hao all vomited blood as they fell from the sky. Those shameless old bastards, they forgot about us after just drinking a bit of cat piss. Roared Bao Buping. Long Chen, Bao Buping, and Chong Hao just happened to see an ancient pavilion on a mountain peak as they fell to the ground. Inside, Li Tianxuan, Ling Yunzi, and Yu Qingshan were drinking wine, while Zheng Wenlong attended to them. As expected, it wasn't even an incense stick's worth of time. Li Tianxuan smiled upon seeing Long Chen's group of three. Brother Long, what happened? Zheng Wenlong couldn't help but ask upon seeing their wretched appearances. Don't even ask. Those shameless bastards, after drinking a few bowls of cat piss, they started fighting, said Long Chen gloomily. When Tu Qiansheng, Boss Bao, and the others had entered the reincarnation mirror, they had all been in a good mood. From within the reincarnation mirror, they could see all the scenery in 10,000 miles. It was definitely beautiful. Tu Qiansheng had also sincerely treated the bosses to his wine. Each one of them had drunk over 10 bowls right at the start, and as a result, the bosses who were not used to Tu Qiansheng's wine instantly began to overflow with battle intent. Without a word, they suddenly began to fight. They had completely forgotten about Long Chen, Bao Buping, and Chong Hao. Due to the intense stimulation of Tu Qiansheng's wine, the bosses started a fierce, chaotic battle, and their terrifying auras had sent the three of them flying. It was no wonder Bao Buping would curse them. Boss Bao had clearly said that he would bring them to drink wine, but before they had drunk much at all, they ended up vomiting blood. Long Chen supposed he could understand this. With the intense stimulation of that wine, it would have been strange if they didn't start fighting. But the main thing was that they had forgotten about the three of them. If they hadn't run fast enough, they might have been killed. The Zan master truly has foresight. Disciple is filled with admiration. Long Chen bitterly smiled. Clearly, Li Tianxuan had long since known this would happen. Otherwise, as the host, there was no way he wouldn't go accompany them. That was lacking manners, but now it was clear just how wise his choice had been. He also realized why Li Tianxuan would use a divine item as a place for them to drink. Yes, it provided beautiful scenery, but it also prevented them from damaging the buildings of the sect. Within the reincarnation mirror, they could fight as they pleased. It was two birds with one stone. Long Chen, you've come at the right time. I have to leave, so I can say goodbye now, said Ling Yunzi. Sect leader, why do you have to go so soon? Why not stay for a few days? Long Chen was startled. One reason I came was for you, but another is for Zifang. That child is a rarely seen genius of the sword Dao. With his soul sealed in his sword, it's actually a huge opportunity for him. This is when he can sense the true essence of the sword Dao. I came to bring him back to the Heavenly Sword Gate. Within the Heavenly Sword Gate, there are many opportunities for sword cultivators, so I'll bring him to test his luck. Only then did Long Chen understand. He gave Ling Yunzi a stone coffin containing Yu Zifeng's body. Ling Yunzi looked at Yu Zifeng and nodded. He said goodbye to Li Tianxuan and Yu Qingshan, and left with Yu Zifeng. Yu Qingshan also said, I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you any longer. If the Xuantian Dao sect needs anything in the future, you just have to send a message to Wenlong. Despite how Li Tianxuan tried to get him to stay longer, Yu Qingshan still left. However, he left behind Zheng Wenlong. Zheng Wenlong was a disciple he viewed extremely highly, and he left everything here to him to handle. Boss Bao and the others stayed in the reincarnation mirror for a full week. Each day, they drank and fought delightedly. On the other hand, Long Chen brought Bao Buping, Chong Hao, and Zheng Wenlong to Crouching Dragon Mountain to celebrate. Although they weren't members of the Dragonblood Legion, they were people Long Chen trusted greatly. They spent all day drinking and eating, also passing these days happily. This time, the Xuantian Dao sect show of power had gone perfectly with Long Chen at the helm. They had slapped their opponents' faces. At least for a short time, there wouldn't be anyone who dared to do anything to the Xuantian Dao sect. It gave them precious time to breathe. After the week, Boss Bao found Long Chen and transmitted the fifth form of Split the Heavens to him. Bao Buping had brought out the heaven-splitting divine tablets guidance from Devil Spirit Mountain. Their originally deviated version of Split the Heavens had been corrected. In the future, they would be able to use Split the Heavens with even greater power. Boss Bao had Long Chen change a few mistakes in his technique. Regretfully, Long Chen couldn't use his spiritual yuan, so he could only forcibly remember this. But he had no way of practicing. As for Boss Bao, he actually couldn't display it to him, because he had cultivated in the old form of Split the Heavens for too long. The way that he used it had been set in stone, and fixing it would be 1,000 times more difficult for him. That was why Long Chen, Bao Buping, and Chong Hao would be able to correct the mistakes in their Split the Heavens much faster. After that, Boss Bao and the other bosses brought away Bao Buping and Chong Hao. Tu Qiansheng left Long Chen a few jugs of his fierce wine. He told him that he had originally brought much more, but the bosses had drunk the rest. After Tu Qiansheng left, Zheng Wenlong discussed a few things about their future strategy with Long Chen before also leaving. The Xuantian Dao sect returned to its previous calm. After just a few days, people from the Martial Heaven Alliance came. However, they did not include Deng Kang. It was a completely different group who came to alert the Xuantian Dao sect that they could take out their reward now. Other than that, they brought some news about Deng Kang. Due to his abuse of power, he had gravely harmed the righteous image of the Martial Heaven Alliance, and was currently imprisoned in one of the Alliance's underground prisons. Assuming nothing unexpected happened, he would probably be imprisoned there until he died. Long Chen didn't find this result unexpected at all. The Martial Heaven Alliance had been forced by public opinion to do something so harsh. Even if it was just for others to see, they still had to do it. Li Tianxuan politely received them in a very magnanimous way. He even asked for leniency for Deng Kang, saying that he hadn't had any bad intentions and had only been deceived by others. In truth, this was nothing more than a formality. The matter was already closed. Unless all the righteous powers were gathered, there was no way to change his imprisonment. But by saying this, Li Tianxuan gave the Martial Heaven Alliance a way to keep their face, allowing those people to relax. The main reason they had come was to ease any untoward feelings. Li Tianxuan's cooperation delighted them. After all, they were just errand boys. If this went badly, they would be hard-pressed, so they were grateful to Li Tianxuan. After confirming what rewards Li Tianxuan wanted, they returned in just 3 days with everything. They were simply helping each other out. Li Tianxuan didn't make things hard on them, and so to express their gratitude, the long procedure which should have taken several months was done in just 3 days. And they had even personally come to bring the rewards to their door. They had killed a huge number of corrupt experts in Devil Spirit Mountain, and their reward was also huge. It was practically enough to rebuild the entire Xuantian Dao sect. That was why Deng Kang had been so greedy for it. These people had chatted with the others who had previously come to mediate things, and one of them secretly told Li Tianxuan that it was Deng Kang who had taken the initiative to speak to Pill Valley. His goal had been to devour this reward. Once he sent this reward to Pill Valley would split it with him. This reward was enough to make countless sects greedy. But Li Tianxuan decided to take a huge pile of cultivation resources as the reward. He was planning on using this entire reward on strengthening their current generation of disciples. Previously, they hadn't had the money to raise their disciples. In truth, the so-called geniuses were made through piling resources. No matter how talented a disciple was, without any resources as support, their talent would be wasted. Whether it was the cultivation environment, the support of formations, trials, weapons, pills, and medicines, they all needed money. Right now, the reason the Dragonblood Legion was so strong didn't even have much to do with the Xuantian Dao sect. They had grown by relying on Long Chen's efforts. As for that huge battle, if it hadn't been for the Dragonblood Legion, the Xuantian Dao sect wouldn't have been able to devour such a huge piece of meat. They would have been forced to share it with others, and perhaps at that time, their share of meat might even be snatched away. Now Li Tianxuan had used the Dragonblood Legion to earn such a huge amount of wealth, and he naturally wouldn't use that wealth to expand the sect. He'd use it all to raise them. The huge amount of wealth that poured into the Xuantian Dao sect was immediately used to strengthen the cultivation regions. Everything was rebuilt according to the highest standards. The Dragonblood Legion's disciples were allowed to cultivate in these places freely. As for the other disciples, their rations were increased by hundreds of times. The atmosphere of the Xuantian Dao sect completely transformed. It was like a beggar had become a rich person decked in wealth. That kind of feeling made countless disciples smile even in their dreams. Long Chen spent these few days relaxing. He accompanied Meng Qi and Tang Wan around the Xuantian Dao sect. Long Chen, give me Little Snow's crystal core. Recently, I've learned a strange art. I can use the myriad spirit diagram to nourish Little Snow's soul. Give me the crystal core, and I'll place it within the myriad spirit diagram. Only once Little Snow's soul is strong enough can he take over a powerful creature's body and be reborn, said Meng Qi. Are you sure? Long Chen was delighted to hear this. Little Snow had always been a knot in his heart. Now if they could perhaps find a 9th rank or 10th rank magical beast, then with Meng Qi's help, it really might not be a problem for Little Snow to be reborn. But Long Chen didn't know where his limit was. He didn't want Little Snow to be reborn and then very quickly be unable to keep up with him. He'd rather not suffer that kind of pain again. He wanted Little Snow to keep up with him forever. He had never found a suitable target. Furthermore, he had also been growing increasingly worried about how Little Snow's soul was supposed to take over a powerful creature's body. The myriad spirit diagram is extremely miraculous. Although I'm still learning about it, nourishing Little Snow's soul is no problem. Meng Qi smiled and placed Little Snow's crystal core into the myriad spirit diagram. Chapter 13:24 Target, Pill Valley. According to Meng Qi, Little Snow's soul would be gently nourished by all the spirit beast diagrams of the myriad spirit diagram. It had to be known that each image of the myriad spirit diagram contained the inheritance of an ancient beast, and there were endless profundities within. According to Cloud, within the specific image of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow, there was an extremely large space where it could comprehend its ancestors' inheritance. While the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow was also an ancient beast race, and its divine abilities were inherited through its bloodline. Its current bloodline had grown sparse. By Cloud's generation, many of their inherited divine abilities had been lost. But the myriad spirit diagram contained their complete inheritance. Even if Cloud could only comprehend a portion of them, its power had still soared to the point where it could fight with a rank 9 celestial. Little Snow's crystal core contained its essence. It was the eastern wasteland bell that had gathered Little Snow's soul into it. Little Snow was now in a state similar to a fetus, which made it the best time to nourish his soul. This kind of unconscious nourishing had no bad side effects. Furthermore, Xianxia said that as her power increased, she would be able to unlock more secrets of the myriad spirit diagram. When the time came, Little Snow's soul might grow to an unimaginable point through the myriad spirit diagram's nourishing. Xianxia understood Long Chen the best. Little Snow's matter had been a sore point for him. Now with the myriad spirit diagram, at the very least, she could soften that pain. Long Chen, when are you planning on leaving? At the top of a mountain, Tang Wan'er helped Long Chen tidy his collar just like a warm wife looking at her husband who was about to leave for a long time. She was unwilling to part with him. Long Chen looked at Xianxia and Tang Wan'er. His heart ached. After only just gathering for such a short time, he had to go again. The underworld soul ghost curse was too powerful. The first volume of the Nirvana scripture was only able to suppress, but not expel it. He needed to take a trip to Pill Valley. Right now, the Xuantian Dao sect had entered a temporary time where they could grow without any enemies attacking them. It was the best time for them to raise their strength. If Long Chen couldn't expel the underworld soul ghost curse, his cultivation base wouldn't be able to grow. The Dragonblood Legion was rapidly growing, but he hadn't advanced an inch. How could this be acceptable? That was why he needed to take advantage of this precious time to obtain the second volume of the Nirvana scripture. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to face the future. He had actually wanted to leave a few days ago, but he hadn't been willing to part with Xianxia and Tang Wan'er. But not leaving was also not an option. This peace was just temporary. He knew that whether it was the ancient races, Pill Valley, or the corrupt path, they weren't going to leave things as they were. When they attacked next time, it would probably be a thunderous blow. He had to raise his power as much as possible before that happened. Furthermore, the Xuantian Dao sect was only a power in the eastern Zan region. The central plains were too huge, and there were still many unknown powers he might have to face. Chu Yao and Yi Ziqiu also weren't in this region. There had never been a chance to see them. Chu Yao was someone he worried about especially. For him, someone as kind-hearted as her had stepped into the vortex that was the cultivation world without hesitation. Back when they had first left Phoenix Cry, she had left her familiar home, her little brother that she cared about, everything. It had all been for Long Chen. Now they had been apart for years, and he only missed her more. He couldn't keep waiting. He had to increase his power, as he wanted to see them again as soon as possible. Therefore, he had to control himself and couldn't hesitate any longer. Long Chen, no matter what you do, we will always support you. In truth, you've already done very well. No one could do better than you, so don't blame yourself. Xianxia gently rubbed Long Chen's cheek. Both Xianxia and Tang Wan'er, and even the entire Dragonblood Legion, were aware that right now, Long Chen was carrying too many things on his back. He had his own bitterness in his heart, but he didn't bring that up. On his own, he carried the entire Dragonblood Legion. They all saw how tiring that must be for him. He was the pillar of the Dragonblood Legion, the soul. Behind his many layers of defenses, there was a soft heart that needed to be cared for and protected. But they were only able to offer him very little. Long Chen felt ashamed of himself when it came to Xianxia and Tang Wan'er, while they felt ashamed of themselves. They felt themselves to be useless and unable to help him. What they needed to do right now was let Long Chen do what he had to do in peace. They had to encourage and comfort him. The three of them hugged tightly like chicks shivering in the middle of a storm. They nestled up against each other, sharing and taking each other's warmth. Only that could bring them some comfort. In truth, the undercurrents of the cultivation world were bloody and violent. The cultivation world was far crueler, far more merciless than a storm. Long Chen gave everyone a general outline of their future cultivation. He also gave all the medicinal wine they would need to Xianxia. It could allow the entire Dragonblood Legion to cultivate quickly without their foundations growing unsteady. In truth, Li Tianxuan had already arranged for everything in the resources department. They were all the best possible resources. But this medicinal wine could allow them to cultivate twice as fast with half the effort. At the very least, in the Jade Core realm, the entire Dragonblood Legion would be receiving the treatment a rank 9 celestial would. These resources that could have lasted tens of thousands of years were all used in this one realm. It could be seen how Li Tianxuan placed everyone in the Dragonblood Legion. As for when the Dragonblood Legion advanced to the Soul Transformation realm and above, that was the future. They would have to take things step by step. That very night, Long Chen gathered with the Dragonblood Legion, Hua Xiu, Zhao Zian, Mu Qingshan, Wang Zhen, Su Mo, and the other people he trusted for a big celebration. Once everyone had collapsed, taking advantage of the darkness of the night, Long Chen stealthily slipped off the mountain. Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er stood at the gates of the Xuantian Dao sect, watching as that familiar figure slowly faded. Their tears slowly dripped down their faces. "Big sister, why do we have to cultivate? Why can't we live as we please? I don't want to be apart from him so much." Tang Wan'er held Meng Qi tightly. Meng Qi wiped off her tears and patted Tang Wan'er on the back. She softly said, "Long Chen is carrying too many things on his shoulders. He doesn't want to part with us either, but he carries more responsibility. He's doing this so that one day, we can all be together without any worries. His current effort is for us, so we also have to work hard on cultivating. We can't hold him back. We have to be his arms so we can help him. Yes, you're right, I'm going to work hard. I'll help Long Chen." Tang Wan'er nodded, a determined expression flashing on her face. Long Chen stealthily slipped off the mountain in the night. One reason was for safety. The Xuantian Dao sect would tell its people that Long Chen was currently sealed within the Xuantian Tower, and the Xuantian Tower was using its power to suppress the underworld soul ghost curse. No one could disturb him. The other reason was because he had been afraid of seeing Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er when he was leaving. He didn't know that they had only been faking that they were drunk and had secretly watched him leave. After leaving the Xuantian Dao sect, he found a secluded place and took out a mirror. Using some medicinal elixir, he changed his appearance and stared at his reflection. "Hee, Master Long San is back." Long Chen smiled mischievously. This appearance was the same face he had used in the Eastern Wastelands Pill Tower. But this time, he made his face appear more mature. After all, 3 years had passed. Right now, the face-changing elixir he had used was of an even higher level. Even Life Star experts wouldn't be able to see through his disguise. In fact, Long Chen had even disguised his eyes, dampening the sharpness that a martial artist would possess. Changing his robes, he checked over himself and didn't see any flaws. He continued on his way. The Eastern Zan capital. It was the most ancient city in the Eastern Zan region, whose history stretched too far back for anyone to calculate. In the Dark Era, it had received a destructive blow and had almost been completely destroyed. After the Dark Era, the Eastern Zan capital had been reconstructed in accordance with its old style. Although the buildings were no longer the original buildings, it still possessed an ancient air. All the various large sects had branches within the Eastern Zan capital. This was a good place for them to engage in business and for them to stay in contact. The Pill Tower and Huayan sect strongholds were also present. As the largest city in the Eastern Zan region, it had a very high population, and countless experts were always coming and going. In this region, ancient race experts were often parading themselves ostentatiously. Long Chen was just in the midst of aimlessly strolling when someone in front of him almost crashed into him. He hastily dodged, but as a result, that person disdainfully cursed him. That ancient race expert had barely finished speaking when a large hand slapped across his face. With an explosive sound, half his face caved in, and he flew into the distance. Countless people let out startled cries and hastily dodged. When he finally stabilized himself, he roared furiously and turned to get his revenge on Long Chen, only to find that he had vanished as if he had never existed. "Human race bastard, if you have guts, get the hell out here," he roared, but after he said this, he noticed countless experts glaring at him. It had to be known that basically all these people were from the human race. Cursing like this was equivalent to cursing them all. Furthermore, there was even a distant Life Star expert present. That ancient race expert immediately left dejectedly. In a small alley, Long Chen watched as that idiot left. He looked at his own hand and shook his head. "Ah, this reflex is bad. I didn't even want to slap him before I slapped him. No, I must change this, or I'll be exposed." Tidying up his robes, Long Chen entered a nearby restaurant and ate a bit. After asking around for the pill tower's position, he paid his bill and went straight to the pill tower. Chapter 1325 An unfavorable start of the apprenticeship. The pill tower was located in the southern part of the eastern Zon capital. As for the Huayan sect's branch sect, it was located in the northern part of the city. The two of them were about as far from each other as possible. When Long Chen arrived at the pill tower, he was stunned by its grandeur. They really had too much money. The tower stretched into the clouds, and it was too high to even see its top. It was made of rainbow gold that was incredibly dazzling under the sunlight. There were 108 high towers in the surroundings of the main pill tower, like stars around the moon. It was a powerful visual effect. TCH, a bunch of counterfeit medicine sellers actually make this much money. How completely unprincipled, cursed Long Chen as he looked at the soaring main tower. They really were rich. Long Chen estimated that just the cost of the materials spent on the main tower was greater than 10 Xuantian Dao sects. He had investigated Pill Valley's medicinal pills and the pills that circulated on the market. Their quality was not bad, but the medicinal pills that Pill Valley enjoyed a monopoly of had basically all been modified to reduce their medicinal effect. It was clear that Pill Valley had intentionally decreased their effect to make more money from the people. It was no wonder Pill Valley was so powerful. This kind of wealth was truly enough to suffocate countless other sects. "Hey, little fellow, what are you doing looking so shifty-eyed?" Long Chen was at the entrance to the pill tower and appraising its splendor when a cold shout rang out. Several of the pill tower's disciples were guarding this entrance, and they found Long Chen displeasing to the eye. Naturally, men would hope to be more handsome than others. While Long Chen's face had been changed to no longer be so handsome, it was definitely not ugly. His tall figure was also attractive. However, his robes were broken down, and there wasn't the slightest grandness around him. He didn't look much better than a beggar. If his aura didn't show that he was a foundation-forging disciple, these disciples would have probably kicked him away already. "Haha, brothers, please forgive me. I'm actually one of Pill Valley's disciples and came from the eastern wasteland. I encountered a crisis in the martial heaven sea ring and almost died, so I only managed to get here now," said Long Chen. Pill Valley's disciple. Those disciples' expressions immediately changed. They were just disciples of the Pill Tower. It was unexpected that this poor-looking fellow would actually say he was from Pill Valley. They couldn't quite believe it. "Everyone, please don't mind my broken robes. I still have a few snacks in my pocket, so I'll trouble you to report that the Eastern Wasteland's Pill Tower's competition's champion, Long San, has arrived and is asking for help. I hope you won't laugh at me for this little gift." Long Chen handed over several small bottles. Each of them was filled with liquid, high-grade soul-nourishing elixir. Those disciples were startled. They had definitely been suspecting this fellow of being a swindler, but seeing this soul-nourishing elixir, they immediately felt more trust toward him. They had Xianxia realm cultivation bases. This high-grade soul-nourishing elixir was extremely precious to them, and what they needed most at this moment. Seeing that this poor fellow was actually able to take out this much, their opinion of him immediately rose several levels. They immediately put away the soul-nourishing elixir. Seeing their experienced movements, Long Chen knew that they were experts in doing that. They probably accepted quite a few bribes like this normally. "Yes, just wait here. I will go alert the higher-ups. Money could make even ghosts work." Very quickly, a middle-aged man was brought over. "You say you are from the Eastern Wasteland's Pill Tower. Do you have any proof?" The middle-aged man frowned upon seeing Long Chen. He clearly found Long Chen's appearance to be a bit hard to accept. How could a Pill Tower's disciple end up looking so destitute? "This is the identity badge I obtained for taking first at the competition." Long Chen handed over a golden badge to the middle-aged man. That was what he had obtained in the Pill Tower, and it was a token of Pill Valley. "Come with me." That middle-aged man's expression softened slightly upon seeing it. Long Chen followed him into a courtyard. After 2 long corridors, they arrived at the main tower. When he entered the main tower, he saw that the inside was even greater than what it appeared to be. There had to be a spatial formation present. Inside the tower was actually a lake, and there was a beautiful island at the center. This scene was like one out of a painting. They had only just stepped onto the green island when they saw a group of people standing there. The middle-aged man beckoned to Long Chen to not move. "Protector Zhou, the Xuantian Dao sect is acting carefully, and Li Tianxuan hasn't given us any opportunity. We won't be able to do anything to the Xuantian Dao sect temporarily." A voice rang out. Protector Joe. Long Chen acted like he was just curious and tilted his head over. He saw over 10 people up ahead speaking in a small pavilion at the core of the island. What surprised Long Chen was that it was Zhou Tianxiang and the other people he had brought from Pill Valley. Do you not want your life? Lower your head. Long Chen had only just taken a glance when the middle-aged man hastily gave him a spiritual message. Long Chen acted panicked and lowered his head. He couldn't understand. It had already been weeks since that matter. What were these people still doing here? Let them be. Arrogant for now. Have you done everything I told you to do? Asked Zhou Tianxiang. Everything's arranged. All the sects who helped us received a discount on the medicinal pills they want to buy. As for the sects whose life star experts died, we've given them their compensation. It's just that you think this compensation is a bit painful, said Zhou Tianxiang lightly. Yes. Is there a need to compensate them so much? HMPH, during exceptional times, we have to use exceptional methods. After being caught unprepared by Li Tianxuan, we have to win those people over. Otherwise, wouldn't their hearts turn cold? Snorted Zhou Tianxiang. As expected, Protector Zhou is farsighted. Disciple cannot compare. Long Chen rolled his eyes. How shameless. Had this person done this just to suck up to Zhou Tianxiang? There are still many things you need to learn. Since Dan Sheng has died and the higher-ups don't have a suitable replacement yet, you can be the temporary tower master here. Whether or not you can keep this position will be up to your own skill. Zhou Tianxiang also looked down on this person's boot-licking. He really didn't have any skill in this regard. Many thanks. That person hastily bowed in thanks. Zhou Tianxiang waved his hand. Report on things happening in the other areas. The ancient races and ancient family alliance have decided to temporarily not do anything to the Xuantian Dao sect. Most likely, they are afraid of them now. As for the Bloodkill Hall, I sent people to communicate with them, but their reply was vague. All they said was that their target is Long Chen. I can't tell their attitude. HMPH, those shameful fellows are just like prostitutes wanting memorial arches erected for them. They actually care about some stupid rule of only assassinating people in the same realm. There's no need to bother with those idiots. What about the corrupt path? Snorted Zhou Tianxiang. The corrupt path is infuriated by their defeat, but the strange thing is that they aren't preparing any large movements. I can't see through what they're intending. Zhou Tianxiang was silent for a moment. There's nothing strange about it. I heard the corrupt path has given birth to countless demon-class geniuses in the past few years. Each one of them is shockingly powerful. That female called Leng Yuan especially, she's a demon amongst demons. Perhaps in the corrupt path's eyes, Long Chen isn't a big threat any longer. As for the Martial Heaven Alliance's side, they sent news. Now the timing's awkward. In the future, there's no need for you to say it. Have them lie low, and once this gust dies down, we'll continue where we left off. Have you been able to find Zhan Jizhi? Asked Zhou Tianxiang. That fellow is being targeted by everyone, and so we couldn't find where he's hiding. That fellow has harmed too many people, and after the Xuantian Dao sect exposed their proof, countless other experts appeared and exposed even more of his wicked deeds. No one dares to form a relationship with him for fear of being implicated. If you can contact him in secret, it would be good. After all, he was once a disciple of Heavenly Fate Island. His ability to see through fate is very powerful, and we need such a helper. Furthermore, I'm sure he hates the Xuantian Dao sect as well. Working together with us is his only option. But remember, it must be kept secret, said Zhou Tianxiang. Yes, all right, since everything's arranged, I have to return to Pill Valley to give my report. Zhou Tianxiang had a conflicted expression. This report wasn't so easy to give as Pill Valley had been slapped viciously by Long Chen. The reason Zhou Tianxiang hadn't left even after all this time was because he was cleaning up his mess. Doing his best to deal with the aftermath and reducing the damage as much as possible. That way, he would have more confidence when he returned to Pill Valley. After all, it wasn't his fault that this matter had been ruined, but that he was simply unlucky. No one else would have been able to do better than him. Congratulations, Protector. Bastard. Weishan, who said you could come in? Only at this moment did someone notice Long Chen and the middle-aged man. Zhou Tianxiang and the others' expressions sank. They had been in the midst of discussing such a secret matter, but someone had been eavesdropping. Killing intent instantly filled the air. Long Chen's face turned green. What kind of heaven-defying luck was this? Was he about to be killed to keep things quiet? How could he possibly be that unlucky? Chapter 13:26 Danger upon Danger. The new Tower Master, who hadn't even been officially appointed, already began to act with the grand prestige of a Tower Master. He harshly shouted at Long Chen. Reporting to Tower Master, this person is. The middle-aged man who had brought Long Chen in was covered in sweat. He was one of the higher-ups of this pill tower. That was why he had the authority to bring Long Chen here. But he hadn't expected them to be discussing secret matters in a meeting that was supposed to have been over a long time ago. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. He couldn't interrupt them, and he couldn't leave. He could only quietly stand in the distance without moving. Facing the interrogation of the new Tower Master, he hastily reported everything he knew about Long Chen, even offering up his identity badge. Hearing that he was the champion of the Eastern Wastelands Pill Tower competition, they were all dumbfounded. Zhou Tianxiang carefully examined and confirmed that the badge was from Pill Valley. No one could fake such a thing. His ugly expression faded slightly. According to Pill Valley's agreement, you had to come to Pill Valley within 3 years after obtaining this badge. You've already missed that time frame. What kind of sacred place do you think Pill Valley is? How dare you come late? The new Tower Master shook his head at Long Chen disappointedly. What kind of place was Pill Valley? Even the most talented alchemy geniuses of the Central Plains wouldn't necessarily have the qualifications to join. The Eastern Wasteland was a desolate village in comparison. Pill Valley only gathered disciples from there once every 100 years. In truth, that was just to play their part. Pill Valley didn't really care about them. The Central Plains Pill Towers had similar competitions every 10 years, while the Eastern Wasteland only had such a thing once every 100 years. Just from that, it could be seen how great the difference was between the levels of the Eastern Wasteland and the Central Plains. The Eastern Wasteland's competition was nothing more than a formality for Pill Valley. Those who could obtain such qualifications in the Eastern Wasteland were all simply lucky. Considering their circumstances in the Eastern Wasteland, the disciples brought over to the Central Plains would be far from outstanding. So for them to enter Pill Valley was a huge fortune, but Long Chen had actually come late, wasting his fortune. Most unfortunate of all, this badge had his name and handprints on it. Others couldn't even use the badge in his stead. That was why even the new Tower Master felt regret. But there was no way around it. I had something to do and couldn't leave with the Tower Ancestor at that time. When I crossed the martial heaven sea ring on my own, I was trapped by sea demons, and my flying boat was destroyed. I had to fly all the way here on my own. That's why it took so long. But as soon as I arrived in the Central Plains, I rushed on over here. Long Chen shrugged helplessly. You flew over. Everyone's expressions changed. Seeing Long Chen's wind-worn appearance and his clothes that looked like they were about to fall apart, they immediately understood. You flew for 3 years and weren't eaten by sea demons. I suppose you could count yourself lucky. Bring out your pill flame for me to see, said Zhou Tianxiang. A flame rose in Long Chen's hand. Many different fluctuations came from it. A beast flame. Those experts were all speechless. The new Tower Master roared, "Are you playing with us? This trash merge beast flame is something even my Pill Tower's disciples would look down on. But I used this merged flame to take first place at the competition. If you don't believe me, you can check the Eastern Wasteland's Pill Tower's records," said Long Chen, aggrieved. He naturally couldn't expose his earth flame. The soul-devouring violet flame's ranking was too high, and he had used it when fighting Gui Yan. Furthermore, he had truly used this merged flame in the Eastern Wasteland. Even if they checked, he wouldn't have to worry. Zhou Tianxiang and the others shook their heads. The Eastern Wasteland had actually declined to the extent that this trash flame had actually taken first place. I don't have time to bother with this matter. You're late, so you've already lost your qualifications to enter Pill Valley. If you had any outstanding areas, perhaps Protector Zhou might be able to make an exception for you and bring you in, but you. The new Tower Master shook his head. This little fellow should stay behind at your Pill Tower. Properly look after him. After saying this, Zhou Tianxiang turned to leave. Hearing those last 4 words, to properly look after him, Long Chen knew that this bastard was definitely telling the Tower Master to make him secretly disappear. Senior, I experienced countless dangers to come from the Eastern Wasteland through the martial heaven sea ring. Please, just give me a chance, shouted Long Chen, but Zhou Tianxiang ignored him. He began to walk away, not wanting to waste time on Long Chen. Long Chen cursed and clenched his teeth. How was he so unlucky that everything always went awry? He suddenly extended his hands, and 10 threads of flame shot out of his fingers, forming a flame net in the air. This flame net caused Zhou Tianxiang to pause. The powerful soul energy and control Long Chen displayed had moved him. To control 10 threads of flame and have them interweave in the air was a dazzling sight. The 10 threads interwove but never clashed. They all maintained a set distance from each other. Your control's not bad, but your spiritual strength is only above average. Zhou Tianxiang shook his head, once more preparing to leave. Long Chen cursed Zhou Tianxiang. He had an urge to slap him. Heaven and earth shook as flame runes suddenly appeared behind Long Chen. Sacred chanting filled the air. In that instant, everyone's expressions changed. They looked at Long Chen, filled with disbelief. Is this trump card of mine enough to win me the qualification to enter Pill Valley? Long Chen had summoned the Nirvana scripture. You're Long Chen, you bastard, you dare to play with me. Zhou Tianxiang's expression suddenly twisted, and he grabbed Long Chen, looking like he wanted to bite him to death. Long Chen's expression was one of complete panic. I'm not Long Chen, I'm Long San, you have the wrong person. Ha ha ha, how brazen, you actually dare to act stupid in front of me. Whether or not you're Long Chen will be clear after a soul search. Zhou Tianxiang smiled sinisterly. It was no wonder he had felt that this little fellow was familiar. And that feeling had filled him with loathing. With his status, he was more than capable of bringing Long Chen into Pill Valley. It wasn't some major thing. The main thing was that he disliked this brat. Now that Long Chen had summoned the Nirvana scripture, the first thing Zhou Tianxiang thought of was him. Not caring about Long Chen's struggles, he pointed a finger at his head. Long Chen's body suddenly shook. He didn't have the slightest ability to resist as a vast spiritual strength poured into his mind sea, investigating his memories. At first, Zhou Tianxiang's expression was twisted, but then he became shocked. As he went through Long Chen's memories, his sinister smile disappeared. He's really not Long Chen. Zhou Tianxiang released Long Chen disappointedly. He had finished rifling through his memories and seen his entire past. This person truly wasn't Long Chen. He was Long San. Protector Zhou, are you sure he's not Long Chen? Asked the new tower master. He's not. I went through all his memories and saw everything in the eastern wasteland, sighed Zhou Tianxiang. It was a disappointment that he hadn't managed to get Long Chen's memories. As he had gone through Long Chen's past, he had seen him take an alchemy guild master named Xianxia as his master, how he had cultivated to the point that he managed to take first place in the Pill Towers competition, and how he had run into a struggle on the vast sea and flown to the central plains. In truth, other than the memories from the Pill Tower, the rest were all fake. They were what Long Chen had made for his guise as Long San. He had had the reincarnation mirror help him set this up. When an external power tried to touch the restriction the reincarnation mirror had left in his mind sea, his memories would vanish, leaving behind only these fake memories. When the external power left, his memories would slowly return. Right now, Long Chen was standing there blankly as he recovered his memories, and that appearance was just like someone recovering from a soul search. Even a wily old fox like Zhou Tianxiang was tricked. Damn it, why does nothing I do ever go smoothly? If I hadn't prepared some trump cards in advance, I really might have been doomed. Long Chen cursed inside. His journey to Pill Valley was already going badly. When would his damn bad luck end? Then, Long San, he probed the tower master. His meaning was whether he was still supposed to properly look after him. Long San's soul energy is very powerful and rarely seen. But because it's been too long since he has refined pills, and his cultivation base advanced too much, he hasn't managed to consolidate his soul energy, making it sluggish. But this isn't a problem. He just needs some pills and some time to recover. He really is a decent sprout. As long as he listens to orders, he can be raised into a genius. I'll bring him with me, said Zhou Tianxiang. In truth, while Zhou Tianxiang acted calm, he was extremely shocked. Long Chen's spiritual strength was something he had never seen before from a foundation forging disciple. His spiritual strength was comparable to a peak soul transformation alchemist. In order to enter Pill Valley, Long Chen had made countless preparations. Right now, his soul was similar to what it would look like after he had spent 3 years not training in it. Now he had erased all of Zhou Tianxiang's suspicions. Making completely perfect lies wasn't possible, but to create some lies that didn't have any big holes and could last a short time was more than possible for Long Chen. He knew that this wily old fox was already planning some things for him. Saying that he could be raised into a genius if he listened to orders was a subtle warning. Many thanks, Protector Zhou. I will never forget your great kindness and favor. Long Chen acted like he was going wild with joy. Seeing Long Chen acting this way, Zhou Tianxiang nodded. He brought him away with his people, going straight for the Eastern Zan capital's transportation formations. Chapter 13:27 Heaven Devouring Forest. Call me Protector Zhou, and stop calling yourself I in front of me. Call yourself Junior or this little one. Do you not even understand such simple manners? Atop a grand flying boat with Pill Valley's insignia, Zhou Tianxiang coldly chided Long Chen. Starting in the Eastern Zan capital, Long Chen had gone with Zhou Tianxiang through several transportation formations. But there were some places that could not be connected with transportation formations and required flying boats. On the way, Zhou Tianxiang and the other people from Pill Valley all ignored Long Chen, the winner of the Pill Towers competition. In the end, Long Chen couldn't help but open his mouth, but he was immediately chided. Through this anger, Long Chen could tell that Zhou Tianxiang still didn't like him. Although his disguise was perfect, Zhou Tianxiang still saw the shadow of Long Chen on him. However, on this trip to Pill Valley, if he didn't find a good supporter for himself, he probably wouldn't be able to establish himself within, let alone get an opportunity to touch the Nirvana scripture. Cough. Disciple wishes to ask. According to what I remember from when the tower ancestor left, this badge was supposed to last 10 years. Why did it expire? Cough. Great Protector Zhou, why do I count as late? Asked Long Chen. HMPH, what do you know? It might be valid for 10 years, but the first 3 years are the most important period to build a foundation in Pill Valley. After missing that golden time, there's little value in raising you. Did you think we'd waste so much effort on bringing someone useless to Pill Valley? If your spiritual strength didn't just make the cut, then after missing those 3 years, even with this badge, you wouldn't have the qualifications to enter Pill Valley, said Zhou Tianxiang coldly. Hearing Zhou Tianxiang mention this golden time, Long Chen suddenly recalled that the tower ancestor seemed to have mentioned something similar, which was why he had wanted Long Chen to go with him. But Long Chen had refused. Fuck, what a con. He thought he could use this badge to show off his stuff in Pill Valley, but now, why did it feel like he didn't have any status at all? Long San, listen well. It'd be best if you could memorize every word I'm about to say. Zhou Tianxiang looked at the little brat in front of him. For some unknown reason, the image of that person who had slapped him in the face always appeared, and he had an urge to kill this brat. But he had no choice but to admit that Long Chen's spiritual strength was stunningly powerful and extremely rare. If he was properly raised, he could definitely become an alchemy genius. Of course, that was the only reason he was bringing him. However, before bringing him, Zhou Tianxiang had his own plans for him. He continued, with your current power, you simply aren't qualified to enter Pill Valley. I simply feel that your spiritual strength is not bad. If you work hard, and if I go all out to raise you, perhaps you will be able to become. Long Chen sneered inside. Once again, Zhou Tianxiang was playing this kind of game with him. Just looking at him, Long Chen knew what he was thinking. But on the outside, he acted respectful, as if he was afraid of missing a single word. Bringing you into Pill Valley is my favor to you. But it's also part of my duty. You have to listen to me once you enter Pill Valley. If you're obedient, there will naturally be benefits to you. But if you start to get arrogant, let me tell you, your death will be very wretched. To tell you the truth, if you show your pill flame to any of Pill Valley's disciples, you'll make them all collapse in laughter. Within Pill Valley, even geniuses need powerful support. Without anyone to look after you, you won't have anything. Do you understand? From the very beginning, Long Chen had understood this old fox's intentions. He wanted Long Chen to be devoted to him. It seemed Pill Valley's interior was also not completely united. Disciple understands. Disciple will never forget Protector Zhou's kindness and favor. If I betray this oath, let me be struck by lightning. Swore Long Chen. Being hit by lightning was nothing to Long Chen, so he didn't care if it really happened. But to an ordinary cultivator, this could cause a heart devil during tribulation, and it was one of the most frightening oaths. Seeing him swear such a heavy oath, Zhou Tianxiang and the others were all moved. Protector Zhou, if there's anyone you want to kill, I will help you. Long Chen patted his chest. But inside he was thinking, don't worry, I'll definitely help slash you a few times with my saber. Zhou Tianxiang's expression was a bit rigid. Now that Long Chen had expressed such sincerity, he didn't feel right continuing to mock him. He lightly said, "Good. Just properly listen and I definitely won't mistreat you. But if you don't do as you're told, I can take back what I've given you at any time." Zhou Tianxiang's words were a mix of the carrot and stick. But Long Chen was already bored of such a game. "Your spiritual strength is too stiff now, and you're unable to refine pills. This is spirit activation pill. It will allow your soul to recover its old flexibility, and at that time, I'll see your alchemy skills." Zhou Tianxiang handed Long Chen a pill. Long Chen immediately consumed it. He entered one of the flying boat's private rooms to calmly digest the medicinal energy. After he was gone, one of the Life Star experts couldn't help ask, "Is this Long San really of use?" "I don't know yet. His soul is in a strange state. It's not powerful, but vast like a sea. Even a late soul transformation alchemist wouldn't possess such soul energy. Since soul energy is the foundation of alchemy, this Long San's innate talent is definitely demon class. But we still don't know how his control, alchemy technique, and comprehension are," said Zhou Tianxiang. "To be able to take first place in the Pill Tower's competition, he should be not bad, right? The Eastern Wasteland's Pill Tower is just some poor desolate shop. Can they raise any outstanding disciples? Even if Long San is an alchemy genius, without anyone to properly raise him, he wouldn't have any outstanding skills. Once his soul's reactivated, we can test him and see if he has the potential to enter the Divine Pill Hall. If he doesn't, then there's no need to waste the effort. Just send him directly to the Pill Order Department," said Zhou Tianxiang. "Protector Zhou, you're not going to personally tutor him? Your alchemy skills outclass all of ours," asked a Life Star expert. "I don't want to. For some reason, I don't like looking at that brat. I'm going to rest and think about how I'm going to give my report, and how I'm going to handle those pedantic bastards' questions," sighed Zhou Tianxiang, retreating to his own room. 3 days later, Long Chen came out of seclusion. In truth, the stiffness of his soul was just part of his disguise. But to properly act, he only came out after 3 days. The Pill Valley experts immediately had Long Chen refine pills after coming out to see his technique and control. The alchemy ability Long Chen displayed was on the same level as when he had refined pills in the Eastern Wasteland's Pill Tower. Those Pill Valley experts shook their heads. These alchemy arts were too low in grade. They sighed disappointedly. Long San was already a bit too old, and he had spent so much time refining pills with these techniques. To have him start practicing Pill Valley's alchemy arts would require him to completely tear down and rebuild his foundation. It was impossible to change such habits without a few years. However, the comprehension ability that Long San displayed then completely stunned them. He would correct the flaws in his technique in just a few tries and completely adapt to new abilities in just a little while. They immediately began to teach him the most basic alchemy arts of Pill Valley, and Long San only took half a day to completely fix his old habits. His old habits and techniques didn't affect his alchemy at all. In just 2 days, Long San had completely learned Pill Valley's foundation alchemy arts. He could remember any pill formula with just a look. And when refining pills, he would only make a mistake once. He would never make the same mistake twice. Those Life Star alchemists were all shocked. They began to gradually teach him higher difficulty techniques and skills. Long Chen was just cooperating with them. With his pill sovereign memories, he should be the one teaching them. But winning their trust was a step-by-step process. On the way, one of these experts gave him an earth flame seed. Long Chen had no choice but to admit that Pill Valley really had too much money. They just randomly gave him the existence ranked 41st on the earth flame ranking. He refined the earth flame seed and told Huo Long not to devour it. For now, it was the flame he would have to use to cover up his identity. With this earth flame and everyone's guidance, Long San's alchemy arts progressed at astonishing speed each day. These alchemists were all incomparably excited and praised him as an alchemy genius. Even Zhou Tianxiang was drawn out. He hadn't expected to have found such a treasure. Long San was actually an alchemy genius with shocking comprehension. Thus, Zhou Tianxiang gave him a top-grade king item medicinal furnace as encouragement. Long San immediately cried tears of gratitude and swore to work hard for Pill Valley. He acted however Zhou Tianxiang directed him. That loyalty was like Long San would attack whoever Zhou Tianxiang asked him to with no questions asked. But he found that while Zhou Tianxiang smiled, that smile was forced. He still couldn't conceal his dislike for Long San. Long Chen knew that no matter how he disguised himself, there would at least be some shadow of his true figure following him. It seemed Zhou Tianxiang hated him too strongly. Even if he knew Long San wasn't Long Chen, he still didn't like him. Damn it, I have to think of some way to escape his sight. His suspicions of me still haven't been completely erased. What should I do? Being stared at by this bastard all day was very uncomfortable. It felt like a poisonous snake was behind him, capable of biting him at any moment. The flying boat continued onward. It was midday with the sun high in the air when the sky suddenly darkened. Long Chen jumped in shock. Slow the boat down. We've reached the heaven-devouring forest. Zhou Tianxiang's voice was a bit heavy, and even his expression became solemn. The flying boat slowed down. Long Chen realized that this darkness was actually a thick forest. These are true ancient trees that reach the heavens. Chapter 1328 Complicated Relations. These trees truly reached the heavens. They were so huge that even the 300-meter flying boat was like an insect flying past them. The leaves of the trees completely covered the sky, making it so not even the slightest sunlight could reach them. That was why everything was black. Damn, they have to be over 100,000 meters tall. If I have a chance, I have to grab some and plant them in the primal chaos space. Long Chen's heart pounded as he looked at these huge trees. He had an urge to dig up a few of them right now. But these trees were sinister and frightening. They almost looked like fiends. Bursts of evil air came through the flying boat's protections, turning Long Chen's scalp numb. What kind of trees could be so terrifying? Whispered Long Chen. Right now, including Zhou Tianxiang, all the flying boat's experts had solemn expressions. One of the elders who treated Long Chen well explained, "This forest you see is one of the famed 7 great danger zones, the heaven-devouring forest. Each tree you see is a fiendish lifeform and incredibly dangerous. Although this is just the border, we still can't be careless. If we provoke a terrifying existence, we probably won't be able to escape. Then why are we going through such a dangerous region? Why not go around?" Long Chen couldn't help but ask. "There are things you don't know. After the martial heaven continent went through the battle of the immortal era, it was fractured, and it left behind countless spatial abysses that cannot be crossed. If we want to return to Pill Valley, the closest path is through the edge of the heaven-devouring forest. Although it's dangerous, it's also the fastest way. If we go around, we'd have to go all the way across the martial heaven sea ring, and it would take at least 2 years. That expert kindly showed Long Chen a map. It was an extremely detailed map of the Central Plains. The Central Plains were wrapped around by the martial heaven sea ring in a very perfect circle. At the center of the map was a square area marked as the Central Zone region. It was drawn with a specific color. It was like a huge copper coin with the Central Zone region being the center of it. The Eastern Zone region, Western Zone region, Southern Zone region, and Northern Zone region were also of different colors. This was Long Chen's first time seeing such a detailed map. He couldn't help being startled. The 5 regions were inconceivably evenly split. It was like someone had divided them up meticulously. Each of the 4 outer regions was the same size. As for the martial heaven sea ring, it was a perfect ring of blue. Then from the Eastern Zone region to the Central Zone region, Long Chen saw a black mark. That had to be the spatial abyss that the elder had mentioned. Other than this black mark, there was a green mark as well. On it were the words heaven-devouring forest written in the deep red of old blood. Before Long Chen could carefully look at the rest of the map, the flying boat shuddered as a thick vine suddenly bound them. "Damnable headless creatures, we should have burned them to the ground," cursed Zhou Tianxiang. That vine was several feet thick and was like a huge python that had caught its prey. It coiled around the flying boat tightly. "Protector Zhou, what do we do?" asked a Life Star expert. "Ignore it, we'll smash through it and continue forward. We don't have time to waste," said Zhou Tianxiang. Divine runes suddenly circulated around the flying boat, and a terrifying energy was unleashed, blowing apart the vine. Long Chen actually heard something akin to a startled cry. "Increase the speed," shouted Zhou Tianxiang. The flying boat shot out like an arrow. But in that instant, the entire forest went berserk. What shocked Long Chen was that these ancient trees suddenly seemed to come to life, and huge branches slammed at the flying boat. At the same time, terrifying auras began to come from the trees. Those auras were similar to magical beasts, and they were not weaker than soul transformation experts. Countless runes lit up on the flying boat as it charged through the ancient trees. Anything in their way was blown away. Within the endless darkness, the flying boat continued to pierce through the forest. It was like an arrow piercing through tofu. Have these trees gained spirits? Why are they attacking? Cried Long Chen. They're not ordinary trees. They're tree demons from the spirit world, a very terrifying life form with immense life energy that makes them difficult to kill. As the flying boat continued onward, it continued to blow apart the trees. Although these trees were powerful, they couldn't stop the flying boat. But suddenly, a huge 3,000-meter figure appeared at the front and smashed a fist at the flying boat. The flying boat was actually knocked back. Long Chen involuntarily crashed forward and had to hold onto a pillar in the flying boat, or he'd smash into the edge of the flying boat. Human race, are you provoking my heaven-devouring forest? A furious roar came from that huge figure. The voice was like scraping metal and unpleasant to listen to. Furthermore, it was very strange. It was not the result of a mental transmission but true sound waves. Only at this time could Long Chen get a look at the giant figure. It was a huge wooden giant. Its head was covered in leaves, and its facial features were very vague. As for its eyes, they were two deep holes. But Long Chen sensed terrifying fluctuations coming from it. It was his first time seeing such a bizarre wooden giant. Since these trees came from the spirit world, the first thing Long Chen thought of was the forest divinity he had encountered in the eastern wasteland. It had also been a tree-shaped lifeform. But the two were very different. Her aura had been pure and graceful, while these tree giants possessed berserk auras even more violent than the magical beasts. Long Chen also thought of how he had helped the forest divinity gather flesh to activate a blood sacrifice and condense a gate between worlds. At that time, Long Chen had been very curious. That tree divinity had clearly been terrifyingly powerful, more than strong enough to kill magical beasts. But she had said that if it killed creatures on its own, it would absorb their resentment and grievance along with their energy, and that was poison. That tree divinity had also come from the spirit world. Then based on this, did it mean that the spirit world's creatures were split into two types? One type was similar to the forest divinity, while another was like these violent tree demons. Looks like I entered the wrong part of the spirit world last time. I probably entered the territory of these berserk tree demons and not the area of the forest divinity. Long Chen came to a sudden realization as to why his trip with Meng Qi to the spirit world before had been so dangerous. Following the first wooden giant, more and more of them appeared, completely surrounding the flying boat. A strange aura of slaughter filled the air. It's not that my human race is provoking you, but that your heaven-devouring forest goes too far. You are provoking Pill Valley, sneered Zhou Tianxiang. He appeared at the front of the flying boat, staring coldly at these wooden giants without the slightest fear. According to our ancient agreement, your heaven-devouring forest is allowed to take root here. This place is your domain, but my Pill Valley should have the authority to pass through it. Now, this flying boat not only has Pill Valley's mark, but also contains such dense flame energy. So you knew this was Pill Valley's flying boat, yet you still tried to stop us. What are you intending? Long Chen was shocked. Pill Valley was so powerful. Zhou Tianxiang was actually able to use Pill Valley's name to intimidate all. These tree demons, was that really possible? Furthermore, what was that ancient agreement? Who had decided on it? Countless questions swirled through Long Chen's mind. He seemed to smell some kind of bad stench. Your Pill Valley can pass, but you must follow the rules. You must go through our domain calmly and quietly so as to not disturb our sleeping lifeforms. Do you not know that when our children are startled awake, it will take decades just for them to fall asleep again? Sleeping is like cultivating to us. For you to not follow the rules like this, even if we killed all of you, we would be justified. Shouted the leader of the wooden giants. Ha ha ha, you really are brazen. Since you're getting arrogant, do you want to come and try it? My Pill Valley could allow you to stay here, but it can also kick you back to the spirit world. If you have the guts, then come. Let's see who has more guts between us. Zhou Tianxiang laughed and returned into the flying boat, shouting, prepare the heavenly flame cloud arrow. If they dare to stop us, release it. Those life star experts didn't tarry. There was a 3-meter sphere within the flying boat, and they pressed their hands against it. Flame runes appeared in the air as they poured the energy of their pill flames into the sphere. Receiving this much energy from so many life star experts at once, the entire flying boat shuddered. The front of it opened up, and a huge ball of light appeared, still growing. A terrifying heat instantly set the air on fire. The trees within 10 miles were incinerated. The tree giants retreated. Although Long Chen couldn't see their expressions, he could guess that they were definitely filled with fear. Over 10 Life Star experts, who were also alchemists, had condensed all their energy together. The destructive power within it was unimaginable. Let them through. Send word that no one is to block the flying boats of Pill Valley. Just at this moment, a voice rang out from the depths of the forest. Chapter 1329 Thinking of a Way. The flying boat quickly left the heaven-devouring forest, no longer suffering any more attacks. Furthermore, as they flew by, the giant trees would open a path for them, which revealed the light of the sun. Protector Joe is mighty. You managed to completely intimidate those wood idiots. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome, said a Life Star expert emotionally. The other Life Star experts nodded. If Zhou Tianxiang hadn't managed to intimidate the tree demons, it really would have been troublesome. HMPH, those tree demons have been cultivating for too long, even their heads have started to solidify. They're actually acting more and more unscrupulously. Back then, Pill Valley gave them some space and respected their living habits. Each time we passed, we would slow down. But those idiots actually took that as us being afraid of them. They would block our flying boats several times and threaten us. If we didn't do this, it probably wouldn't be long before they started demanding a toll for us to pass, sneered Zhou Tianxiang. This detestable heaven-devouring forest doesn't even place Pill Valley in its eyes. It seems our prestige is dropping more and more. It's all because of those stubborn old bastards who are hidebound by convention. Otherwise, who would dare to say a word if we eliminated a few sects like the Xuantian Dao sect? Raged a Life Star expert. Long Chen quietly listened. Suddenly, Zhou Tianxiang glanced at him, and Long Chen knew that this bastard was about to kick him out, so he took the initiative. Seniors, it seems that you're talking about major classified matters. Does disciple need to step away? Probed Long Chen. Zhou Tianxiang had been about to send Long Chen away on the pretext of him needing to cultivate. After all, some things weren't appropriate for him to know. But now that Long Chen had put it like this, he didn't feel right kicking him out. Although Zhou Tianxiang still disliked Long San inside, he still felt that raising a powerful genius alchemist would bring him great benefits. If he kicked him out here, it would imply that he still thought of him as an outsider. There's no need, you're not an outsider, and you can know some things. You just have to remember them in your heart and not bring them up, said Zhou Tianxiang in the end. In truth, Long San will learn of this sooner or later. Learning it now isn't a bad thing. One of the Life Star experts explained, Pill Valley can be said to be the strongest power within the entire continent. Whether it's in terms of power or wealth, we completely beat the Xuantian Dao sect. If we wanted to, we could crush them like ants. What's the Xuantian Dao sect? Is it very powerful? Long Chen acted stupid. Cough, I forgot you only encountered the alchemy world in the eastern wasteland and don't know anything about sects, said that elder. Zhou Tianxiang had gone through his memories and knew that Long San was completely focused on alchemy and knew very little about the cultivation world. As for mentioning the Xuantian Dao sect, it was just to vent some of his resentment at them. In any case, all you need to know is that Pill Valley is the strongest existence in the world. However, although we have all that power, a group of conservative old men still control Pill Valley. As a result, Pill Valley's position is dropping more and more in the world, its dignity being erased. Even a declined sect dares to provoke our prestige. It really is infuriating. Isn't the cultivation world one where the strong are respected? If they don't submit, then just beat them. Can't you just beat them into submission? Asked Long Chen, continuing to try and learn any secrets. It's Pill Valley's higher-ups. They're too conservative and refuse to use our power to intimidate the world. It pisses me off. Hearing that elder's explanation, Long Chen learned that Pill Valley's interior was not united. Instead, there was a fierce fight going on inside. Long Chen summarized that Pill Valley had two factions. One was the conservative faction, while the other was the radical faction. The competition between the two sides was extremely intense. The so-called conservative faction was an advocate for staying neutral and not participating in any struggles. They focused on alchemy and were indifferent to anything else. The other faction, the radical faction, was unwilling to let Pill Valley go nowhere like this. Instead, it should be Pill Valley that controlled the continent. The radical faction criticized the conservative faction for being pedantic. They had also been the ones to allow the Wuxian sect to slowly grow. After all, with Pill Valley existing first, if they had simply annihilated the Wuxian sect with a thunderous blow at the start, there wouldn't be anyone who could compete with them. But the conservative faction had its own principles and was indifferent. They felt like representing Pill Valley's foundation was enough. The rise and fall of the cultivation world had nothing to do with them. Long Chen hadn't expected the situation to be like this. But to express his standpoint, he immediately began to curse the conservative faction for not showing initiative and not working on advancing. They stagnated, holding back Pill Valley's development. Long Chen's display satisfied Zhou Tianxiang and the others. At the very least, in terms of character, this Long San was not bad. They needed this kind of highly proactive youth. Protector Zhou, if you need anything, just tell me. Disciple will definitely accomplish it even if I must go through raging fire or deep water. After all, I, Long San, am also a member of Pill Valley, and I have the responsibility to push Pill Valley forward and excavate all my potential. I'll work hard to overthrow those pedantic rulers stopping Pill Valley's growth. I'll make them all get lost. Long Chen cried with righteous indignation as if the Conservative Party had somehow committed great atrocities against him. These words were mostly just big talk. Zhou Tianxiang and the others also felt that it was a joke that a small little disciple could overthrow the Conservative faction. But they also approved of his attitude, so Zhou Tianxiang nodded. Good, Long San, just remember that as long as you work hard enough and are loyal, you'll definitely receive the best grooming within Pill Valley. Once we arrive at Pill Valley, I'll tell you how to act. However, although your alchemy talent's decent, don't get easily satisfied. There are plenty of geniuses in this world. Your current accomplishments are nothing, so you need to work hard on improving your alchemy arts. No matter how good your talent is, you can't slack off. If you don't have the willpower to work through the boredom and loneliness, you won't have any big accomplishments. We all have a high view of your talent, so work hard. Yes, disciple understands. Disciple will immediately enter seclusion and bitterly train. Long Chen said his goodbyes and returned to his room. Locking the door, he drank some wine and fell asleep, beginning his bitter training. Because of the underworld soul ghost curse, he was only able to use his spiritual yuan to form his flame energy. That was the only way to prevent the curse from reactivating. Other than refining pills, he couldn't do anything right now. In the past few days, he had been forced to be extremely careful with all these experts staring over his shoulder. It was truly tiring. When he finally had a chance to rest, he naturally took a good nap. Long Chen didn't know how long he had been sleeping for when he suddenly heard someone knock on the door. He hastily sat up and warmed up his pill furnace, looking like he had just been refining pills. Only then did he open the door. Working hard is good, but you need to balance it. After 4 more hours, we'll arrive at Pill Valley. Therefore, Protector Zhou wants you to make yourself presentable. Switch out your robes. One of Pill Valley's experts handed Long Chen a set of ocean blue embroidered robes. Long Chen washed up. His messy hair was tied into a knot behind his head. After putting on the robes, he looked much more alive and refreshed. With his tall stature, the robes even made him appear handsome. If he walked down the streets, he'd definitely turn a few heads. Haha, not bad. As expected, the clothing makes the man. You're like a whole different Long San. When Long Chen came out, the elders were quite moved. He was like a completely different person. He had been like an impoverished beggar when they had first met him. But now, it was like he had become a prince. The visual impact was quite great. Truly not bad, but handsomeness doesn't have that much use. Of course, if you were able to seduce the Pill Fairy, that would be a different story. Zhou Tianxiang looked over Long Chen. For some unknown reason, the image of Long Chen appeared in his mind as he looked at Long San. Who is the Pill Fairy? Asked Long Chen. Haha, little fellow, Protector Zhou was just joking. Don't start getting carried away by your wishful thinking. With your current power, you don't even have the qualifications to meet the Pill Fairy, laughed one of the elders. Using this bit of time we have, I'll test you and see how well you've progressed after everything we've taught you. Zhou Tianxiang directly began to test Long Chen on the foundational alchemy arts of Pill Valley. Long Chen answered all his questions easily. The most shocking thing to Zhou Tianxiang and the others was that Long Chen was able to infer concepts completely beyond what they had initially taught him. Just from the foundational skills they had taught him, he proposed various theories. A portion of those were wrong, only looking right in theory, and Zhou Tianxiang immediately corrected them, but this terrifying comprehension ability still amazed them. Furthermore, his control over his pill flame had also reached a very high level. Even these old alchemists were stunned. But then thinking of his terrifying spiritual strength, they supposed that such precise control was only natural. Just at this moment, the flying boat stopped in front of a huge transportation formation. There were countless experts guarding it, all of them wearing the robes of Pill Valley. Long San, just follow me, said Zhou Tianxiang. Long Chen's heart turned cold as he realized what Zhou Tianxiang was intending. In the future, Zhou Tianxiang would be looking after him. But Long Chen didn't want to keep interacting with this fellow. He was worried about being seen through. Many thanks, Protector Zhou. However, he had no choice but to put on a grateful expression as he thought of how to escape this fellow. As he descended the flying boat with Zhou Tianxiang, he suddenly thought of an idea, and a wicked grin appeared on his face. He tightly followed behind Zhou Tianxiang, locking his eyes on Zhou Tianxiang's butt. Chapter 1330 Lord Brahma and Fallen Daynite. Zhou Tianxiang descended the boat first, while the others followed him. Clearly, his status was very high even within Pill Valley. The experts guarding the transportation formation all bowed toward him. As for Zhou Tianxiang, he only nodded slightly in reply. Although these people were all life-star experts, the guards had to be deferential to Zhou Tianxiang's group. This is normal. Within Pill Valley, rather than having a high cultivation base, having high alchemy skills is the most important thing, said an elder upon seeing Long Chen's curious expression. Long Chen immediately understood. Pill Valley's foundation was their medicinal pills. They represented the alchemy world's greatest glory. So compared to cultivation base, alchemy was more important. However, to have 4 life-star experts guarding a single transportation formation, Pill Valley's wealth was truly frightening. Just raising cultivation base is useless. Training your alchemy arts is the most important thing. Fighting and other coarse work can be easily handled by others. That's why you don't need to feel inferior about having a low cultivation base. There are countless medicinal pills in Pill Valley that can raise your cultivation base. But raising your alchemy arts depends on yourself. Remember, alchemy arts are the most important thing in Pill Valley, said Zhou Tianxiang. In Pill Valley's eyes, no matter how great your cultivation talent was, at best you would just be a high-level fighter. Alchemy was the truly important thing. Yes, many thanks for Protector Zhou's reminder. Disciple will remember your words, said Long Chen. Zhou Tianxiang suddenly felt something was off. Sweeping out with his divine sense, he saw Long San staring at his butt. He was startled. What illness did this brat have? He suddenly noticed a strange emotion in Long San's eyes. What the, is this brat? Zhou Tianxiang's hair stood on end. He suddenly thought of something strange. When he had gone through Long San's memories, he hadn't seen any memories of him falling for girls. In fact, even his memories of women were indistinct. He hadn't particularly noticed that before, but now with Long San staring at his butt, he immediately thought of it. He felt like Long San's gaze was like a viper's, sweeping back and forth across his butt. Goosebumps raised across his skin. This bastard, he's a homosexual. Zhou Tianxiang suddenly felt noxious. It was no wonder he had been feeling disgusted by him from the start. So this was the case. Long San, you walk at the front. Zhou Tianxiang immediately stopped and made Long Chen come forward. Long Chen hastily stopped staring and said, how could Disciple possibly walk in front of you? Disciple does not dare. Disciple would rather stay here and stare at Protector Zhou's grand back. That is Disciple's glory. Zhou Tianxiang was enraged. His suspicion that Long San was a homosexual increased even more. If I tell you to go to the front, then go to the front. Yes, Disciple will go immediately. Long Chen acted cowed and walked to the front. But inside, he was ecstatic. With all the tricks up his sleeve, getting out of Zhou Tianxiang's close watch was easy. Zhao Shang, I suddenly recall I have many things to handle. I'll leave Long San to you. You'll be in charge of everything when it comes to Long San, said Zhou Tianxiang to one of the experts beside him. Me, but my alchemy arts are far inferior to yours, said that Zhao Shang. It's fine. Long San is definitely smart enough to enter the Divine Pill Hall. He'll get specialists to teach him alchemy arts at that time. With his talent, all you have to do is make sure he has what he needs. Give him everything he wants. If there are any difficulties, you can find me, said Zhou Tianxiang. Yes, many thanks, Protector Zhou. Zhao Shang was extremely grateful. The other experts all had envious expressions. Long Chen was like a piece of fat meat in their hands. They would all be getting some benefits. That was because his future accomplishments would be amazing, and they would have contributed merit in bringing such a genius to Pill Valley. If their luck was good, they would be getting quite some benefits. Originally, they had thought Zhou Tianxiong would be consuming this piece of meat on his own. But now Zhou Tianxiong had abandoned this piece of meat and had tossed it to them. Long Chen was walking at the front, and hearing Zhou Tianxiong's words, a disappointed expression appeared on his face. Inside, he patted himself on the back. As expected, shameless moves were the most effective. Now it would be much easier for him to act in the future. Zhou Tianxiong kept walking behind Long Chen the entire time before they stepped into the transportation formation and were brought away. The scenery before them changed, and they appeared in front of a huge valley. Two high mountains soared into the clouds, and a large river slowly flowed at the center. Spiritual qi that had been condensed to practically the pinnacle washed over them. With each breath, it flowed into them, completely opening their pores. What immense spiritual qi! Although Long Chen had been expecting Pill Valley to be a wonderland, such dense spiritual qi still shocked him. Let alone cultivators, even ordinary people would have their longevity increase by breathing in such dense spiritual qi all year around. Living a few centuries would definitely be no problem. To ordinary mortals, this place was definitely an immortal wonderland. Take note of your appearance. Now that we're within Pill Valley, don't act like a country bumpkin. If you look too excited, others will laugh at you, snorted Zhou Tianxiong. Long Chen cursed inside. So what if he was a country bumpkin that hadn't seen the world? But he put on a deeply respectful expression. The more Long Chen acted like this, the more Zhou Tianxiong couldn't bear to look at him. He said, I have things to do, so I'm going. You can bring Long San to the pill management department to register. Zhou Tianxiong took out a jade plate. It lit up and enveloped him, and he vanished. We should get going. Once Zhou Tianxiong left, Zhao Shang took out a flying boat and brought everyone into the valley. With the high mountains to their side and the lake below, it was a beautiful scene. Haha, Long San, Protector Zhou has a sharp tongue, but he's soft-hearted. You don't need to be afraid. As Pill Valley's disciple, you should feel the glory and grandness that a disciple of Pill Valley should possess. What you see before you will become your greatest support. If you're happy, you can shout it out. None of us will laugh at you. Zhao Shang smiled as Long Chen appreciated the scenery around. He was different from Zhou Tianxiong. His status was just average, and he had to take advantage of when Long San hadn't soared yet to form a good relationship with him. Once Long San soared, his own station would rise with him. This was the best moment to help him out. Many thanks, Elder Zhao Shang, said Long Chen. There's no need to be so courteous. This valley continues for 200,000 miles. It has 81 wonders, and 360 turns. Each turn brings with it different scenery. Zhao Shang politely explained everything. He intentionally slowed down the flying boat to show the various spectacles. Long Chen had no choice but to sigh in admiration. Each wonder, each turn brought with it a change. It occurred at a strange rhythm that seemed to be showing things to him in sequence. Could it be that each wonder represents a different mental realm of alchemy? Asked Long Chen. As soon as he said this, Zhao Shang and the others became stunned, staring at him like he was a monster. Long San, you really are a genius amongst geniuses. This valley's 81 wonders represent the 81 shackles one will encounter along the path of the alchemy Tao. Normally, when disciples run into bottlenecks and can't progress, they will come to this valley and walk around it, trying to comprehend its profundities to create an opportunity to break through. Long San, for you to be able to see such a thing shows that your future accomplishments will be limitless. Praised an elder. This was not just purely bootlicking, but true praise for Long Chen's terrifying comprehension ability. 81 shackles. What idiot concluded that the alchemy Tao is a grand Tao, and a limitless Tao at that? Who could possibly capture all its profundities? What a joke, sneered Long Chen inside. As he continued forward, he truly saw that each wonder was a mental realm for alchemy, and seeing them could truly raise a person's comprehension. But trying to represent the sum of the alchemy Tao in 81 mental realms was a complete impossibility. Originally, Long Chen had felt some respect for Pill Valley, but after seeing this, that respect silently vanished. When they reached the end of the valley, what greeted them was a huge ancient castle. This castle had to be 10,000 miles wide at least. There were two large statues at the front of the castle. They were the same height as the castle and emitted a divine aura. These two are the gods we of Pill Valley believe in, Lord Brahma and Fallen Daynite. Zhao Shang and the others respectfully stopped and bowed toward the statues. They murmured something, but Long Chen didn't hear what they said. That was because he was staring closely at the two huge statues. The left one was holding a scroll in his hand. He looked very handsome and scholarly. He was Lord Brahma. The other one was a rougher-looking man with facial hair. He held a pill furnace in his hands and was gazing into the distance. He was Fallen Daynite. Fallen Daynite, Lord Brahma. For some unknown reason, flames of fury rose in Long Chen's heart as he stared at these two statues. He had an urge to smash them apart. That startled him. What was going on? At this time, Zhao Shang and the others finished paying their respect and led Long Chen past the two statues. Their flying boat landed on a large platform. Long San, come, I'll bring you to register at the Pill Management Department. Fallen Daynite is Luo Tianyi, literally falling heaven, sky per day night. Pronounced Luo Tianyi. Lord Brahma is Da Fan Tien, literally Great Nirvana or Lord Brahma. Here, I would assume the Brahma is referring to the Buddhist Brahma and not the Hindu Brahma. Generally the middle character is used for Buddhist things, and it could refer to Brahman. Notice the extra N at the end on its own, but combined with the last character, it refers to Brahma and the Nirvana of Buddhism. The Nirvana scripture has the same name, in the sense that it could be called Lord Brahma's scripture, or Lord Brahma could be called Lord Nirvana. Pronounced Da Fan Tien, Chapter 1331 Divine Pill Hall Test. The ancient castle felt like a giant beast emitting a desolate aura. Once Zhao Shang led Long Chen into the palace, they weren't checked or questioned. Zhao Shang simply greeted the guards and walked in with Long Chen. Once they were inside, Long Chen saw that the entire castle was supported by a huge formation. The spiritual qi inside was several times denser than outside, which made Long Chen once more sigh at Pill Valley's wealth. Long Chen saw that this place, which was a holy land to alchemists, was bustling with activity. He saw quite a few young disciples walking around, but they all seemed to be in a rush and ignored him. The thing that shocked him was that some of them were extremely young. Some only looked to be 16 or 17, and their cultivation bases were only in the meridian opening realm. Pill Valley cares about alchemy, not cultivation base. The younger the disciple, the more potential that can be unlocked while they're in Pill Valley. And the lower their cultivation bases, the more room for their spiritual strength to grow. So it's normal for you to see disciples with low cultivation bases. However, the competition between disciples is intense. Those who can enter Pill Valley are all alchemy geniuses. But even geniuses become ordinary people here. Geniuses are all used to being arrogant existences worshipped by others, so when they come here, they all go all out cultivating. There's practically no need to encourage them. You see how busy they are. Even friends will only nod toward you in passing. That's because they feel that speaking is a waste of time. They need to spend all their time on cultivation, explained Zhao Shang. Wow, is there a need to go all out like this? Long Chen was stunned. They didn't even want to waste the time to speak. Long Chen felt like he had been training hard, but now in comparison, it seemed that he was a slacker. They have no choice. Sometimes, just honor and glory are enough to drive a person to do their best. Everyone wants to stand above others and not be trampled on. Within Pill Valley, alchemy is everything, so they have no choice but to cultivate their alchemy arts to the peak. As long as your alchemy arts are great enough, you can get whatever you want. Furthermore, alchemists walk a different path from ordinary cultivators. They don't need to remain hasty. As long as you become strong enough, you can get as many resources and beauties as you want. You won't even need to ask, they'll simply flock toward you. You understand. Zhao Shang winked at Long Chen. The benefits were this great. It seemed living in Pill Valley would be amazing. For normal cultivators, once they reached the Shantian realm, they could theoretically start producing progeny. And that wouldn't stop them from advancing in the future. But the majority of cultivators wouldn't start doing so immediately after reaching the Shantian realm. That was because the higher the realm of the parents, the greater the purity of their spirit blood, and the greater chance their progeny would inherit their bloodline and be termed geniuses. That was why most cultivators would cultivate until they reached their peak before they considered getting a partner and creating progeny. For male cultivators, they would usually find one or more Dao companions after reaching the Shantian realm, but they wouldn't have progeny. For males, becoming Dao companions with someone else wouldn't cause any problems for them. But female cultivators normally wouldn't choose to become Dao companions. This related to problems of the heart. For many men, women were like wealth to be gained, and this satisfied their desire to conquer others. But they didn't have that many real emotions toward this act. But for women, When it came to these matters, especially during their first time, it caused large ripples in their hearts. Normally, they would only dual cultivate with the one they loved. This was different from the attitude of male cultivators. As for what was different, it was that one cared about the heart, while the other cared about appearances. For a woman to love a man represented a large change in their mental realm. Losing their virginity would definitely cause their mental realm to become chaotic for a while. Cultivation was like rowing against the tide. If you weren't moving forward, you were going back. So for men, dual cultivation wouldn't normally cause that big of an impact, but it would cause quite the impact for women. Unless the woman simply didn't love the man and was also simply doing it for his looks, in which case she could also get the same benefits. But normally, the gains didn't make up for the losses. But alchemists were different. Even women didn't need to care that much about that aspect. As long as their talent and comprehension were high enough, they didn't need to necessarily maintain a perfectly clear heart. That was why Pill Valley didn't prohibit their disciples from doing such things. Zhao Shang was telling Long Chen this to give him motivation. After all, he was a man. Zhao Shang explained Pill Valley's rules and restrictions on the way. It was about the same as any sect. They quickly arrived at a stately building. This was the Pill Management Department, a place where all the new disciples went to register themselves. They were also in charge of all the missions inside Pill Valley. With Zhao Shang leading the way, the process was very simple. Long Chen simply handed over his badge, and the rest was left up to Zhao Shang. It was quickly handled. Long Chen obtained a new badge, a true disciple badge. This is an inner disciple's badge. It's not that useful and just part of the process. Your goal is the Divine Pill Hall, a place where the elite disciples cultivate. The treatment they get there is 1,000 times better than what an inner disciple will ever get. Pill Valley has millions of outer disciples and over 80,000 inner disciples. As for the Divine Pill Hall, they only have 3,000 disciples. This number never changes. The Divine Pill Hall expels the lower-ranking disciples when new disciples join. Take a look. The next competition for inner disciples to get into the Divine Pill Hall is in 10 days. This competition only occurs once every 2 months, and only the top 1,000 inner disciples are qualified to compete. I was thinking that you should only compete in the competition after this one, but Protector Joe said time is pressing. Only by entering the Divine Pill Hall will you receive the best treatment. You're just an inner disciple right now, and Protector Joe is only able to give you a few resources. After all, there are those ancient bastards holding us back. But if you join the Divine Pill Hall, all kinds of precious resources will be provided to you, and they won't dare to say a thing. Yes, this disciple understands Protector Joe's kindness. Ah, speaking of which, Elder Zhao, have you heard of the second volume of the Nirvana scripture? Will disciple have a chance to train in it? Asked Long Chen. That might be a bit troublesome. The first volume is freely available to any disciple and isn't top secret. But the second volume requires a certain status and position in order to train in it. Most of the time, you have to reach the level of a tower master to learn it. Zhao Shang shook his head. Even he wasn't qualified to learn the second volume of the Nirvana scripture. Really, disciples can't learn it. Long Chen couldn't help being disappointed. He had come entirely for the second volume of the Nirvana scripture. If he couldn't learn it, then he would have come for nothing. In truth, disciples can also learn it. But it depends on how outstanding you are. As long as you can put on a stunning enough display, I trust Protector Joe will definitely help you obtain it, comforted Zhao Shang, afraid of him losing motivation. Long Chen passed the next few days in a private room. In it, there were several stacks of jade plates as tall as a grown man, numbering in the thousands. Each of them contained ancient alchemy canons. They recorded alchemy theories or even lost summaries. Some theories were left behind by ancestors and were the result of their life's experience. Idiots, if a person read too many of these, they probably wouldn't even be able to refine pills after. Long Chen was secluded in his room on his own, studying these things. That was because this was related to the competition to join the Divine Pill Hall. The competition had 2 parts, theory and practice. He didn't just need to know how to refine pills, but he also needed to be able to discuss the theory behind the refinement as well. And yet, these things were all personal viewpoints and theories of different people, all based on their own lives and experiences. Yes, it was true that their alchemy arts and theories were novel and innovative. But these things were only suited to themselves. It was like everyone was learning how to paint, and he was trying to paint an image of a landscape. Did showing him paintings of beautiful women help him at all? The most irritating thing was that he needed to know this, and he had to be able to write out his impression and what he learned from reading them. Otherwise, they wouldn't let him pass. Just because he wanted to cook a chicken, did he need to know how a chicken existed? Did they really care about which came first, the chicken or the egg? Unfortunately, there was no way around this. The competition would be testing on this. If he didn't pass the theory aspect, he wouldn't even get to go to the refining portion. After 10 days of studying, Long Chen had an urge to vomit. Even with his immense spiritual strength, memorizing all these things gave him a headache. Furthermore, some of these theories were fundamentally flawed, but he still had to memorize them. He had to be wrong with them. That was because the competition would test this, and he had to reply within the scope of these texts to get his answer marked correct. This was Long Chen's first time having to study such irritating alchemy knowledge. Zhao Shang was a bit worried to see Long San come out in just 10 days. For most cultivators, memorizing all these theories in 2 months would be impressive. But 10 days, that was a bit unbelievable. Zhao Shang was in charge of Long San, and so his station would rise and fall according to Long San's result. Looking worried, he asked, "How do you feel?" "I feel all right, and I've pretty much memorized them all. It should be no problem." Long Chen rubbed his weary face. For the second volume of the Nirvana scripture, he had no choice but to go all out. "Good, don't feel too much pressure. Even if you fail this time, you'll definitely pass the next one," comforted Zhao Shang. Zhao Shang led Long Chen toward the pill management department. Once they were in, Long Chen saw that the inside was packed with people already. Long San, he had only just walked in when a stunned voice rang out. Chapter 1332 Soul Gathering Heart Tempering Pill. Long Chen was startled. Someone actually recognized him here. Turning toward the voice, he saw a young man amongst this crowd of close to 1,000 disciples. Each one of them had a small table in front of them, like they were scholars about to take a test. "Sorry, you are." Long Chen didn't recognize him. "Shut up, who said you could speak so loudly here?" A Jade Core disciple sternly shouted at him. This disciple was already quite old, so his temper wasn't good. Long Chen frowned. The Jade Core disciple glared at Long Chen, and Long Chen almost couldn't help but slap him in the face. He had an urge to curse this disciple, but he didn't say anything. Now wasn't the time to start being arrogant. Silently walking around that disciple, he walked toward the person who knew him. "Long San, sit." "Sorry, I made you get scolded," apologized that person quietly. Zhao Shang just happened to see the sight of Long Chen quietly turn away from the disciple who had scolded him so sternly. Seeing that he didn't dare to reply, he shook his head. "This Long San's character is too timid. It's not good for us. I'll have to report it to Protector Zhou," thought Zhao Shang to himself as he left. Long Chen didn't recognize this man at all, so he couldn't help but find it strange. "Long San, after winning the championship in the Eastern Wasteland, you probably forgot this little one." The disciple bitterly smiled. "I think I remember. You were in the competition too," said Long Chen, coming to a sudden comprehension. In truth, this comprehension was just guesswork. He still didn't recognize this person at all. He put his answer in a questioning tone to avoid things becoming awkward if he was wrong. "Yes, I'm Li Kong. Do you remember me now?" That person was happy that Long Chen recognized him. He didn't even know he had just fallen for Long Chen's trick. Long Chen had no idea who Li Kong was. Supposedly, he had been in the Eastern Wastelands competition as well. Li Kong recognized Long Chen, but Long Chen didn't recognize him. "Long San, why did it take you so long to come?" "It's been many years. Don't even mention it. It's depressing. How have the other people from the Eastern Wasteland been doing here? Did anyone manage to get some strong support?" Long Chen changed the subject. "Only after coming did we realize that our so-called talent was nothing here. We were just green leaves coming to show off before the flowers of the Central Plains." Li Kong bitterly smiled. The disciples who came from the Eastern Wasteland are mostly outer disciples. They probably won't get promoted in their lifetimes. As for me, I'm not doing too bad. After 3 years, I've finally managed to get the qualifications for the Divine Pill Hall trial. Amongst these people, I rank 987th. In other words, there's pretty much no hope of me passing. But even just taking the test will improve my standing amongst the inner disciples. If I didn't take the test, the others would look down on me all day. Really? It's this bad? What about that female disciple? What's her name again? Long Chen thought of a certain person. Duan Tianchao. Her talent is very good, and she managed to get into the Divine Pill Hall. In truth, she helped me out quite a bit to be promoted into an inner disciple. But after getting in the Divine Pill Hall, she has become distant from me. Perhaps our statuses are no longer similar, sighed Li Kong. People strove for the top, while water always flowed to the bottom. Those who stood at different heights ran in different circles. This was understandable. You two flies, stop buzzing. It's annoying. If you don't want to take the test, you can scram. Stop disturbing others. As Long Chen and Li Kong quietly whispered, another disciple to the side who had had his eyes closed suddenly glared at them. Long Chen looked at him and saw that he was glaring at him disdainfully. It seemed that his ranking amongst inner disciples was very high. Perhaps he had a high chance of getting promoted. Long Chen cursed. If this was inside the Xuantian Dao sect, he'd have long since slapped such a person to death. But he had nothing to say now. It seemed wherever he went, he would encounter countless idiots. Even if he didn't cause trouble, others would find trouble for him. Just at this moment, a cold shout rang out, and 8 elders walked in, all soul transformation experts. The 8 elders were all wearing stern expressions, as though everyone here owed them money. These people were in charge of the trial, and they were here to prevent cheating. Their eyes were all as sharp as an eagle's. Long Chen shut his mouth and found his position. "Who is Long San?" asked one of the elders. "Disciple is present." Long Chen hastily stood. "Show me your badge, I have to check it." This surprised Long Chen. It seemed that this test was very stringent. Although his identity had already been confirmed when he had walked in, they checked him again. The elder examined his badge closely and then nodded. "You were added to this trial late, so you have to be checked stringently. You don't need to feel any pressure." Long Chen's eyes brightened. He knew that this elder was on his side. Zhao Shang had said everything should go smoothly. It was easy to tell who was on his side. The others all looked like saying an extra word was too much work, so the ones speaking to Long Chen were on his side. But these elders were only in charge of overseeing the test, and they couldn't help him. If he cheated, he would immediately be expelled. In fact, he would be directly kicked out of Pill Valley. Pill Valley's test was 100% fair and did not allow any cheating. Beast hides were quickly distributed. Long Chen couldn't help but bitterly smile. Wasn't this just like the secular world's imperial exams? Long Chen looked at it, and as expected, it was about the things he had studied during these days. It was actually very simple. But the final question was a bit difficult. The question was to list the various medicinal pills that could be refined based on the given medicinal ingredients. The more they could list, the more points they would get. Long Chen couldn't help but feel a struggle with this question. With these many medicinal ingredients, he had over 1,000 pill formulas that could be written from his pill sovereign memories. But many of those pill formulas no longer existed in this world. He didn't dare to randomly write them. He had an urge to use his spiritual strength to investigate how many pill formulas others wrote, but those 8 elders were like hawks watching their every move. He truly didn't dare to do. So, what to do? Too many is no good, and too few might get me eliminated. Fuck. Long Chen suddenly had a thought. He stealthily picked out a booger and wiped the mucus along the edge of the beast hide. He used it as a mirror to look around silently. Turning that corner, he managed to see what the person who had scoffed at him had written. 1, 2, 27 in total. Alright, that's not bad. Long Chen managed to see what that fellow had written barely through the mucus. He couldn't see the exact pill formulas, but he was able to see how many lines he had written. Long Chen suddenly sneezed, and his mucus ended up all over his beast hide. He hastily began to wipe it off. "You, what are you doing?" One of the elders suddenly appeared behind Long Chen like a ghost. "Sorry, disciple had to fly over the sea for 3 years, facing the constant sea winds. Pill Valley's spiritual chi is too dense, and my nose is sensitive. I'm sorry." Long Chen apologized as his sneeze had disturbed the disciples around him. He had no way around this. He had noticed those old fellows were getting suspicious and getting close behind him. That was why he had sneezed, to wipe away the proof. The elder stared at him coldly, but Long Chen looked back at him without the slightest fear. Seeing his expression without the slightest fear or panic, he didn't say anything else. He had only been a bit suspicious in any case. "HMPH, you want to play mental warfare with me?" Long Chen sneered inside and continued answering the questions. That fellow beside him had seemed so confident before, so his ranking should be near the top. But he was still cautious. He only wrote 53 pill formulas, just double of that fellow. They had 2 hours to answer their questions. Long Chen had long since finished, but he continued until the very end to hand in his scrolls with everyone else. When the elder saw Long Chen's scroll, when he saw the answer to his last question, he was absolutely stunned. Haha, excellent, the elder on his side laughed. Long Chen knew he was indicating that he had probably gotten first on this test. But the results were not immediately announced. Instead, they switched locations into a lounge where over 1,000 refining platforms had been provided. Each platform was 10 meters wide. The furnaces and cauldrons had already been arranged, and the pill formula was under the furnace. The disciples who had come here were mostly ones that had taken this test many, many times. They were already used to this scene. But when they arrived at their spots and saw the pill formula in front of them, all their expressions changed. Long Chen looked at the pill formula and also couldn't help being stunned. A 9th-tier medicinal pill, the soul-gathering heart-tempering pill. This was a must-have pill for Jade Core cultivators. It made their mental realms clear and expelled any foreign influences. Damn it, I only trained in the methods to refine 8th-tier medicinal pills before this. I didn't refine a 9th-tier pill for them to see. Long Chen felt quite a bit of pressure. Let the refinement begin. Just as all the disciples despaired, an elder announced the start of the trial. Chapter 1333 Vast Soul Energy. Disciple gives up. Immediately, a portion of the disciples directly gave up. These disciples were indignant. Many of their cultivation bases were at the Foundation Forging realm or below. Some were only at the Sea Expansion realm. They obviously couldn't refine a 9th-tier pill. According to normal standards, a 9th-tier pill could only be refined by a Jade Core expert. But in Pill Valley, those standards were overthrown. Pill Valley always changed the difficulty of the pill to be refined. Sometimes it would be easy, sometimes it would be difficult, but this trial was held every 2 months, so failing this time wasn't terrible. As long as their ranking didn't fall out of the top 1,000, they could try again. Those people who had given up could only blame their bad luck and prepare to test their luck next time. They knew that just refining 9th-tier medicinal ingredients into powders was their limit. As for refining a true 9th-tier pill, it was a joke. Their spiritual strength couldn't handle such exhaustion. For almost half the contestants to leave at once didn't surprise the soul transformation experts at all. They were indifferent to this, clearly having long since expected such a thing. The remaining alchemists had bitter expressions. They had stayed behind, mostly by thickening their faces. They were quite sure they couldn't refine it. There were 70 to 80 Jade Core alchemists amongst the people being tested. But they felt even more panicked than the Foundation Forging disciples. Their higher cultivation bases also signified their ages far surpassed these people. Within Pill Valley, the younger you were and the lower your cultivation base, the greater room for growth you had. Other sects, disciples did their best to raise their cultivation bases, but Pill Valley's disciples did their best to suppress their cultivation bases from growing. The lower their cultivation bases, the easier it would be to comprehend certain alchemy techniques, and the more solid their foundation would be. Once their cultivation bases were higher, it would be difficult to fix the fundamental flaws in their alchemy. It was like an adult and a youth had the same talent. The younger one would definitely be able to adapt easier, because their minds were still flexible. Once these Jade Core disciples reached the soul transformation realm, their alchemy arts would no longer be up to par with Pill Valley's standards for people of their cultivation base. They would be expelled from Pill Valley and sent to work in the Pill Towers without any chance of returning to cultivate in Pill Valley. Although they were doing their best to suppress their cultivation bases, refining pills meant using their core flame, and that was a passive form of cultivation in and of itself. It was impossible for them to not advance eventually. These Jade Core disciples looked young, but in truth, even the youngest was in his 50s. His cultivation base was about to reach the peak of the Jade Core realm. Once he broke through to soul transformation, he would be expelled. Long Chen looked around. Seeing how nervous everyone else was about this pill, he relaxed quite a bit. If their expressions had been relaxed, he would have felt much more pressure. All of them began taking out their pill flames and warming their furnaces. All their movements were identical. If the outside world's alchemists were to come here, they would definitely die of envy. That was because all these disciples, pill flames were earth flames. It had to be known that in the eastern wasteland, the earth flame Long Chen had obtained had been the envy of all. Even the pill tower hadn't had an earth flame, or the Chai and Fang family's heads wouldn't have wanted to kill him to take his earth flame. Just thinking about it made him sigh. Long Chen wasn't quite able to understand how Pill Valley was so rich but the eastern wasteland's Pill Tower was so poor. Why weren't they willing to give out a few earth flames? Otherwise, the Chai and Fang's family heads wouldn't have turned against him, and their fates might have changed. At this time, people were already starting to refine their ingredients, and Long Chen didn't tarry. To be low-key, he used the same alchemy techniques as all of them. However, he couldn't be too complacent. He had to show his value. Zhou Tianxiang and the others would only have viewed him importantly if he was valuable, and that was his only chance at obtaining the Nirvana scripture. Long Chen's pill flame suddenly began to grow stronger. He was starting to burn his spiritual strength to increase the power of his pill flame. A terrifying heat rose, causing the surrounding people to jump. HMPH, what a flowery trick. How could a foundation forging disciple refine a 9th-tier medicinal pill? He couldn't possibly possess the soul energy required, sneered some Jade Core disciples. The foundation forging disciples present all felt that they had pretty much no hope. They were simply doing this to experience the refinement of this pill. They had no hopes of forming a pill. Most importantly, they wanted to see if others could refine this pill. According to reason, a foundation forging disciple's spiritual strength should have no problem refining the medicinal ingredients, and it should have no problem during the pill refinement process. It was only at the final moment that they would stumble. By the time they were about to condense the pill, they would have no more spiritual strength. The final part, condensing the pills, took the most energy. Normally, alchemists would reserve 50% or more of their spiritual strength to control that final burst of energy. For foundation forging disciples, just refining the ingredients would use up over half their energy. Without using up that much, it would be impossible to extract the essence within those tough ingredients. For Long San, someone only at the foundation forging realm, to actually start wasting his spiritual strength to boost the power of his pill flame, it was viewed as making things even worse for himself. Despite knowing that he had no chance of succeeding, he still wanted to draw attention to himself. Even that elder on his side who had spoken to him was startled. The higher-ups had told him to help Long San as much as possible, but he couldn't figure out Long San's current actions. The competition's difficulty was already so high, but he was making it even harder for himself. For it to be hard wasn't bad, nor was it unfair. If it was easy, everyone would have good results, and the top 3 would advance. And if it was difficult, all their results would be bad, and it would still be the top 3 that would advance. In any case, 3 people would be joining the Divine Pill Hall, and the 3 lowest-ranking members of the Divine Pill Hall would be kicked out. Disciples that were kicked out of the Divine Pill Hall weren't simply allowed to try again. They would be forced out of Pill Valley and sent to the Pill Towers. If you weren't strong enough, then even once you entered the Divine Pill Hall, you would only get 2 months. If you didn't advance enough in that time and were ranked in the bottom 3, then you would only ever get those 2 months in the Divine Pill Hall. It was precisely because of this high difficulty that all of Pill Valley's disciples went all out cultivating their alchemy arts. Even the Divine Pill Hall's disciples were in danger. But Long Chen's current actions were very foolish, and people couldn't comprehend what he was doing. However, with so many people present, even the people on his side couldn't warn him. They could only watch. Boosting his pill flame with his spiritual strength was like adding oil to fire. The power of his earth flame roared. One reason Long Chen did this was to show off his power, and another was to purify the medicinal ingredients. That way, his chances of succeeding in this refinement would be higher. During this time, if he hadn't come to Pill Valley, his alchemy arts would have been wasting away. During the foundation forging realm, he hadn't refined many medicinal pills to assist his cultivation. If he hadn't been doing that stupid studying, he really might be worried whether or not he could refine a 9th-tier medicinal pill. A bang came from his medicinal furnace, and he poured all his medicinal powders inside, sealing the furnace. He sealed the furnace already. The other disciples were all startled. No one else had even refined half their medicinal ingredients yet. HMPH, is it amazing to exhaust your spiritual strength faster than everyone else? Do you want to show off? Sneered a Jade Core disciple not far from him. This competition did not prevent disciples from speaking. As long as they didn't maliciously try to distract them, the people overseeing the competition wouldn't care. Long Chen lowered his head and acted like he couldn't hear that person. He had to act like a good student, an obedient child. This was very important. That was why since arriving at Pill Valley, whenever someone provoked or even cursed him, he would always act very timid. This was what he wanted. Just as the fastest Jade Core disciples had finished refining their medicinal ingredients and were preparing to seal their furnaces, a rumbling sound suddenly came from Long Chen's furnace. He's finished already. Those disciples were all shocked. Only now did they realize that while his pill flame was like a blooming lotus wrapped all around his furnace, his spiritual strength hadn't weakened at all. Instead, it gushed forth like a tsunami, increasing the power of his pill flame to its peak. It was no wonder he finished his refinement so fast. Those disciples that had mocked him were now staring at him lifelessly. Even the elders overseeing this, the ones whose expressions looked like they were frozen in eternal ice, were shocked. Long Chen's spiritual strength was shockingly vast, practically endless. The rumbling sound continued like a monster was struggling within, trying to break free. Now's the critical moment. Many disciples were focused on him now. The fluctuations coming from his pill furnace suddenly began to weaken, but this was the calm before the storm, the dark before the light. 99% of pills that failed were ruined here. His pill furnace violently shook and terrifying energy spurted out of it. If at this time, the alchemist's spiritual strength was not strong enough, they wouldn't be able to suppress this berserk energy. Once this energy escaped their control, all their efforts would be ruined. Even if the pill formed, it would be a garbage pill. A spiritual hand slammed into the pill furnace, sealing it tight. It was like an unmoving mountain and was extremely domineering. Heavens, he still has the energy to use a soul art now. Just how much spiritual strength does he possess? All the disciples were shocked. For most disciples, their souls would be exhausted at this point. They would need to form spiritual seals around the furnace in advance to seal the berserk energy. But Long Chen hadn't prepared anything. He had just slammed a spiritual hand down when the energy had been about to burst, completely suppressing it. That was too arrogant, wasn't it? Long Chen slowly opened his furnace, revealing 9 round medicinal pills calmly lying within. He couldn't help but shake his head. Chapter 1334 Formally Accepting a Master. Seeing Long Chen shaking his head, the disciples were startled. It was a failure, but it hadn't looked like one. Only 3 rings. Long Chen took out one of the 9 pills, revealing it only had 3 rings. The rest only had 2 rings. After working so hard, he had only refined a 3-ring pill. That disappointed him. Had his alchemy arts regressed? Or was it due to the curse? He hadn't held back much just now. Having used about 80% of his true ability, he had thought that even if he didn't refine a top-grade pill, it should be no problem refining a 9-ring high-grade pill. But either he had overestimated himself or underestimated the difficulty of refining the soul-gathering heart-tempering pill. He couldn't even tell if it was because of the curse. That was why he was a bit stunned. TCH, what a show-off. Countless disciples almost coughed up blood from seeing Long Chen's disappointed expression. For the foundation-forging disciples, just forming a pill would be a huge success, even if it was just a garbage pill. As for the Jade Core disciples, originally they had felt that just refining a low-grade soul-gathering heart-tempering pill would be enough. If they refined a middle-grade one, they would be mostly assured of getting in the top 3. They hadn't even thought about refining a high-grade one. For Long Chen to actually sigh with disappointment after refining a 3-ring pill was truly unbearable. It was definitely bullying. Pay attention to your mental state. You are alchemists. With such a mentality, what kind of accomplishments could you possibly have? Shouted a stern elder. Only then did Long Chen come out of his stunned expression. From those envious expressions around him, he seemed to understand something. Congratulations, Long San. You can wait outside. One of the elders who was on his side spoke to Long Chen, a smile on his face. Long Chen's skill far surpassed his expectations. Long Chen left. According to the rules, he was not supposed to touch anything on the refining platform after finishing his refinement. That was so that the people in charge could confirm there had been no cheating. When Long Chen walked out, he saw Li Kong waiting for him. Long San, why have you come out as well? Did you fail? Don't worry about it, you can try again in 2 months. Temporary failure isn't a big deal, comforted Li Kong. HMPH, disciples that get a free pass into the test only get 1 shot. If he wants to try again, he'll have to get in the top 1,000 first. You think he's qualified? Sneered a disciple. Long Chen was enraged inside. How were there so many idiots? It wasn't as if he had provoked these people. He stared icily at the speaker. That person instantly jumped in terror. All his hair stood on end as he felt like he was being stared at by an ancient monster. He involuntarily retreated a few steps. But then he felt that this action was very embarrassing, and his embarrassment turned into anger. Brat, are you asking for a beating? Long Chen ignored him. Pulling Li Kong to an empty corner, he asked, have Chai Liehuo and Fang Chong come? Long Chen truly wanted to know this. Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo were qualified to come to Pill Valley. He just didn't know if they had. Li Kong shook his head. I feel like they definitely know about the situation over here, which is why they don't want to come. The two of them are peak geniuses in a place like the Eastern Wasteland. But if they came to Pill Valley, they would only be able to crawl at other people's feet. They definitely don't want such a thing. Long Chen nodded. The Huo, Chai, and Fang families had been in charge of the Eastern Wasteland's Pill Tower. The Huo family had been destroyed, while the Chai and Fang family heads had been killed by Long Chen. Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo had very likely become the heads of their respective families, being the local rulers of the Eastern Wasteland. Long Chen felt like the two of them didn't like being constrained. Furthermore, they weren't infatuated with alchemy. By staying in the Eastern Wasteland, it showed that the two of them would rather be the heads of a chicken than the back of a bull. Long Chen felt some emotion when he thought of the two of them. The two of them weren't bad people, and he had been brothers with them. But their two family heads had been greedy for his earth flame and tried to kill him. Moreover, he had been the one to kill the two of them. At the same time as he had killed them, he had severed his ties with Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo. If they were to learn that it was Long Chen who had killed their ancestors, no matter the reason, they wouldn't be able to forgive him. Even if they were so magnanimous as to not get revenge on him, they wouldn't be able to stay brothers. So this relationship had been severed at that time. Hearing that they hadn't come comforted him, as well as disappointed him. This kind of feeling was hard to describe with words. He chatted a bit more with Li Kong. After all, they were like people from the same rural town who had once more reunited. When Li Kong told him about how hard things had been on him in the past 3 years, even his eyes turned red. These 3 years had been rough. After all, this place was Pill Valley. Everyone was advancing as fast as they could, and alchemy was the only thing that mattered. The pressure was great enough to drive a person insane. Without a person to complain to, his grievances all spilled out upon encountering Long Chen. Long Chen was speechless. Within Pill Valley, you had to be prepared to be bullied and to face immense pressure. But at least there was no danger to their lives, so a person should know when to be satisfied. Long Chen had spent these 3 years in a tempest of blood and fire. He had always been struggling at the border between life and death. Therefore, he was the one envious of Li Kang's life. As time passed, more and more disciples finished the test and walked out of the lounge. Once the final disciples left, the elders also came out. The disciples immediately stood orderly and quietly when the elders appeared. Everything became silent. The top 3 disciples of this trial are as follows: Long San, Zhang Yao, and Yu Sujia. Congratulations. Once this was announced, countless eyes turned toward Long Chen, all of them filled with shock. Those people who had mocked him were especially shocked. They had never imagined this brat would be able to charge his way into the Divine Pill Hall as soon as he arrived in Pill Valley. Long San, congratulations. Li Kong was also shocked. He hadn't expected Long San to be this outstanding even within Pill Valley. Thanks. If you need anything in the future, just ask. Long Chen patted Li Kong on the shoulder. No matter how he put it, they were from the same place. Helping him out when he could was natural. Li Kong immediately became indescribably grateful. To form a good relationship with one of the Divine Pill Hall's disciples was a huge honor to him. The other 2 disciples who passed were shouting excitedly. They were Jade Core disciples, and this chance had been hard fought by them. One of them even wept silently. The other disciples were envious. After the announcement, they scattered. Long Chen and Li Kong had only just left when they saw Zhao Shang waiting for them. He immediately smiled upon seeing Long Chen. Long San, congratulations on your first victory. Truly well done, praised Zhao Shang. His talent far surpassed his expectations. Originally, he had been a bit worried. After all, He had given Long Chen too little time to prepare. And then the trial had been to refine the soul-gathering heart-tempering pill. But Long Chen had taken first place. It could be seen how terrifying his talent was. Let's go. Protector Zhou has already prepared a wine feast for you. Zhao Shang pulled Long Chen away. In a luxurious palace within Pill Valley, there was a large table packed with delicacies and fine wine. When Long Chen arrived, he jumped in shock. Other than Zhou Tianxiang's group, there was another white-haired elder sitting at the head position. Even Zhou Tianxiang was standing to the side of this elder with a respectful expression. The white-haired man turned to Long Chen. His eyes were electric, seeming to pierce Long Chen's body. It was like all his secrets were laid bare. Not bad, his spiritual strength can be classified as monstrous. It's too bad you didn't notice him earlier. Otherwise, he wouldn't be that much weaker than the Pill Fairy. The elder sighed. Long San, hurry and greet Senior Bishi, said Zhou Tianxiang. Disciple Long San greets Senior Bishi. Long Chen was shocked. This elder's soul energy was terrifying. With just a look, it had felt like he had used a ruler to measure his soul. Furthermore, for Zhou Tianxiang to call this elder senior, it was clear his status was shocking. Long Chen didn't know, but this elder's name was Dan Bishi. He was one of Pill Valley's 12 Grand Elders. He was someone with true authority. Within Pill Valley, although the Valley Master's authority was the greatest, it wasn't absolute. If the 12 Grand Elders were against his orders, they could reject the Valley Master's orders. Amongst the 12 Grand Elders, Dan Bishi was one of the representatives of the radical faction. Long Chen's stunning display had caused Zhou Tianxiang to invite him over. Long San, I saw everything during the trial. If a young person didn't go a bit wild, they would simply waste their youth. If you clearly have the power, how can you allow others to bully you? Said Dan Bishi. But disciple doesn't like fighting. I'd rather be an obedient disciple. It's just my character, said Long Chen shyly. But even with how thick his face was, he felt it reddening slightly. Even he didn't believe his words. That's no good. We'll need to temper his character. Dan Bishi shook his head. Senior Bishi, how about you accept Long San as your titular apprentice? That way Long San will have the confidence and backing to act when he needs to, probed Zhou Tianxiang. That's a good idea. Long San, you are now my titular apprentice. But there's no need to kowtow. If your display satisfies me in the future, we can become formal apprentice and master later, said Dan Bishi. Clearly, with his status, not just anyone could become his apprentice. They wanted him to kowtow. Long Chen cursed inside, but hearing that it wasn't the case relieved him. What are you just standing there for? Shouldn't you hurry up and call Senior Bishi Master? Zhao Shang nudged Long Chen. He was excited. If Long Chen took Dan Bishi as his master, he would be truly rising. Apprentice greets master, said Long Chen helplessly, bowing. Inside, he felt as irritated as if he had just eaten a fly. How had he ended up with such a garbage master? Good. Long San, you can go. I still have some things to discuss with them. Dan Bishi nodded and sent Long Chen off. But no one noticed that the moment Long Chen called him master, a faint black chi had appeared on Dan Bishi's forehead. Chapter 1335 He died. The next morning, an emergency bell rang throughout Pill Valley. Long San, not good. Your master passed away. Zhao Shang pushed open the door to Long Chen's room with a panicked expression. He died. Long Chen was startled. Hadn't he been perfectly fine yesterday? He had even said that he wanted Long Chen to kowtow to him in the future. How did he die? What happened? Long Chen put on a mournful expression, but he didn't particularly care. I'm not sure about the details. I heard that a problem occurred in his cultivation last night. I don't have the qualifications to learn about such matters, so hurry and come with me. Protector Zhou wants to see you. Zhao Shang brought Long Chen directly to a secluded area in the back of Pill Valley. This place was called Crane Cry Mountain. Its meaning was that the dead could fly to heaven on the back of a crane while leaving their cry in the human world. Only experts with the highest authority in Pill Valley could have their ashes buried here. An alchemist's body was not buried within the earth directly. Instead, it was turned to ashes by fire. In their life, they refined heaven and earth. In their death, they refined themselves. This was the best ending for an alchemist. In fact, when alchemists felt themselves reaching the end of their longevity, they would refine themselves with their own pill flame, allowing their soul to merge with heaven and earth. As for alchemists who died suddenly, they needed their close family and friends to send them off with their pill flame. Crane Cry Mountain is a protected region. Zhao Shang had only just brought Long Chen over when 2 Life Star experts blocked their way. This is Long San, Senior Bishi's final apprentice. He must be allowed to send his master off, explained Zhao Shang. Even Zhao Shang, a Life Star expert, didn't have a high position in Pill Valley. That was because their statuses were not decided by cultivation base, but by whose alchemy skill was greater. So he didn't dare to be the slightest bit rude to these two. Hearing his explanation, one of them walked inside. When he returned, he was shaking his head. You're too late. Senior Bishi's ashes have already been buried. They're still in the midst of the ceremony, so you should leave. Hearing that he had already been turned to ashes, Long Chen was delighted inside. That was a good thing for him. Now he didn't need to kowtow to that dead ghost. Long Chen and Zhao Shang had no choice but to leave. A few hours later, Zhou Tianxiang personally came to see Long Chen. Long San, don't grieve. Although Senior Bishi passed away, you are still his apprentice, and you still have his support. I came here to tell you a few things. First of all, your timid character must be changed for me, said Zhou Tianxiang sternly. But Long Chen had a conflicted expression. He wanted to say he was a naturally well-behaved person. There's no buts. Senior Bishi passed away, causing us to lose one of our members amongst the 12 Grand Elders. Someone will be promoted to replace him very quickly, and based on the current situation, there are only 2 people qualified to take his spot, and they are both on the side of the conservative faction. This situation isn't favorable to us. Pill Valley's higher-ups don't care about the competition between disciples. They only care about results. If you continue being a coward, let me tell you, you won't even be able to calmly cultivate. All kinds of people will cause all kinds of problems for you, and once you fall into the bottom 3 rankings, Pill Valley's iron rules will still kick you out, and no one will be able to save you, said Zhou Tianxiang coldly. You mean if anyone wants to bully me, I have to counterattack? Said Long Chen nervously. No, you're not counterattacking. You must be unbridled and arrogant. Do you understand how to do that? With your current power and with your status as Senior Bishi's final apprentice, you have enough capital to be arrogant, said Zhou Tianxiang. But Master said I'm just an apprentice in name, said Long Chen, lacking confidence. You are no longer a titular apprentice. You are his final apprentice before his death. In fact, you are the apprentice Senior Bishi cared about the most before dying, understand? Said Zhou Tianxiang profoundly. How could Long Chen not understand? Now that Dan Bishi was dead, they could say whatever they wanted. This was his best shield. Long San, remember, only useful people can get more resources. And right now, we are lacking manpower. This is a great opportunity for you. If you can grab hold of it, you will soar immediately. If you can't, you'll only be able to live a sad life. Think about it yourself. I still have things to do, so if you need anything, you can go ask Zhao Shang. After saying that, Zhou Tianxiang fled hastily as if he really was busy. It seemed Dan Bishi's death had been quite a blow to their side. Long San, this really is a rare opportunity. It's time for you to show your skills. However, let me warn you that Pill Valley is far more complicated than you imagine. The power of the conservative faction far surpasses ours. Within Pill Valley, if you want to have the right to speak, you need to bring out your power. Even the 3,000 disciples of the Divine Pill Hall have the right to vote on Pill Valley's decisions. Although this vote is not absolute and can be overturned, it has power. The Divine Pill Hall's disciples are split into 3 factions. To put it simply, they are the conservative faction, the radical faction, as well as some opportunists who just watch. But even if they're just opportunists, their votes are important. There are many conservative faction disciples in the Divine Pill Hall, and they are powerful. Due to these factions, once you enter the Divine Pill Hall, you will definitely be bullied by others and unable to focus on alchemy or cultivation. Your accomplishments might just end right there, and once you're squeezed out, you won't have another chance. That's why Protector Zhou's words are absolutely correct. You not only need to counterattack, but you must also be unbridled. If you only knock them down as they come, do you know how much energy you'll waste in the end being entangled by them? You must be arrogant, you must be aggressive, you must kill one to warn 100. You have to make it so no one dares to provoke you. That's the only way to establish your power. Otherwise, no matter how great your talent is, having to spend all your time dealing with those people will end with you being squeezed out sooner or later. Furthermore, Protector Zhou has even asked you to be arrogant and show your power. Other than to establish your power within the divine pill hall, it's to put on a show for those opportunists and to see if you can pull in some of their votes. Although they won't easily join our faction, your influence will sway them over when voting. That's very important. Do you understand, Long San? Zhao Shang explained it very clearly. If Long Chen still didn't understand, he would be an idiot. But he nervously said, "But I'm really not good at this. After all, I'm a well-behaved person. So what? All you have to do is know how to release yourself. Let all the resentment you've accumulated in your heart explode. For example, when others mock you, you can go up and directly slap them. You can do anything as long as you don't kill them." "Ah, how are your battle skills?" asked Zhao Shang. "Battle skills? I'm not good at fighting either," said Long Chen crestfallenly. "Is that so? That's fine. Alchemists aren't supposed to fight, so it's normal. I'll get some brawl fighting skills for you to learn. Remember, within Pill Valley, you cannot fight using your Pill Flame magical arts. That's a blasphemy to Pill Valley, and is harshly punished," warned Zhao Shang. "Because Pill Flames are meant to refine pills. Using Pill Flames to fight in Pill Valley is an insult. Don't you see that while I'm at the Life Star realm, I have to be polite in front of soul transformation disciples? That's because my alchemy path has reached its end, and I had no choice but to switch to become a fighting flame cultivator. The difference in status between a flame cultivator and an alchemist is like the difference between heaven and earth," sighed Zhao Shang. "Within Pill Valley, if your alchemy skills could no longer improve, Pill Valley would order you to become a powerful fighting flame cultivator. You would no longer cultivate alchemy arts, but the strongest flame battle skills. These flame cultivators were not very important to Pill Valley. They were viewed as nothing more than thugs hired to protect the house. Normally, dual martial pill cultivation was a dead end. True alchemists would not cultivate fighting techniques and instead focus completely on alchemy. If they split their time and energy between these two paths, they would be lost. They might find having powerful strength to be delightful, and because of their flame nature, they would become warlike and explosive, unable to calmly focus on refining. They would have severed their alchemy path. That was why Zhao Zhang's alchemy skills had sharply dropped after becoming a flame cultivator. He was unable to even refine the pills he himself needed. Long Chen came to a sudden comprehension. No wonder these Pill Valley disciples looked so weak to him. So they only knew how to refine pills and had no idea how to fight. But then, that made sense when he thought about it. There was no fighting or danger within Pill Valley. All they needed was powerful alchemy skills to be a supreme existence. That was a good thing. Wouldn't he end up becoming a lion amongst rabbits here? Anyone who started getting arrogant with him could be directly slapped. All right, I'll try it. I won't let down Protector Zhou's earnest hopes for me. Long Chen clenched his teeth as if making his resolve. Just remember not to use your pill flame to attack. Otherwise, you'll be severely punished. I have some fundamental fighting techniques here. They're very simple, so take a look and try them out. I'm sorry, but I went from an alchemist to a flame cultivator, so I don't know any barehanded fighting moves. I can't teach you any of that, and you'll have to figure it out on your own. But with your comprehension skills, it shouldn't be a problem. In any case, just remember, you must be brazen, and you must be vicious. Pill Valley has countless miraculous medicines and pills, so even the harshest injuries can be healed in no time, said Zhao Shang. All right, I won't disappoint everyone. Whoever bullies me will end up with all their teeth on the ground. Long Chen clenched his fists with a fierce expression. This turn of events was truly amazing. It just so happened that he specialized in this. The next day, after arranging everything, Long Chen was brought toward the back of Pill Valley by a disciple. What surprised Long Chen was that Pill Valley was actually an island surrounded by water, and there was a long river splitting it in two. He had to cross a bridge, and eventually, a mountain gate appeared before him. Atop this mountain gate were words written in violet gold, Divine Pill Hall. As soon as they passed through the gates, a burst of fragrance blew into him, and the sounds of birds chirping rang out. He saw pavilions dotted across the land, streams of water, ancient trees, thick vines, as if this was a beautiful garden. Chapter 1336 You Dare to Spit at Me. As soon as he walked in, two soul transformation experts checked his badge before letting him continue. Long Chen had originally thought that the Divine Pill Hall would be a huge classroom with disciples studying diligently. He had imagined that it would be a boring life of constantly facing strict teachers and pill furnaces. But the scene before him was completely different from what he had imagined. This place was a wonderland. It was a large change from the hasty tempo of alchemy outside. The green grass was like a carpet, and the air was pure and clear, almost like it could cleanse a person's heart and soul. As he walked along the stone path, he suddenly heard tinkling laughter. That laughter was full of delight. Turning at the corner, he saw several maidens chatting happily in a few swings hanging from large trees. The maidens looked young, and each of them was a rare beauty. They were playing happily. Long Chen stood in the distance. Looking at those happy maidens, he suddenly thought of Meng Qi, Tang Wan Chu Yao, Yu Xiaochen, and Yi Ziqiu. If one day they could leave this world of slaughter and find a wonderland like this, he would accompany them like this every day. They would have a pile of kids, and he wouldn't trade such a future even for the chance to become a god. Without realizing it, Long Chen became absent-minded and simply stood there like a wooden block. The more he stared, the more fed up he became with this world. Oh, there's a new junior brother there. And he looks very young and handsome. Hey, junior brother, do you want to come and play? One of the maidens saw Long Chen. She wasn't the slightest bit bashful or embarrassed. She even invited him to join them. The other maidens stared at him curiously. Although 3 people would get to enter this place every 2 months, those people were mostly Jade Core experts. Someone like Long Chen with his foundation forging cultivation base was rare. More importantly, he was truly handsome. Long Chen smiled and courteously said, "Thank you big sisters, but I still have some things to do. I won't disturb you." Long Chen didn't even know how long it had been since he had smiled like this. This smile of his made him look like an innocent boy from next door, and it was very warm. He could sense that these maidens were innocent and naive. They had no malice toward him. That was why his smile was very natural and sincere. "Hey, junior brother, wait a moment. I have a bit of advice," said one of them. "Advice? Please, tell me." Long Chen was startled. The maidens stopped swinging and walked toward Long Chen. One of them said, "Seeing what a nice boy you are, I'll tell you this. Once you're in the Divine Pill Hall, don't join any faction. Just stay neutral, otherwise, it'll be troublesome." The maidens all looked around, afraid others would hear them. "Thank you for the warning. I understand." Long Chen was grateful. These maidens were clearly also neutral, the ones that Zhao Shang had called opportunists. But they had taken the danger of offending both factions to warn him, and that made him grateful. At least, there were still some good people in the cultivation world. Although they were few, it was because they were so few that they were to be treasured. But Long Chen was going to have to disappoint them. He had long since chosen his faction. Don't you know it's not good to randomly gossip? Just at this moment, 3 people walked over. The 3 were all men. The one who had spoken was their leader, and he was a large and sturdy man. Long Chen immediately laughed upon seeing them. Inside the Divine Pill Hall, the male disciples wore white robes and the female disciples wore red robes. But the ones in factions had special symbols as well. The conservative faction's disciples had a small shield mark on their collars to express their side. As for Long Chen's collar, there was supposed to be a small spear on it. But he had only just joined and hadn't gotten his robes yet. Seeing those 3, he knew that they had come to greet him and give him a display of power to get him to join their side. The maidens all shrank back, clearly a bit afraid of these 3. "Don't you know it's not good to spout crap at others? Just how much shit did you eat to make your breath so smelly?" Long Chen already had a backing and was fully confident. He no longer needed to endure this. "Brat, you're courting death PFFT. That person charged forward, only to get punched in the face. His nose broke and blood splashed. Long Chen wasn't used to this. He found slapping people in the face much more pleasurable. But he didn't dare to bring out his face slaps because he was worried others would recognize him. His divine face slapping art was unrivaled and unique. It would be too easy for others to recognize it. "Bastard! Attack together!" That person held his nose in pain. With a furious roar, the 3 of them attacked him together. The maidens all let out startled cries, not expecting Long Chen to actually take the initiative to attack them. Things instantly blew up. Long Chen almost laughed upon seeing them attacking him. These people really didn't know how to fight. If they only had this little skill, they'd have long since been killed in the outside world. Ignoring the other 2, Long Chen grabbed their leader's hair and smashed his knee into the leader's head over and over again. With his power, he could have made the leader's head explode with a single kick. But to express that he wasn't experienced at fighting, he held back. The other two smashed their punches on his body, but it didn't even itch. Long Chen could ignore them. As for the one in his hands, despite how much Long Chen was holding back, he couldn't endure and fainted. Long Chen then tossed him to the ground. Grabbing one of the others, he tossed him over his shoulder, smashing his head into the ground. That person's neck broke, and he lay on the ground, unable to move. The remaining fellow's expression changed and he turned to flee. But Long Chen grabbed his collar and roared, "After hitting me so many times, you think you can run?" Long Chen held his neck like he was holding a chicken. His opponent's feet couldn't even touch the ground. Long Chen punched him in the face. "Brat, do you know who I am?" Bang. "You refused to answer. You're a tough guy, huh?" Long Chen's next punch landed on his eye, giving him a black eye. "So, you have guts. You dare to roll your eyes at me?" Seeing such a disdainful look, Long Chen helped him out and punched him again, giving him 2 black eyes. "Fuck, you dare to spit at me?" Long Chen became increasingly infuriated. "Junior brother, he's not rolling his eyes, he just fainted, so his eyes rolled up. And he's not spitting at you, he's frothing at the mouth. If you keep beating him, he'll die." One of the maidens couldn't keep watching. "Ah, is that so?" Long Chen dropped him to the ground. His body twitched a few times before becoming still. "Sorry, it was my first time fighting, and I didn't have any experience," apologized Long Chen awkwardly, scratching his head. The current Long Chen had once more returned to the appearance of an innocent boy. It was truly difficult to associate him with the previous Long Chen. Of course, it was a bit easier considering the 3 people lying on the ground. "Big sisters, don't worry. I will remember your favor today. If you need any help in the future, just come and find me, Long San." Long Chen smiled at the maidens. Without even looking at the 3 bodies on the ground, he left. Once he vanished, the maidens looked at each other. It was unexpected that the seemingly weak boy was so powerful. Then looking at the 3 bodies, they were no longer in the mood for the swings. Not even daring to touch the 3 of them, they also fled. Long Chen followed the small path forward. This winding path went around many mountains and brought him to quite a few beautiful sceneries. He saw people napping, he saw people playing chess, and he even saw maidens playing the zither. The people here all seemed very leisurely. He could see that these people were borrowing external force to make themselves relax. They were doing their best to remove as much tension from their bodies as possible. People also saw Long Chen walking along the path. They nodded toward him slightly in greeting, and Long Chen also nodded back. But there were also people who icily glanced at him and then continued with whatever they were doing. There were even some who had clear hostility for him. Long Chen estimated that these people were probably near the bottom of the rankings. His arrival was a threat to them. As he continued forward, he saw fewer and fewer people. He also saw people with spears on their collars, marking them as people on his side. But they didn't express any emotion upon seeing him. They looked at him like he was a stranger. The people with shields on their collars also only looked at him indifferently. They didn't make any moves, which he found curious. Could it be that those 3 didn't run into me by coincidence? They were set up. Suzhou Tianxiang didn't publicly announce that I was part of the radical faction, but why? Why didn't they greet me? Are they trying to watch me for longer before deciding anything? Or was it that it depended on his display? If he was tough enough, they would let him join the radical faction, but if he wasn't, they would just toss him amongst the opportunists. Just as Long Chen was wondering about Zhou Tianxiang's goal and walking with his head down, he saw a pair of eyes staring at him with surprise. "Oh, it's been a long time. Are you still well?" Long Chen smiled and greeted that slim and beautiful figure. Chapter 1337 Duan Tianchao. That figure was precisely the Eastern Wasteland's alchemy genius, Duan Tianchao. It had been several years since they had seen each other. Duan Tianchao's appearance hadn't changed much. But there was a change in her eyes. Her life in Pill Valley hadn't been very easy. "Long San, you've finally come." Duan Tianchao was sitting in a pavilion. She had a massive bone book in her hands and had been in the midst of studying it. The secular world's books were normally written on paper or beast hide. Within sects, most ancient records were recorded with spiritual jade plates. One reason was because they were easy to use, and another was because they lasted a long time. But they also had a drawback. That was that high-level runes could not be recorded within them. That was why sects would use the bones of high-ranking magical beasts to create bone books. These bone books could record runes clearly. Furthermore, They even contained the spiritual mark of the expert that carved the runes, making it easier for others to comprehend them. Duan Tianchao was a beauty in her own right. She had delicate and pretty features, almond eyes and cherry lips. Adding on her petite figure, she was definitely lovable. Now looking at Long Chen, she had a complicated expression. Scooting over slightly, she said, "Please, sit." Long Chen sat beside her. He couldn't help saying, "Thinking about past events truly makes a person emotional." That's true. Back in the Eastern Wasteland, I remember that we were on opposite sides. At that time, you were quite fearful. Duan Tianchao also thought of many things that had happened in the Eastern Wasteland. She smiled. Back then, it had been Long Chen, Chai Liehuo, and Fang Chong against Huo Wufang. The fighting between them had been very intense. After the competition, Duan Tianchao had left the Eastern Wasteland with the Tower Ancestor. She didn't know what had happened later. "Aren't you the one who's doing well in Pill Valley? In the future, I'll need senior apprentice sister Tianchao to look after me." Long Chen smiled. After all, Duan Tianchao had come here 3 years before him. She had to know more about the Divine Pill Hall than he did. "I wouldn't dare to say I could look after you, nor do I dare to accept you calling me senior apprentice sister. Just protecting myself is difficult enough. In the monthly rankings, I'm always in the bottom 30. I don't know when I'll be squeezed out." Duan Tianchao shook her head. "Just being able to enter the Divine Pill Hall is amazing enough," comforted Long Chen. It seemed Duan Tianchao hadn't been doing too well. Being at the bottom of the rankings of the Divine Pill Hall meant that she had to worry about being expelled at all times. "Long San, you've only just joined the Divine Pill Hall, and you have 2 months to improve yourself. You have to take advantage of this time to enter the Divine Pill Pavilion to study. There are countless ancient tomes that will be very beneficial for you. Also, don't join the competition between factions, or it'll be very troublesome. You won't even be able to focus on cultivating. If a newcomer joins a faction, they won't be able to establish footing at all," warned Duan Tianchao. Newcomers would be unable to establish footing. Long Chen instantly understood why Zhou Tianxiang hadn't announced what side Long Chen was on from the start. It was to give Long Chen a chance to establish his own footing. In truth, Long Chen's guess was only half right. Zhou Tianxiang wanted him to quickly establish his footing inside the Divine Pill Hall. He possessed his own unique status in the Divine Pill Hall. But as a newcomer, if he expressed which side he was on from the start, the other side would immediately try to suppress him. It would place a target on him. That was why Zhou Tianxiang had decided to let Long Chen start off on his own. In any case, he had his status as Dan Bishi's final apprentice. There was no need for him to be timid. Now he was just quietly watching him. In any case, with Long Chen's talent, Zhou Tianxiang wasn't worried about him getting kicked out of the Divine Pill Hall in 2 months. The radical faction was hoping for Long Chen to explosively grow under the pressure. After all, they didn't need a useless coward. "All right, I understand." Long Chen nodded. "The 2 factions will use both soft and hard tactics to force you to join them. As long as you refuse to join either side and stay neutral, they won't bully you too much," continued Duan Tianchao. Why did this feel so childish? But then he thought about it. These disciples hadn't encountered anything other than alchemy. Their intelligence was truly like that of children. "You still don't know how to check the rankings?" asked Duan Tianchao. I really don't." Duan Tianchao asked for Long Chen's badge and pressed down on a protruding part of its back. The back of the badge actually flipped over, and a small mirror-like crystal appeared from inside. There were designs carved into it that he couldn't understand. Rank 2306. How could your ranking be so high after only just joining the Divine Pill Hall? Duan Tianchao was filled with disbelief. It had to be known that the disciples that had only just joined had low rankings. But as a special treatment for newcomers, as long as they weren't too weak, they wouldn't appear in the last 3 spots at first. This was a chance for the newcomers to benefit from joining the Divine Pill Hall. But usually their ranking would still be in the bottom 10. That was why Long Chen's rank shocked Duan Tianchao. "How are the rankings decided?" asked Long Chen. He didn't care about his ranking. In any case, he knew he wouldn't be at the bottom. The rankings are determined by the proctors through a comprehensive evaluation of the disciples. It's very accurate. Long San, it seems your prospects will definitely be limitless. Remember to look after me. Duan Tianchao smiled. But of course, as people from the same region, we should naturally help each other. Long Chen patted his chest confidently. Seeing Li Kong and Duan Tianchao in Pill Valley had truly made him feel like meeting old friends. However, if you're joining the neutral faction, don't go running off to the inner sect disciples. It will draw ire from others. That's because everything about the Divine Pill Hall is supposed to be secret. New inner disciples that join have to think of their own way to survive. If you expose what's happening here, both factions will be offended. Thereafter, no matter how good your talent is, you won't be able to survive in the Divine Pill Hall, said Duan Tianchao. Long Chen now understood. No wonder Li Kong had said that Duan Tianchao hadn't spoken to him after joining the Divine Pill Hall. So there was such an unwritten rule. He supposed that made sense. If everyone who joined the Divine Pill Hall entered the neutral faction, the conservative and the radical factions wouldn't be able to get new members. No wonder those maidens had offended those three fellows by warning him not to join a faction. So their words had been taboo. Now, he felt even more grateful to them. In this age, everyone only swept their own doors of snow. Who cared if other people's roofs were covered in frost? The number of kind people was truly low. Even though Long Chen and Duan Tianchao could count as old acquaintances, her telling him so much was probably also dangerous, as it could offend others. He had to remember this favor. Long San, try to be low-key. Hurry to the Divine Pill Pavilion. That's where all of Pill Valley's alchemy tomes are gathered. It would be best if you went in and didn't come out until the next test. Cherish this time to study, said Duan Tianchao. All right, I'll go and take a look. Long Chen nodded and rose. Suddenly, over 10 of the Divine Pill Hall's disciples surrounded the two of them. Long San, you really are brazen. You dare to beat our people. These people were wearing the same robes as the three people Long Chen had beaten. Seeing these people, Duan Tianchao paled. She was clearly afraid of them. Little slut, you're even trying to form a relationship with Long San. It seems you don't want to continue staying in the Divine Pill Hall. One of the disciples was in the midst of cursing Duan Tianchao when Long Chen slapped him across his face. Half his face caved in and he flew into the distance, fainting without even being able to let out a sound. Everyone jumped, including Long Chen. His slap was now a kind of instinct. If he hadn't managed to hastily pull back 90% of his power, that person would have died. The main thing was that Long Chen was unable to just stand there as someone in front of him pointed and cursed at a weak woman. He had almost caused a calamity for himself. All of you scram. If any of you targets her again, I'll kill you all. Long Chen was truly infuriated now. He might be fine if they targeted him, but targeting the people by his side was unacceptable. His furious roar drew quite a few others in the surroundings over. Brat, it seems you don't want to stay in the Divine Pill Hall anymore. Roared the lead disciple. Long Chen suddenly attacked. That person let out a cold snort and dodged his hands, sending a kick at Long Chen's ribs. He was actually an expert at close-range combat. This attack was sharp and well-practiced. The disciples he had brought along all cheered. But their cheering was severed halfway like a knife had cut it. Long Chen had easily grabbed that person's leg. Long Chen threw him like a sandbag, doing a half-spin before tossing him out. The disciples were startled and tried to catch him. But Long Chen had thrown him so strongly that these disciples were knocked away, vomiting blood. Amazing. Brother, you're so skilled. Can I know your name? Just at this moment, a group of people walked over. They had a small spear embroidered on their collars. I am Long San. Long Chen cupped his fists to these people. They were his people. Long San, the last apprentice of Senior Bishi. That person was delighted to hear this. Yes, and brother, you are. Haha, this junior is Zhang Yutao. I didn't expect to encounter you, brother Long. Come, let's go find a place to hold a welcoming feast. Zhang Yutao smiled. Long Chen nodded. When he said goodbye to Duan Tianchao, he saw her worry. He knew that by joining Zhang Yutao's faction, he would be signing up for a lifetime of trouble. Long Chen smiled to tell her not to worry. He had long since joined this faction, and he left with Zhang Yutao's group. As for the disciples that Long Chen had beaten, they watched him leave with rancor. Chapter 1338 Berserk Blood Flame. At the top of a high mountain, where the clouds gently blew by, there was a glorious palace building. This was the true Divine Pill Hall. The Divine Pill Hall was a special place for disciples to practice alchemy. Behind the large palace building was an ancient pavilion. This was the Divine Pill Pavilion, being well known as one of the most important places in Pill Valley. It was packed with various alchemy secret arts and scriptures. Long Chen was currently holding a bone book. He was enthusiastically reading it, as it was secret art named the Explosive Blaze Art. This kind of secret art condensed flame energy into fighting skills. It possessed great power. Long Chen had been immediately attracted to it. The art described within it contained profound principles for the transformations of flames, which made it very difficult to understand. But its power was definitely terrifying. If he used Starfall in combination with it, Starfall's destructive power would greatly increase. How could Long Chen let this chance slip by? This was already his third day since joining the Divine Pill Hall. By the time Zhang Yutao had led Long Chen up the mountain, he had already explained the general situation. He also said that this was one of Zhou Tianxiang's tests for him. In truth, from the moment Long Chen had walked through the gates, to when he fought with the opposing side, to now, Zhang Yutao and the others had always been watching. Zhou Tianxiang had told Zhang Yutao that if Long Chen continued being such a coward, he could simply continue being bullied. He would only be pulled into their faction once he had finally had enough and attacked back. Furthermore, Zhang Yutao told Long Chen to maintain this kind of mood. Right now, the struggle between the two factions didn't leave room for face. Currently, the Divine Pill Hall had the Divine Spear Alliance and the Divine Shield Alliance. They represented the radical faction and the conservative faction respectively. If others heard this name, they might think the conservative faction was very modest and low-key, but the truth was that in order to make sure its power remained stable, the Divine Shield Alliance's disciples were all very arrogant. That was because only by being arrogant and showing their power could they intimidate more people and win more authority. In comparison, it was the Divine Spear Alliance that was weaker. Under the suppression of the Divine Shield Alliance, they found it very taxing to continue fighting. Their influence over the Divine Pill Hall's disciples as a whole was dropping. That was why the Divine Spear Alliance not only needed people with great alchemy arts but also someone who could draw enough influence. That was why if Long Chen continued being a coward, he wouldn't be very useful to the Divine Spear Alliance. They needed a disciple that dared to fight. Of course, the prerequisite was that this disciple's alchemy skills could keep up. That was why after telling Long Chen a few things, Zhang Yutao had sent Long Chen to the Divine Pill Pavilion to study. Long Chen wasn't interested in the alchemy arts here. Rather it was the magical arts and battle skills here that he needed. To ordinary disciples, his actions were the complete opposite of what they should be doing. The Divine Pill Hall's disciples were alchemists who cared about alchemy. To train in fighting techniques was not proper. But Long Chen was too lazy to bother with the strange looks people gave him. He needed to find a way to increase his repertoire of flame magical arts, because his pill sovereign memories only had knowledge of alchemy, but nothing of flame fighting techniques. Long San, let's go. I'll bring you to switch out your earth flame. Everything's been arranged, and someone's already holding the line for us. Zhang Yutao came and interrupted Long Chen's studying. That was because Long Chen had said that he needed a better earth flame. One of the main reasons that he only managed to refine 3 rings in the trial previously was because of his pill flame. He was unable to use Huo Long's power here, and the earth flame he had been given wasn't strong enough. That was why he had asked Zhang Yutao for a stronger earth flame. Now that he was helping out the Divine Spear Alliance, if he didn't dredge up some benefits for himself, he wouldn't be Long Chen. Furthermore, the Divine Spear Alliance had its own backing, so this was an easy task for them. But obtaining a new earth flame required accumulating a certain number of merit points in Pill Valley. Normally, these merit points were obtained by refining high-tier medicinal pills. But Long Chen didn't need to bother with this. Someone else would cough up the money for him. With someone already in line for him, he could go and directly pick out an earth flame. Long San, Protector Zhou has said that you can select an earth flame below rank 30. If you want a higher level earth flame, it will depend on your future display, whispered Zhang Yutao. There was envy in his eyes. To be able to pick out any earth flame ranked below 30 was an immense special treatment. Even Zhang Yutao's earth flame was only ranked 37th. That was the result of him working hard all these years. As for Long Chen, he had only just arrived and he could get a better one. Long Chen, you should pick the Berserk Blood Flame ranked 32nd. I heard your spiritual strength is powerful. If you can suppress the Berserk Blood Flame's berserk nature, its power will probably be even greater than the Heart Incinerating Devil Flame ranked 31st, advised Zhang Yutao. That truly was the best option. If the Berserk Blood Flame wasn't so violent, it would probably be rank 30th. Because it was too violent, using it to refine pills would require even more spiritual strength. Its power was definitely greater than the heart-incinerating devil flame ranked 31st, but it would take much more spiritual strength to use. Alright, then I'll listen to Brother Yutao. I trust Brother Yutao would definitely make the best choice for me. Long Chen also knew that the berserk blood flame was the best option for him, so he directly gave Zhang Yutao a favor. Zhang Yutao was overjoyed. In truth, one of Zhang Yutao's goals was to suck up to Long Chen. After all, he was Dan Bishi's final apprentice. Although Dan Bishi had died, could the final disciple of a Grand Elder possibly be an ordinary person? That was impossible. Zhang Yutao's talent wasn't particularly outstanding. Of course, he had managed to get into the Divine Pill Hall, but the reason for this was his ability to read others and the situation. So he could already tell Long Chen was someone with limitless potential. Treating Long Chen well now would definitely have many advantages. Zhang Yutao handled things very neatly. Even a private room had been prepared for Long Chen. When Long Chen received the berserk blood flame, he directly went into seclusion to refine it. Long Chen took out its flame seed. It was devoured in one bite by Huo Long. Although it was ranked 32nd and the soul-devouring violet flame was only ranked 36th, it was just a flame seed, so suppressing it was easy. Huo Long began to extract Long Chen's energy to undergo a transformation. The flame seed's power was too weak and unable to allow Huo Long to fully transform. It needed Long Chen's energy. As for Long Chen's spiritual yuan, he couldn't use it for anything other than alchemy. So he allowed Huo Long to absorb as much as it wanted. 3 days later, a blood-colored flame dragon appeared behind Long Chen, releasing a berserk aura. Huo Long, you have to hold back a bit. Think of a way to control your power, or refining pills won't be fun. This new berserk aura of Huo Long's was too strong, like a wild dragon who wanted to devour heaven and earth. Huo Long now had an urge to destroy this entire room. This meant that it had been greatly affected by the berserk blood flame, and it wasn't suitable for refining pills. But Huo Long let out a quiet roar, and its blood-colored flames vanished, replaced by violet flames. It was the soul-devouring violet flame. You can freely switch between them. Long Chen was shocked and delighted. Huo Long told him that it could repeatedly switch between the various flames it had devoured according to its memories. That meant Long Chen could use whichever flame he wanted to. Hehe, good, then I'll make sure you get to eat every single flame Pill Valley has to offer. Long Chen rubbed Huo Long's head with delight. If he allowed Huo Long to devour that many earth flames, Long Chen couldn't even imagine how strong it would become. 3 days later, Long Chen came out. Zhang Yutao and the others had long since been waiting. Long San, you've only just joined the Divine Pill Hall and refined a new earth flame. Come, I'll bring you to a fun place so you can relax. Zhang Yutao smiled a smile that only men could smile. Long Chen immediately thought of something and was about to decline when Zhang Yutao dragged him away. Come, as a man, what are you so afraid of? If you don't relax, how will you be ready for the greater challenges? How is it? Isn't it relaxing? Zhang Yutao looked at Long Chen with a mischievous smile. Long Chen was sitting in a bucket. Steam filled the air, bringing with it bursts of medicinal fragrance. Medicinal energy was entering his body through his pores, completely relaxing him. Most importantly, there were 2 maidens behind him gently massaging his back and rubbing medicinal elixirs on him. The 2 maidens were massaging him with their spiritual yuan. This was Long Chen's first time receiving such treatment. He couldn't help but sigh, you city people really get to enjoy some amazing things. Amazing. Through this medicinal bath, Long Chen felt his tension completely vanish. In truth, his nerves were constantly taut now that he was in Pill Valley, as he had to be on guard to not expose his status. The pressure was immense. Long San, I didn't expect your body to be so buff. No wonder you're so strong, and those fellows aren't your match. Zhang Yutao looked at Long Chen's arms enviously. Alchemists naturally had weak physical bodies. It was very rare for there to be someone with a body as well built as Long Chen's. Even the maidens massaging him were a bit red. Long Chen's body felt good under their hands. I had to fight for 3 years against sea demons to get this body. If I didn't eat them, they'd eat me, said Long Chen with his eyes closed. Hehe, it's been tough on you. After the medicinal bath, Long Chen put his robes back on. He was completely refreshed. Come, it's getting late. Let's go eat. And later, there will be an even better program, laughed Zhang Yutao, leading Long Chen away. Chapter 1339 Pill Fairy. Reporting to Protector Zhou, a secret letter has come from the Xuantian Dao sect side. Within a private room, an elder bowed and presented Zhou Tianxiang an envelope. Zhou Tianxiang opened it and gave it a read. After that, he dismissed the elder and returned to a deeper room. This room actually had a small transportation formation. He activated it and arrived in a luxurious hall. In it, 4 elders were sitting with their eyes closed. Disciple Tianxiang greets Grand Elders. Zhou Tianxiang immediately bowed to the 4 elders. Tianxiang, there's no need to be so polite. What's been happening in the Eastern Zan region? Asked one of the elders kindly. Reporting to Grand Elder, the Eastern Zan region has returned to calm. Disciple has already arranged for everything, and the disturbance has calmed down. Furthermore, due to this matter, Disciple spent some resources as compensation to the sects who lost experts to the Xuantian Dao sect. In exchange, their unity is even greater than before, reported Zhou Tianxiang. That Grand Elder nodded. Tianxiang, I trust the way you handle things. The matter of the Xuantian Dao sect isn't your fault. If we have to blame someone, we can only blame that useless Dan Shang. He actually ruined such an easy thing, and you had to go wipe his bottom for him. Disciple also failed. I'm ashamed, said Zhou Tianxiang modestly. In truth, the Xuantian Dao sect's matter truly wasn't Zhou Tianxiang's fault. By the time he had taken over it, it was too late. Furthermore, there had been many details that his predecessor had known but he hadn't, causing him to be at a complete loss to do anything to Long Chen. Yes, to not be arrogant or prideful is correct. Are there any movements from the Xuantian Dao sect? Asked the Grand Elder. The Xuantian Dao sect seems to have run into a problem. They are currently looking all over to buy a heavenly Qilin soul returning fruit. They've even sent some disguised disciples over to secretly purchase the 9 revolution soul replenishing pill. As reported by the eyes I have in the Xuantian Dao sect, the Xuantian Tower violently fluctuated several times during this short period. According to my guess, there are 2 possibilities. One is that Long Chen's underworld soul ghost curse has flared up and the Xuantian Tower is unable to completely suppress it. The other possibility is that the Xuantian Tower is attempting to forcibly remove the curse for Long Chen. Either case is very dangerous for Long Chen, and the fact that the Xuantian Dao sect is trying to secretly purchase the heavenly Qilin soul returning fruit and the 9 revolution soul replenishing pill proves that he truly is in trouble. His soul has likely been damaged. Moreover, this underworld soul ghost curse was condensed by the life energy of many corrupt experts. Let alone a foundation forging disciple, even a life star expert would definitely die. Although the Xuantian Tower is powerful, Long Chen's cultivation base is still too low. The chances of it removing the curse from Long Chen are next to 0, said Zhou Tianxiang. The underworld soul ghost curse was one of the corrupt path's most insidious curses. After considering that Gui Yan had sacrificed so many experts and even stripped life star experts of their vitality to power it, there was no need to doubt its power. This curse was not a poison. It had no cure. Once struck by it, the curse would sink into a person's blood, body, bones, and soul, closely entwining with every part of them. Each time the curse flared, it would grow stronger. If you suppressed it once, the second time it would be twice as strong. That was why Zhou Tianxiang guessed that the Xuantian Tower was no longer able to fully suppress it. In truth, this was just a move by Li Tianxuan. It was to make everyone think that Long Chen was still in the Xuantian Dao sect and that he was in grave danger. Those afflicted by the underworld soul ghost curse are essentially unable to remove it without the corrupt path's unique secret arts. That little fellow Long Chen probably won't be able to last much longer. How regretful. He likely has some large secrets. Sigh. Well, it doesn't matter. Right now, our situation in Pill Valley isn't very secure. Elder Bishi's sudden death is queer. He still had plenty of longevity left, and there were no oddities with his body. It's just that the flame of his soul was extinguished, sighed a Grand Elder. Could it be that someone was secretly scheming against Elder Bishi? Said Zhou Tianxiang after a moment's hesitation. Don't randomly make guesses, chided a Grand Elder. Yes, disciple knows his mistake. The previous Grand Elder said, those fellows are hidebound and refuse to advance, but they definitely wouldn't do such a thing. Having disciples fight for authority is already their limit. Furthermore, Elder Bishi's death came with no warning or any sign of a struggle. It couldn't be caused by an external force. Right now, the only possibility is that his Yuan spirit dissipated in his attempt to attack a higher realm. Although that was their only guess, was that really possible? By the time a person reached Elder Bishi's realm, they would always prepare everything and have guards before attacking higher realms. How could he have rashly attempted such a thing without telling anyone? These questions could only rot in Zhou Tianxiang's stomach. He didn't dare to say anything for fear of being scolded again. Originally, 5 of the Grand Elders were on our side. Now we're left with 4, and our authority has also dropped. So, Tianxiang, you have to work hard on the side of the Divine Pill Hall, said the Grand Elder. Yes, disciple is dealing with it. I've already placed several chess pieces in the neutral power that are starting to show their use. Furthermore, that child Long San's display is not bad. If he's properly groomed, he'll become a powerful piece, and we also have geniuses like Yangzu and Dongs. They are absolutely capable of competing against the Pill Fairy and the others. The current situation in the Divine Pill Hall is gradually shifting in our favor, said Zhou Tianxiang. Alright, then that's good. Just focus on the Divine Pill Hall and don't rush things. After all, we're currently at a disadvantage, so above all else, we need stability. As for the matter of the heaven-devouring forest, we've given them a warning. You did well on your way through it. We can't let them get used to being arrogant. For now, let the Eastern Zan region stay as is. After all, the Xuantian Dao sect and heaven-splitting battle sect are ancient sects. If we force things and put them in their place, it will cause panic. In the long run, it's not worth it. Furthermore, those old fellows definitely won't consent to using martial power. Just let them continue crawling for a while, said the Grand Elder. Alright, you can go. Long Chen was brought to a restaurant by Zhang Yutao. It was by the riverside and had a wide view of the surrounding mountains. This restaurant had wine as its main attraction, and the price of everything here was based on merit points. Of course, it was Zhang Yutao who was treating Long Chen. 8 side dishes of delicacies paired with amazing wine made this scenery even more delightful. Alchemists had a lower capacity for food and wine. If this was the Xuantian Dao sect, or the heaven-splitting battle sect, they would definitely be drinking out of large bowls and chomping down on pieces of meat. But here, the wine cups weren't much bigger than a nostril. That left Long Chen a bit speechless. Were they really drinking wine, or were they drinking poison? After just drinking a couple of cups, Long Chen could hear some footsteps from the entrance. A group of people slowly walked up the restaurant. New guests had arrived. This was the highest level of the restaurant, and only the Divine Pill Hall's disciples were qualified to enter it. Long Chen looked over at the staircase. The first thing he saw was a graceful figure gently stepping onto the floor. A beautiful figure appeared in his eyes. She had long legs, a small waist, and an abundant chest. Her hair fell naturally behind her like a waterfall, complementing her long, charming neck. That, in addition to her shapely eyebrows, almond eyes, jade cheeks, and peach face, she was a beauty that could topple a nation. Most attractive of all were her eyes. They were like limpid autumn waters, and light flowed within them in an enchanting manner. There was also a special aura around her. Although she was a peerless beauty, she gave off a friendly feeling, and even other women wouldn't be able to get jealous of her looks. The thing that shocked Long Chen was that he didn't sense any heavenly Dao energy nor the flame fluctuations specific to an alchemist. She was just like an ordinary mortal, but it was also like she had merged with heaven and earth. Just by existing, she possessed an indescribable Dao charm. Seeing Long Chen and Zhang Yutao here, she was startled. She nodded slightly in greeting, and Long Chen also nodded back. As for Zhang Yutao, he just blankly stared at her, unable to say a word. Long Chen was about to nudge him and ask who she was when a group of people followed behind the woman. There were over 10 of them, men and women. One man in particular was standing behind her. He was very eye-attracting. He was tall and slender. With a perfectly placed nose and mouth, sword-like eyebrows, and bright eyes, he was extremely handsome. When the man saw Long Chen and Zhang Yutao here, he frowned. Why are the two of you here? Do you not know that this place is already reserved? Long Chen frowned. What was going on? Reserved? I didn't hear that. Zhang Yutao was also startled. Today is the Pill Fairy's 21st birthday. Everyone in the Divine Pill Hall knows this. Did you come here intentionally? Zhang Yutao clapped his forehead, recalling something. He immediately apologized. Sorry, it slipped my mind. I apologize to Pill Fairy. We'll leave immediately. Long San, let's go eat somewhere else. Long Chen nodded. Since someone had reserved this place for their birthday, then they might as well go. Since we managed to meet by fate, why don't the two of you come and sit with us? Asked the woman magnanimously. That's okay, we don't know each other, and we won't be able to eat and drink freely. Congratulations on your birthday. I wish you long-lasting beauty and fortune. Long Chen smiled and politely refused her invitation, as she had only invited them due to courtesy. He left with Zhang Yutao. The woman was a bit surprised. Within Pill Valley, any disciple who saw her would view her like a heavenly goddess. They would be too nervous to even speak to her, but Long Chen's gaze had been calm when he looked at her. That made her feel that this person called Long San was very peculiar. The woman's expression was caught by the man behind her. He remained expressionless, but a bit of iciness had appeared in the depths of his eyes as he stared at Long Chen's back. Long Chen had only gotten halfway down the restaurant when he suddenly encountered another group of people coming up. One of them suddenly pointed at Long Chen and cursed, "Bastard, you're the one who beat me." Long Chen hated it the most when people pointed at him, and he directly sent him flying with a kick. Chapter 1340 Taking a Risk. That person was sent flying, and the people with him were infuriated, swarming over at Long Chen. Fuck, I'll go all out. Zhang Yutao clenched his teeth and unleashed a flurry of fists. But as a result, he was immediately knocked out by a punch from the opposition. There were clearly experts in this group. Long Chen intentionally acted like he didn't know how to fight and was panicked. His fists just randomly flew around. Fuck, my balls. It was unknown if Long Chen was doing it on purpose, but several people suddenly held their crotches and rolled down the stairs. The pain made them feel like they were dying. The others weren't much better off. Long Chen's crazy counterattack bruised them badly, and they were forced away miserably. However, now Long Chen was also disheveled, and his robes had been torn in several spots. It clearly showed the principle that even a tiger couldn't block a pack of wolves. Just at this moment, an angry roar rang out. The Pill Fairies group had descended from the disturbance, and the roar came from that handsome man. Just at this moment, Long Chen tossed the final enemy to the ground. He pulled up Zhang Yutao and prepared to leave. Hold it, shouted the man. What? You want to invite me to eat? I've already said that since we're not familiar with each other, we shouldn't. Long Chen shook his head. Without even looking at that man, Long Chen dragged Zhang Yutao away. At this time, Zhang Yutao's face was black and blue, and one of his legs had been broken. He fished out a medicinal pill, and his injuries healed like he had never been injured. Zhang Yutao looked at Long Chen with shock. He hadn't expected Long Chen to be such a great fighter. Within the Divine Spear Alliance, Zhang Yutao was just a fighter. He was experienced in fighting, but the opposition also had experts on their side. He had carelessly been knocked out with a single punch. As for Long Chen, he had managed to beat them back. Although his appearance was a bit wretched now, his combat power was very shocking. What happened here? Roared the man. Reporting to senior apprentice brother Zijin, this little brat only just became a disciple of the Divine Pill Hall, and he was arrogant, beating our people off. One of the disciples got up and pointed at Long Chen, but before he could finish speaking, Long Chen punched him in the face. Did your parents never teach you that it's rude to point at people when speaking? Demanded Long Chen. Let this matter end here. Don't end up incurring hatred. The Pill Fairy helplessly shook her head. Today was her birthday. In truth, she didn't like this kind of occasion, but she had to come for appearance sake. Her mood had been bad from the start, and now she encountered such a thing. Just the fact that she didn't explode in anger already showed her restraint. Alright, then I'll give the Pill Fairy face this time. Brat, just wait, we're not done yet. The handsome man glared at Long Chen, the threat in his words clear. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to care. This kind of threat was something he had gotten tired of hearing 800 years ago. And wasn't he still living just fine? Wait for what? My Divine Spear Alliance isn't so easy to bully. Threatening others is only the display of the powerless. Today is the Pill Fairy's birthday, so we'll give her face. If it was your birthday instead, Zhang Zijin, my Divine Spear Alliance's people would immediately attack. So you should shut your mouth. Threats will just prove how much of a coward you are, sneered Zhang Yutao, recovering his previous sharpness. Long Chen hadn't expected Zhang Yutao to be so fierce. If he hadn't misjudged, this Zhang Zijin was very likely a rank 9 celestial. The disciples here all focused on the Pill Dao, and due to the merger between their heavenly Dao energy and flame energy, it was more difficult to determine their celestial rank. But Long Chen felt intense dislike for heavenly Tao energy, so he could use that sense to tell that Zhang Zijin was very likely a rank 9 celestial. But he was not a flame cultivator, so his combat power probably wasn't very high. Zhang Yutao brought Long Chen away after leaving behind his tough words. Suddenly, the pill fairy opened her cherry lips. Junior apprentice brother, may I ask your name? We're all part of Pill Valley, and knowing each other's names will make it easier for us to greet each other in passing. The pill fairy had taken the initiative to ask for Long Chen's name, startling the disciples behind her. The handsome man's expression also sank slightly. Junior disciple is Long San. I hope senior apprentice sister will look after me in the future. Long Chen cupped his hands. He didn't feel any dislike for this gentle and graceful pill fairy. Other than his own beauties, his experience with other beautiful women was that they were all incredibly arrogant and narcissistic, as if this world's men should all lie beneath their skirts. But the pill fairy gave him a very comfortable feeling. She didn't stand on airs and seemed friendly. Seeing Long Chen leaving, the pill fairy involuntarily felt an emotion she hadn't felt before. Her intuition told her that Long San was not an ordinary person. It was as if his weak exterior hid a sleeping beast. This kind of feeling was very strange. She was lost in thought. The other people all stared in shock as the pill fairy watched Long Chen leave. These disciples felt forlorn and angry. As for Zhang Zijin, veins had started popping out on his forehead. Within the Divine Pill Hall, each disciple had a private building of their own. After Long Chen had returned to his own room, he stared blankly at the fundamental fighting skills that Zhao Shang had left for him. On their way back, Zhang Yutao had told Long Chen that the pill fairy's name was Xianxia. She was the descendant of the current Valley Master, as well as Pill Valley's top beauty. Not only was she a beauty, but she was also a kind beauty with a graceful bearing. Although she stood in the ranks of the Divine Shield Alliance, even the opposing Divine Spear Alliance was extremely respectful to her. The pill fairy Xianxia simply stood in the Divine Shield Alliance's ranks, but she never targeted the Divine Spear Alliance. As long as someone ran into a problem with their alchemy, if she had time, she would always give them some pointers regardless of their faction. She was the most respected person in the Divine Pill Hall. That was why despite the fierce battle between the Divine Spear Alliance and Divine Shield Alliance, Xianxia's position in the hearts of all the disciples never changed. Long Chen wasn't interested in this clash between spear and shield. All he was focused on was finding a way to obtain the second volume of the Nirvana scripture. But even after all this time, he hadn't gotten a lead. If this continued, he would end up wasting too much time. Right now, he had been tossed in the pool known as Pill Valley. He needed to find a way to stand out. Otherwise, acting according to normal standards would take far too long. But if he suddenly soared out of nowhere, it would draw suspicion. He had to find a balance between the two. After a few days of investigation, he had noticed that the struggle within Pill Valley wasn't intense enough. If he wanted to stand out, he would need to intensify the conflict between the two factions. All have to take a risk. Long Chen suddenly made his decision. He needed to quicken his pace, or at this rate, he probably wouldn't be able to obtain the Nirvana scripture even if he was given several years. The next day, Long Chen began immersing himself in the Divine Pill Pavilion. While it seemed like he was studying some ancient alchemy tomes, he was actually secretly learning flame magical arts. The Divine Pill Hall's flame magical arts were rarely perused. Only flame cultivators would go look at them. Flame Spirit Merger. Long Chen's heart suddenly pounded. He had found an amazing magical art that allowed him to merge with a flame spirit beast. After using this art, he could use his body to control the spirit beast's flame, or use the spirit beast's body to unleash magical arts. Damn, what a terrifying magical art. I have to learn it. He was delighted and quickly recorded its contents. HMPH, do you think such things are for you to look through? Just as this moment, a disciple grabbed the bone book out of Long Chen's hands. Long Chen was infuriated. In the past few days, some people had been continuously making things hard on him. But it was forbidden to use martial force in the Divine Pill Pavilion, so he had endured until now. However, he couldn't endure any longer. Fuck your mother. Long Chen directly smashed his fist into that person's jaw. Grabbing his hair, Long Chen smashed the guy's head into his knee. Fuck. Fuck. Fuck your mother. Long Chen accented each word with a blow. The sound immediately drew the surrounding people. That person had already fainted. Then, Long Chen tossed him to the ground and shattered each of his limbs. That clear sound raised people's hair. A miserable shriek resounded throughout the Divine Pill Pavilion. He had woken from the pain. That person's miserable shriek had only just rung out when Long Chen stamped a foot on his mouth. This blow was exceptionally vicious, and that person's head almost exploded. Stop. Just at this moment, people from the Divine Shield Alliance rushed over. Long Chen roared, "So, you don't want to let me cultivate in peace? Then I'll kill you all." Long Chen seemed like a furious lion. He caught one of the disciples, punches and then pulled, forcibly ripping his arm off. Long Chen punched that disciple in the chest, caving it in. Thereafter, he grabbed his leg and smashed him at the others. "If you don't want to let me cultivate, then you can all die." Long Chen fiercely swung that person around. Blood flew and the sound of bones breaking continuously rang out. Stop. At this moment, a Life Star expert rushed over. But Long Chen seemed to be insane and ignored him. He repeatedly punched a disciple who was lying on the ground. That disciple coughed up blood repeatedly, filled with terror. Suddenly, a large hand slammed into the back of Long Chen's head. He immediately fainted. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.